as the only 3S grade founding emperor in the world. You woke up to find your second son rebelling and successfully controlling all the forces in the palace. As a result, you were forced to become the retired emperor. But instead of holding a grudge, you became infatuated with the palace concubines. Everyone thinks you're really crazy, but only you know that this will be the key to making you stronger. Because you have obtained the red dust system, as long as you continue to take in concubines, you will be able to live a long and prosperous life in the long river of history. At this point, your mentality has completely relaxed. Although you have crossed over to become a 60-year-old old man, after all, you are the retired emperor, and you still have some power. As long as you stay stable in the deep palace, not thinking about anything like restoration, you can enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth endlessly, even if imprisoned. So what? On the contrary, thinking about it, isn't it safer in a state of imprisonment? With the assistance of the Red Dust Group, there is hope for longevity, and one will not mess around, as long as one quietly endures in the deep palace for hundreds or thousands of years. By then, thinking like this, you immediately relaxed a lot, turned over and embraced the stunning girl next to you, smelling the fragrance between her hair bun. It seems that we need to find a way to let Zheng Yuansen's cheap son have more affairs with beautiful women. For an old man like you in your twilight years, it is somewhat difficult to gather 3 strands of worldly energy every day. In the sea of knowledge, the fragrance of the mortal world exudes a faint pink light, and your spirit once again gathers on it. Red dust energy, 15 strands. Behind the lifespan column, the plus sign appears again. In other words, as long as you are willing, your lifespan can increase by another 15 years. However, at this time, you did not add it to your lifespan, but looked at several other pieces of data. Your life expectancy is another 10 years, and you are currently in the Xingqing Palace, surrounded by a large number of divine martial forces, forbidden troops, and even many death guards. Extremely safe. Adding life at this time would be somewhat wasteful. Would you like to try if the aura of the mortal world can work on other options? Lifespan, 60/70ths. Spiritual root, none. Aura of the mortal world, 15. Martial strength, blood refining. Techniques, purple mist technique, great completion. 100 battles knife technique, great completion. Eternal spring health technique. In the column of martial arts techniques, there is a plus sign behind the 3 mastered techniques. The purple mist technique and the 100 battles knife technique have already reached the state of great accomplishment. It is impossible to improve them in a short period of time. It might be better to try the Changchun health preserving technique. You took a few seconds to think, and quickly made a decision. Changchun health preservation emphasizes health preservation. What you urgently need now is health preservation. With a thought, the plus sign behind the Changchun health preserving technique flickered slightly, and in an instant, a red mist rolled. The spectrum of red dust and flowers unfolded again, revealing a blank scroll, with words quickly appearing on it. You have infused a strand of the aura of the mortal world into the practice of Changchun health preservation. Changchun health preservation is a method of health preservation, with the effects of nourishing qi and blood, nourishing the body, strengthening the physique, and prolonging life. Focus on cultivating your Changchun health preserving skills. Practice for 5 hours every day, and your proficiency in Changchun health preserving skills will increase rapidly. 1 year later, your Changchun health cultivation has reached the state of great accomplishment, increasing your lifespan by plus 10. Is this great accomplishment? You exclaimed. Immediately, a mysterious energy appeared in your body, and you could clearly feel that your physical condition had undergone a slight change. Your body was full of strength, your spirit was full, and even the slightly yellow skin on your hands now appeared somewhat rosy. Your focus was on the Changchun health cultivation, and a set of data appeared again. Changchun health cultivation, great accomplishment, 221/10,000. Indeed it is Dichang. Most importantly, the longevity of the Dichang realm's Changchun health preserving technique has increased by 10 years. You are well aware that cultivating martial arts is not something that can be achieved overnight. Perhaps some people cannot reach the predetermined state even after practicing for 10 years, or even decades. While you can automatically spend countless hours in proficiency in the void with the help of the red dust fragrance spectrum, passively increasing the number of times in cultivation, as long as you can persist, the digitized state can elevate your strength to its peak in a very short time. You did not hesitate at all, once again focusing your consciousness on the Changchun health cultivation technique, the aura of the mortal world. Empower me. You infused 14 strands of the aura of the mortal world into the Changchun health cultivation technique. In the first year, you patiently cultivated the Changchun health cultivation technique and successfully cultivated it to the state of completion. In the 5th year, you patiently cultivated the Changchun health cultivation technique and successfully cultivated it to the state of perfection. In the 10th year, you patiently cultivated the Changchun health cultivation technique and successfully cultivated it to the state of transcendence. Lifespan plus 50. The Changchun nourishing kung fu of the out of the spirit realm adds another 50 years to life expectancy. The upper limit of lifespan skyrocketed to 130 years. Nowadays, it seemed that he would be able to live a long life even if he didn't utilize the red dust chi to increase his lifespan. As long as he doesn't kill himself or go to dangerous places, then one can live peacefully until 130 years of age. How pleasant is that? In the 11th year, you continue to patiently practice the Changchun nourishing kung fu, and yet, it feels like it can't continue to break through no matter what, but it's still holding on. In the 12th year, you continue to patiently practice the Changchun nourishing kung fu, and yet, it feels like it can't continue to break through no matter what, but it's still holding on. Looking at the appearance of these words on the red dust Chuanfang spectrum, Zheng Yi was also a bit embarrassed. It seems that the Changchun nourishing kung fu is just an ordinary health improvement technique. The highest realm is only the state of exaltation. 10 years was enough time to cultivate it to its peak. He didn't know it before, and put in 14 wisps in one breath. Not true. It's 15 strands of red dust, which makes the cultivation year a bit of an overflow. Unfortunately, there was no way for him to make it stop, so he could only watch as the red dust Chuanfang spectrum continued to cultivate. In the 13th year, you continue to patiently practice the Changchun nourishing kung fu, and yet, it feels like it can't continue to break through no matter what, but it's still holding on. In the 14th year, you continue to patiently practice the Changchun nourishing kung fu. Suddenly sensed a strange aura in the early morning hours of one day, fleetingly passing away. No matter how you perceive it, you cannot find it. Chapter 8. Strange scent? What is it? Zheng Yi froze as this fleeting news was also noticed by him. He looked carefully at the red dust group of fame. This is especially true of the results produced after 15 years of continuous practice of the evergreen nurturing gong. After 10 years, the evergreen nurturing technique had been cultivated by him to a state of exaltation, never to be elevated again. But for some reason, 15 years later, the red dust group of faces was still carrying out the cultivation order. This moment actually took a new turn. Strange breath? Zheng Yi muttered, and after thinking for a moment, his consciousness exited the red dust Chuanfang spectrum. In a flash, a warmth surged out from all of his limbs and flowed throughout his body. The whole person seemed to be immersed in a hot spring, very warm and comfortable. He could clearly feel that his body's strength was recovering step by step. The breath gradually nourished his meridians and acupoints. The joints that were often sore because of age are now becoming less painful and more flexible. Arrow wounds, secret wounds, and so on, caused by half a lifetime of military service and fighting for the Central Plains. It was also moisturized by this warm breath and was completely healed. Not a single scar could be seen. His muscles were rejuvenated and no longer as flabby and weak as before. With each stretch of the limbs, a new surge of strength can be felt. The face, once slightly pale due to poor qi and blood circulation, is gradually becoming rosy and glowing. The wrinkles seem to be much reduced. He picked up the bronze mirror on the tabletop and carefully probed it, his eyes instantly becoming horrified. He's gotten younger. In the past, my own self, because of years of war and desertion of martial arts, coupled with the dark injuries of my body, as well as all the troubles after the supervisor, it made Zheng Yi look incredibly old. Although it was only a flowery age, it looked the same as a 70 or 80-year-old man in his previous life. But now, after cultivating the evergreen nourishing kung fu to the state of being immortalized, one's entire body almost changed its appearance. The skin, which had been full of wrinkles, became rosy and the wrinkles were greatly reduced. The pupils, which were originally cloudy, also became clear and filled with light at this time. The teeth, which had been withered and yellow, were now as white as new. The main thing was that a strand of black hair had actually appeared in the originally white hair. At this time, like dark clouds covering snow, returning to old age, Zheng Yi was incomparably surprised. I didn't realize that in his old age, because of the red dust chi and the evergreen nourishing kung fu, you can return to your old age. This was certainly a huge surprise for him. This is what the red dust chi really does. Zheng Yi was pleasantly surprised. Not only can I increase my lifespan, but also in just a few minutes. Elevate the gong fu that you have mastered to the state of being out of your mind. This is just great. At that moment, he suddenly smelled a foul odor that was actually still coming from his body. Pushing up his sleeve, he saw that his skin was caked with black dirt, like slimy grease, and that it almost smoked him. Come on, man. He strides out of the room, and soon a eunuch comes trotting over. Greetings, Your Majesty. What are your orders? Take me to the bath. Nah. Two small eunuchs quickly ran over and brought Zheng Yi forward to bathe in the hot springs. Immersed within the hot springs, the dainty little courtesan was wearing nothing more than a light veil of, attentively bathing him. Although Zheng Yi was imprisoned, he was, after all, the father of the second prince. and was still the supreme emperor in time. This little courtesan was incredibly attentive, looking forward to the day when she could climb into the dragon's bed, climb up the branch and become a phoenix. There were too many goblins surrounding the second prince for them to compete, but if she could become the woman of the supreme emperor, then she would never be bullied in the palace. Zhang Yi closed his eyes in contemplation and allowed a pair of small hands to press and rub on him. Undoubtedly, 15 strands of red dust chi were invested into the everlasting spring nurturing technique. It gave him a great surprise. The skin all over the body has long since changed from old and flabby to tight. It wasn't quite as good as a young man, but it was at least the same as a middle-aged man in his 40s. What the hell is that strange aura? Zhang Yi, who had his eyes closed in contemplation, had been thinking about this. 15 consecutive years of cultivation actually made the changeless evergreen nourishing kung fu. An inexplicable aura was born. Zhang Yi knew very well that when an ordinary martial artist cultivated a particular martial arts technique, the vast majority of people would stop at the great completion realm, and very few would cultivate to the perfection realm, not to mention the Exodus realm, which was almost like a phoenix feather, maximum possible. It is the practice of switching to other techniques after cultivating a certain technique to a state of great accomplishment or perfection. As for Zhang Yi, with 15 consecutive inputs of red dust chi, it made the Changchu nourishing kung fu directly break through the Exodus realm and reach another realm. What is this realm? Is that breath, the legendary aura? As the founding emperor of the Yu Kingdom, Zhang Yi certainly knew what aura was. Even when he was conquering the world and establishing the Yu Kingdom, he had pulled in 2 so-called cultivators. As an offering from the state of Yu, these 2 Yu Kingdom provisioners were both mid-chi practicing cultivators. The reason for drawing in these 2 cultivators, apart from enhancing their own strength, there was also a vague mutual restraint with a cultivator sect named Long River Sect in the cloud state of Yu. Now it seems that young Wanson was able to destroy the palace's forbidden army. Neither of those 2 cultivators had made a move again, so it must have been the Long River Sect. Otherwise, how could an ordinary martial artist break through 2 mid-stage chi practitioner cultivators? According to them, aura is the chi of heaven and earth, which can nourish all things and is also the spirit of heaven and earth. However, only those who are endowed with spiritual roots can sense aura and subsequently absorb it, transform into mana. Ordinary mortals, throughout their lives, would never sense, or absorb, an aura. Then the Changchu nourishing kung fu, which he spent 15 years practicing. Could the inexplicable aura absorbed after the realm breakthrough be an aura? Zhang Yi thought hard for half a day and felt that this was the only answer. Spirit root. Without spirit root, is it really impossible to cultivate immortality? Your Majesty, you've become so young. A crisp voice suddenly came from his ears, and Zhang Yi opened his eyes to see that hers was a delicate little face, 18 or 19 years old, young and delicate, with tender white and red skin. Her pupils were like water, boldly staring at Zhang Yi. Is it true what you say? Of course it's true, Your Majesty. You are a dragon and phoenix among men. How could a slave girl deceive you? Ha, not bad. What's your name? The little palace maid's heart tightened and she whispered, Slave girl Autumn Cicada. Autumn Cicada? Good name. Zhang Yi got up, causing the little courtesan to blush even more. Beauty Xiao is not feeling well. How about you accompany her today? Autumn Cicada bowed down in a graceful manner and said in a delicate voice, Promise. Absorb the pure yin qi and condense a wisp of red dust qi. Absorption of pure yin qi. Increase in qi and blood. Chapter 9, Zen Throne. Late night. Zhang Yi's consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness, and above the red dust Xuanfang spectrum, the red dust qi once again increased by 3 points. However, at this time, he had not injected it into his lifespan or any martial arts techniques. 3 points of red dust qi was only 4 years of cultivation at most, which was better than nothing. He was prepared to save up dozens or hundreds of strands of red dust qi before disposing of them. Otherwise, it's a bit of a waste. Now he wondered why there was an increase in qi and blood power after having intercourse with Autumn Cicada. The last time he had blessed a beauty to obtain the power of qi and blood, it was still from Xiao Ruxue. Xiao Ruxue's identity had long been known to him, being sent by second Prince Zhang Yuansen to spy on him. And who are the fall cicadas? The autumn cicadas have condensed the power of qi and blood, which means that the autumn cicadas are also martial artists. I just don't know. How strong is she and who is she? Could it be that Emir Xiao Ruxue didn't put the second prince at ease and send an autumn cicada again? Or, perhaps, someone from another power? Zhang Yi was puzzled, but did not care. Nowadays, after his evergreen nourishing kung fu breaks through the state of being out of the gods, the whole body has reached its full strength. Martial strength, too, was solidified at the blood refining realm. As for Autumn Cicada, it looked like he was at most at the bone refining realm. which was enough for him to suppress. He wanted to see what this little ninny had in mind and who she was. After the consciousness withdrew from the sea of consciousness, he looked at the sleeping delicate little beauty and Zhang Yi was also satisfied as he took him into his arms and fell into a deep sleep. On the second day, not only the eunuchs and courtesans around even Xiao Ruxue was very surprised by Zhang Yi's change. As for Zhang Yi, he explained it away with a martial arts cultivation breakthrough. Zhang Yi's martial arts cultivation breakthrough did not cause much discussion in Xingqing Palace. Even the second prince Zhang Yuanzhen didn't care after getting the information. His top priority was to complete the Zen ceremony and succession ceremony. On Zhang Yi's side, Xiao Ruxue and Xiao Cicada were two women, as they were both included in Zhang Yi's room. Two palaces were specially arranged for the two daughters in the Xingqing Palace as bedchambers. Xiao Ruxue, bestowed with the South Smoke Hall and the title Beauty Xiao, Autumn Cicada, given the Hall of Sinking Fragrance and the title Cicada Beauty. Unfortunately, the two women could not be named consorts because of the establishment, and could only be called beauties. In the future, if there are no special circumstances, the woman who is taken into Zhang Yi's room, all can only be called beauties, not concubines. September 3rd, in the first year of Wuyu, year C, month C, day G. Desirable, all things are desirable. Beigi. The sunlight sprinkled the gilded palace, and the forbidden city was filled with the color of celebration. The lofty halls glistened in the morning light, and the glazed tiles in the sunlight. Like millions of sparkling jewels, you can't help but be dazzled. At the entrance to the palace, the guards in their brilliant armor stood in awe of. The lance in his hand glowed silver in the sunlight. Eyes as sharp as a falcon's, they vigilantly patrolled the surrounding area to ensure that the ceremony was safe and secure. In the inner palace, the palace maids were busily shuttling between the courtyards, dressed in their embroidered palace dresses and holding an incense burner. The fragrance is overflowing, adding a few points of mystery and elegance to the palace. They walked lightly, fearful of disturbing the tranquility of this solemn occasion. Within the hall, the civil and military officials lined up neatly according to rank. Their official robes were like pieces of colorful waves, gently undulating in the palace. The civil officials were clean and elegant. The military officials were mighty and majestic. They were either talking to each other or holding their heads high, also whispering about something. Not long after, a middle-aged eunuch dressed in a purple robe and python tattoo walked slowly. This person was none other than second Prince Zhang Yuanzhen's beloved eunuch, Yi Gu. Behind him, there was another old eunuch dressed in navy blue eunuch clothing, Zhang Yi's eunuch, Wang Zhonghai. The two stood opposite each other, the difference being Yi Ji's spiritedness and proud eyes. As for Wang Zhonghai, although his face was calm, his eyes were more or less bitter. There was a time when he was the eunuch-in-chief of the entire palace. Even Yi Gu had to shout old ancestor when he saw him. And now, one day at a time, not to mention him, even among the civil and military officials now on the stage, the vast majority of them are also some fresh faces, obviously the heartened ministers that the second prince promoted to come up. However, he quickly gathered himself and shouted, "His Majesty has arrived." Behind the screen, Zhang Yi, wearing a dragon robe and a crown, was surrounded by two palace maids and, slowly, he walked up and sat firmly in the dragon chair. "Greetings to your Majesty. May the Emperor live long and prosper." The civil and military officials under the stage, the mountain shouted long live. The momentum is extremely strong. Outside the hall, eunuchs, palace maids, and the 100 officials who were not qualified to enter the great ceremony they also fell to their knees and called out to the mountains, "Greetings to your Majesty. May the Emperor live long and prosper." Looking at the civil and military officials kneeling all over the place, Zhang Yi's heart also took a long breath. This is the Emperor. Unfortunately, as of today, he is no longer the Emperor. Pass. His Highness the Xian King. Soon, the second prince, His Highness, King Xian, Zhang Yuanzhen, was surrounded by several eunuchs. Slowly, he came from outside the hall. At this time, he was dressed in a basalt-colored four-clawed python robe. His eyes were resolute, his face was like a crown of jade, and his expression was calm. Along with his movements, the surrounding civil and military officials turned around and saluted towards him. Soon, Zhang Yuanzhen then came under the high platform and respectfully saluted towards Zhang Yi. "My son, Zhang Yuanzhen, see you, father." "Aha." Zhang Yi nodded slightly and looked at Wang Zhonghai. Wang Zhonghai sighed in his heart and still took out a bright yellow scroll from his sleeve. Slowly unfolding, a bright and deep voice once again resounded from within the great hall. "The Emperor, by the grace of heaven, decrees, I have been in a tiny body, and I have ruled the world, and I have been worried from night to night. I am afraid of losing the trust of the ancestors, the hope of the people. Now I have thought deeply about the world situation, and I realize that there are many wise men and women, and there should be a capable person to succeed the great system, to keep the rivers and mountains eternal and the gods of the earth in peace. Zhang's second son, Yuan Sen, is virtuous and talented, kind, filial, respectful and thrifty, and has a heart for the world. He has the ability to help the world and the people. I observe his behavior, check his virtue, believe that he can be the lord of the people. Therefore, I decided to zen in Zhang Yuansen, with immediate effect, retire to a separate palace and take care of yourself. I hope that the new ruler will live up to the trust one have placed in him, honor heaven and the law, love and nurture the people, and work diligently in his administration. Ensure the prosperity of my rivers and mountains. All the ministers should be dedicated to assisting the new ruler, and do their duty to work together for a great cause. Chin. This is the royal decree on the abdication of the throne that the ministers have long been discussing. Today's Zhang Yi is just a puppet on a string, walking through the process that should be walked. As soon as the imperial decree fell, Zhang Yuansen, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately said, "My son obeys the decree. Don't worry, father, my son will fulfill his duties and do his utmost to protect my kingdom of Dayu." "It's done," Wang Zhonghai shouted. Zhang Yuansen slowly rose, and the surrounding civil and military ministers once again fell to the ground. "Greetings to your majesty. May the emperor live long and prosper." All of a sudden, from inside and outside came out a little eunuch and a little courtesan. They gathered around Zhang Yuansen, undressing him and putting on the new dragon robe that had been prepared long ago. On Zhang Yi's side, he also walked up to two eunuchs, ready to guide him to abdicate. The zenith ceremony, of course, can't be that simple. This is just the first process. Later on, we will also go to the imperial temple to worship our ancestors, heaven and earth, and then perform an altar call to the world. In this way, Zhang Yuansen is the real emperor in jurisprudence, and is trusted by all the officials and admired by all the people. Zhang Yi followed the two little eunuchs, his eyes subconsciously placed on the little eunuch on the left side. The eyes were suddenly a little odd. Why does this little eunuch have a great ass? The waist is also a little slim and soft, walking like a willow swaying, quite some flavor. Zhang Yi almost gave himself a punch. Was he that hungry for food? A little eunuch can attract himself. I'm a pure man. No. Zhang Yi's expression suddenly moved. This little eunuch is not a eunuch at all, but a female. Just then, a shocking change occurred. Chapter 10, Assassination. Among the four little eunuchs who surrounded Zhang Yuansen, one of them suddenly drew out the hairpin on his head and stabbed hard towards the back of Zhang Yuansen's heart. "Zhang Yuansen, take your life." Almost at the same time, the little eunuch who had attracted Zhang Yi's eyes also turned around violently. A dagger suddenly appeared in his hand and twisted his body to pounce. "Dog Emperor, go to hell." This attack came too fast and too fast. The surrounding guards simply couldn't react in time. All that could be done was to watch this assassination take place. Zhang Yi had been alerted in his mind. In the moment that this little eunuch, or female assassin attacked, it had already slapped out a palm. After the cultivation of the evergreen nourishing kung fu breaks through the realm of exaltation, Zhang Yi's strength had already returned to its peak. This palm strike was the full force of a blood-refining realm martial artist, and its force was 1,000 pounds. The backhanded shot slapped the female assassin hard on the shoulder. Put! Blood spurted out, and in the midst of countless pairs of shocked eyes, this female assassin was directly slapped by Zhang Yi and crashed hard into the bottom of the steps, bringing several eunuchs and palace maids with her. "Assassin! There's an assassin! Come and escort, your majesty!" It was only at this point that a burst of exclamations rang out in the great hall. Many guards, military generals and forbidden guards, etc., pounced towards Zhang Yuansen in the center of the hall. There were also people that lunged towards Zhang Yi, wanting to rescue him, and among the eunuchs and palace maids serving Zhang Yi and Zhang Yuansen, more than a dozen of them also struck out one after another. Towards the two of them, they killed, and immediately fought with the guards. "Your Majesty, I hope you'll forgive me for being too late to save you." A silhouette instantly appeared in front of Zhang Yi, protecting him and sending an assassin flying with a slap. Zhang Yi took a look and this person was clearly Wang Zhonghai. As Zhang Yi's beloved eunuch, Wang Zhonghai he also had martial arts cultivation. "This place is dangerous. Your Majesty, go!" Wang Zhonghai protected in front of Zhang Yi and kept retreating. And Zhang Yi also glanced at Zhang Yuansen's direction, only to see that there were more people and more chaos at his place. Assassins, guards, and military generals were fighting each other, and he couldn't be seen at all. And I don't know if it's dead or alive. And the people who ran to protect themselves were almost non-existent. Only Wang Zhonghai and two Xinwu army guards. As if he could see Zhang Yi's worry, Wang Zhonghai said, "Your Majesty, His Highness, the second prince, is blessed with great fortune and will definitely be fine." Go, Zheng Yi whispered. Go back to Xingqing Palace. Nah. Before leaving, Zheng Yi also glanced at the female assassin who had been slapped to the ground by him. She was still alive, but her pretty face was pale, and the corners of her mouth contained blood, was struggling to survive the assault of 2 guards. She can't run away. As the crowd left, there was still a constant stream of forbidden guards and Shenwu army generals rushing towards the main hall around them. Surprisingly, no one paid attention to Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi did not have any reaction. Instead, Wang Zhenghai angrily cursed, "Asshole! These damn! If we had dared to be so disrespectful to His Majesty before, we would have. Zhenghai, leave this place quickly. Your Majesty." "No, it's just a matter of 1 day." Zheng Yi had long looked away from this matter, and surrounded by several people, soon returned to the Xingqing Palace. In addition to Zheng Yi himself and Wang Zhenghai, there were 2 more Shenwu army soldiers protecting him. It was all arranged by young Wanson. Zheng Yi asked, "The 2 of you are escorting powerfully today. Zhenghai, look at the reward." "Nah," one of the Shenwu soldiers hurriedly said. "Protecting the Taishang Emperor is the duty of my humble servant. Don't dare to be greedy. This is my reward for you, and you still want to refuse? My humble servant. Thanks the Taishang Emperor. What are the names of the 2 of you?" "Back to the Supreme Emperor. Humble servant Tang Chang. My humble servant Wang Dong." "Tang Chang, Wang Dong," Zheng Yi commanded. "In the future, the 2 of you will be working at Xingqing Palace. Your Majesty where? I'll go back and say it myself." The 2 looked at each other and fell to their knees, saying, "Many thanks to the Supreme Emperor. Go down and rest." "Nah." The duo left while Zheng Yi looked in the direction of the Taiji Palace, his eyes flickering. It seems that today's assassination was aimed at Zheng Yuanson. Himself, on the other hand, should be piggybacking. Otherwise, it wouldn't have arranged for a female assassin to deal with herself. I just don't know whether this cheap son of mine is dead or alive today. And where did this group of assassins, who inexplicably appeared, come from? Zheng Yi closed his eyes and tuned his breath, carefully recalling who else, today, could target them. The first to bear the brunt is, of course, the remnants of the former dynasty. Zheng Yi had replaced Jin with you, and it had only been a little over a year since then. Jin has been in chaos for more than 10 years, and there are countless royal sons and grandsons of Jin. Although a large group had been put down by him and the many anti-kings, there were bound to be quite a few left. After all, behind the Jin kingdom, there was also the support of the cultivator clans. According to what he had investigated, the clan power behind Jin was named Burning Incense Mountain. Somehow the clan declined and was crushed by the Long River sect. On the other hand, the 4 people representing the interests of the Changha sect, father and son Zhang Yi and Zhang Yuanson, had risen to prominence. Sweeping across the world with the might of the Shenwu army, he eventually established the Yu Kingdom. Of course, there were quite a few other cultivator forces in the Yu Kingdom, besides the Burning Incense Mountain and the Long River sect, and the anti-king they support are still in the negative. For example, in Luo Chang, which was raided by Zhang Yuanson, there is still an anti-king coiled up today. The leader of its thieves is named Chong Heihu, and his power is not weak. That Heaven's Destiny sect, which is still preaching in Qingzhou and compelling the people in chaos, also has cultivator forces behind it. In addition to these, there were still 7 or 8 anti-king forces, large and small, such as the Southern Barbarian King, the White Feather Army, and the Mixed King, that had yet to be eliminated. This group of anti-king, all of them might send assassins to assassinate the 2 of them, father and son, especially young Wanson. After all, young Wanson killed his brother and his sister. He even killed his nephews. The only legal heirs left in the entire Yu State Zheng clan were his underage children. If we can kill Zhang Yi and Zhang Yuanson, then no matter how many Jin dynasty legacies remain, or other anti-kings, but still all have a chance to fight for the world. Of course, the other countries around you are also suspected, but in Zhang Yi's opinion, the biggest suspicion is still the remnants of the Jin group. But for now, none of that mattered to him. Himself now, in the eyes of outsiders, he's just an old man who's lost his power, imprisoned by his son, and on his last legs. All firepower and eyes were focused on the new emperor, Zhang Yuansen. As the sky darkened, Wang Zhenghai finally brought the exact news. Your Majesty, news has come from Taiji Palace that the assassins who assassinated Your Majesty and the others today, it was done by the 13th Prince Jiang of Jin. Its assassins have all been captured and imprisoned, and no one has escaped. 13 princes of Ginger. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered. This person's name was Zhang Huan, the 13th son of the former Jin emperor. Fiefdom Nang Yu County. When Yu's army captured South Vietnam County, this man was taken away by his loyal men and fled, and his whereabouts are still unknown. Of the entire Jin royal family, only this man was left alive. and the rest were all killed. A large number of the remnants of the Jin dynasty had secretly gathered around this man and engaged in restoration. It caused great trouble for you. Where is the emperor? Ah. Wang Zhonghai froze for a moment, then said, back to the Supreme Emperor. His Majesty is seriously injured, but it's been saved. I've heard that His Majesty has in his hands a sacred healing medicine given by the Long River sect, which can heal all injuries of mortals. The Long River sect? The Immortal Cultivation sect? Zhang Yi murmured. Zhonghai ah, you say I. Ha, it seems that in the future, the name I will no longer be able to be addressed. Taishang. That's just it. From now on, I'll call myself Lone. Zhang Yi said unconcernedly. Zhonghai, you said that Lone, too, would like to meet that so-called cultivator. What can be done? Chapter 11 Liquidation. In the following days, the court and the harem of the state of Yu experienced a wave of purging like a raging storm. A large number of eunuchs, palace maids, guards, and even concubines from Zheng Wonsen's harem. It's all been cleaned up. At least 1/5 of the entire palace was cleared out. This group of people, some of whom were left over from the previous dynasty, some of whom were scouts from other forces, some are unidentified, and some are even jugglers hiding in the palace, all because of this assassination, attracted Zheng Yuansen thunderous anger, completely cleaned up. For this reason, Zheng Yuansen even set up an organization called Dark Guards, specializing in intelligence, smuggling and arrests, etc. Even Zhang Yi's Xingqing Palace had over 100 people arrested, all of whom were unidentified. For a time, the number of people in the Taiji Palace and Xingqing Palace was greatly reduced, and the number of palace maids and eunuchs was stretched to the limit. It seemed especially cold. In addition to within the palace, the entire dynasty was also ushered in a major earthquake. A large number of officials of the former Jin dynasty have been dismissed, and as long as we find out who has connections with the former Jin dynasty, all of them were arrested and imprisoned, and are being probed and investigated by specialized personnel. Once the charges are confirmed, they will be severely punished. This storm, it even spread to the Forbidden Army as well as the Huban Army, Longchamp Army, and the Imperial City Guards, and a large number of generals were removed and replaced with Zheng Yuansen's direct troops, the Xinwu Army. For a while, Zheng Yuansen actually took advantage of this moment to clear out a large portion of people with second thoughts. The general's power is firmly in his hands. The storm, which lasted for most of the month, saw at least 3,000 people arrested, not to mention the heavenly prison, even the dungeon, the capital city jail, and the neighboring county jails are all stuffed with people. The pomp and circumstance was momentary, and for most of this month, Zhang Yi had not been idle. Under the service of Xiao Ruxue and Xiao Cicada, the two women spent their time peacefully. The red dust breath, which had been saved up to 40 strands, hadn't even been used indiscriminately. He was going to use the red dust chi after saving up 100 strands of it. Let's see if we can surprise him. On top of that, he did another experiment. In the Xingqing Palace, after this upheaval, only 30 or so palace maids and 100 or so eunuchs remained. In order to test the usefulness of the red dust Xuanfang spectrum, she had also tried to honor other courtesans. There were 5 people in a row, but none of them actually had the coalescence of red dust chi, leaving Zhang Yi puzzled. Later he guessed that it may be related to the woman's qualifications, appearance, or temperament, root and bone type. A woman with excellent root and bone qualifications and appearance and temperament is the only one who can produce the red dust chi. Ordinary women were not able to produce the chi of red dust, which made Zhang Yi somewhat helpless. It seems that Beauty Xiao and Beauty Cicada's qualifications are considered exceptional among the women in the palace. The fact that the two were still martial artists also confirmed this sideways. For this reason, he dismissed the idea of honoring all the women in the Xingqing Palace. After all, unless purposely, the palace maids who can be placed in Xingqing Palace are some ordinary women. The age is also in the mid to late 20s. The appearance, at most, could only be considered clean-cut, and could not be compared to the Xiao Beauty and Cicada Beauty duo at all. As for the 5 women who had been blessed, Zhang Yi waved his hand and directly elevated 5 people to the position of the palace maid in charge, each responsible for some things, also considered a female official. After the Taiji Palace arranges for more courtesans to be admitted, their rights can be enhanced accordingly. Monthly salaries and the like have been raised accordingly. Having done this, Zhang Yi had already been considered benevolent. It was basically impossible to be taken into Zhang Yi's room and become a beauty. Early this morning, he sat cross-legged on top of the flower calyx phase glory building, running the purple haze kung fu, carefully sensing the changes within his body. Inside the body, qi and blood flourished, nourishing the pale body. His aura grew stronger and stronger, not at all like an old man in his flowery years. Instead, They look like strong men in their 40s. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, and a purple light flickered in his eyes. The purple haze technique is still in a state of great accomplishment, and it's just too slow to cultivate. If the red dust breath helps, Zhang Yi knew that the purple cloud gong was a superior internal martial arts mind method that had been passed down for hundreds of years by the Zhang clan. Cultivation to the extreme will be able to counter the innate from the latter and step into the realm of the innate. But for centuries, in the entire Zhang clan, only the ancestor who had started the purple haze kung fu had reached the innate realm. The rest of them, at most, were only at the refined orifice realm. If Zhang Yi wanted to rely on the purple haze kung fu to break through to the innate, he could only rely on the red dust Chuan Fang spectrum. But, the last time I infused the evergreen nourishing kung fu with 15 channels of red dust chi, the wisp of mystery that had been deduced had been attracting him. He, first, had to figure out what that mysterious scent really was. Mysterious breath. Cultivation. Zhang Yi muttered. Most of a month ago, Zhang Yi had once asked Wang Zhenhai if he could meet those two cultivator offerings. The answer received, of course, was no. Those two cultivator confessors, although they were both pulled together by their own, but now they had all defected to the Long River sect, and because of his previous actions, he had already attracted the displeasure of the Long River sect. Imprisoning himself in Xingqing Palace was the order of his son, Zheng Yuansen, but at the same time, it was also an order from the Long River sect. He had even heard that a cultivator of the Long River sect named Yunha Jinran had, a few days before, taking the 3 teenagers with him, he returned to the Long River sect. Those 3 teenagers were all endowed with spiritual roots, and they followed the Cloud Crane realist to cultivate in the Long River sect. For this reason, the parents of the 3 teenagers have also become important ministers in the imperial court, as well as a wife. I don't know how many people were attracted to it. Zhang Yi is also hot-eyed, but unfortunately, this body of his own, there is no spiritual root. All he was looking forward to now was that the evergreen nourishing kung fu, supported by the red dust chi, the wisp of mystery perceived by chance. Teisho. At that moment, Wang Zhenghai's voice suddenly rang out, followed by his obvious footsteps. What is it? Back to the Taishang Emperor. His Majesty has come to greet you. Oh, Zhang Yi's eyes twitched as he said, take him to the main hall and wait. Nah. Zhang Yi took a long sigh of relief, collected his energy and returned, also arriving at the grand hall of the Calyx Phase Glory House. My son has met my father. May my father live a long and healthy life. Zheng Yuansen respectfully saluted, and Zhang Yi nodded his head. There is no need for the emperor to be courteous. You are busy with your business. How did you find the time to come to Lone today? Back to father. Zheng Yuansen raised his head to speak, but quickly froze. Father, you, Lone? What's wrong with Lone? Father, you have become younger, and Huafa has darkened, which is indeed a blessing for my Dayu. Yes? Zheng Yi smiled and said, no trivial matters pestering. Lone intoxicated in the method of healthcare. There has also been a breakthrough in the martial realm, which is why I look a bit young. Emperor Liao Zhan. By the way, Emperor, the last assassination. Are you alright? There is nothing wrong with my son, Zheng Yuansen said. Today, my son has come here for the same reason. Oh, you say. My son has found out that there are several old ministers who have colluded with the former Jin, as well as a number of old men in the palace. Zheng Yuansen arched his hand and said, there are also several people in this group who are the elders of the child ministers. I don't know what to do about it, so I've come to ask my father for advice. Old man? Zhang Yi frowned slightly and glanced at Zheng Yuansen. Just decide what to do with it. Come and ask me for advice. It seems like you don't want to be left in the dark. Does it mean that I have to be checked again? Zhang Yi directly said. This matter is an important matter for the court. I have already abdicated and do not talk about political matters. What should be done is up to the emperor. Zheng Yuansen said. Father, there is you. In this. Whatever. Zhang Yi waved his hand and said. The Son of Heaven commits the same crime as the common people, let alone some old people. If you break the law of the land, you shall be dealt with. Emperor, decide for yourself. Also, in the future, if there's nothing important, don't come to Lone. Father is in good health, and my son is relieved. Only then did Zheng Yuansen take a long breath and said, my son knows what to do. Zhang Yi suddenly said, by the way, there is really one thing orphan to discuss with you. Father, please, when does the selection process begin? Zhang Yi directly said, Lone Xingqing Palace is really too cold. Lone Room also only Xiao Beauty and Cicada Beauty 2 women. 2 women are really lonely. Lone also want to find some women for them as a companion. Do not let them to bother Lone. I'll leave this matter to you. The corners of Zheng Yuansen's mouth twitched as he let out a long sigh and said, yes father, my son obeys the decree. Selection of showgirls matter. I have long been with the Ministry of Rights to maneuver. At most 1 month time. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Suddenly Yi Ji's figure ran over in a hurry, not even caring about etiquette. And almost tripped over the threshold and fell to the floor. Zheng Yuansen gave a dark cry and said, panicking in front of the Supreme Emperor, "What's the matter with you?" Yi Gu hurriedly fell to her knees and hurriedly said, "The slave girl should be damned. Please forgive the Supreme Emperor and your Majesty, but the slave girl has 100,000 urgent matters to report. I hope your Majesty will forgive me." What is it? Your Majesty. Yi Gu quietly glanced in Zhang Yi's direction, wanting to speak. Zheng Yuansen frowned and said, "What is the secret before the Taishang Emperor? Tell me the truth." Yes. Yi Gu said hopelessly. Urgent report from Wasteland State. Tai, the former crown prince's third son, Zheng Hongyuan, has joined forces with Yang Xiaoyong, the assassin of the deserted state, to revolt. Chapter 12, Rebellion of the Border Troops. In the first year of Wu Yu, on the 3rd day of the 9th month, Emperor Wu Yu abdicated. His second son, Zhang Wensen, succeeded him as emperor and changed his reign name to Wu Yuan, with the following year being the first year of Wu Yuan. On that day, a group of dead soldiers from the former Jin dynasty assassinated Emperor Wu Yu and Emperor Wu Yuan, and they were all caught and arrested. In the first year of Wu Yu, on the 4th day of the 9th month, Emperor Wu Yuan issued an edict to liquidate the remnants of the former Jin dynasty in the court and palace, and over 3,000 people were arrested. The prisons in the capital are overcrowded and the people are in a state of panic. In the first year of Wu Yu, on the 22nd day of the 9th month, Zheng Hongyuan, the third son of Zheng Yuanfeng, the former crown prince of Yu, absconded to Arakan State and joined forces with Yang Xiaoyong, the assassin of Arakan State, raising the banner of executing the tyrant and saving the late emperor. They rebelled brazenly and killed their way to the neighboring Qinzhou and other places. For a while, the 3 northern states of Yu were exposed to the iron cavalry of the desolate state. In the first year of Wu Yu, on the 25th day of the 9th month, Emperor Wu Yuan ordered that the assassins of the former Jin dynasty and the rebellious party of the crown prince be executed. On the following day, 3,670 heads rolled down to the ground, and the court was shaken. In the first year of Wu Yu, on the 28th day of the 9th month, Emperor Wu Yuan personally organized the marching ceremony, appointing Shen Tuhao as the commander-in-chief, and Lai Primrose and Shui Wanshan as generals, led an army of 100,000 men to fight the rebellion. In the first year of Wu Yu, on the 8th day of the 10th month, Emperor Wu Yuan once again ordered the appointment of Su Sheng's army as commander-in-chief, Yang Zhang and Chao Ko as generals. He led an army of 100,000 men on an expedition to Luo City to exterminate Zhong Heihu and other anti-king. For a time, the capital city's soldiers and horses out, only 20,000 more than the forbidden army guards. Weak defense. The first year of Wu Yu, October 20th. Some farmers on the outskirts of the capital shouted that there were immortals in the sky, with flying swords on their feet through the clouds, but no one believed it. They said the man was blind and hysterical. Where in heaven's name is an immortal? Same day, Emperor Wu Yuan himself in the Taiji Palace personally hosted a banquet to entertain the guests, accompanied by a few 3 or 4 people. On the following day, Emperor Wu Yuan ordered the reconstruction of Baiyunguan on Baiyun Mountain at the northern foot of the capital, renamed Cloud Dust Watch. Emperor Taishang, the slave girl has found out clearly. Inside the Calyx Phase Glory building, Wang Zhenghai found Zheng Yi. In a low voice, he said, on that day, His Majesty personally hosted a banquet for hospitality, and realizer Ningyan and Elder Huangzhu did indeed go forward to accompany them. Zheng Yi nodded his head and said, it seems that the Long River sect has sent someone after all. Realist Ning Yun and Huangzhu were the 2 loose cultivators that Zheng Yi had previously recruited. Nowadays, it seems that he has joined the Long River sect and become an outer deacon of the Long River sect. Yes, Taisho, Wang Zhenghai added, that Changhe sect visitor, suspected to be named Cloud Dust Sun. His Majesty has renamed the White Cloud concept in the northern outskirts of the capital as the Cloud Dust concept and bestowed it on Elder Evening Sun to reside in. Clouds of dust? Zheng Yi said in a low voice. Is it possible to find out the real identity of this person? Wang Zhenghai gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, you give your old slave some time. The old slave will definitely find out the identity of this person for the Taishang Emperor. There's no rush. Zheng Yi shook his hand. He had the red dust Xuanfang spectrum in place, and his lifespan was almost unlimited. How could this person be offended by such trivial matters? As long as he waited patiently, this Cloud Dust Sun from the Long River sect would surely show up. Its true identity, he would also know sooner or later. This matter will be put on hold for now, and we must not disturb Senior Cloud Duster. Understand? Wang Zhenghai said. Yes, Your Majesty. However, The person's preferences can be investigated from the supplies and personnel sent to Cloud Dust Watch by the Internal Affairs Department. Wang Zhenghai's eyes flickered slightly as he whispered, "Yes, Your Majesty. The old slave will certainly investigate personally. Go down." "Yes." Looking at Wang Zhenghai's back as he left, Zhang Yi also secretly shook his head. With him abdicating in favor of the emperor, Zhang Yuansen had already secured his position as emperor. Coupled with the assassination of the former Jin, the number of people in the palace has been drastically reduced. Under this circumstance, the people available around Zhang Yi are also stretched to the limit. This makes some small things, but also have to Wang Zhenghai personally somewhat sad, I must say. It seems that we have to pull together a group of henchmen, or else we won't be able to get anything done if we want to, Zhang Yi muttered. But he was also clear that trying to form his own forces under Zhang Yuansen's nose was really a bit difficult. But he wasn't in a hurry. He could keep waiting. With a movement of his consciousness, Zhang Yi once again appeared in the depths of the sea of consciousness, the red dust group of fame, quietly floating in front of his eyes. Destiny device, red dust flower spectrum. Natalist, Zhang Yi. Life expectancy, 60/130, plus. Spiritual roots, none. Red dust breath, 105. Martial arts strength, blood refining. Techniques, purple haze kung fu, great achievement. 100 battles sword technique, great achievement. Changchu nourishing kung fu, out of spirit. Properties panel, no other data has changed. Instead, the column of red dust chi was a full 105 points of red dust chi. In the past month or so, he and Beauty Xiao and Beauty Cicada had been singing night after night, at least 3 times a day, and as many as 5 or 6 times a day. The two women were left refreshed, their skin delicate and their temperament more and more alluring. Skin like a peel egg, eyes like water. Behaving like a kitten in front of Zhang Yi. This was still thanks to the fact that his Changchun nourishing kung fu had advanced to the realm of exaltation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold out with his body and bones. After more than a month of hard labor, he had finally saved up 105 strands of red dust chi. Same old story, don't have longevity yet. Then try the Changchun nourishing kung fu. Let's try the water with 10 whisks first. With a thought, the 10 strands of red dust chi disappeared and merged into the evergreen nourishing technique. You have invested 10 strands of red dust chi on top of the evergreen nurturing technique. For the first year, you continue to patiently practice the Changchun nourishing kung fu. Under the Exodus realm makes your spirit incomparably sharp, and you clearly sense a strange aura that passes by in an instant. You are not willing to fail and continue the testimonials. In the second year, you continue to patiently practice the Changchun nourishing kung fu. Under the Exodus realm makes your spirit incomparably sharp, and you clearly sense a strange aura that passes by in an instant. You are not willing to fail and continue to sense. Third year, 10th year, Zhang Yi smacked his lips, 10 strands of red dust chi, 10 years, and sensed nothing. It's really asshole stuff. Zhang Yi stopped the idea of continuing to invest in the red dust chi and began to think, could it be that the aura was not related to him? That there was no way to sense it at all? Nope. Zhang Yi thought hard and quickly came up with something. In the early days of the founding of the country, he had inquired of the Ningxuan realist and the Yellow Bamboo seniors that some common sense about the world of cultivation. Only those who are endowed with spiritual roots can embark on the path of cultivation. Mortals spend their entire lives, and never will. And the reason why worldly monks are so rare, because the mortals gathered in the place of spiritual energy is extremely scarce. The cultivators can only be looking for famous mountains and rivers to cultivate. Coupled with the fact that we are now in the period of the aura tide, the world's auras are even more scarce. That's why most monks, much less in the mundane world, especially in a place like the capital, a mortal imperial city. According to those two loose cultivators, the reason that we rarely see cultivators in the mortal world is because of the scarcity of spiritual chi in the mortal world. Most cultivators hide in famous mountains and rivers, or deep forests. The reason why I can't sense that mysterious aura might also have something to do with it. Zhang Yi's eyes glowed slightly as he said, if I can change the place for induction, maybe we'll be able to sense that mysterious aura. Nor do I know that. In the red dust chi derivation of the red dust Chuanfang spectrum, can you let me practice elsewhere? Chapter 13, Sensing Aura. Saying that he would do it, Zhang Yi once again invested 10 strands of red dust chi. Enter the evergreen nourishing kung fu. Meanwhile, he also kept chanting in his heart, find a place with abundant aura to cultivate. Find a place with abundant aura to cultivate. Sincerity is the key to success. Perhaps it was the reason for the obsession. The next deduction of the red dust chi really changed. You have invested 10 strands of red dust chi on top of the evergreen nurturing technique. For the first year, you continue to patiently practice the Changchun nourishing kung fu. Under the Exodus realm makes your spirit incomparably sharp, and you clearly sense a strange aura that passes by in an instant. You are not willing to fail and continue to cultivate. In the second year, the static was so strong that he was ready to look for a place with abundant aura for cultivation. You came to Xuanwu Mountain in the south of the city to meditate, and a year passed in a flash without any gains. Sure enough, Zheng Yi's eyes snapped open. It seemed that this red dust chi derivation, surely the mechanical deduction can be altered by reinforcing the mental suggestion. He was patient and continued to read. In the third year, you're still meditating at Xuanwu Mountain in the south of the city, sensing again that marvelous wisp of breath. Still fleeting. It works, Zheng Yi whispered, describing the wisp of breath and the dozens of previous derivations with strange. And on Xuanwu Hill, south of the city, it's marvelous. His mind moved and he immediately said, go to White Cloud Mountain. Go to the White Cloud Mountain. White Cloud Mountain, located in the north of the city, is a mountain with beautiful scenery. Most notably, there was a cloud dust temple on White Cloud Mountain, which was a place where people from the Long River sect stayed. Cultivators of the Long River sect. Why did they choose White Cloud Mountain? Could it be that an aura exists in the White Cloud Mountain? He continued to extrapolate. In the fourth year, you leave Xuanwu Mountain and go to Baiyun Mountain in the north of the city. Meditating here, you have indeed felt that marvelous wisp of aura once again. In the fifth year, you continued your retreat at White Cloud Mountain, keenly aware of the marvelous wisp of breath that lingers around. Thereupon, you utilize the evergreen nourishing kung fu to begin absorbing the wisp of marvelous breath. All of a sudden, his entire body was in severe pain and his meridians were broken by inches. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the entire person almost fainted. Just as you were seriously injured, a silhouette dressed in white Taoist robes suddenly killed you with a fury. After seeing you, he said indifferently, a mere mortal who dares to sense the aura is not worthy of death. As soon as the words fell, a sword light swept in. You're dead. This red dust deduction is over. Return 5 strands of red dust chi. This is the end. Zheng Yi froze. This time, the red dust push. Instead of absorbing that wisp of mysterious breath, he was actually killed. The person who killed him must be that cloud dust son who was hiding in the Xian cloud dust view. But luckily, with 10 strands of red dust breath, and 5 points returned. I have to say that this red dust groupie is kind of conscientious. This person is also considered to be ruthless. Just seeing someone practicing on the White Cloud Mountain, having induced a wisp of aura, he actually killed ruthlessly, not caring about his identity in the slightest. It seemed that auras were extremely scarce in the world today, and they were also extremely important to cultivators. This person, too, is a person who acts decisively and is tough-minded. Be careful when you have a chance to get close in the future. After this deduction, he had also spied quite a bit of useful information. First, there really are cultivators in the cloud dust view on White Cloud Mountain. Secondly, that wisp of mysterious aura that was sensed by relying on the evergreen nurturing technique was indeed an aura. Thirdly, looking for a place with abundant aura to cultivate, it was indeed easier to sense the aura. Fourth, mortals can't absorb auras? Or was he absorbing it the wrong way? Regardless, he's going to keep trying. He closed his eyes and began to think. Where else in the land of the capital is there an aura other than the White Cloud Mountain in the north of the city? According to what the 2 offerings had said, nowadays, the tides of spiritual chi in heaven and earth were extremely scarce. There are only some famous mountains, deep forests, or places with good feng shui. It is only possible to store a large amount of aura. Famous mountains and deep forests will be occupied by other cultivators, just like White Cloud Mountain. Zheng Yi muttered. Then where else is there a suitable place? Feng shui on top. Feng shui. Feng shui. His eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of a place. Tenzhou Mountain. This mountain is located in the northwestern part of the capital. It is a majestic mountain with a dangerous terrain, defending the northwestern gateway to the capital. The imperial court also established a barrier in it called Tianqiu Pass. Most importantly, this mountain was also the burial place of the former Jin emperors after their deaths. It is also the tomb of the former Jin dynasty. Within its mountain, 23 former Jin emperors are buried. The princes, kings and concubines are even more numerous. 3 years ago, in order to capture the former Jin imperial capital, Zheng Yi had once joined forces with the rest of the several anti-king. A duel was initiated with the last elite of the former Jin dynasty at Tianqiu Mountain. It was a campaign in which at least 600,000 men fought around this mountain. Fallen soldiers, over 200,000 men, and all 200,000 of them were burned on the spot or buried. The hundreds of mausoleums and tombs of the former Jin imperial tombs were all destroyed and looted by the anti-king. It's turned into a field of ruins. As the tomb of the former Jin dynasty, Tianqiu Mountain must have excellent feng shui, and it is also the place where the dragon vein of the former Jin dynasty is located. If there was any other place around the capital where aura could exist, then it must be Tianqiu Mountain. There's even a rumor in the past 2 years that someone saw a ghostly figure at Tianqiu Mountain. Ghostly cries can still be heard at night, so that no one dares to go to that place at all. Even the Yu State garrison only dares to station at the foot of the mountain, and did not dare to travel to the Tenzhou Pass site. It's decided. It's Tianqiu Mountain. He glanced at the red dust chi. There were still a full 90 strands. Enough. Once again, he drew out 10 strands of red dust chi and threw them on top of the evergreen nourishing technique. Go to Tianqiu Mountain and practice. Go to Tianqiu Mountain and practice. With the obsession added, the red dust derivation changed once again. You have invested 10 strands of red dust chi on top of the evergreen nurturing technique. In the first year, you traveled to Tianqiu Mountain and practiced the evergreen nourishing kung fu. Under the Exodus realm makes your spirit incomparably sharp, and you clearly feel a mysterious aura that lingers around you. You begin to absorb that ray of marvelous breath by utilizing the Changchu nourishing kung fu. All of a sudden, his entire body was in severe pain and his meridians were broken by inches. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the entire person almost fainted. You are not willing to fail, and after you have recovered from your injuries, you will continue to cultivate. Zhang Yi frowned. This time, the deduction was really the same as before. Just absorbing a strand of aura triggered severe pain throughout his body, and his meridians were broken by inches. This aura really can't be absorbed? In the second year, you continue to cultivate the everlasting spring nourishing kung fu at Tianqiu Mountain and absorb the spiritual qi. This time, the injuries were even more serious than the last time, and the whole person was almost paralyzed, unable to move. You're starving. This red dust deduction is over. Return 8 strands of red dust qi. Starving? Zhang Yi's eyes widened. Is this even possible? Reiki. Zhang Yi got up violently, his face ugly. He recalled the words spoken by the scattered cultivator Huang Zhu earlier, that those without spiritual roots were unable to cultivate. Without a spiritual root, it's really impossible to cultivate? Chapter 14, The Casting Ceremony. The Lower Yuan Festival is the first important festival after the beginning of winter in Yu Kingdom. Sacrifices are offered to ancestors, the late emperor, and heaven and earth. The Yu Kingdom was newly built and the founding emperor Zhang Yi was still alive, so there was no ceremony to honor the late emperor. But the sacrifice to heaven and earth was still performed by the current saint, Emperor Zhang Yuan, son of Wu Yuan himself. At the same time, Emperor Wu Yuan ordered the gates of the capital to remain open all night long to have fun with the people. It was night, and bright lights rose throughout the capital, illuminating the greater part of the capital as if it were daytime. Magnificent very much. Pedestrians are bustling with people. Inside the imperial city, the city is also bustling with palace maids, eunuchs, all under the orders of their respective masters. Light up the lanterns and thus pray for blessings. A large number of court ladies even gathered by the streams of their respective palaces, placing river lanterns and laughing and joking. It had been a quiet night. Nothing had happened. After the Lower Yuan festival, the weather rarely cleared up. The breeze was gentle, but there was still a slight coolness. Even so, could not extinguish the enthusiasm of a group of young girls with fluttering shirts, delicate as flowers. Early in the morning, they were washing and dressing, urged by their respective teaching aunts to go to the imperial garden and wait. Today is His Majesty's selection ceremony. More than 200 showgirls, after more than a month of selection, training and secret battles. It's finally come to this. His Majesty has just ascended the throne and is only 46 years old. In his prime. It's time for you to spread your branches and have many children for the Yu Kingdom. It is a pity that Zhang Yuansen, Emperor Wu Yuan, and his wife Lu Su were so fond of each other and respected each other as guests. His Majesty is rarely surrounded by other women. Until now, Empress Lu Su has already given birth to 3 sons and 1 daughter for His Majesty, each of them a dragon and phoenix among men. In addition to the Empress, young Wanson had 4 other concubines. These 4 concubines, all of whom were united by different interests in the conquest of the world. And the woman who married it. Talk about no feelings. When Emperor Wu Yuan was a prince at the time, no one said anything, but now that he has become emperor, I don't know how many people have petitioned him. Royal children should be more than enough to beg for their consorts. It was even heard that even the Supreme Emperor had recruited His Majesty several times to take a concubine. With nothing else to do, Emperor Wu Yuan Zhang Yuansen finally decreed a draft. However, because the Yu Kingdom is still unsettled today, and there are still several anti-kings resisting in the surrounding area, that is why the scope of this selection of consort is only within the 3 states surrounding the capital, the 3 southern states, which did not make the cut. Even so, with tens of thousands of women hand-picked for there were also only about 200 people who had passed through the layers of selection and came to the end, hand-picked by the Supreme Emperor, His Majesty, and the Empress. Of the 200 or so of them, I wonder how many will stay in the palace. Even if they could not stay in the palace and become the emperor's favorite concubine, they could be assigned to other members of the clan. A lifetime of glory and riches. If the mother's family is powerful enough, and is likable in its own right, or has a skill that, if you're seen by His Majesty, you may take a step up in the world and be named a concubine. This is a blessing that countless women can't even compete for in their lifetime. In the imperial garden, the flowers were beautiful and delicate. Now that it is early spring, there are plenty of flowers in bloom, but compared to so many flowers, the 200 or so young girls were more delicate. Some are atmospheric, some are dainty, some are innocent, and some are naive, innocent, and dainty. Sister, your dress is so pretty. Sister is also very pretty. This should be shoe brocade from Shuzhou. I've heard that each one costs 1 or 2 gold pieces. Sister has a good eye. This item is indeed from Shuzhou. I wonder which sister will be chosen by His Majesty today. How old are you to think of His Majesty? Do you know what a concubine is? Humph. Of course I know that. Mother has taught me so many things in secret. What is it? Humph. Not telling you. Mother bless my child. I must be chosen by His Majesty. Your Majesty is a dragon and phoenix among men. Don't worry, mother. I will work hard. So many people. Throughout the imperial garden, more than 200 showgirls were chattering like flocks of birds, talking about. Very noisy, but the voice of a teenage girl is as clear as a lark's. Makes you want to hear more. These 200 or so people, however, are vaguely organized according to status power, mother tribe power, etc. And it is vaguely divided into several organizations, which, in turn, according to the official position of the mother's family, the relationship of their own preferences, and so on. Once again, it broke up into dozens of smaller groups, the most powerful, the most numerous, when it came to the staff, close associates, and daughters of the lineage families that had been following King Xianzheng Yuansen around. They've been taught royal etiquette since they were young, and they're good at chess, piano, calligraphy, and painting, in order to make it to the top, become the emperor's woman, especially those several daughters of the world's families, no matter whether it was their temperament or their eyes, all of them are far more than any other ordinary woman. After all, the Zhang clan, which founded the Yu kingdom, used to be nothing more than a state family. They rose up at the end of the former Jin dynasty, and they have linked up with a number of powerful families. He eventually defeated the former Jin and other anti-kingdoms and established the Yu kingdom. The second organization, the Daughters of the Military Junta. The former Jin dynasty also had an organization similar to the military households that guarded the counties and borders. There is also a vague tendency to tail off and gradually transform into their respective warlord organizations. These women have all been taught to dance with swords and guns since they were young. Among them, there were also quite a few women with martial arts cultivation. Valiant. I don't know how many eyes got attracted secretly watch. The third organization is the women of the civil society. Their mother's family has no power, often because of their own reputation for beauty, character, etc. Tapped out by the local chief official, he was sent to the capital for a glimpse of advancement. It was getting light, the sun was up and it was still warm. Just then, a large group of eunuchs appeared at the gate of the imperial garden, accompanied by Yi Ji's high voice. A number of huge and exquisite sedan chairs that exuded royal majesty appeared. The Supreme Emperor has arrived. His Majesty has arrived. The Empress has arrived. Aunt Duan has arrived. The 4-person sedan chair, in turn, entered the imperial garden. According to the ancestral system, His Majesty's selection will be made by His Majesty, with the Empress as the primary supporter. And this time, because of special reasons, the Emperor Zhang Yi also appeared in the sedan chair. Accompanying pics, the sedan chair arrived at its intended location, and Zhang Yi was the first to step out, accompanied by Zhang Yuansen and Empress LV Su, arrived on top of the high stage that had long been prepared for the draft. According to the rules of the imperial household, the emperor is the main person when it comes to ceremonies such as offering to heaven and ancestors, and today's selection is not considered a state affair. Naturally, Zhang Yi, the supreme emperor, is also the main. Father, please sit down. Zhang Yi nodded and pointed to the chair next to him. You guys sit down too. Thank you, Father. Zhang Yuansen agreed and turned to sit down. And Empress Lu Su, as well as Duan concubine Shen Tu also sat down respectfully. Empress Lu Su, sister of the current Chancellor Lu Runliang. She was well educated and had a great deal of respect for Zhang Yuansen, and the two of them were very much in love with each other. A generation of wise queens. Duanfei Shen Tu, daughter of Shen Tahao, the current Minister of Works and General of the Northern Expedition, a member of the Shinta family of Heiyang. Nowadays, Shen Tahao nominally hangs the Minister of Public Works. However, his real duty is still in the position of the General of Rectification. Sooner or later, His position as Minister of Works will be given to someone else. Coming from a family, Shin Taohao has raised his entire clan to join Zheng Yuansen. He eventually supported Zheng Yuansen to ascend to the throne as the emperor, and was the most powerful force under Zheng Yuansen's command. Therefore, under the love of the house, Zheng Yuansen is also very favorable to Shin Tu-yu. See the Taishang Emperor. Greetings, Your Majesty. See you, Empress. Greetings, Your Highness Duan. More than 200 young girls fell on their knees in unison and shouted long live. Hearing Zhang Yi's heart was a little excited. So many little beauties. They're all orphaned. If Lone wanted to, any one of them could undress him and make love to him. Zhang Wensen turned his head and whispered, Father, Emperor, be my guest. You can keep whatever you like. Father, be wise. Among the more than 200 showgirls here today, there are 4 girls who have long been settled. It is a courtier. I understand, Zhang Yi said. In addition to these 4 women, the remaining women can all enter Xingqing Palace. Quick picks. Yes. Zhang Wensen's eyes were odd, but he still spoke. Level off. Thank you, Your Majesty. In addition to them, surrounded by officials from the Ministry of the Interior, the Palace of Ceremonies, the Ministry of Household, the Ministry of Ceremonies, and so on, tasks specialized in registering and identifying showgirls, an official stepped forward and respectfully said, Kowtow to Your Majesty. My humble servant, Lin He, the head of the Ministry of Revenue, is the presiding officer of His Majesty's selection this time, and all the showgirls have long been prepared. I wonder if Your Majesty. Okay, here goes. Nah. Lin He got up and quickly went to the edge of the pavilion, pulling out the booklet he had prepared long ago, shouting, Your Majesty's selection begins. Bring the showgirls. Chapter 15, A Showgirl's Love. Led by a eunuch, the 4 showgirls, who stood at the very front, walked in turn. Daughter of Liang Jinggong, Liang Mei Yun, 18. The first one, dressed in a pink palace dress showgirl, smiled like a flower and bowed. Duke Liang Jing, one of the founding fathers of the country, was a 3rd-ranked duke. This girl will be a concubine when she enters the palace. Daughter of the Tuji of South Vietnam County in Yunzhou, Yun Yu, aged 18. The second beauty, obviously slightly smaller, didn't even dare to look forward, but only curtsied slightly. Blushing. This woman's skin was slightly brown, with deep-set pupils, a proper daughter of a foreign race. The South Vietnam County of Yunzhou is a place where the South Vietnam tribe gathers, and its tribe is warlike, and in order to stabilize the South, the South Vietnam County toasters have long since sent this woman to the capital. Emperor Wu Yuan took her as a concubine precisely to stabilize the South Vietnam County in Yunzhou. Wei County Li Clan, Li Mingyi, year 18, the 3rd daughter, from the Li family, not beautiful, just ordinary, but the temperament is bookish and gentle, and the current Empress LV Su is a bit similar. Li is also one of the families, whose daughter is in the palace. Naturally, to bring Li closer, daughter of Minister of War Lin Wu, Lin Qinger, aged 18, the last beauty was a general, of erect form, and steely-eyed, and, very graciously, he bowed to the emperor, the supreme emperor and the others. On the high platform, the empress said, Your Majesty, these are the daughters of court ministers. Each knows the book, looks beautiful, also has long been set. Zheng Yuansen nodded, but his expression was a bit annoyed. I know. The first 5 to enter were all concubines that Zheng Yuansen and many courtiers had long ago settled on. They come from meritorious, local, worldly families and the military. They were all handpicked by Zheng Yuansen in order to stabilize the dynasty, each representing the forces and interests behind them. These 4 women are the ones that Zheng Yuansen must take as consorts. Everyone else, optional. Zheng Yi, who was on the side, was also sizing up these 4 women at this time, his eyes moving slightly. These 4 were not stunning, but it's also showy. In a previous life, it would have been enough to be called the flower of the class or something like that. He also knew very well that the harem selection was not about choosing the most beautiful and bewitching women that, most of them are women with dignified looks and mature hearts. The fear is that the fox charming and confusing the lord. Zheng Yuansen said at this time, 4 women. Stay as many as you can and seal your consort. The 4 women immediately kneeled down and kowtowed. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Many thanks to the Supreme Emperor. There was not much change in the countenance of these 4 women, who had long known that they were bound to be chosen into the. It was with a very subdued thanks that he then retired. Zheng Yuansen suddenly turned around and said, Father, my son has already made his selection, and the rest will be chosen by you. Zheng Yi wondered, Oh, that's the end of it? Yes, Father. Zheng Yuansen said, Now that the country is in its infancy, there are other countries outside and rebels within. I feel that this is not the time for enjoyment, and that I must continue to be diligent in order to secure the world. Zhang Yi nodded his head and said, not bad, not bad. Worthy of being Loan's imperial son. In that case, I'll leave the next selection to you. Father, the child has to go and take care of political matters. Zheng Yuansen continued. Both the Empress and Consort Duan will stay here and accompany you, Father Emperor. In the selection process, Zheng Yi's face looked a bit odd as he glanced at Empress Lu Su and Consort Duan Shintuyu. The two women also looked a bit surprised, but they still respectfully said, Your Majesty's orders are respected. Father, Empress, and Consort Duan. Then I will leave first. Zheng Yi nodded. Good. The child excuses himself, said Zheng Yuansen will get up and leave. Yi Gu hurriedly said, Your Majesty rise. Your Majesty. A group of people fell to their knees to see His Majesty off, and the group of showgirls fell to their knees and whispered strangely, Why did His Majesty leave? No more draft? I don't know. Is it over? There's still the Emperor and Empress here. How can it be over? It is the Taishang Emperor and Empress Dowager who select the talent for His Majesty. Silence. A large eunuch behind the Empress stepped out and continued to preside over the selection ceremony. The draft continues with the showgirls. Lin He turned a page of the document in his hand and immediately shouted, The daughter of Anshan Yang, the magistrate of Weiyang County, and Rong year 18. The woman at the head of the group had a lonely and proud temperament, but her attire was a bit skimpy. Although they were all daughters of official families, they were somewhat dwarfed by the other women. Most importantly, she was wearing a silver hairpin, surrounded only by flowers. Not like other women who wore gold hairpins embellished with gold beads, gems and pearls. Daughter of the Forbidden Army Captain Zhao Zhu, Zhao Jie, aged 18. A person from the capital, Zhou Hongso, aged 18. The daughter of Chen Hui, the magistrate of Chen Song County, Chen Ya Hui, aged 18. These four women are all of ordinary origin, and their mother's family official position is no more than a governor. Zheng Yi glanced at them. All of them were ordinary women, but their face value was okay. After all, it was the selection of the showgirls, which had long since gone through layers of screening. The women who can be left, other than that, purely face value. Appearance of this level, absolutely pass. My daughter, and Rong meet the Supreme Emperor, the Empress, and Empress Duan. May the Emperor be in good health and pine and crane. Oh, and Ronger's just a short sentence caught the attention of everyone in the Great Hall. The reason is simple. The girls present were all nervous, excited, fearful, curious, etc. Don't dare speak up. She, on the other hand, was the only one who bowed and asked for peace when Lin He, the head of the Ministry of Households, called out her name. By example. Does not have this example, but it is not prohibited. Young Yi is interested in this kind of endeavor to fight for his future. Women who are brave enough to give action again do have a few good points. After all, those who can dare to express themselves in such a big scene must be superior. Duan Fei, who was on the side, suddenly said, Such a solemn salute, but you have no order from His Holiness to export it at will. It's auspicious, but the heart is deep, and it's also a foxy master. And Ronger's face changed slightly, and she could only bow her head, not daring to speak, her delicate body trembling slightly. Although the Empress on the side didn't say anything, her eyes were a little displeased. The number of people in His Majesty's harem is small, but everyone is safe and stable. If this kind of woman who attacks the heart comes in, I don't know how much trouble she will cause. Just as the Empress and Consort Duan were both ready to beat down this woman, Zheng Yi, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth. Just, and Ronger, right, has guts and insight. Can she know any talents? There's no need to perform the piano, chess, painting, or anything like that. Zheng Yi said, the palace is too cold, and I want to liven things up. And Ronger's heart was delighted, and she hurriedly said, Back to your Majesty. Mother has taught me the Yellow Plum Opera. It is so that my daughter knows a few songs. Oh, Huangmei Opera? Sing a clear song, so that I can listen to it as well. Empress Lu Su and Consort Shintuyu all laid down their arms and stopped talking. The eyes were a little odd. If the Taishang Emperor wants to hear it, let's hear it. No, oh. And Ronger whispered, then got up, took a light breath and sang. I hate that the years in the heavenly palace are too bleak. Counting the clouds in the morning and in the evening. Big sister always said that the world is good, and that men plow and women weave all the time. Her voice was already clear and crisp, but now she sings Huangmei Opera with a melodious voice, like a sob. Almost everyone in the entire hall was listening attentively, even Duan concubine Shintuyu, and couldn't help but skim. Foxy, the singing is okay. After tea time, the tune stopped, and everyone subconsciously looked at Zhang Yi. Only Zhang Yi, still tapping the tabletop, reminisced. Yes, Zheng Yi nodded his head and said, "Not bad. The song is beautiful and the beauty is even softer. I hate that the years in the heavenly palace are too bleak, and since you're bitter enough to enter the palace, then I will fulfill you. And Ronger, would you like to enter Lone Xingqing Palace and be Lone's beauty?" Chapter 16, The Immortal Sapling Qin Yuyao. And Ronger subconsciously froze. She's here to be drafted into the harem. How? However, as soon as she saw the Empress and Consort Duan's smiling eyes, she hastily reacted and, kneeling down, the people's daughter is willing. Many thanks to the Emperor. Duanfei Shintuyu smiled happily. This kind of woman had better not appear in front of her eyes in the future. Otherwise she couldn't help what she did. Foxy, stay as far away as you can. Check in. Yes, Your Majesty. The official of the Internal Affairs Department immediately bowed in agreement, and Enronger once again said, "Many thanks to the Supreme Emperor. Many thanks to Empress Mother." Zheng Yi spoke, "Get up and bestow the scented pouch." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lin He quietly signaled the other household ministry officials to come over and let them go out to deliver the message. No showgirl may speak out at will unless ordered by the Supreme Emperor, Empress, or Lady Duanfei. And Ronger's move caused the three showgirls next to her to have ugly faces and jealous eyes. This move directly regarded the three of them as accomplices, which was really detestable. And Ronger made a fool of herself. And although she was admitted to the palace, it was the Xingqing Palace, to serve the Taishang Emperor, and offended a lot of his peers. It's going to be hard to make a move in the palace from now on. The Taishang Emperor is now 60 years old, and he doesn't know how many years he has left to live. By that time, and Ling Yong was the beauty of the late emperor. If you do not have an heir, you will have a difficult life in the future. Thinking about this, the three women's faces looked much better. Are you three a little jealous? Zheng Yi suddenly opened his mouth, and the three women hurriedly shook their heads. Back to the Supreme Emperor. My daughter wouldn't dare. Don't say I don't give you a chance. Do you three have any other talents? The three women looked at each other and bowed their heads. Not daring to speak, Zheng Yi shook his head. Next to the Queen's Palace eunuch Lu Difu was about to shout ruffled brand. Suddenly, I heard Zheng Yi say again, "Leave it all behind and bestow the scented pouch. Enter the Xingqing Palace." Ha! Ludford froze for a moment. Why stay again? Still Zheng Yi glared at him and hurriedly signaled the rest of the eunuchs to serve the scented pouches. Give the bomb. The three women looked up in surprise, their eyes stunned. What? They made the cut too? Is the Emperor's Xingqing Palace so short of people? What? Are not willing? Shintuyu suddenly opened his mouth, his tone carrying an inexplicable odor, as if he was suppressing a smile. I don't know how many years of good fortune you have cultivated to have the opportunity to serve the Supreme Emperor. Why don't you kneel down and thank me? Shintuyu's words woke up the three women. The three women hurriedly knelt down and said, "Many thanks to the Supreme Emperor." "Thank you, Supreme Emperor. My daughter thanks the Taishang Emperor. May your Majesty be blessed." The five women were brought down, and taking advantage of this interruption, Lu Difu hurriedly greeted the people from the House of the Interior. "Greetings, Your Excellency. I wonder what Your Excellency wants." LV Difu whispered. "Today, the Taishang Emperor is in high spirits, so I'm afraid he'll leave behind quite a few showgirls. We have prepared fewer scented pouches. Go quickly to the House of the Interior and have the scented pouches prepared." "Nah," the little eunuch hurriedly said. "I wonder how many scented sachets should be prepared." "Prepare as many scented pouches as there are showgirls." "Yes, eunuch. We made the cut? But how is it a Taisho? Wasn't it His Majesty's selection? His Majesty takes filial piety as his first priority. All the more reason for us to follow the Emperor's orders." But the Taishang Emperor is already in his prime." "Shut up. This is the Imperial Palace. The orders of the Supreme Emperor are obeyed even by His Majesty. Who dares to disobey?" As expected, Lu Difu, the next dozen or so waves of showgirls, all stay cards, give scented bags. Not a single one of them fell through the cracks. Taishang Huang. This is Dragon Essence. Over 200 showgirls, and the Emperor wants to keep them all? The others were either shocked or surprised, but they could not extinguish Zheng Yi's interest in the slightest. Wave after wave of beautiful women were brought down and his interest remained high. In my previous life, choosing a pretty girl in KTV wasn't this enjoyable. You could only choose a few at a time, and they're all crooked. Older women in their 30s abound. And here, all of them are 18 or 19-year-old girls. Warbling and delicate. I just don't know. Among so many beautiful girls, how many of them can bring him the aura of red dust? As more than 100 little beauties walked by, a fresh scent permeated the entire hall. For more young girls were brought up, and this time even Zheng Yi's eyes lit up slightly. Subconsciously, he sat up straight. One of the women, dressed in a white light veil, with 3,000 green silks flying down like a cloud palace waterfall, It makes the whole person exude a clear and uncluttered aura. She wasn't the kind of person who looked absolutely beautiful at first glance. Instead, every part looks normal, but with such a normal look. However, it made Zhang Yi's heart rise with a trace of a weird feeling that could not be played with. Perfectly standardized googly-eyed face, with blown-out skin and a slightly raised nose. There was also a faint pink glow on her face. A pair of pupils as quiet as a lake, radiating like water. The lashes were also slightly curled, revealing a pale gaze. Fairy. It's just too fairy. It can be viewed from a distance. At a glance, this woman looked like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting or calligraphy. Who in the world could be worthy of such a woman? Her beauty, however, was one that raised a strong desire for protection. It was like an emerald bodhisattva statue. Perfect, delicate and flawless. This woman then, next to the three women immediately somewhat dwarfed. Lin He, who was on the side, picked up the roster at the right time and spoke. Daughter of scholar Qin Zidao of the Hanlin Academy. Qin Yuyao, 18 years old, editor of the Hanlin Academy. As soon as Lin He's words fell, a few of the minister's family members who were sitting with him around him actually talked about it. Why is this woman here? Alas, this woman is truly a pity. His Majesty values this woman. Could it be that this woman is also to be taken into the palace by the Taishang Emperor? If those three come back, Zhang Yi is also a little strange. This group of ministers know this woman? Hanlin scholar? It's only a 5th grade official position, responsible for drafting confidential edicts. It is known as the private son of heaven and has an important status. Most of such official positions are held by the top 3 in the previous imperial examinations. But even so, its daughter could not have been conferred upon by so many people. It's hard to get to. What's so unusual about this girl? Zhang Yi thought about it and directly turned his head and asked, Empress, do you recognize this woman? At this moment, Lu Su was also looking at Qin Yuyao in surprise, and when she heard Zhang Yi ask this question, she hurriedly whispered, back to father. This woman is one of the immortal seedlings that were left behind. A fairy seedling? Zhang Yi was even stranger. What do you mean? Months ago, Elder Yunha Zhenran of the Long River sect had tested the spiritual root qualifications for the children of the dignitaries and some of the people in the capital, and then took away a total of 3 people into the Long River sect to cultivate. Lu Su said, but in fact, there were a total of 4 people with spiritual roots when Real Cloud Crane tested their spiritual roots that day. 3 men and a woman. At that time, those 4 children embarked on the path of immortal cultivation because they could enter the immortal cultivation sect. It is because the people in the capital address these 4 as immortal saplings. And this woman is one of the children left behind by the Cloud Crane Master that day. Zhang Yi's heart stirred. Since it's an immortal seedling, why would realist Yunha stay? Lu Su said, I have inquired of your majesty about this matter. And according to what your majesty has said, although Qin Yuyao is endowed with a spiritual root, her spiritual root qualification is so ordinary that she couldn't get into the eyes of Real Cloud Crane, which is why she was left behind. I didn't expect that this woman actually became one of the showgirls. It's really the creation of people. Immortal seedlings? Spiritual roots. Zhang Yi's eyes snapped open and he stared dead on at this stunning young girl. I see. Chapter 17, Entering the Xingqing Palace. Zhang Yi looked at the 4 people and spoke. You're 4 people. Do you have any talent to show? Though his tone was addressed to the 4 men. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Emperor Taishang's eyes stayed fixed on Qin Yuyao. Not to mention this woman's immortal sapling status. Her simple looks and temperament were the crown of all the women. Even among those 4 concubines who were first picked by Emperor Zhang Yuansen. It is also slightly inferior in terms of looks and temperament. And this woman is now only 10 and 8 years old, budding and not yet fully grown. I don't know what kind of flavor it will be when we wait another 2 years. The other 3 women hadn't spoken, but Qin Yuyao took the lead and said, back to the Supreme Emperor. My daughter is good at dancing. Oh, dance? Zhang Yi said with great interest. Are there any musicians? Qin Yuyao was the first to say. Back to the Taishang Emperor. My daughter is good at sword dances and does not need a musician. Sword dance? Zhang Yi's interest was even higher. Could it be that this woman was still a martial artist? Quickly dance with your sword. Qin Yuyao pretty face is a little difficult. Back to the emperor. The little daughter's sword did not bring into the palace. Get the sword. Nah. Wang Zhonghai, who was at the side, quickly answered and retreated. The scene of hundreds of people casting, actually all waiting in silence. The whole scene looked incredibly odd. Quite a few people, also in the gently forehead discussion up, and Zhang Yi is completely ignored. Still looking this woman up and down. And this woman is also very calm. Eyes slightly drooped. For the surrounding discussion silent. It's as if it doesn't matter at all. Regarding this woman's composure, Zhang Yi was also secretly nodding in his heart. Such a woman is either of a solid mindset or a person who has been through the storm for a long time. Soon, Wang Zhanghai walked in holding 3 long swords and came to Qin Yuyao's side, eyes a little wary. Dancing in front of the emperor? What kind of swordsmanship does a teenage girl have? Shouldn't be an assassin, right? Seekers. That's why in just taking the sword, he also sent someone to investigate Qin Yuyao. The information received did not contain any anomalies. Facing Wang Zhanghai's vigilant eyes, Qin Yuyao acted as if she had never noticed. After picking a long sword with the lightest weight, Qin Yuyao took a slight step back to the Taishang Emperor. The people's daughter is ready. Okay, here goes. Nah. She was seen wearing a white dress with a tightly tied girdle, which emphasized her graceful figure. The face was stunningly beautiful, with a touch of Englishness in the corner of the eyebrows and bright eyes like stars. Qin Yuyao lightly drank, her sword moving with her body like a white spirit. The stance was athletic, the pace was light, and each swing of the sword carried an overpowering momentum. In her hands, the sword seemed to have life, sometimes like a dragon coming out of the sea, whistling and generating wind. At times, it is as light and agile as a swallow flipping over. Her hair fluttered in the wind, her red dress hunted, and her whole being became one with the sword. It creates a picture of great beauty. Qin Yuyao's eyes were firm and focused, and her gaze seemed to have traveled through time and space, with endless stories. Her sword dance not only shows great skill, but also contains an unyielding will. Fluttering like a stunning dragon, graceful like a swimming dragon. There is no problem in using this word to describe her. Zheng Yi was deeply attracted by her sword dance and unconsciously straightened his body. A look of admiration passed through his eyes. The courtiers also held their breath and were immersed in this brilliant performance. As the last movement was finalized, Qin Yuyao sheathed her sword and gasped slightly. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. There was silence in the great hall for a moment. Then loud applause and cheers erupted. Zheng Yi laughed out loud and said, "Good. This dance is wonderful. Reward." Qin Yuyao saluted once again with a faint smile on her face. Bowing, he said, "Many thanks to the Taishang Emperor for his praise." Zheng Yi looked at this woman, his eyes full of appreciation, but he was also a little odd. From this sword dance, we can see that this woman has a tough character, and she thinks highly of herself. It has its pride. Unfortunately, but due to his own low spiritual root qualification, he was abandoned by the Long River sect. I don't know how much my heart was suffocating. He entered the palace as a showgirl, and he still does not know what his purpose is. Unfortunately, the current emperor, Zhang Yuansen, has already chosen his concubines and cannot change them. The rest of the showgirls, however, have all become hunting targets for Emperor Zhang Yi. I wonder how she feels about it. But what's that got to do with him? Since you've entered this palace and become a showgirl, you don't want to leave. Zhang Yi spoke directly. Qin Yuyao is beautiful and intelligent, very much to my liking. Let him enter the Xingqing Palace as the beauty of the orphan. Ha! Qin Yuyao directly froze and subconsciously looked up. She thought, the Taishang Emperor was choosing a draft for His Majesty. How? Concubine Duan suddenly spoke up. Qin Yuyao, it's your good fortune that the Taishang Emperor has taken a liking to you. Why don't you thank her for the favor? None of these little Tai foxes will ever enter the Taiji Palace. Otherwise, this palace will make you look good. In her opinion, it would be better if all these showgirls entered the Xingqing Palace. In the Taiji Palace, a single LV Su would be difficult to deal with. If there are so many more Tai newcomers, how many times will she see His Majesty in a month? Qin Yuyao's beautiful eyes changed, quickly reacted. Ying knelt down. My daughter. Thank you. Okay. Zheng Yi waved his hand and said, I'm also tired. It's getting late. Let's end the draft today. Empress Lu Su and Duan concubine Shen Tuyu hurriedly rose and said, Yes, father. Lu Su also asked, I wonder how father will arrange for these showgirls. Are they to be sent home, or stay in Taiji Palace and continue? Xingqing Palace is sluggish and cold. This batch of showgirls will all enter Xingqing Palace. Zhang Yi said nonchalantly, the superior ones will be beauties, and all the rest will be filled as attendants. Now it wasn't just Lu Su and Shen Tuyu who froze. Even the surrounding ministers' faces were very odd. What's wrong with the emperor? More than 200 girls. He wants to include them all in Xingqing Palace? With that said, most of the showgirls in this batch were just ordinary good family girls, but there are also many women. But they are the ladies of the ministers of the court. If she becomes a concubine of His Majesty or the emperor, it's fine. If she becomes a courtesan, that would be a bit of a loss. This matter, it is settled. Zheng Yi hammered away, not caring about the strange eyes of the people around him, and came directly to Qin Yuyao. Taking her hand, he left the place. All other women are just companions. Only this woman has a special status and must not be allowed to leave. After Zhang Yi left, the ministers in the room talked about it. How can this be? With so many showgirls, Is the Taishang Emperor going to want them all? My niece can be among them. She's only 18. The Supreme Emperor is really too dim. At the age of flower age, he still wants to dabble with so many women. Enough to be considered a grandfather and grandson. This matter is so absurd that this official will go to His Majesty. The old man is going too. Go together. Go together. A dozen officials of various sizes all ran towards the Taichi Palace. Most of the officials in this group were from the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Internal Affairs or the Ministry of Revenue. The casting ceremony was all hosted by them. Who knows? When they arrived at the Taiji Hall, they were defeated, and His Majesty did not see them at all. It was getting late, and Yi Gu walked out slowly. Eunuch Yi. Seeing Yi Gu, the dozen or so officials all rushed over. Eunuch Yi. Has His Majesty finished his political affairs? We demand to see His Majesty. Yi Gu glanced at a few people and laughed disdainfully. Your Majesty already knows about all of you. As for His Majesty, he only asked us to bring a message to the lords. Your Excellency, please, the Taishang Huang is my father, and you are asking me to disobey the Taishang Huang. Is it to make me bear the name of unfiliality? A dozen officials' faces changed, and they hurriedly fell to their knees. I wouldn't dare. Since you don't dare, then stand down. Yi Gu casually tossed his duster and said with a hefty smile, the Taishang Emperor wants showgirls. Just send them all to his old man. If there are any who dare to disobey, I'll not blame our family for being impolite. It's Chapter 18 A Word No. 3 Secret Guards. Into the night. Inside the Taiji Hall, Zhang Yuansen was attentively handling political affairs. On the left side of the wide table, there were enough piles of folders more than half a person high. On the right side, there were more folders scattered about. These folders, obviously have been approved. Above more than Zhu Hong review. On the other side, there was a pot of strong tea piled up, giving off a strong tea aroma. The whole table was very confusing. Although he had been emperor for less than 3 months, Zhang Yuansen was very diligent. Almost all night long, he was correcting the Zhengshi, the entire dynasty and the kingdom of Yu, under his diligence, gradually got on the right track. At this point for him the biggest challenge is still the rebellion in the wasteland state. As well as the anti-kings such as Chong Heihu around Luo City. Only by destroying these two forces would the entire Yu kingdom be considered peaceful. Yi Gu quietly walked in, picked the center of the candle higher, and whispered, Your Majesty, the ministers have left. Aha! Zhang Yuansen handbrush did not stop, still in the folders corrected. Father's side, is it still safe? Back to Your Majesty. Today is the first time in these 3 months that the Supreme Emperor has left Xingqing Palace. He returned to Xingqing Palace immediately after the draft and hasn't even left the palace since. Phew! Only then did Zhang Yuansen stop his brush and move his sore and sleepy shoulders. The eyes were also somewhat settled. A bunch of corpses. Father just wants some women. What does that count for? As long as father can stay in Xingqing Palace in peace. Before Zhang Yuansen finished speaking, Yi Gu, who was on the side, quietly bent her waist once again. That's all. The matter is settled. As long as father doesn't come out of Xingqing Palace, he can do whatever he wants, and make sure to fulfill all of father's requests. Yes, Your Majesty. Yi Gu whispered. By the way, Your Majesty, just now the Empress sent someone. Inquire as to which of the new concubines His Majesty has stayed in the palace this night? The Ministry of the Interior has prepared the nameplates of the 4 concubines. Zhang Yuansen's eyes were a bit hidden and he shook his head. Tonight's political affairs are busy, so I won't flip the cards. Just go back to the Queen. No. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Who knocks? Back to Your Majesty. The secret guards are asking for an audience. Dark guards? Zhang Yuansen said. Let him in. Nah. Soon. The door to the room was opened and a slender figure clad in a black robe quickly walked in. Halfway through the trip, the silhouette lifted the black gauze robe, revealing its true appearance. With her enchanting appearance and delicate eyes, it was actually Xiao Ruxue. Dark Guard A Word No. 3. Greetings to Your Majesty. Zhang Yuansen frowned. A character number 3? You have already been a beauty for father. There is no need to salute when you see me in the future. Yes, Your Majesty. What is so important that it has brought you here in person? Xiao Ruxue rose and said. Back to Your Majesty. My subordinate does have something important to report. Today, the Taishang Emperor chose the talent show, and more than 200 showgirls entered the Xingqing Palace. And under the confusion, only then did my subordinate make an excuse to come to the Taichi Hall. Zhang Yuansen nodded and said, What exactly is the matter? Emperor Taishang's martial arts cultivation has broken through. Father's martial arts cultivation breakthrough? Zhang Yuansen's eyes lit up slightly. What level of cultivation does father have? Xiao Ruxue opened her mouth. The refined orifice realm. According to my subordinate's speculation, Emperor Taishang's martial cultivation has already stepped into the refined orifice realm, vaguely touched the threshold of the innate realm. The refined orifice realm? Zhang Yuanzhen was also a bit surprised. I didn't expect that after father abdicated the throne, the martial cultivation can actually break through. It's really a great realization. It's not broken. As for the innate realm, he shook his head and said, the innate realm is the realm that all martial artists look forward to. There are only a few people under me, and father is old and his qi and blood are failing, so it's a nightmare to break through. Other than that, what is father's move? Xiao Ruxue shook her head and said, the Supreme Emperor seems to have mastered an art of nourishment. The more youthful the physique and the very relaxed the mood, the younger I look. Zhang Wansen asked, does father make friends with courtiers? Not really. Can we develop a heartbeat? Not really. Can we contact the foreign relatives? Not really. Can we contact the other state ministers? Not really. May the divine warriors be drawn in? Xiao Ruxue hesitated and said, Tang Chang and Wang Dong. Zhang Yuansen shook his head and said, I am aware of this matter. When the remnants of the former Jin assassinated me and my father, these two people defended my father to the death. My heart is very comforting. In the future, if there are no important matters, you don't have to come to me. Xiao Rushua's body shook as she looked up at Zhang Yuansen. What he got was a cold look from Zhang Yuansen. Eventually she bowed her head and said, subordinate. No. 3. In compliance with your majesty's orders, go down and serve father well. Yes, your majesty. Xiao Rushua saluted and slowly retreated. Her entire originally slender body, as if he had no strength left, he slowly left the Taiji hall. Yi Gu, who was on the side, couldn't he help but say, your majesty, Miss Rushua has been. I know, Zhang Yuansen said indifferently. Compared to the world, what is the love of a child in the district? Her task is to help me watch and monitor my father and serve him for the rest of her life. Yes, your majesty. Xingqing Palace. With the entry of more than 200 showgirls, the entire Xingqing Palace was immediately bustling with activity. Some of them got together and toured the Xingqing Palace together. Some of them were hugging their heads and crying after the palace maid had arranged for their accommodation, and were very confused about the future. Some were trying to get out of here, by any means possible. Unfortunately, the divine military and forbidden army were stationed at all the major palace gates on the outskirts of Xingqing Palace. Inside the Xingqing Palace, on the other hand, there were still eunuchs on patrol, the divine warrior army, and secret guards in the shadows. It was basically impossible for this group of showgirls to leave this place. There were also a very small number of showgirls, but they were also looking forward to being honored by the emperor. After all, no matter what, the Taishang emperor was once an emperor. Once you are honored by the emperor and named a beauty, it's a step to heaven and a lifetime of worry. This kind of life is a good place for a woman from an ordinary family to go. Sunken Hall. This hall was originally the Cicada Beauty bedchamber, with a wide area and also more than 10 compartments. With the increase in the number of showgirls in Xingqing Palace, several showgirls were also sent to the remaining compartments of the Xingqiang Hall. Cicada Beauty occupied the largest of the main halls, and after receiving the invitations of these showgirls, the Cicada Beauty was alone in the inner room. Inside the room at this time, there was another aunt, who was about 40 years old, waiting for her. After seeing the Cicada Beauty, the aunt hurriedly saluted. Greetings to the holy maiden. Cicada Beauty's demeanor changed, not living up to her previous petulance. Her eyes were somewhat stern instead. How's your investigation going? Back to the holy maiden. This matter has to be discussed in the long run. Auntie whispered. My religion is understaffed in Xingqing Palace. It's going to take a while to fully investigate something, but please rest assured. Holy maiden. The map we obtained from the remains of the cultivator from Burning Fragrance Mountain shows that hidden treasure trove is within the Xingqing Palace. There is absolutely no room for error. As long as I have access to the legacy of the monks, my loving mother teaches. Okay. Cicada Beauty interrupted her aunt. No matter what, I gave up my life to feed a tiger and became a Taishang Beauty. It is no longer possible to hold the position of the Holy Virgin. I hope that what I was promised in the church will not be forgotten. Yes, Your Holy Highness, the nun said in a deep voice. The Holy Mother said that as long as we find the secret vault of the Xingqing Palace cultivators, our sect's divine skill, the 10,000 Merciful Mothers Salvation Sutra, is presented with both hands. Chapter 19, Spiritual Roots. The Calyx Phase Building. Qin Yuyao, who had finished washing up and changed into a large red phoenix robe, was sitting nervously on the bed, clutching her handkerchief hard with both hands. She kept looking toward the outside of the room. Today was completely dreamlike for her. Months ago, her father brought her to the palace, and other children met a rumored cultivator. After passing some tests by this man, himself and 3 other children, her Hurricane possessed the spiritual root that had excited countless people, while she was still fantasizing about embarking on the road to immortality. However, he learned from that Cloud Crane master that his spiritual root qualification was low and could only be considered a pseudo-spiritual root. It simply didn't meet their Long River sect's recruiting requirements. Also, one is still young in years among ordinary people, but for cultivators, undoubtedly it's already considered big. After much deliberation, the real Cloud Crane gave himself up and, turning to the other three, he left the capital and headed to the Long River sect. The humiliation of being abandoned that day, in full view of everyone, was something she still remembered up to this point. Ever since that day, one has secretly resolved. He must make the Long River sect and make the Cloud Crane realist regret it. Unfortunately, she was just a mortal girl. How could she compare to the Canal Master, and the Long River sect behind him? It was at this exact moment that news came from the palace that His Majesty was going to select a talent. If she can enter the palace and become His Majesty's concubine, and strive for the position of Empress, or a concubine's place, rewarded by His Majesty. Is it possible that with the help of your Majesty's hand, exhausting the U Kingdom in search of cultivators to offer, or collecting cultivation techniques, so as to embark on the path of cultivation? It was the only way she could set foot on the cultivation technique, the only way left. Therefore, she only hesitated a little before resolutely embarking on the road to the draft, by virtue of his looks and stature, as well as his education, family history, etc. Qin Yuyao easily passed all the tests of the draft and successfully became a showgirl, but how could she not have imagined that the final selection was not His Majesty, but the Supreme Emperor instead? You, yourself, have just somehow become the beauty of the Taishang Emperor? True, Emperor Taishan was also considered a great man of the moment. He was in his prime when he was in his old age, and eventually settled the Central Plains. Establishment of the state of Yu. No amount of glory in the past can compare to the facts of the present. He abdicated his throne to give way to the throne, and the emperor today is the second prince, Zheng Yuansen. The power between the two, is a far cry. Having become a Taishan beauty, how will she embark on the path of cultivation? Prove it to the Qinghua sect and the Cloud Crane Master? Thinking of this, Qin Yuyao was even more speechless in her heart. Does it mean that in this life, one can only serve an old man in his flowery years? Do you want to waste decades of your youth in the Xingqing Palace? Just as she was rambling, the door to her room opened with a squeak. Zheng Yi's figure slowly walked in. Looking at the slender and tender figure sitting by the window, Zheng Yi also took a long breath. This woman, who was related to his biggest secret, could not allow him not to be careful. Beauty. He lifted the light veil and came to Qin Yuyao's side, holding her small, slender and tender white hand. Qin Yuyao's small hand trembled violently, and she sighed in her heart. Although my father is a close minister of the emperor, His Majesty is a man of great filial piety. Surely he wouldn't disobey the Taishang Emperor because of himself. The fact that no one came to see her at all for half a day proved the matter. From now on, can I only submit to the emperor and live in the Xingqing Palace? In her heart, she couldn't help but despair. Raising his head and revealing his absolutely beautiful face, he suddenly realized that the Taishang Emperor wasn't as old as rumors had it. At least it looks. Only 40 years old, with a mature and gentle temperament. Taisho. Zhang Yi cupped her chin, and Qin Yuyao raised her head in a sensible manner. His eyes first glanced at Zhang Yi, and then he quickly screwed his head away, a wave of shyness immediately crawling up his face. Red. Spring cold give bath watching pond, hot spring water slippery wash gel. He had, before, not felt very deeply about the verse, but after most of the hour, it was finally time to experience the joy of the emperor. This woman, indeed, is a superb one. Not only that, when Qin Yuyao was drowsy and Zhang Yi also fell into the state of an immortal, the red dust Xuanfang spectrum and the sea of consciousness had indeed changed. The rich red dust she kept tumbling over and over, enveloping the red dust Xuanfang spectrum in all of it, like a fairyland in the clouds. The scroll slowly unfolded, and Qin Yuyao's absolutely beautiful portrait was slowly sketched out from the scroll. The weirdest thing is, her portrait on the painting was clearer and more beautiful than when she was Xiao Rushui and Cain before. There is a woman who is like an immortal, whose body is dressed in a phoenix robe, whose color is as bright as blood, and who seems to be burning like fire, and who captures the eyes of the people. The phoenix pattern on the robe, intertwined with gold strands, spreads its wings and wants to fly, lifelike, showing all the dignity. The young girl's face is like a hibiscus, her eyebrows are like distant daisies, and her eyes are full of love, just like the autumn water reflecting the moon, and with the shyness of the first time to receive the favor. The pink color is delicate, lips like cherries, not point and jus, between the light open, seems to have orchid fragrance dark spit, cloud hair like ink, high bun coiled up, gold hairpins and jade ornaments, hanging down on the side, adding a few points of grace. The phoenix robe hung low, revealing white arms and snowy necks, round and straight. Beautiful. The whole scroll seems to condense the scene of this stunning girl's grace into a single moment. The viewer seems to hear its ring pendant tinkling, see its gentle lotus step, the world's posture. Mesmerizing. Zhang Yi's eyes were straight, not expecting that after Qin Yuyo entered the red dust group of fragrance spectrum. I can't believe it's so tantalizing. Still, he reacted quickly. Or rather, his consciousness, which was interrupted by a handwriting that appeared. Absorb the pure yin qi and condense a wisp of red dust qi. Absorb pure yin qi. Metallic spirit root +1. Absorb pure yin qi. +1 wood attribute spirit root. Absorb pure yin qi. Water attribute spiritual root +1. Absorb pure yin qi. Fire attribute spiritual root +1. Absorb pure yin qi. Earth attribute spiritual root +1. Spiritual roots. Sure enough, it's a spiritual root. Zhang Yi's realization was incomparably excited. As expected, the red dust group of fragrance spectrum, indeed, can seize the spiritual root from a woman. Since then, as long as he kept on making merry with Qin Yuyo, not only could he obtain the red dust qi of the, you also get spiritual roots. It's really, the sky is the limit. With a thought, another handwriting appeared next to Qin Yuyo's scroll. Destiny device, red dust flower spectrum. Natalist, Zhang Yi. Life expectancy, 60/130, plus. Spiritual roots, gold asterisk 9th grade, 1 out of 10, wood asterisk 9th grade, 1 out of 10. Water asterisk 9th grade, 1 out of 10, fire asterisk 9th grade, 1 out of 10, earth asterisk 9th grade, 1 out of 10. Red dust breath, 89. Martial arts strength, blood refining. Techniques, purple haze kung fu, great achievement. 100 battles sword technique, great achievement. Changchu nourishing kung fu, out of spirit. Specific personal attributes of his entire person appeared. The red dust qi, which had not been wasted since the last time I practiced the evergreen nurturing technique. There are still a full 81 points today. And the spiritual roots column, sure enough, appeared under a specific number. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Zhang Yi had once asked those two offerings about the 5 attribute spiritual root, which was the worst spiritual root attribute. It is also known as a pseudo-spiritual root. But no matter what, he had a spiritual root after all. 9 pints? Zhang Yi muttered. 9th grade 5 attribute pseudo-spiritual root. The garbage of garbage. But as long as I insist on continually making love to a woman with a spiritual root, sooner or later, you'll be able to raise your spirit root posture to 1st grade, or even absolute grade. I just don't know. Among those 200 or so showgirls today, will there be any more beauties with spiritual roots? Zhang Yi's eyes glowed slightly in the darkness as he rolled over and got up. With the help of the dancing candlelight, he realized that the corner of the eye of Qin Yuyo at his side actually shed a line of tears. Beauty, did Lone hurt you? No, not. Qin Yuyo hastily wiped it off and said in a low voice, yes, it's my concubine who misses her mother. Zhang Yi took her back into his arms and said lovingly, no matter what, you will be my beauty from now on, and I will never fail you. To be tomorrow, you can pick up your parents into the Xingqing Palace reunion, or to fulfill your wish. Many thanks to the Emperor. Ya, Teisho, don't. Chapter 20, The Congenital Realm. Absorb the pure yin and condense a wisp of red dust. Absorb pure yin qi. Metallic spirit root +1. Absorb pure yin qi. +1 wood attribute spirit root. Absorb pure yin qi. Water attribute spiritual root +1. Absorb pure yin qi. Fire attribute spiritual root +1. Absorb pure yin qi. Earth attribute spiritual root +1. For the greater part of an hour, the same handwriting appeared once again in the red dust Chuanfang spectrum. In addition to a wisp of red dust qi, the spiritual root attribute, once again, increased. At this time, Zhang Yi also felt a little sleepy, especially with Qin Yuyo at her side. His skin was red, his eyes were watery, and he was paralyzed in his bed and couldn't even move. Zhang Yi had exerted his entire body in order to ensure the acquisition of the red dust qi and spiritual roots. How could she possibly stand this kind of excitement when she was new to the world? The whole body was trembling, not to mention that even the mental consciousness had fallen into a drowsy state. Couldn't lift an ounce of strength at all. Zhang Yi was also a little heartbroken and wrapped his arms around her for a while to comfort her. It was only after Qin Yuyo's state was restored that Zhang Yi commanded, someone come. Yes, Your Majesty. The door to the room was opened and 2 small courtesans walked in. Wash up for Yao Beauty. Under the support of 2 palace maids, Qin Yuyo was received into the hot spring at the back of the room. Reshuffled off. Zhang Yi also followed closely behind. and the two of them slowly recovered their spirits by soaking in the hot springs while being waited on by the palace maid. Luckily, he was the emperor and had a lot of time to roam around with beauties. If it was the emperor, it would be a disaster. According to the rules, there is no way to sleep next to the emperor when he is honoring a beauty, and no sound should be made during the merriment. Once the beauty makes a sound, a eunuch will immediately come in and carry the beauty away. It's just too stifling. The main thing is, once the hour is up, the eunuchs will carry the beauty away. 2. Leave the emperor alone. Of course, these are for diligent emperors. Some fainting kings, naturally, are not among them. He, the emperor, can play with whomever he wants, for as long as he wants. He wouldn't do this kind of position for any other emperor. After washing up, Zhang Yi also fell into a deep sleep with Qin Yuyo in his arms. Day 2. After a series of briefings and dispatches, Hanlin Academy Hanlin scholar Qin Zaido and his wife into the Xingqing Palace to visit his daughter Qin Yuyo. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, came to the secret room of the Calyx Phase Glory House. Prepare to utilize the red dust chi to continue to deduce the evergreen nurturing technique. Nowadays, among the techniques he has mastered, only the evergreen nourishing technique is suspected to have the effect of sensing spiritual chi. Of course we're going to keep pushing it. Now that he had 90 strands of red dust chi, just like last time, he started with 10 strands to test the waters. You have invested 10 strands of red dust chi on top of the evergreen nurturing technique. In the first year, you traveled to Tianqiu Mountain and practiced the evergreen nourishing kung fu. Under the Exodus realm makes your spirit incomparably sharp, and you clearly feel a wisp of aura that lingers around you. You started to absorb that wisp of aura using the evergreen nourishing technique, but you were never able to absorb it into your body. You are not willing to fail, and after you have recovered from your injuries, you will continue to cultivate. Sure enough, it has changed. Zhang Yi's eyes snapped open. Before, when he had no spiritual roots, the red dust fong spectrum is hinted at by that mysterious breath, and he sees the spirit root from Qin Yuyo. Even if it's just the most ordinary and trashy 9th grade 5 element pseudo-spiritual root, the tip of the red dust fong spectrum becomes that wisp of spiritual chi, a true aura. He was patient and continued to check. In your second year, you were practicing the Changchu nourishing kung fu. Under the Exodus realm makes your spirit incomparably sharp, and you clearly feel a wisp of aura that lingers around you. You started to absorb that wisp of aura using the evergreen nourishing technique, but you were never able to absorb it into your body. You are not willing to fail, and after you have recovered from your injuries, you will continue to cultivate. Third year, the derivation continues, but the content is much the same. After several years of sensing, he could still only sense the wisp of aura, but in any case, neither could draw it into their bodies, until the 10th year. For the 10th year, you're practicing Changchu nourishing kung fu. Under the Exodus realm makes your spirit incomparably sharp, and you clearly feel a wisp of aura that lingers around you. You started to absorb that wisp of aura using the evergreen nourishing technique, but you were never able to absorb it into your body. The end of the decade, the wisp of aura that hadn't been absorbed in yet, Zhang Yi's face, became incredibly ugly. 10 years of time, and not even this wisp of aura can be drawn into the body. No wonder, the Long River Sect's Yunhao realist is unwilling to accept Qin Yuyo into the sect. With the cultivation speed of a pseudo-spiritual root, in one's entire life, one may only be at the early stage of chi cultivation. He had been deducing in the red dust Chuanfang spectrum for 10 years, but he couldn't even absorb the aura. Although his current spirit root was certainly no match for Qin Yuyo's, he could still see the difficulty in it. Luckily, though, he had the red dust Chuanfang spectrum, and the last thing he lacked was the red dust breath, or time. 10 more years. No, 20. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and said, "Give me 20 more strands of red dust chi. I just don't believe it. Unable to absorb this wisp of aura into my body. Red dust Chuanfang spectrum. Give lone deduction. You have invested 10 strands of red dust chi on top of the evergreen nurturing technique. For the first year, you were practicing Changchu nutritional kung fu. Under the Exodus realm makes your spirit incomparably sharp, and you clearly feel a wisp of aura that lingers around you. You started to absorb that wisp of aura using the evergreen nourishing technique, but you were never able to absorb it into your body. You are not willing to fail, and after you have recovered from your injuries, you will continue to cultivate. In the 15th year, you successfully absorbed that ray of aura into your body, but there is no corresponding cultivation technique to convert it into mana. In the end, you can only be running the evergreen nourishing kung fu. Condense this ray of aura into one's own flesh and blood, and enhance the strength of one's flesh and blood. It's done. Zhang Yi's eyes snapped open and he subconsciously clenched his fists. It's a full 15 years, but no corresponding cultivation technique? Unable to convert aura into mana? This It's still a waste of effort? Nope. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. It seemed that what he lacked now was a cultivation technique. The red dust group derivation continued. In the 16th year, you successfully absorbed 3 strands of aura into your body and condensed them into your own flesh and blood, enhancing the power of one's own flesh and blood. In the 17th year, you have successfully absorbed 7 strands of aura into your body and condensed them into your own flesh and blood, enhancing the power of one's own flesh and blood. In the 18th year, you successfully absorbed 13 strands of aura into your body, condensing them into your own flesh and blood, enhancing the power of one's own flesh and blood. In the 19th year, you have successfully absorbed 19 strands of aura into your body and condensed them into your own flesh and blood, enhancing the power of one's own flesh and blood. In the 20th year, you successfully absorbed 35 wisps of aura into your body, condensing it into your own flesh and blood, enhancing the power of one's own flesh and blood. Your martial arts cultivation has broken through to the innate realm. Chapter 21, The Strange Chi Practicing Layer. Your martial arts cultivation has broken through to the innate realm. Zhang Yi's face was a bit strange. He was trying to transform his aura into mana. How the martial arts cultivation, and broke through to the innate realm? This, innate realm, Zhang Yi muttered. According to this world's interpretation of martial arts, the so-called innate realm, that is, their own body, flesh and blood through continuous exercise, upgrading to the peak state, so that the acquired hair innate, so as to return to the state at birth, sensing the yuan qi of heaven and earth. This heaven and earth energy, is it aura? The innate realm, is equivalent to being on the first level of chi practice? He wanted to condense his mana, but he didn't expect that it would actually allow his martial cultivation to break through to the innate realm. It was really an unexpected pleasure. His consciousness withdrew from the red dust Juanfang spectrum, and all of a sudden, an odd state then enveloped him. A large amount of inexplicable aura suddenly surged out of his flesh, blood, meridians, bones, and, enveloping his entire body in it. Not only that, but a wisp of warmth, out of thin air, following the meridian running circumference of the evergreen nourishing meridian. It began to run. Zhang Yi could clearly feel that. This ray of warmth traveled through the flesh, blood, meridians, and bones. At first, like a fly on the wall, the Chanchu nourishing kung fu doesn't completely control it. But over time, these auras began to nourish their own flesh and blood, meridians as well as bones, completely seeping into Zhang Yi's body. His entire body, as if soaking in a hot spring, was incomparably warm. The whole spirit, too, drifted unaware, and soon became intoxicated. I don't know how much time had passed, but Zhang Yi finally reacted. In the darkness, his eyes flashed with a divine light, and his breathing began to get heavy. The martial cultivation level of the innate realm is not right, not innate, but the first level of chi practicing. Zhang Yi's voice suddenly rang out, a bit odd and suspicious. No, there's something odd about my chi practicing layer. An ordinary cultivator's first level of chi cultivation will coalesce into a vortex of mana at the dantian. Casting any spell will consume the mana in the middle of the mana vortex, whereas my chi practicing layer is made of aura nourishing the blood, flesh and body. It is stored throughout the body and cannot be mobilized at all. If you want to condense aura into mana, you must have a cultivation technique. In the darkness, Zhang Yi shook his head once again. Cultivation techniques, how hard can they be? Several years ago, when he had drawn those 2 loose cultivators together, he had asked them about the cultivation technique, but alas, despite all his efforts, none of them could exchange even a single cultivation technique from them. Broomstick, cultivation techniques, cultivation techniques. In the darkness, Zhang Yi suddenly frowned. He caught a whiff of a bad odor and looked down to check that he realized that the dragon robe he was wearing was stained with something black and sticky. It is also itchy, especially on the skin, obviously impurities within his body. As he utilized the evergreen nurturing technique to cleanse himself, forced out all the impurities in his body, he rose and opened the door to the chamber and whispered, "Someone." Soon, 2 small palace maids ran in. "Your Majesty, prepare the hot springs, Lone will bathe." "Yes, Your Majesty." The 2 small palace maids also retreated in a hurry and led Zhang Yi to the hot spring room. Most of an hour and a half later, under the ministrations of the 2 little courtesans with their red faces, the impurities in Zhang Yi's body were swept away. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hot spring, he meditated. If you want to cultivate, you must have a spiritual root. Now, he had obtained a spiritual root through Qin Yuyao, although it was only a 5-attribute pseudo-spiritual root, but after all, it was a spiritual root that could sense and absorb aura. The next most important thing was to transform the aura into mana. This, in turn, would require a cultivation technique. But, where do you get your cultivation skills from? Scattered offerings? Or the Long River sect? Scattered cultivation feats he had already tried. It was simply impossible. And the Long River clan, the Changha sect, only regarded their Yu kingdom as puppets. There was no way they could bestow cultivation techniques on them. Like the other countries around them, there were cultivation sects controlling behind them. This path is also unworkable. Unless, of course, he has access to the legacy of certain monks, as well as searching for the workshop that those two loose cultivator confessors had spoken of. According to the casualty, Huangzhou, the marketplace was a bazaar spontaneously formed outside by scattered cultivators as well as disciples of major cultivation sects. In the workshop market, cultivators could buy everything used in cultivation. Unfortunately, he had no idea where the workshop was. Even if they knew, without spirit stones in their hands, they wouldn't be able to purchase anything at all. Not to mention bartering. If I were the emperor, I could have secretly organized dead soldiers. Search for me for loose cultivators as well as cultivated objects. But alas, I'm just a Teiyukai. Zheng Yi shook his head. The Supreme Emperor seemed to have a noble status, but he could only stay in Xingqing Palace for the rest of his life. Cannot go out of the palace. The government cannot go out of the Xingqing Palace. Adding to the trouble, he wasn't discouraged, though, and quickly adjusted his mindset. He had the red dust Xuanfang spectrum. His lifespan was unlimited, and he was perfectly capable of waiting. Just then, the little palace maid at the side suddenly whispered, "Your Majesty, you've become so young. The skin is so delicate." Zheng Yi looked back and suddenly laughed. "Really?" The little courtesan hurriedly lowered her head. Yes. Zheng Yi looked at another courtesan. "What do you say?" Yes, Your Majesty. You are the true Dragon Emperor, blessed by the gods. Naturally, I'm getting younger and younger. Ha ha. Zheng Yi laughed out loud while the two little court ladies blushed. They can all look forward to something happening with the Taishang Emperor. Just like Cicada Beauty, I only accompanied the Emperor to bathe once, and then I got lucky and climbed up to the Emperor's dragon couch. Noble beauty. Although only a beauty of the Xingqing Palace, but regardless of the status, position or treatment, all of them are far beyond them, the ordinary court ladies. Just when the two women were expecting something, Zheng Yi was violently standing up from the bath, revealing a lean body. He strides to the edge of the bath and looks toward the front. At the edge of the bath, several huge, equal-sized bronze mirrors were placed. Zheng Yi's entire body was exposed in the bronze mirror at the moment, well-proportioned, with smooth, natural muscle tone. Each muscle seemed to be carved out of marble, full of the beauty of power. The skin was a rare bright white color, like a perfect piece of art. The face is also changed, not at all like an ancient old man. Instead, they look more like middle-aged men in their 40s. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes have long since become thin. His hair color has become dark, and his pupils are glowing. Regency, especially the unicorn dragon below, was hideous and terrifying, like a pillar in the sky that, topsy-turvy. Looking at his near-perfect body, Zheng Yi's eyes suddenly snapped open. The evergreen nurturing technique can sense aura. Can I deduce it into a cultivation technique? In the previous deduction, the energy was focused on sensing the aura. If the next derivation puts its energy on developing a cultivation technique using the evergreen nourishing technique as a benchmark, it might surprise me. Behind them, the two small palace maids looked at the almost perfect body of the Taishang Emperor and could not help but be dazzled. Thinking about the positions that their teaching aunt had secretly taught them, the two girls couldn't help but come up from behind. Wanting to deduce a cultivation technique is not something that can be done overnight. Feeling the proximity of the two delicate bodies behind him, Zheng Yi did not move at the first opportunity. The thought continued in his head. Red dust chi. I need a large amount of red dust chi to deduce the cultivation technique. Chapter 22 Beauty Zhao. 6 months later, Wang Zhonghai brought the decree to the Hall of Sinking Fragrance in the Xingqing Palace. Cicada Beauty, the lord of the Sunken Fragrance Hall, led more than 10 showgirls out to greet them. By order of the Supreme Emperor, all beauties accept the order. I accept the decree. More than 10 showgirls knelt down with fiery eyes. Wang Zhonghai unfolded the bowl and said in an anguished voice, "By order of the Supreme Emperor, but we praise the court and celebrate." Consulting the Zhaoshime, holding the body of a prudent, peaceful nature, Zhang Jia made a good character, and wrote Shuwen in Xian Palace. I am looking forward to receiving the holy oracle of the Taishang Emperor, and sealing heir as Beauty Zhao with the seal of the register. Xinjie. The dozen or so showgirls all subconsciously raised their heads and looked toward the end of the left side of the crowd. There, kneeling, was a young girl who looked no more than 18 or 19 years of age, dressed in a pink and white court dress. This woman's family history may be a little bad. The palace clothes are washed a little white, have not been replaced with new ones. Even the hair ornament on his head was just an ordinary copper hairpin, not gold. silver or jade. Zhao Zhimei has actually been bestowed as a beauty by His Majesty. How is that possible? She just comes from an ordinary grassroots family. What kind of connections did she make? I was chaperoned to His Majesty a month ago. How is it that he was given a beauty? What on earth was the Supreme Emperor thinking? It's been half a year since we've ordained a dozen beauties. Why not me? I have only served the Emperor once. Me too. What kind of luck did Zhou Qiolmi have? The dozen or so showgirls kneeling on the ground also began to talk amongst themselves in shock, their tones filled with jealousy and envy. Beauty Zhao, why don't you take the decree and thank me? The frozen women, especially Zhou Qiolmi, who had just accompanied His Majesty last night, reacted in a hurry. Kneeling, she said, the people's daughter receives the decree and thanks for the grace. Wang Zhonghai said, Beauty Zhao, from today onwards, you are already a beauty of the Supreme Emperor. You may not call yourself a daughter of the people, but as a concubine. Yes, the people and the subjects receive the decree and thank you for the favor. Let's go. The Taishang Emperor has given Beauty Zhao the Palace of Autumn Fragrance, and Beauty Zhao, the old slave, has brought the eunuchs and palace maidens assigned to you, so let them move for you. Only then did Zhao Zhimei react, her pretty face full of surprise. Hastily nodding his head, he said, many thanks to Eunuch Wang. Go on. Nah. Behind them, 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs hurriedly came to Beauty Zhao's side. She led the way back to her quarters and began to carry up her belongings. Soon, the joyful Zhao Zhimei, led by Wang Zhonghai, moved to the Palace of Autumn Fragrance. Beauty Zhao, the old slave, will leave first. Wang Zhonghai said, according to the usual practice, the Supreme Emperor will come to bed daily for the next 3 days. Please also quickly organize the Hall of Autumn Fragrance, as the Supreme Emperor will arrive here with his imperial chariot at around the hour of 5 o'clock this evening. Zhao Zhimei hurriedly said, many thanks to Eunuch Wang. Make yourself at home. Beauty Zhao, the old slave has important matters to attend to. After giving his orders, Wang Zhonghai nodded and retreated. Within the entire palace, only Zhao Zhimei and 2 eunuchs and 2 palace maids remained. Looking at the large and bright autumn fragrance hall, Zhao Zhimei's eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. She had no power in the palace, just a small transparency. Since entering the Xingqing Palace, all the other showgirls have been trying to find a way to win the favor of the emperor, stuffing money, looking for connections, and getting into a lot of fights and trouble. But strangely enough, there is no pattern at all in the matter of the Taishang Emperor's visit to the showgirls. Some of the showgirls, after just one night's service, were sent back to their lodgings and left untouched. There were another dozen or so showgirls who, after being favored once, were made beauties on the second day. Imperial accommodation in a separate palace. Just like her, she might still be the last of all the showgirls to be honored by the emperor. I didn't realize that the beauty was also blocked. The courtesan on the left said, Beauty, hurry up and pack up and wash up. The Taishang Emperor has also bestowed quite a bit of jewelry and clothing, so the servant girl will take you there to take a look. Good, Zhou Qiolmi said joyfully. By the way, what are your names? Slave girl Chinger, slave servant Yenner, the little slave chair, minion little mirror. Well, hurry up and clean up. Nah. Sunken Hall, the cicada Beauty, who had a heavy heart, also had a somewhat cold look in her eyes after sending the other showgirls away. In the past 6 months, she had long since found out the pattern of the Taishang Emperor's affairs. More than 200 showgirls, all of them passed through. For some reason, only a dozen or so have caught His Majesty's eye. He was given beauties in palaces as well as eunuchs and maidservants to serve him. After being named a beauty, she will be given a special 3-day escort, and the rest of the showgirls, until now, have not received the oracle for a second bedtime service. It seems that the Taishang Emperor has his own preferences when it comes to selecting beauties. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the pattern of the Taishang Emperor's selection of showgirls to accompany him over the past 6 months. In addition to these beauties, there was another person who was especially valued by the Taishang Emperor, Xin Yuya. This woman was specially selected on the day of the Taishang Emperor's selection, and was extremely favored by the Taishang Emperor. Hidden is the first of the Xingqing Palace beauties. None of this, though, had anything to do with her. She arrived at the inner room, where her aunt, who had appeared 6 months ago, had been waiting for a long time. Greetings, Holy Maiden. What's the hurry to find me? Holy Maiden. The location of the Xingqing Palace's secret vault has been determined with high probability. Oh, where? Calyx. Acacia Building. The Calyx House. Cicada Beauty was surprised. That place is the Supreme Emperor's chambers. How did you guys find out there? Auntie smiled bitterly. The entire Xingqing Palace, the old slave has already sent people to rummage through none of them have the secret vault sign. Only the Calyx and the Flying House, because it's the Emperor's chambers, and because it's guarded by the divine warriors. Our people were only able to take a cursory look inside and outside of the Calypsox house. As for the core area of the Calypsox glow house and the underground, it is impossible to view it at all. Cicada Beauty frowned. Then today, you came to me and, meaning I should go to the Calyx house to investigate? Yes. Cicada Beauty shook her head, then smiled bitterly. There have been so many newcomers in the past 6 months. I have accompanied the Emperor only a handful of times. Calyx Phase Glory Building. Also only been to 2 or 3 times. If, the Holy Maiden need not worry too much. The ant hurriedly said. The Holy Mother sent someone to bring the key to the secret vault from that monk's relics into the palace. As long as you, Holy Maiden, bring the key into the Calyx Glory House and approach within 3 feet of the secret vault, the key to the secret vault will send out an alert of its own accord. Reveal the location of the secret vault. In addition to the key to the secret vault, there is also the Sex Holy Medicine, Compassionate Mystic Spirit Dispersion. This holy medicine is colorless and tasteless, and mortals who inhale it can confuse their minds and be at your disposal. Even martial artists who do not enter the innate realm will be mesmerized by this holy medicine for several hours. You can use this medicine as an opportunity to confuse the Supreme Emperor, so that you can take a break from searching for the place where the secret vault is located. After the ant finished speaking, she looked at Cicada Beauty eagerly, and Cicada Beauty was deep in thought, walking back and forth. After finding the secret vault, can you be sure that without alerting the Taishang Emperor and the Divine Warrior Army that, take away the treasures within the secret vault? Don't worry, Holy Maiden. We have the key to the secret vault and the cultivator's identity token. Naturally, you can safely enter the secret vault. How many people are coming? The 4 holy ministers, and the only cultivator offering in the sect, Elder Red Lotus, for orifice refining realm martial artists, as well as Elder Red Lotus? Cicada Beauty nodded and said, in this matter, I promise, but the key to the secret vault must be given to me first, and after I have ascertained the location of the secret vault, bring these men into the Xingqing Palace again. The ant was pleasantly surprised. Good. The old slave will send a message to the Holy Mother. Chapter 23, The Secret Books of the Martial Library. The Calyx Phase Building. Zhang Yi is sitting on top of the dragon chair. Wang Zhanghai is respectfully reporting to him about the affairs within Xingqing Palace. Your Majesty, the 235 showgirls who entered the Xingqing Palace 6 months ago have all been blessed. A total of 13 were made beauties, together with the former duo of Beauty Xiao and Beauty Cicada. Now that there are 15 beauties enshrined in the entire Xingqing Palace, the old slave has already sent someone to report to the Taiji Palace's Internal Affairs Office. From next month, the Internal Affairs Bureau will then issue the corresponding monthly salaries in money and grain according to the number of beauties in Xingqing Palace. Aha! There's one more thing, Your Majesty. Now that 13 beauties have been chosen from over 200 showgirls, what about the remaining showgirls? Just stay in Xingqing Palace for the palace maids and female officers, and move them all out of the Palace of Beauty. Choose another palace to arrange. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhang Yi nodded and said, not bad. How did you do the other thing I ordered? Back to Your Majesty. The Taiji Palace arsenal is guarded by the Divine Martial Army dispatched by His Majesty. Within it are stored over 120 secret books of martial arts that our dynasty has searched for since its establishment. Now that more than 90% has been transcribed, and the remaining martial arts secrets have been, at most, half a month, then it can all be transcribed. Half a month? Zhang Yi directly said. How many secret books of martial arts that can reach the innate realm are recorded in the canonical books? Back to the Supreme Emperor. The secret books of martial arts that can be cultivated to the innate realm are explicitly recorded within the arsenal. There are 3 books. May the transcription be completed? It has been completely transcribed. After all the secret martial arts books have been transcribed, send all of them to the Calypsox Glory House. Nah, only then did Zhang Yi ask, did something big happen in the previous dynasty? Back to the Emperor. The rebel army led by assassin Yang Xiaoyong and the Xinwu army led by General Shintohao have already had several great battles in the desolate state, and the fighting is so scorching that the entire former dynasty is now concerned about this matter. Oh, who won and who lost? The old slave doesn't know. What about L.A.? Luo City is once again besieged by General Su Zhang, and Chong Heihu is still resisting. Zhang Yi was silent for several breaths and shook his hand. Go down. No. Wang Zhanghai retreated while Zhang Yi was looking in the direction of the Taiji Palace. The Kingdom of Yu went through a great war for more than 10 years before he settled the Central Plains and established the Kingdom of Yu. Now the people of the Yu Kingdom are thinking of settling down, and there is the Changhe sect behind them. Regardless of whether it was the assassin of Arakan State, the third son of the former Crown Prince Zheng Hongyuan, or Chong Heihu, or the 13th Crown Prince Jiang of the former Jin dynasty, they were all nothing more than grasshoppers after the fall, and would not be able to collapse for long. His next plan was still to find a way to obtain a cultivation technique. For this reason, he thought of another way out. The reason why he was able to absorb the aura was because of the evergreen nourishing kung fu. Dozens of strands of red dust chi went down, causing it to gain the ability to sense auras. Then, after injecting a large amount of red dust chi into other feats, is it possible to deduce it again to the extreme so that it can be transformed into a cultivation technique? For this reason, he purposely sent someone to the Taiji Palace's arsenal to take away its inner treasures. The Taiji Palace Arsenal, which was built at the beginning of the Yu Kingdom, there were hundreds of martial arts techniques collected from all the martial arts clans in the world. Among them, there was no lack of innate realm techniques, just like the Purple Haze technique. When he learned that he wanted martial arts techniques, Emperor Wu Yuan also hesitated for a moment, but quickly agreed. The secret books of the martial arts library were originally, and they could not be taken out in their entirety, but Zhang Yi could send someone to transcribe them. In the past 6 months, he has had nothing to do but to honor more than 200 showgirls. Outside of selecting beauties that could grow the red dust, the rest of the time was spent waiting for the secret books of the martial arts library to be transcribed. In half a year's time, out of more than 200 showgirls, only 13 were burdened with red dust, given by him as a beauty. The rest of the showgirls became Xingqing Palace maids, serving him and the 15 beauties. Unfortunately, among the more than 200 showgirls, Qin Yuyo was still the only one with a spiritual root. One could imagine how difficult it was to obtain a spiritual root. In order to detect the woman who was burdened with the chi of the red dust in the past half year, they have all somewhat left Yuyao out in the cold. You'll have to take care of in the future. With that, he commanded, "Someone come." Taisho, a small eunuch, walked in quickly and respectfully said, "What does the Supreme Emperor command?" "Tonight, recruit the Yao beauty to serve the bed." "Nah," the little eunuch hurriedly promised, then added, "Your Majesty, just now, Cicada Beauty sent a palace servant to say that she specially made snow lotus porridge for His Majesty. It has the effect of warming the kidneys and yang, warming the menstruation and dispersing cold, dispelling wind and removing dampness." Cicada Beauty? Zhang Yi's mind recalled the petulant little courtesan, but once he thought of Qin Yuyao's status, still, he shook his head and said, "Let it send over the snow lotus porridge, and I will visit her later." Nah, not long after, Qin Yuyao, who had washed up and was well dressed, was led by the palace maids and came to the Calyx house. "I, Qin Yuyao, have met the Supreme Emperor. Beauty, please rise." Zhang Yi took 2 quick steps and helped him up, smiling. "Tonight is a good night." The imperial catering room sent another spring apricot wine, and I remembered the sword dance performed by the beauty that day, and for a moment I was a little bit stuck. I wonder if the beauty can perform another sword dance this night, so that I can appreciate it properly? Yao Beauty's beautiful eyes twitched as she nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty. I just learned another sword dance a few days ago, called the Red Silk Sword Dance, and I will show it to the Taishang Emperor." "Ha ha, good beauty sword dance. Wine for Xing, really is a great pleasure in life." Sunken Hall. Cicada Beauty looked at the eunuch in front of her who was delivering the message, and her pretty face was hard to look at. "What did you say?" "The Taishang Emperor asked to send the snow lotus over. So what about me?" The little eunuch whispered. Back to the beauty." The Supreme Emperor did not mention the matter of the beauty to serve the bed. Cicada Beauty's heart fluttered as she asked, "Who is serving the bed tonight?" The little eunuch hesitated for a moment, and the ant behind Cicada Beauty stepped forward and slipped him a piece of silver. Said, "Don't worry, Your Excellency, my beauty is only wondering which sister has had the great fortune to. I can't believe I've been summoned to the Calypso house." The little eunuch glanced around, panicked, and stuffed the small piece of silver into his sleeve. In a low voice, he said, "Back to the beauty. This night is Yao Beauty serving the bed." "It's her again." Cicada Beauty's eyes changed for a moment, then she smiled again and said, "Thank you, eunuch. Snow lotus porridge. This palace will send someone to the Calyx Phase Glory House, so I'll trouble the eunuch." No trouble. The little eunuch laughed and hurriedly retreated. "Holy maiden, what should we do now? If we can't go to the Calyx Phase House, what's the rush?" Autumn Cicada blankly glanced at her aunt and turned towards her dormitory. "It's not like you can't run away with the Calyx Phase House right there. In the future, there will be plenty of time. As long as the Taishang Emperor beckons this palace to serve him in bed once, this palace can then use the holy medicine of the sect, compassionate ecstasy, as well as the holy sex charm technique to confuse the Taishang Emperor. To think that he, an old man in his flowery years, how do you resist the dual control of compassionate ecstasy and the fine arts of the Holy Church? At that time, let's not talk about searching for the secret repository of cultivators at the Calyx and Calyx house. Even if you turn over the entire Xingqing Palace, it's easy as pie." The ant smiled at her words. It's still the holy maiden who has thought this through. Then I will inform the 4 great sacred servants and Elder Red Lotus so that they can wait quietly. Aha! Chapter 24, Congenital Technique. Half a month later, several well-built Shinwu army soldiers, carrying 2 large boxes, walked into the Flower Calyx Shanghui building. My lord and others see the Supreme Emperor. Level off. Thank you, Your Majesty, the leader of the Shinwu army generals said, reporting to the Supreme Emperor. Inside these 2 boxes are the transcribed versions of all the secret martial arts books of the Martial Library. 125 books in total, all of which are here. Saying that, he took out another delicate little box and said, inside this box, on the other hand, are the transcribed versions of the 3 innate realm martial arts secrets. I also asked the Supreme Emperor to treasure it carefully. Take it. You all have worked hard. Zhang Yi nodded and said, Zhonghai, watch the reward. Nah. Wang Zhonghai carried a tray of silver and handed it to the head Shinwu army soldier. Tang Chang and Wang Dong, on the other hand, came up and were in charge of moving the 2 large boxes away. The items are delivered. If the Taishang Emperor has no other orders, my humble servant and the others will take their leave first. Go on. Yes, Your Majesty. Several people saluted again and retreated. Zhang Yi looked at the 2 large boxes and ordered, all the secret books of martial arts. Send it to the secret room of the Calyx house. Yes, Your Majesty. Inside the chamber, Zhang Yi did not take the lead in opening the 2 large wooden boxes. Instead, he opened the small box that contained the 3 innate realm martial arts secrets. The small box opened and 3 threadbound tomes appeared before his eyes. Picked up the first book to check it out and was quickly intrigued by the contents. This martial arts technique, named Red Yang Divine Gong, was an inherited technique from the former Jin imperial family. According to the secret book, it is necessary to select a man with a boy's body to practice, gathering a mouthful of Yuan Yang Qi in the abdomen until the innate realm. One can transform the whole body's internal energy into the blazing hot as the sun's red Yang True Qi. After practicing this technique at a high level, one can master the red sun True Qi to be invulnerable, and invulnerable to swords and spears. Water and fire do not invade, poisonous gas does not arise, and materialization does not, and it has an innate restraining effect on internal forces and poisonous feats with yin and cold attributes. Just because it's hard to cultivate the red yang divine power, want to cultivate to the peak state need to always keep the body of the child. Is the former Jin prince bloodline withered? Is the royal taboo? This is why the former Jin dynasty was overthrown so easily by Zhang Yi and others only after more than a decade of turmoil. The former Jin, which had been maintained for hundreds of years, actually had only one bloodline, the 13th Prince Qiang, still contacting former officials to do resistance. It takes a child's body to cultivate? Zhang Yi's face was a bit odd. He did not expect that the first secret book of martial arts to give him a blow to the head. He was, of course, no child's plaything. Not even a child. Does it mean that one cannot cultivate this technique? He continued to flip through it, and it soon became clear. The so-called child's body cultivation is not the only condition. Ordinary people, too, can cultivate. It was only that when people who had broken their bodies cultivated this technique, they were not able to cultivate to the highest level. Moreover, the cultivated red yang true qi was not invulnerable. It's just not very powerful. Only after seeing this did Zhang Yi nod slightly. He's got the breath of red dust. As long as he keeps practicing with water and dirt, surely, he could cultivate this red yang divine power to the highest level. Afterwards, he put this book, the Red Yang Divine Skill, aside. A second innate realm martial arts secret book was taken out. Taishan Sword Qi. This secret book is a sword technique that has been passed down from a large country overseas called the Yuanwu country. It is rumored that this country is a shared world between the emperor and martial arts clans, and the martial arts power is extremely prosperous. And this Taishan Sword Qi was a sword technique that had been passed down by a martial arts sect called Taishan sect in Yuanwu country. This sword technique emphasizes intent over weaponry. When practiced to its peak, it can shoot out its own internal energy with sword strokes, forming sword qi that kills people invisibly. Powerful and indestructible, it is a killing weapon. It was also unknown why this sword technique had strayed to the former Jin dynasty and was subsequently taken by them. However, it was a pity that this sword technique only had the first 6 layers, and the contents of the subsequent techniques were still within the Yuanwu country, unavailable. After browsing through the Taishan Sword Qi, Zhang Yi secretly said it was a pity and put it aside. Another third innate realm martial arts technique was taken out, the Big Dipper's indestructible body. This technique, which was the most difficult to practice horizontal refinement divine technique, was obtained from the Long River sect. When practiced to its peak, the whole body will be invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire, and it will be able to cultivate the astral body protection qi, defense against any outside attack. The divine martial army under Zhang Yuanzhen practiced this technique. Cultivating with the horizontal refinement method of the Big Dipper's indestructible body made the martial artist's ability to kill in close combat extremely powerful. Unfortunately, this method needs to be combined with corresponding medicinal baths, elixirs, and even acupuncture and massage techniques to work together in order to keep cultivating without damaging one's own flesh and blood and lifespan. This made the difficulty of practicing this method even more difficult. There are 12 layers of this Gong method, and until now, as far as he knows, in the entire Yu Kingdom, there was only one person, Shen Tu Hao, who had cultivated to the 10th layer. Strength, all of which have crowned the whole army. One could imagine the overbearing nature of this technique. These 3 techniques were the 3 innate realm techniques collected from the Yu Kingdom's arsenal. As for the other feats, they're all just ordinary martial arts feats. At most, they would only be able to cultivate to the first grade martial artist realm, which was also known as the refined orifice realm, Red Yang divine power and Taishan sword chi. There are also the 3 martial arts techniques of the Big Dipper indestructible body. So try the Red Sun divine skill first. Zhang Yi sat down on his knees and placed the Red Yang divine skill in front of his body, carefully examining and savoring it. One day later, all the contents of the Red Yang divine power, it had all been etched into his mind. Immediately afterward, he followed the heart method and the internal meridians running as recorded in the Red Yang divine power. Begin cultivating the Red Yang divine skill. 3 days later, he suddenly felt a blazing heat on the momentum point and, immediately afterward, he began to run along the meridians of the Red Yang divine skill to run the circumference of the sky. Soon on his entire body, he felt very hot, as if he was within magma. He held his breath as he continued to run the Red Yang divine skill, controlling this freshly cultivated Red Yang true chi. After a long time, Zhang Yi withdrew his energy and let out a long breath. Both eyes opened, and a white dragon gushed out of his nostrils for a long time. Fortunately, both the Red Yang divine power and the purple cloud power cultivate the most rigid and masculine chi. The two complement each other, otherwise it's really hard to control. Zhang Yi muttered. Ordinary martial artists, most of them could only cultivate one attribute of true chi. After all, there is an end to human strength, and the meridians are fragile, with different attributes of true chi running through them, highly prone to conflict. And the Red Yang divine power and the purple haze power both condense the internal force that is the most rigid and the most masculine. The conflict is not great. However, this was also the reason why he had just cultivated the Red Yang divine skill. The Red Yang true chi wasn't very large yet. Once when he had cultivated the Red Yang divine skill to its advanced state, the Red Yang true chi would skyrocket in both quantity and quality, and the two would inevitably clash. At that time, the shattering of the meridians is a trivial matter, and in a crisis, it is very likely to jeopardize the life. However, for Zhang Yi, as long as he could cultivate the Red Yang true chi, it would be fine. He closed his eyes and his consciousness appeared above the red dust group of fame. A line of handwriting appeared before his eyes. Red Sun Divine Power, Introductory, 1/10. The Red Sun Divine Skill has been initiated. Zhang Yi glanced at his red dust chi again. Red Dust Breath, 225. For half a year, he had been testing over 200 showgirls to see if they possessed the red dust chi. Only 13 were eventually detected. That was why the amount of red dust chi that had been accumulated over the past 6 months was not very large. But even that was 225 strands. Looking at the Red Sun divine skill that had already been initiated, Zhang Yi did not hesitate to say, 10 strands of red dust chi, added on top of the Red Sun divine skill. Chapter 25 Red Sun Purple Haze Technique. You have invested 10 strands of red dust chi on top of the Red Yang divine power. The Red Yang divine power is even the strongest and most masculine power, which can cultivate the Red Yang true chi, which is indestructible. Swords and spears are invulnerable. Water and fire are invulnerable. Poisonous gases are invulnerable. And materialization is invulnerable. For the first year, you meditate on the Red Yang divine power, picking out 5 hours a day to practice. The proficiency of the Red Yang divine skill is growing rapidly. 1 year later, your Red Yang divine skill is elevated to the minor achievement realm. In the second year, you meditated and practiced, and your Red Yang true chi became more and more pure. Your own martial realm, flesh, blood, bones, and meridians have long since stepped into the innate realm, which is why cultivating the Red Yang divine power is twice as effective. Your Red Yang divine skill is raised to the grand completion realm. In the third year, when you meditated and practiced, the Red Sun true chi clashed with the Purple Haze true chi. For a moment you feel your chi and blood boiling, your meridians in severe pain, and you almost go off the deep end. At critical moments, the aura hidden in the blood, flesh and meridians spontaneously repaired the body, so that two very different true chi coexist in the body and are assimilated by the aura. In the fourth year, under the effect of the aura, the Red Sun true chi flourished and grew more and more pure. your red yang divine skill is raised to the perfection realm. In the 5th year, under the effect of the aura, the red yang true chi once again skyrocketed and stepped into a new realm. Your red yang divine skill is upgraded to the state of Exodus. Your martial arts cultivation has refined again, but you are still in the innate realm. In the 6th year, your martial arts cultivation has once again refined, but it is still in the innate realm. In the 7th year, you began to try to fuse the red yang divine power with the purple haze power. Success with Reiki. In the 8th year, the new internal martial arts method can still cultivate the most rigid and masculine true chi. However, it contains extremely active attributes, which are manipulated more purely and freely, making your flesh, blood, body and meridians flourish more and more, and it has the effect of prolonging life. Life expectancy plus 20. In the 9th year, you continue to cultivate the new internal martial arts technique, and your martial arts realm was once again refined, but still unable to break through the innate realm. In the 10th year, you continue to cultivate the new internal martial arts technique, and your martial arts realm is once again refined, but still unable to break through the innate realm. Another 20 years had been added to his life, and now that his life was increased without the red dust of heck, it reached 150 years. Zhang Yi's mind moved and exited the sea of consciousness. In a flash, he immediately felt a blazing sensation coming from all the limbs and bones in his body. The flying flows throughout the body, especially above the momentum point, which was hot, hard, and as if it had endless energy. In a matter of moments, it surged throughout the body, followed by fusion at the dantian. Almost simultaneously, the familiar purple haze true chi also surged out within the dantian. At first the two did not interfere with each other, but with the growth of the red sun jinchi, the two began to repel each other. Even the meridians of his entire body could feel a cold, bone-piercing and even severe pain, but the sensation lasted but a moment, as if nothing had been perceived of then it dissipated on its own. Immediately afterward, a very different aura appeared in his whole body. It suppressed the red yang true chi and purple xia true chi as much as it could, and even fused them with each other under the effect of this breath. In the end, the red sun true chi and the purple cloud true chi merged into one, becoming warm and active. From the dantian as the center, it flows through the limbs and meridians. The entire person, the entire meridian, seemed to have turned into a water system with the same root. It's heady and raw. It was the new internal force and true chi derived from the fusion of the red yang divine power and the purple cloud power. I don't know how much time had passed, but Zheng Yi slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed by. Cultivating martial arts feats with the chi of red dust was really effective. The red sun true chi and purple cloud true chi fused with each other, eventually forming a new true chi. This true chi will be named Purple Sun True Chi. It hadn't reached the state of aura yet, but it certainly gave him an idea. Especially since his body itself had reached the innate realm long ago under the nourishment of aura. This is why the red yang shingon will be in just 10 years. Not right. It was a short 5 years to reach the state of exaltation. The rest of the 5 years were just fusing the red yang divine skill and the purple haze divine skill. But, under the effect of the aura, the new gong method had been practiced continuously for 3 years. The martial cultivation level was actually still at the innate realm with no growth. What's this all about? The highest level of martial arts is the innate realm? Nope. Zheng Yi shook his head. According to the former gene records, the overseas country Yuanwu country, but there existed martial artists who surpassed the innate realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pioneered a technique like the Taishian sword chi. Cultivating the first 6 layers can lead you straight to the innate realm. And with subsequent feats, one could break through the innate realm and reach a new realm. Perhaps because he himself had long since stepped into the innate realm, and with the aura nourishing his body. With this cultivation breakthrough, the body actually had no impurities produced and was just as clean and fresh. A new internal martial arts technique? Zhang Yi's consciousness returned to the sea of consciousness. Looking at the red dust group scroll that was still floating in the midst of the chaos, he immediately made a decision. The new internal martial arts mind method will be named the red yang purple haze technique. As soon as the words left his mouth, the personal attribute panel on the red dust kunari, the red yang divine power and the purple haze power have disappeared. In its place was the red yang zixia gong. Even his life expectancy column went from 61/130 to 61/150. Phew. He once again exited the red dust Chuanfang spectrum and sat on his knees, adjusting his state and calming his mood. Soon, he entered the realm of things to come. After taking a meal and resting, and after restoring his state to normal, Zheng Yi once again came to the quiet room. Today, he was going to cultivate the Taishian sword chi. Opening the Taishian sword chi transcription secret book, Zheng Yi's consciousness quickly sank in. Unlike other internal martial arts heart techniques, the Taishian sword chi was a sword technique with very few heart technique passages. Only 1/5 of the content of the transcribed gongfu was internal heart techniques, and the remaining pages of the heck, it was dozens of pages of portraits with drawings of human meridians, over lifelike portraits, depending on the realm. It makes the internal energy flow through different acupoints and meridians, and then transforms one's internal energy into sword chi that possesses sharp killing power, and then release it with different stances and methods of operation, and then form the efficacy of the sword chi externalization. The power is very dominant. It can be said that the Taishan sword chi is an internal martial arts technique as well as a sword technique that, it is also a powerful killing art. Most of all, this sword technique comes from the Yuanwu kingdom. That was a country that had martial artists beyond the innate realm. The Taishan sword chi that was passed down from it would definitely possess the efficacy that Zhang Yi was looking forward to. Under the effect of Zhang Yi's innate realm of martial arts, a Taishan sword chi was initially mastered in only 3 days, transforming a sword chi that possessed an aura of supreme rigidity and yang. And on top of the red dust Xuanfang spectrum, the hint of the introduction of the Taishan sword chi also appeared. Glancing at the red dust breath, there are 215 strands left. With a twinkle in his eye, he made a decision in his heart as well. Consume 100 points of red dust chi and add it to the Taishan sword chi. In 100 years' time, I don't believe that lone won't be able to break through the Taishan sword chi and the innate realm. Chapter 26, The Spiritual Realm. You have invested 100 strands of red dust chi on top of the Taishan sword chi. Taishan sword chi is a sword Dao technique. It can transform the true chi at one's disposal into indestructible sword chi, which can be externally released to kill the enemy and is sharp and unrivaled. For the first year, you meditate on the Taishan sword chi, picking out 5 hours a day to practice. The proficiency of Taishan sword chi is growing rapidly. 1 year later, your Taishan sword chi has been raised to the minor achievement realm. You can kill the enemy within 3 feet of the external sword energy. In the second year, you meditated and practiced, and your Taishan sword chi became more and more pure. Your own martial realm, flesh, blood, bones, and meridians have long since stepped into the innate realm, which is why cultivating the Taishan sword chi is twice as effective. Your Taishan sword chi has been raised to the grand completion realm, and you can externally release your sword chi within 10 feet to kill the enemy. In the third year, you meditated and practiced the Taishan sword chi. The whole body's internal force is rigid and invulnerable, and the sword chi formed also carries this effect, multiplying its power. In the fourth year, you meditated and practiced the Taishan sword chi. The entire body's internal energy can be converted into Taishan sword chi one after another, and it can be released without relying on a weapon. In the fifth year, your Taishan sword chi breaks through the sixth layer. In the sixth year, you meditated on cultivating the Taishan sword chi, but you made no progress and were unable to make a breakthrough. Seventh year, eighth year, ninth year, above the red dust Xuanfang spectrum, the red dust derivation was still going on, and the red dust chi was constantly being consumed. It caused the Taishan sword chi to frantically deduce, but for some reason, perhaps a lack of counterpart opportunities, it caused the Taishan sword chi to remain stuck at the sixth layer, unable to advance an inch. Zhang Yi was also patient and continued to deduce. In the 10th year, the Taishan sword chi has made no progress. In the 20th year, you've transformed your entire body's internal energy into Taishan sword chi, and your mind moves as it pleases. Taishan sword chi can be released from any angle. In the 30th year, do you think that quantitative change will lead to qualitative change? It was so that he began to compress the Taishan sword chi, causing its quality to continuously increase, and subsequently making it sharper and purer. In the 40th year, you are still compressing Taishan sword chi. In the 50th year, you managed to cultivate all the Taishan sword chi in your body, compressed into a Taishan sword chi. This Taishan sword chi is incomparably pure, stored in the body, and can be mobilized at will with your consciousness. Externalizing 100 feet away to kill the enemy will arrive in a moment. In the 60th year, this strand of Taishan sword chi is becoming more and more pure under your manipulation, and it can be transformed into different sword chi to kill the enemy externally in a moment. The greater the number of dispersed sword chi, the weaker the power. 70th year, you can transform your own internal energy amongst the purple yang true chi and Taishan sword chi at will, and your own physique is undergoing a slight change. In the 80th year, you begin to meditate on honing your Taishan sword chi and comprehending Taishan sword intent. In the 90th year, you vaguely sensed a strand of inexplicable sword intent, and your sword cultivation skyrocketed. In the first 100 years, you accidentally chopped out a sword in between practicing. The wind didn't move, the sword didn't move, and the intention moved. The earth opens up. You have successfully broken through the innate realm. Your martial arts cultivation. Step into the Tongling realm. It's done. Zhang Yi was pleasantly surprised that 100 strands of red dust chi in 100 years of time, with the Taishan sword chi, It finally caused him to break through the innate realm and step into the Tonling realm. Tonling realm, can the will of the martial artist, sensing the energy of heaven and earth, followed by each move in each style. All of them can be attached to heaven and earth yuan qi for attack. The tougher the will of the martial artist, the higher the martial artist's cultivation level will be, the more powerful the martial arts performed would be. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist who wants to break through the psychic realm, one had to go through countless life and death killings as well as life and death epiphanies to make a breakthrough. As for Zhang Yi, he was able to break through by consuming 100 strands of red dust qi and consuming 100 years of time, followed by a breakthrough. Phew! He breathed a long sigh of relief as he finished his deduction, and the Taishian sword qi with 100 years of strength was immediately added to the body. An inexplicable aura began to envelop itself. The entire body's internal energy began to boil up at this moment, transforming into a fine sword qi that was stored in the dantian and the body. At the same time, with the slightest movement of Zhang Yi's consciousness, this fine sword qi it actually kept fusing and running in a short period of time, following which it formed a mere sword qi. He stretched out his right hand and formed fingers with both hands. With a slight movement of the mind, there was immediately an aura that was simply undetectable to the naked eye. It coalesced above both fingers. Taishian sword qi. Zheng Yi carefully examined this wisp of sword qi in the air above his fingers. Illusory and formless. But then again, it does exist. Vaguely, a wisp of fluctuation containing incomparably hot energy could be sensed. Sealed within this small piece of heaven and earth. As long as he wished, he could release it at will, destroying any enemy in front of him. Not only that, this one Taishian sword qi could also be dispersed out and, forming a dense and slightly weaker Taishian sword qi, it was externally released to kill the enemy. He was really not quite sure how powerful the Taishian sword qi with 100 years of strength was, but one can imagine that the power is definitely strong. After resting for a few more days, Zheng Yi once again returned to the quiet room. He began to cultivate the horizontal refinement technique, the heavenly dipper indestructible body. Due to his own martial cultivation, he had already stepped into the Tonling realm. Having an innate understanding of this innate realm technique, it was extremely easy to get started. It is said that if one law is true, all laws are true. Under the Tonling realm martial cultivation, almost all feats were understood at a single point. The Big Dipper's indestructible body, in 3 years, was cultivated to a state of exaltation. Another 10 years were consumed to stabilize it, making the Big Dipper indestructible body even more powerful. Subsequently, Zheng Yi began to rely on the red dust qi again, begin cultivating the other martial arts techniques copied from the martial library. The lightweight stances of 9 changes of the spirit snake, ladder cloud zone, flying on the grass, chasing the stars and the moon, and so on, the 8 arms Luo Han, heavenly maiden scattering flowers, yin and yang life and death talisman, etc. Among the concealed weapon techniques, among the palm techniques are the Bagua palm, the swimming dragon palm, the Xianyin palm, and so on. Among the boxing styles are the Luohan fist, the powerful bull demon fist, the 7 injury fist, the spiritual snake fist, and so on. Among the swordsmanships are the wind-following sword technique, the stormy rain sword technique, the soul-pursuing and life-snatching sword, and the 2-embodied sword technique, to name a few. Beyond that, there were also techniques similar to the turtle breath technique, fetal breath technique, closed breath treasure vase technique, and other techniques that hid one's breath. More than 100 secret books of martial arts. In a month or so, all of them were acquired by Zheng Yi with the red dust qi. And because these martial arts feats were of a very low grade, with his current martial arts strength at the Tonling realm, most of them only consumed a wisp of red dust qi and were able to cultivate to the realm of exaltation. It was because the Zheng Yi of today was enough to be called a martial grandmaster. The downside of doing so was also obvious. The red dust qi was depleted and had to be seized as soon as possible. Unfortunately, with so many secret books of martial arts, he still hadn't come into contact with the cultivation codex. Unable to continue cultivation. Martial cultivation realm, Tonling realm. The cultivation realm was still only the first level of qi practicing, but according to canonical records, his Tonling realm martial arts cultivation, it was enough to be comparable to a late-stage qi cultivator. Walking out of the quiet room, Wang Zhonghai immediately greeted him. Old slave kowtowed to the Supreme Emperor. What's the big deal? Back to the Taishang Emperor. Nothing of great importance, but it's just that Cicada Beauty sent another person to deliver the lotus seed lily porridge that she personally boiled. Cicada Beauty? Zheng Yi wondered. This January, how many times has she delivered kanji? For the 5th time. 5 times? Interesting. Zheng Yi's heart stirred. This woman was so eager. But for the sake of competing for favor? But he's not an emperor. He's no more than a beauty. he can't be made a concubine. Not to mention the queenship. Does she have another agenda? After pondering for several breaths, Zhang Yi commanded, "Tonight, have the cicada beauty serve the bed." Nah. Chapter 27, Cicada Beauty Serves the Bed. Sunken Hall. Cicada Beauty was sitting on the soft couch, and was boredly playing with the handkerchief in her hand, her eyes fluttering, and beside her, her aunt walked about anxiously, and from time to time glanced toward the window. "Auntie, don't go away." Cicada Beauty frowned and said, "I'm getting misty-eyed from walking around." "Holy maiden, why aren't you in a hurry?" Auntie asked. "This is the 5th time in the past 5 months that you've taken the initiative to go to the Taishang Emperor. How is the Emperor still?" "How do I know?" Cicada Beauty shrugged and said, "Didn't you also buy off a few little eunuchs that got intel from them too? In the past month or so, the Taishang Emperor has hardly recruited any beauties to serve him in his bed. Been alone in the quiet room. And then there's the fact that the Divine Warrior Army moved the secret books of martial arts from the Taiji Palace's arsenal to him a month ago. I'm sure Emperor Taishang is practicing some kind of internal martial arts, collecting the strengths of 100 schools of thought. He's trying to break through the orifice refining realm? Maybe, but I don't think much of Taisho." Cicada Beauty shook her head and said, "The Supreme Emperor is already past his ancient age. His chi and blood are failing, and although he has a way of nourishing himself, but not a young man after all, to be able to break through to the orifice refining realm, that's also due to the abundance of royal sacred medicines. It took a great deal of luck to make a lucky breakthrough. If one wants to break through to the innate realm, it's almost impossible. Of the tens of thousands of members of my Mother of Mercy sect, only a mere 2 have reached this realm. There are only a handful in the entire palace. The Emperor is difficult." The aunt also nodded and said, "Not bad. When a martial artist breaks through the innate realm, all of them will have anomalies produced. And although the scope is not large, it will inevitably spread to the entire Xingqing Palace. This January has not produced a different phase. It seems that the Supreme Emperor has not broken through." "Wait." Cicada Beauty threw away the handkerchief in her hand and stretched her waist. "It's getting late. This palace." Cicada Beauty. Cicada Beauty. Just then, the little eunuch ran in a panic, looking very agitated. "Cicada Beauty. Eunuch Wang has arrived." "Eunuch Wang?" The two looked at each other, and then the aunt quickly reacted and whispered, "Saint." Cicada Beauty. Quickly go to greet Eunuch Wang." "It's not necessary." Wang Zhonghai's voice suddenly rang out, but he walked in quickly, his face full of smiles and, arching his hand in Beauty Cicada's direction, he smiled. "Old slave has met Beauty Cicada. Congratulations to Beauty Cicada. Congratulations to Beauty Cicada. The Emperor Taishang invites you to serve in his bed this night." Cicada Beauty was surprised. "Really? So there's a fake?" Wang Zhonghai laughed. "Cicada Beauty, quickly get ready. The Emperor's sedan chair is already waiting outside." "Thank you, Eunuch Wang." Cicada Beauty quickly stabilized her mind and gave her aunt a wink. The aunt also took out a small bag of silver and stuffed it into Wang Zhonghai's hands. Wang Zhonghai took it with a smile. "Be my guest, Cicada Beauty. The old slave is waiting outside." With that, he retreated. Quickly help me to wash up." "No." Qinger and Yenner hurriedly walked in, and together with their aunt, they flanked Cicada Beauty towards the inner room. Hot spring water slides and washes away the grease. Warm mist floats and the heart surges, served by 2 maids of honor. Cicada Beauty quickly washed her delicate and white body, and then the aunt herself dresses them. The pink and white colorful clouds chasing the moon palace dress slowly wrapped the Cicada Beauty's delicate body. Only the tender white and high neck and shoulders were exposed, snowy and pink, radiating a tantalizing glow. While dressing Cicada Beauty, the aunt said softly, "Your Highness, the Holy Maiden, compassionate ecstasy is placed around your waist, and with a single movement it is emitted. No man within a 3-foot radius can escape the effects of compassionate ecstasy." Remember, Your Highness, this compassionate spirit dispersion is only effective for about 2 hours against the refined orifice realm martial artists, and once the time has passed the effectiveness will be greatly reduced. At that time, you must return to the Taishang Emperor as fast as you can, otherwise arousing the suspicion of the Taishang Emperor can be. "The palace knows," Cicada Beauty said in a faint voice. "Compassionate soul scattering, coupled with this palace's secret technique of seduction. How can the Taishang Emperor, an ancient old man, escape control? As long as I can control the Supreme Emperor, the entire Xingqing Palace will still be under the control of my Sumerian sect?" The aunt's eyes flashed as she said, "The old slave is waiting for the good news of Cicada Beauty." Under the darkness of the night, a team of chamberlains carried a delicate beauty, slowly walking towards the Calyx and Blurry house. Inside the flower Calyx Shanghui building, Zhang Yi was also washing up under the courtesan's weight. He came to the platform on the roof of the building and looked in the direction of the sunken hall. What is the purpose? Cicada Beauty? Lone is just an ancient old man on the verge of dying. Does she need to fight for favors so much? After all, loan to the Xingqing Palace 15 beauties, but the rain and dew evenly ah. The corner of Zhang Yi's mouth revealed a hint of a smile as he said, we'll have to teach him a good lesson later on. What is the purpose of this beauty? Reporting back to the Supreme Emperor, Cicada Beauty has been brought here. Bring her up. Nah. Zhang Yi turned around, returned to the third floor hall and closed the door, isolating the cold outside. Not long after, under the leadership of the little eunuch, Cicada Beauty slowly walked up. Zhang Yi, who was sitting on the main seat at this moment, had a slight glint in his eyes. This Cicada Beauty is obviously well-groomed and it was as if a spirit had come out of the night. The slender figure walks in a graceful manner, like flower petals fluttering in the spring breeze. A pink palace dress, the hem of which was embroidered with an exquisite pattern of colorful clouds chasing the moon, swayed gently with her steps. At 18 years old, she had a delicate face, skin like gelatin, and a pair of dark, sparkling eyes that it glowed like moonlight in the darkness. Her eyebrows are long and thin, slightly raised, revealing a bit of playfulness and intelligence. The face is not powdered, but has a natural flavor. Under the nose is a cherry mouth. At this time, slightly upward, childish and enchanting coexisted on top of a pretty face, exuding an amazingly seductive atmosphere. My concubine, Cicada Beauty, kowtow to the Supreme Emperor. May the Supreme Emperor enjoy eternal happiness and longevity with the heavens. Ha ha, Beauty please rise. Zhang Yi laughed out loud and beckoned towards the Cicada Beauty. Come on, Beauty, let me take a good look at you. No oh, Cicada Beauty Ying whispered, getting up and walking towards Zhang Yi. The pace was light, and her beautiful eyes looked up at Zhang Yi from below, her eyes filled with admiration, as well as a hint of surprise. Tonight's Taisho, why are you young again? When the Cicada Beauty walked in front of Zhang Yi directly swept her into his arms with his big hands, unceremoniously moving. Taisho, the beauty is getting prettier and prettier, and her body is enchanting, so she deserves to be my beauty. Taisho, Cicada Beauty collected her mind, her small hand wrapped around Zhang Yi's arm, and she didn't dare to stop his big hand. One could only hold back the shyness and say, my concubine has learned a new dance. I wonder if your majesty has the time to enjoy it. Zhang Yi said, oh, what dance is it? It's called the Sky Girl dance. The Celestial Maiden dance? Cicada Beauty let out a soft laugh as her delicate body escaped from Zhang Yi's large hands, only lightly tapping the ground. The entire person then floated towards the great hall. All of a sudden, the clothes were fluttering and the dance was absolutely beautiful. Unlike the palace dancers' dances, the Cicada Beauty's dances were more open and bold at this time. From time to time, they smile and look back with affection. Tender white skin, delicate arms and jade feet, constantly revealed as the Cicada Beauty jumped, and all of them were constantly tempting Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's eyes were also immediately attracted by the grief, his eyes burning and staring at the Cicada Beauty to death. Dancing and swaying, Cicada Beauty's figure suddenly drifted towards Zhang Yi, one hand slashing through her waist, and the pink court dress she was wearing immediately slipped off her body, revealing a pink and white, rain-soaked first lotus belly band and long, tender white arms. The small lotus is just showing its tip, and there are dragonflies on the top of it. Taisho, a pinkish-white glow emanated from her eyes as she hummed seductively, and a flash from its pupils. A colorless and tasteless transparent dust also accompanied the Cicada Beauty's movements and floated towards Zhang Yi. For a while, Zhang Yi looked infatuated. Chapter 28, Giant Bronze Gate. In Zhang Yi's consciousness, a faint spiritual fluctuation suddenly appeared at this moment, towards his sea of consciousness. Before it could rush into the sea of consciousness, the pink mist that surrounded the red dust group aroma spectrum's perimeter only slightly tumbled, drowning out this hint of mental fluctuation. Almost at the same time, a warm scent filled his nostrils and went straight to the sky, but the feeling was only momentary, and with a clearing of the mind, he quickly responded as well. There's something odd. Is this charm, as well as, like, sweaty drugs or something to control it? Cicada Beauty, there really is something odd. Zhang Yi's mind cleared, but he quickly suppressed his instinct to resist. Instead, he still made a face of fascination. He wanted to see what the Cicada Beauty in front of him was up to. Emperor Taishang, is my concubine's dance beautiful? Cicada Beauty's enchanting and tender delicate body leaned against Zhang Yi's side and exhaled like an orchid. Beautiful, just beautiful. Then, how does it compare to the sword dance of Yao Beauty? She said delicately, both being the same stunning beauty and both being Taishang Beauty. Although they could not be made concubines, being in the same palace, they were bound to be divided. Zhang Yi still looked mesmerized, but in his heart, he quietly smiled. Compared to Qin Yuyo, Autumn Cicada really didn't lose in terms of face value, but the biggest difference between the two is still the temperament. Qin Yuyo, like a plum blossom in the cold winter months, was lonely and independent. The fall cicadas, on the other hand, are like summer roses, warm and fiery. The sword dance and the celestial maiden dance performed by the two were also very different. For Zhang Yi, it was still Autumn Cicada's heavenly maiden dance, which was full of temptation and charm, that he preferred. Of course the beauty's celestial maiden dance is more beautiful. Hearing Zhang Yi say this, Cicada Beauty also guffawed. She believed it. She was very confident that the man who was under the control of her charm as well as the mercy ecstasy. Speaking the truth, none of them would lie to themselves. Thereupon she rose, and with one foot she hooked up the garment thrown on the floor, and wrapped her tender and delicate body in. The beautiful eyes also changed. Taisho, get up. Zhang Yi rose up smoothly, his eyes still full of attachment and intoxication, staring at the Cicada Beauty to death. Cicada Beauty said in an odd tone, worthy of the holy sex compassionate ecstasy, the power is actually so domineering. You follow me, don't stray too far. After saying that, Cicada Beauty walked towards the door, and Zhang Yi followed closely behind. Opening the gate, Wang Zhonghai and 4 small eunuchs were waiting outside. As soon as he saw Cicada Beauty and Zhang Yi walk out, Wang Zhonghai said strangely, Your Majesty, you. Cicada Beauty was the first to say, stand down. You guys. The Taishang Emperor said that he was going to take this palace on a nice tour of the Calyx Glow House. Wang Zhonghai looked strangely at Zhang Yi, who nodded and said, stand down. Nah. Although Wang Zhonghai was strange in his heart, he still respectfully said. With that, he beckoned, and the several palace maids and eunuchs guarding the side, etc., retreated. You too, stand down. Yes. Wang Zhonghai glanced at Zhang Yi and realized that Zhang Yi did not give any indication, so he could only bend down and retreat. Only after everyone had retired did Cicada Beauty let out a long sigh of relief and, pulling out something from his waist, he muttered, only 3 hours. But it's enough. With that, she held the items in her hands and walked quickly through the 3rd floor of the Calyx Phase building. The sharp-eyed Zhang Yi, too, took a glance at the object in Xiao Cicada's hand. It was a palm-sized bronze copper plate with an overall rectangular shape. It is also engraved with intricate floral patterns, blooming like chrysanthemums. Again, there were tiny, fine print all over it, and it looked very odd. Watching Xiao Cicada leave, Zhang Yi quickly followed. The two of them immediately made their rounds on the 3rd floor of the Calypsox house. Every room, every corridor, every square is not spared. Zhang Yi quickly reacted. Autumn Cicada seems to be looking for something? No wonder she was trying to confuse herself with charm and ecstasy. I just don't know what are looking for. To come here with such fanfare, one would think that what one must be looking for is precious to it. And, holy religion? What is this holy religion she talks about? Zhang Yi patiently followed behind him, not falling behind at all. The Calyx and Calyx building as a whole is more of a trapezoidal shape. The 3rd floor was not very large, and in less than half an hour, the search was empty. Autumn Cicada held the copper plate in her hand and didn't look the slightest bit discouraged, but quickly came to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was the rooms of the Calyx and Calyx house, and there were at least hundreds of rooms arranged and placed. At this level, Autumn Cicada searched longer. It took most of the hour before it was finished spinning. At this point, the Autumn Cicadas still hadn't given up. Looking at the moon, he once again came to the 1st floor. The area on the 1st floor was the largest area in the Calyx Glow building. There are not only several squares, but also gardens, ponds and pavilions. Plus, on the square on the 1st floor, there were teams of divine warrior army guards, eunuchs, palace maids, etc., waiting on them. It's harder to search with impunity. With nothing else to do, she could only come to Zhang Yi's side and let him hold her. As if enjoying the moon view, he wandered around the 1st floor of the Calyx Glow building. Nothing here, nothing here. The key is not responding to anything. Is it not at the Calyx house? After another hour, Autumn Cicada still found nothing, and her pretty face became ugly. At this time they had already returned to the 1st floor of the Calyx Phase building, and looking at the empty hall, Autumn Cicada still shook her head. That's just it. If we can't find it tonight then we'll try again tomorrow. The time for mercy mesmerization is almost up. It can't be. Autumn Cicada's eyes snapped open and suddenly turned her head to look at Zhang Yi as if she had remembered something. Emperor Taishang, is there an underground secret room in the Calypsosian Glory House? Yes. Autumn Cicada hurriedly said. Quickly take me. Zhang Yi led the way to the dragon chair at the Calyx Phase house and pressed a switch on the back. With a clatter of organ steel, behind the dragon chair a deep and dark secret chamber cul-de-sac had suddenly appeared. Underneath this secret room, is where Zhang Yi practiced his kung fu in seclusion on weekdays. After seeing the entrance to this tunnel, Autumn Cicada's expression was delighted and she hurriedly swept down. Zhang Yi was also close behind. The tunnel of the Calypso's phase house was so large that it was almost like a small dungeon in general. There are more than a dozen secret chambers, part of which hold things of gold and silver, and in the middle of one of the largest chambers, on the other hand, a large number of transcribed versions of secret martial arts books obtained from the Taiji Palace's martial arts library were piled up. It wasn't until after walking to the secret room that Autumn Cicada's expression became pleasantly surprised. The copper plate in her hand, began to emit a burst of greenish-green light that flickered continuously. This means that the secret vault is here. Zhang Yi's eyes were also a bit odd. How could he not expect that? There is actually space behind the secret room where one's weekdays are closed for cultivation. Autumn Cicada came to the secret room, ignoring the secret books of martial arts scattered around him. Instead, he scrutinized the walls. It wasn't long before she was in a state of shock, and there was indeed an indentation in the wall. The copper plate is set into this depression with a tight fit and flat surface. Apparently, she found it. A scuffling sound immediately came from the surrounding walls as the copper plates were set into the. Turning his head, he quickly retreated up, radiating a ghostly glow. In the midst of the two men's shocked eyes, a gigantic bronze gate that was a foot high and appeared in the chamber. Oddly enough, the giant bronze door was all of a piece, and in the center of the two panels, I can't believe there isn't the slightest gap. Chapter 29, The Red Lotus Man. Sunken Hall. As Cicada Beauty left to serve the emperor, there were several other people who were gathered together. 4 men dressed as eunuchs, an old man in a basil coat, as well as the ant who has been serving Cicada Beauty. They sat cross-legged together, vaguely led by the Xianclose elder. It was far away from the Calyx house in the distance. The Xianclose elder closed his eyes and tuned his breath without the slightest movement. Faintly, only the sound of tiny breaths could be heard. The other 4 old men in eunuch's attire, however, were a bit impatient as time went by. The eyes were opened. It's been 2 hours. Why hasn't the Holy Maiden moved? Is it not available in the Calyx Acacia house as well? Impossible. The map on that cultivator's body shows that the secret vault must be in Xingqing Palace. Could it be that the Holy Maiden is in some kind of trouble? These 4 people were the 4 holy ministers in the Mother of Mercy sect, the Holy Servant of the Heavenly Dragon, Earth Python Sacred Servant, the Sacred Servant of the Gentile Serpent, Yellow Larva Holy Servant. I'm going to the palace today, in order to assist the Holy Maiden and Elder Red Lotus in taking away the relics of the Burning Incense Mountain cultivators together. The ant whispered from the side, Lords of the Holy Service, please be patient. The Calypso house has 3 floors, and it covers an extremely large area. If you want to search the secret vault under the protection of a large number of divine martial army, it will take at least an hour or so. I'm sure it will take a while for Her Highness the Virgin. Right at this moment, the Red Lotus realist who had been sitting cross-legged and meditating suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of surprise, he backhanded a key, a sight very similar to the copper block in Cicada Beauty's hand, and it also appeared in the hands. On it, too, a faint glow began to emanate. But it immediately drew the attention of several people around them. The Heavenly Dragon Saint Servant was puzzled. Elder Red Lotus? Red Lotus True Man said, this item is the key to the secret vault, which was copied by the old man. As long as the authentic key changes, the imitation in the old man's hand will also change. It seems that the Holy Sect's Holy Maiden has found that Burning Fragrance Mountain cultivator's secret vault. The ant said, excellent. Now it's just a matter of waiting for Her Highness the Holy Maiden to return and take us again at a later date. Why bother? The Red Lotus True Lord waved his hand and said, originally, I was worried that there would be cultivators stationed at this Xingqing Palace. Not after the old man's secret search. It seems like those 2 cultivator offerings from the Yu Kingdom are hiding around the Taiji Palace. In that case, what does the old man have to fear? A mere mortal martial artist. How can you stop me? Go! Yes, Elder. The 4 holy servants hurriedly got up, only to see the Red Lotus Master patting the storage bag on his waist. A grayish-white talisman appeared in his hand, only to see his palms slapping one after another. This grayish-white talisman immediately burned out of thin air. It dissolved into bits of starlight and dissipated, enveloping several people in it. This talisman is an illusion talisman. It can ensure that your figure will not be discovered by other cultivators. It's much more effective for martial artists. He quickly walked towards the door. Follow the old man. Yes, Elder Red Lotus. The 4 holy attendants also hurriedly followed, and soon only the ant was left in the entire sunken hall. Worriedly, he looked at the Calypso house in the distance. In the huge and deep Xingqing Palace, 5 figures darted towards the direction of the Calyx Glow House. The clothes were fluttering and the wind was blowing wildly, but a squad of Shinwu troops parading in the Xingqing Palace. And yet, it was impossible to discover the figures of several of them. It was only when we arrived at the Calyx Phase Glory House that Wang Zhenghai, who was waiting outside, suddenly seemed to have sensed something. Subconsciously, he glanced toward the gate entrance. However, nothing was found. Old ancestor. A small eunuch came over and said, "It's late at night and the dew is heavy. Why don't you old go back and rest first? There are a few of the little ones here to keep watch." "It's not necessary." Wang Zhenghai raised his head to look at the sky and said, "I don't know why. We're feeling a bit off today. Our left eye keeps jumping. Guard the intersections and make sure no one enters. Understand?" "Nah." Deep in the secret room, Zheng Yi quickly regained his eyes, and Cicada Beauty was still shocked at the strangeness of the giant bronze door. She came quickly, scrutinizing the huge bronze door, feeling up and down but I couldn't find anything different at all. Even when she pressed the key on top of the giant bronze door, nothing moved. Strange. Why is there no movement? Does it mean that one has to be a cultivator to open this door? This is the secret Vault Guardian formation gate. Of course you mortals can't open it. Just then, a cold voice rang out, and Cicada Beauty subconsciously turned back and Zheng Yi, however, violently stopped his desire to turn around. At the same time, running the turtle breath technique, which had come out of the realm of the gods a little earlier, perfectly hiding his martial arts cultivation and breath. Elder Red Lotus, the four holy servants. Greetings, holy maiden. Several different voices rang out, and soon several silhouettes were seen appearing in front of Zheng Yi's eyes. The first one to appear was clearly a thin old man dressed in Xian clothes. He took the lead and came to the bronze giant door, examining it carefully with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. The next ones to appear were four men of varying shapes and sizes. The first person was a big man of about 2 meters tall, with a beard and a leopard's head and eyes, not to be messed with at first glance. The second man, a big fat man in a brocade coat, with a face full of fat meat. You can't even see your eyes when you smile. The third person, on the other hand, was a dry and thin youth with triangular eyes, who also glanced at Zheng Yi and there was disdain in his eyes. The fourth, on the other hand, was an old man of low stature, smiling and Cicada Beauty walked at the end. Elder Red Lotus, didn't you say that you would enter and open it the next time after I've determined the location? How did you get here so fast? The efficacy of the holy medicine has less than an hour left. I'm afraid. Cicada Beauty's voice rang out at just the right time. With some confusion, Red Lotus Realist said, "The night is long. Open the secret vault as early as possible and take away the things in it. It's good for both the Holy Church and Our Lady." As for the holy pill, he glanced at Zheng Yi and laughed coldly. "It's just a mere mortal old man. Even if we are found out, so what?" The heavenly dragon holy servant came to the bronze door in large strides, his tone filled with surprise. "Elder Red Lotus, is this the cultivator's secret vault? This gate is actually all in one piece. It's really spooky." Red Lotus Realist indifferently said, "Immortal means, and how can they be understood by mere mortals like you? You and the 5 of you may stand later, according to the position taught by the old man before. Help me to open this secret treasury of cultivators. Understand?" "Yes." Red Lotus Reality slapped his storage bag again, and 5 small flags immediately flashed out. It flew towards the 4 holy servants and the Cicada Beauty, and was grabbed into the hands of the 5. In addition to these 5 small flags, there were 5 pieces of stone, only the size of a thumb. It also fell into the hands of 5 people. That's spirit stones. Zheng Yi's heart stirred. It seemed that this Xian-clothes elder in front of him was the so-called Mother Cult of Mercy leader. The purpose of their trip was to open this bronze giant door in front of them. "Your Highness the Holy Maiden, let the Yu Kingdom's Taishang Emperor go outside the formation. Don't hurt this person," Red Lotus Realist said. "Later, this person old man still has great use for." "Yes, Elder." Cicada Beauty came to Zheng Yi's side with some intolerance in her eyes, but she still commanded, "Your Majesty, come with me. After tonight, you and I can only be strangers after all." Chapter 30, The Secret Vault of the Cultivator. Stranger? Zheng Yi, who was standing at the edge of the secret vault, recited these words in his heart, his eyes devoid of sadness and joy. To him, the Cicada Beauty was nothing more than a channel to seize the red dust chi. He had 14 other passages like this one. With her or without her, it makes no difference. His current priority was the huge bronze door in front of him, or secret repository of monks. This group of so-called Mother of Mercy sects 4 holy attendants and holy maidens in front of us, as well as a cultivator that. The reason for this was the secret treasury of cultivators behind this huge bronze door. As for this cultivator's cultivation, according to his feeling, it is also roughly around the middle stage of practicing chi. Reason? It's simple. The pressure he felt from this Red Lotus master. It wasn't even close to the pressure that was on the Ningxuan and Huangju manservants. Realist Ning Yun and Realist Huangju were mid-stage Qi practitioner cultivators. Then the Red Lotus real person in front of me is also a mid-Qi cultivator. Right at this moment, Elder Red Lotus, who was surrounded by the 4 saint servants and Cicada Beauty, suddenly moved. However, he saw a bronze key appear in his hand and threw it into the air, followed by a quick pinch with both hands. Something weird is going on. However, he saw this bronze key floating strangely in midair as if it was being held by a large hand in the void. The Red Lotus realist's hands were like electricity, rapidly pinching his fingers, and he was still chanting under his breath. In a split second, the small flags held in the hands of the 4 holy servants and the 5 cicada beauties suddenly began to float up in the air, floating above the heads of the 5. Immediately after that, those 5 spirit stones were also emitting a faint fluctuation of spiritual qi. It was injected into these 5 small flags. An aura fluctuation emanated from these 5 flags, forming a small formation that it enveloped the several people in it as much as possible. This formation is a spirit sealing formation, which can block the leakage of spiritual qi. The Red Lotus realist quickly said, "Later on, I will open this secret vault as fast as I can. In order to prevent the aura from leaking out and attracting other cultivators, the 5 of you must not move." Elder. The 5 agreed, while the Red Lotus master once again swiftly pinched his knuckles and the bronze key floating in front of him actually emitted a click sound. More than 10 breaths later, along with the Red Lotus true blood spitting out mana and pouncing on this bronze key, the entire key finally disintegrated into pieces. But strangely enough, from amongst the crumbs, an aura like a key actually floated out. This aura is the real key to open the secret vault. At this time, a hint of joy also flashed in the eyes of the Red Lotus realist, and once again, he pinched his knuckles and, viciously, he pushed in the direction of the huge bronze door. In a flash, this key aura was seen flashing out a piece of light and shooting into the middle of the giant bronze door. Click, click, click. Soon, another series of clear rubbing sounds came from the giant bronze door, in the midst of several pairs of shocked eyes. However, he saw that the bronze giant door had split a jagged crack right in the center, slowly moving towards the sides, and in the middle of that gap, a gale rushed out at the right time, surging in all directions. The several people guarding the surrounding area had their clothes and hair blown away as much as possible, and subconsciously squinted their eyes. Only the Red Lotus realist, as if a protective Dharma shield had appeared in front of his body, stopped the flow of air. Thanks to their early preparations, they had sealed the entrance to the secret vault with a spirit sealing formation. Otherwise, it would easily attract the attention of outside cultivators. After waiting for more than 10 breaths, the huge bronze door was completely opened and a huge black cavern was revealed. The cave had obviously been built by someone who specialized in it, and the walls around it were chiseled and carved with tools. Very obvious. At the end of the road was a bend in the road, and it was impossible to see what it looked like. After carefully probing the area, Red Lotus realist spoke. "There is no residual aura left in this place. The formation flag may be placed at your feet." Yes, the 4 great saint servants and Cicada Beauty agreed, placing the formation flags at their feet and gathering over. The heavenly dragon sacred servant's eyes burned. "Senior, is this the cultivator's secret vault? Hurry up and go in. What are you waiting for?" Red Lotus realist shook his head and said, "But wherever a cultivator's secret vault is concerned, it will be guarded by all sorts of organs. This place was originally the land of the former Jin Imperial family, and the owner of the secret vault is also a member of the former Jin Imperial family. There's still no telling how many organs there are within it, so I don't want to explore it with my flesh. But ergo rest assured." Red Lotus realist shook his head and said, "I have long since utilized the soul-searching technique to search the remains of that cultivator's soul, probed a lot of hidden secrets. The former Jin Imperial family came from Burning Incense Mountain, and this clan specializes most in fire attribute techniques and spells. It's a pity that it has already been destroyed by the Long River sect. This secret vault was built by a late-stage Qi practicing cultivator of the former Jin Imperial clan, for the sake of cultivating Imperial cultivators. Even if there are organs that are powerful, they won't be too powerful. This, too, is why the old man brought you and the 4 others here." As soon as the words left his mouth, the 4 saint servants' faces changed slightly. With these words, Red Lotus realist was considering the 4 of them as trailblazers. Any danger in this secret vault would be shared among the 4 of them. Red Lotus reality continued. "This move is by order of the Holy Mother. For the sake of my sacred church's 100-year plan, do you still need to hesitate? Don't dare." The heavenly dragon sacred servant was the first to say, "My subordinate is willing to break his bones and liver for the holy sect. So is my subordinate." The other 3 also expressed their loyalty, and the Xian snake holy servant suddenly said, "Senior, Why don't you let the Chu Kingdom's Taishang Emperor be the vanguard? This person also has some martial arts cultivation in his body. If this person has a special identity and is still of great use to this sect, the Red Lotus Master said succinctly, I will cast the Vajra charm for you and the four of you. It can withstand the full force of a chi practicing cultivator's strike. Enter the cave. Looking at the calm face of the Red Lotus Master, the Xian Snake Sacred Servant and the others' faces changed slightly. In the end, he could only helplessly arch his hand and say, Yes, Senior, Your Highness the Holy Maiden. Watch over the Yu Kingdom's Supreme Emperor and don't let him awaken. Cicada Beauty also agreed. Yes, Elder Red Lotus. Afterwards, the Red Lotus Master took out 4 more earth-colored talismans. A look of heartache flashed across his face, but he still slapped it on the 4 holy servants. This Vajra talisman will only take effect for 1 incense stick of time. Enter quickly. Yes, the 4 saint servants promised. And then, with the heavenly dragon saint servant as their leader, they swept in at great speed. The Red Lotus realist followed closely behind, while the Cicada Beauty also commanded that, together with Zhang Yi, they followed behind. Just after rushing into the cave but about 3 feet away, the 2 sides of the cave suddenly lit up with a burst of fire. The 4 saint servants subconsciously stopped and carefully probed. However, on both sides of the cave, there were actually 2 fire-red stones the size of a goose egg inlaid. It is at this time that they emit a bright light. Don't worry, it's just an ordinary fluorescent stone. It is the thing used by cultivators to build caves to illuminate them. So quickly move forward. The voice of the Red Lotus realist behind him rang out, and the 4 saint servants looked at each other and moved forward once again. It's only been 3 years since you annihilated Jean, and only 2 years since the death of the Lord of the Secret Vault. Some spiritual things should still exist within it, so be careful. Before the words of the Red Lotus realist fell, deep within the walls surrounding the cave, suddenly there was a harsh scraping sound. Chapter 31, Bloodletting and Opening the Door. Look out! The heavenly dragon Saint Squire exclaimed in shock, but it was already too late. In the darkness, densely packed holes suddenly appeared in the walls on both sides of a row of arrows shot towards the crowd at a very fast speed. With such a narrow distance and such a dense rain of arrows, it was bound to shoot the crowd out of a hornet's nest. Dang! Just as the 4 holy guards wanted to dodge, the dense rain of arrows had already shot out. To their surprise, a burst of earth-colored light emanated from the 4 men's 4 protective magic shields were formed, enveloping all 4 of them. The rain of arrows on the earth-colored light actually just splattered a lot of fire. And yet they can't be harmed. While the 4 were surprised, they saw the Red Lotus realist behind them speaking in an urgent tone. Quickly pass through this place and, the Vajra talisman has a limited amount of aura, and when it is attacked, it will constantly consume the aura. When the aura is consumed, you 4 will surely die. Yes, the 4 of them agreed, then unfolded their forms and quickly rushed towards the front. In front of Zhang Yi and Cicada Beauty, there was a turtle shield floating in front of them. Under the control of the Red Lotus realist, it perfectly blocked the rain of arrows on both sides. Zhang Yi, who was located in the center, flashed a light in the depths of his eyes, which is a magic weapon. Go! The Red Lotus realist gave a dark cry, and Zhang Yi also felt his right arm give the Cicada Beauty a grab, flying towards the front. This autumn cicada, indeed, had martial arts cultivation in him. I just don't know what kind of kung fu I'm practicing. He himself was unable to sense that she possessed a high level of inner strength on weekdays. Even now, after his martial arts cultivation had stepped into the Tongling realm, it was also only a slight internal force that could be sensed when she was exercising her powers. The 7 of them ran wildly, but after more than 10 breaths of time, they finally broke through this arrow rain organ. Even so, the earthy yellow glow of the protective legal shield that enveloped the 4 holy servants, it was also consumed about 1/5. The Xian Snake Sacred Servant said with palpitations in his heart, thanks to Elder Red Lotus, or else we would have died for sure. Yeah. The Yellow Larva Saint Servant also said with a smile, and even attempted to reach out and grab the adamantine shield floating in front of him. Skiing in wonder, he said, is this immortal magic? It's just too powerful. Well, move on. Red Lotus True Man continued, these are nothing more than mortal organs, and with Old Man in, it's foolproof. Yes, the few then continued onward, and in just half an hour suffering from poisonous fog, poisonous insects, and even mercury pools and other organs, all of which were easily passed by a few people, and the adamantine shields on the 4 saint servants were dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye, until a palace gate constructed of fire-red jade jewels appeared before the eyes of the crowd. It was only then that the Red Lotus realist's face stretched. Autumn Cicada asked in a low voice, Elder Red Lotus, this is, old me since the aura. This place is where the Burning Incense Mountain Cultivator's true secret vault is located. Get in there. At a command, several people fishtailed into the room. Hiss. Having just entered in just over 10 breaths of time, the leading heavenly dragon saint servant suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The remaining few rushed forward as well. Zhang Yi, who was walking at the end, was puzzled in his mind. What was in this jade door? As he and Autumn Cicada walked in, he soon froze as well. Behind the jade gate, there was a huge square, and around the square, it was covered with tons of gold and silver jewelry. Gold, silver and even jewelry, jade and so on, piled up in boxes around there were at least hundreds of boxes as well, almost piled up into a small mountain. With Zhang Yi's eyes, it can also be seen that it is stacked with a large number of dongju, purple gold, imperial green jade and other treasures, which are even more valuable. This secret vault is actually stacked with so much precious gold. It must have been stored for hundreds of years by the former Jin dynasty. Luckily, these gold treasures were not taken out by the former Jin royal family. Otherwise, if you take so much money to recruit, you can at least arm 1,000,000 troops. Gold. So much gold. Ha ha, Harry. This must be the treasure trove of the former Jin royal family. So much silver. If we can bring so much silver out, there is hope for the revival of the Holy Church. The 4 holy servants hastened to pounce on this pile of gold, silver, and jewels, and greedily cradled them in their arms. The look was very exciting. Even the Autumn Cicada, at this time, was red in the face, dazzled and mesmerized. Subconsciously, he took out a dongju that was the size of a baby's fist and examined it carefully, his eyes shining brightly. Among the crowd, only Zhang Yi and Red Lotus Realist remained calm. Zhang Yi naturally wouldn't react because he was still in the middle of the charming technique, and the Red Lotus man, after seeing these gold and silver jewels, a look of disdain appeared in his eyes instead, and then his figure quickly searched the square. The other 4 saint servants and Autumn Cicada also reacted quickly. The group came together and whispered, "How should we transport out so many treasures? This matter is simple. The secret vault is located under the Xingqing Palace. As long as we control the Yu Kingdom's supreme emperor, it shall be possible to ship these treasures out in batches." Not bad, not bad. It looks like we have to trouble Her Highness the Holy Maiden again. Didn't the Red Lotus Realist say that this place is a treasure trove for cultivators? What's with all the bling? That cultivator is a member of the imperial clan of the former Jin dynasty. It's not hard for status royalty to have so much gold and silver jewelry, is it? Boom! Right at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came out from the depths of the square. Immediately afterward, the maniacal laughter of the Red Lotus True Man came at just the right time. Ha ha! Found it! Finally! I've found it! In the rising smoke, the Red Lotus Realist's figure suddenly burst back out. Boom! Hoo! Almost instantly, a violent dragon of fire burst out of the smoke, accompanied by a roaring wave of heat. Lunged toward the entire square. The Red Lotus Realist's figure shot backwards in midair while his hands strangled. Several treasures were continuously thrown out to fend off this fire dragon. At the same time, the turtle shield appeared on his body once again, blocking the flames that swept over him. Elder Red Lotus, stay back! Amidst the exclamations of shock, he saw the Red Lotus Realist let out a furious cry, and his hands opened violently. A large red-colored flag suddenly rose up from behind it, absorbing all of the roaring flames that swept over it. Vaguely, the crowd could see that behind the flames was a high altar-like platform. Quickly bring the Yu Kingdom's Taishang Emperor here, the Red Lotus Realist shouted, and then he slapped his storage bag again, and a coffin fell from midair. It hit the ground hard. The coffin cracked open, revealing one of the middle-aged men with gray skin and wearing a reddish-colored Taoist robe. This middle-aged man had a deep, bone-deep wound in his neck, and was breathless, obviously been dead for a long time. Inside this coffin are the remains of that cultivator, whose blood can activate the true door to the secret vault. It is a pity that it has been dead so long that its blood has coagulated. It needs to be energized by utilizing the blood of the entire body of the Yu Kingdom's Taishang Emperor. In mid-air, the Red Lotus Realist's eyes were wild as he laughed. Yu Guozhang, with the Jiang clan of Jin, they are a kindred spirit, and their blood can also be used as the key to open the door to the secret vault. Bring it quickly and bleed the door open. It's Chapter 32, You Forced Me to Do It. WOJ. Hearing the Red Lotus Realist shouting this, Zhang Yi, who had been pretending to be controlled, immediately cursed in his heart. It was only then that he realized why the Red Lotus Master had taken himself into the secret vault. It turned out to be to use himself as a key. His mother's. Previously, he thought that this group of people would continue to regard themselves as puppets, so that they could be used to control Xingqing Palace. It even affects the Taiji Palace. At the very least, all this gold, silver and jewelry should be shipped out. Who would have thought that this old boy would have such thoughts? Hearing the Red Lotus Realist shout like that, Not only Autumn Cicada, but even the four great sacred servants froze for a moment. Autumn Cicada even subconsciously said, Red Lotus Realist, the Taishang Emperor is the father of the current emperor of you. If we can control it, my holy religion will definitely be able to recover. And there are so many gold and silver jewelry. Shut up. While fending off the flames, the Red Lotus Master, while cursing angrily, he said, is the revival of the holy religion such a simple matter? The Holy Mother has ordered you to do everything in the palace at the behest of the old man. Besides, a mere gold, silver, and jewelry can't compare to the real treasures of the secret vault. Don't talk too much. Quickly bring the Two Kingdoms Taishang Emperor here. Red Lotus Reality. Autumn Cicada was a bit torn and looked at the four holy servants again. And the four holy ministers were also a bit hesitant. So much gold and silver jewelry. If we kill the Taishang Emperor, sooner or later, this matter will be known to the Yu Kingdom. At that time, not to mention these gold, silver and jewels, even a few of them would have a hard time escaping the palace. Humph. The Red Lotus Realist snorted coldly and said, Your Highness, the Holy Maiden, could it be that you still harbor selfishness towards this Yu Kingdom's Taishang Emperor? Women. Ha! Then do you know that this Taishang has long since awakened, and is not at all under the control of your charms? What should you do? What? Autumn Cicada was shocked and subconsciously looked at Zhang Yi, and the four great holy servants' faces changed slightly as they threw away the treasures in their hands and surrounded them. And at this moment, Zhang Yi knew deep down that he couldn't pretend any longer, which led to a faint smile that he looked up at the Red Lotus Realist, the Red Lotus Immortal. Right. How did you know that Lone was not controlled by the charm? Good courage. Worthy of being the Lord who destroyed Jin and established you. Red Lotus Realist sneered. Seeing as you're about to become a sacrifice, I'll be merciful and tell you, your heartbeat, your breathing, even your sense of self is no different from that of a normal human being. It's not at all like someone who is controlled by a charm. You're bold and careful, and you may have left something behind as well. But so what? I'm glad to see it come to pass. 2. Just let you follow. But well, now comes the time when you are needed. I hope that you, the Supreme Emperor, will not excuse yourself. Ha ha. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, but he still said, Immortal Master Qilian, why don't you and I join forces and, how about taking the treasures of this secret vault together? How about giving you all of the immortals' belongings, and leaving this mundane treasure to Lone? Or even, Lone can hire you as an offering to my Yu Kingdom, with all the resources of the immortals of Yu Kingdom. How about you share it with the two of you, Mistress Ning Yun and Mistress Huang Zhu, even the Sumerian sect behind you and others. I can also decree to make it a state religion and rest with the state. The four great holy servants, Lone can be established as the four great generals to guard the kingdom of you. Even the Autumn Cicada Beauty, Lone can be made empress. Under one person, above 10,000. Zhang Yi at this time is also a big open blank check. Full of nonsense, said the presence of a few people froze, and all of them subconsciously fantasized about the reward in Zhang Yi's mouth. State teaching, general, queen, this, humph, a clever tongue. The Red Lotus Realist snorted coldly and said, all of your Yu Kingdom's cultivation resources have already been controlled by the Changha sect, and what right do you have to divert? And the state religion, the four generals, and the queen, you're lying to the devil. You're nothing more than the Yu Kingdom's Taishang Emperor. Where do you get the right? Not even close if you want to fool old me. Holy Maiden, quickly bring the Supreme Emperor here and bleed the door open. Ha! Zhang Yi turned back violently, his eyes burning and staring at Autumn Cicada to death. How dare you? For some reason, Xiao Cicada's heart and mind shook tremendously after seeing these eyes of Zhang Yi. The idea of long-suffering subjugation instantly took possession of the mind. Subconsciously taking 2 steps backward and bowing her head, she said, my servant wouldn't dare. Waste. Only a woman and a small man can hardly accomplish great things. The Red Lotus Realist once again pinched, and the red-colored banner swept in, once again forcing this fire snake back. You, bring this Taishang Huang to the old man. Release its blood and open this door. Yes. The 4 saint servants quickly reacted and walked towards Zhang Yi, especially the Xian Snake Holy Servant, craning his neck with a sardonic smile. The Supreme Emperor of the Kingdom of Yu. Right. Don't worry about it. Later on, I'll move faster so you won't feel any pain. Ha ha. Alas. Amidst the wild laughter, Zhang Yi was helplessly shaking his head, his eyes filled with helplessness. Why are you forcing me? As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Zhang Yi violently raise his right hand and form his 2 fingers into a sword. Viciously, he made a point towards the Red Lotus Realist in midair in the distance. The purple Yang True Qi, which had long been warmed up in the body for 100 years. It was all transformed into the sharp and majestic Taishian Sword Qi. Taishian Sword Qi. Sword out. Lights out. In a flash, amidst several pairs of unbelieving and horrified eyes, from Zhang Yi's hand, a golden-colored sword chi was suddenly shot out, almost instantly rushing in front of the Red Lotus true person. Buzz. On the side of the Red Lotus true man, a turtle shield appeared steeply, wanting to intercept this golden-colored sword chi. But it doesn't do anything at all. Under the devastating surge of Tai Xian sword chi, this turtle shield was instantly blown into pieces. Immediately afterward, Tai Xian's sword chi ruthlessly penetrated through Red Lotus realist's waist. In mid-air, the Red Lotus realist screamed miserably and the body that was then cut in half by Tai Xian's sword chi slammed hard on the ground. Without his manipulation of the red-colored flag artifact, immediately the spirit light greatly reduced, revert to a small flag. It also fell to the ground, and the fiery dragon, roaring because there was no one to defend against it, it actually rolled back over the altar with a jerk. No way! Body-breaking invisible sword chi. Yuanwu Kingdom Taishan Holy Land. The Red Lotus realist didn't even die when he was chopped in half by a sword, and he kept letting out exclamations of shock. A pair of eyes looked at Zhang Yi with horror, their eyes filled with fear, and Zhang Yi didn't say anything. And once again, he made a point. The Taishan sword chi transformed into a bolt of lightning, once again penetrating through realist Taishuan's solar plexus. The Red Lotus Master. Fallen. Elder Red Lotus. The heavenly dragon saint servant exclaimed, and without the slightest hesitation, the four of them killed towards Zhang Yi. Nowadays, the only way for them to have a chance of survival was to kill Zhang Yi. Feeling the killing intent of the four people, Zhang Yi also turned back violently. A little bit of the four people. The Taishan sword chi whistled past, quickly transforming into four identical Taishan sword chi that it passed through the front of the four men's chests. Put. The four men ran several more unconscious steps forward before they flopped to the ground. Unwillingly. No breath. Phew. Zhang Yi blew a breath into his finger. It was worthy of Taishan sword chi, killing people invisibly. However, what was the Taishan Holy Land that the Red Lotus Master had spoken of before he died? Something to do with the Taishan clan? Tai Shang Huang. Chapter 33, The Autumn Cicada's Difference. Tai Shang Huang. Looking at the Autumn Cicada after Zhang Yi destroyed 5 people in a row, directly frightened, he subconsciously fell to his knees. How could she not have imagined that the Taishang Emperor, who used to be nothing more than an ordinary old man in her eyes, martial strength would actually be this strong? The 4 holy ministers, but they were the few martial artists of the congregation at the refined orifice realm. Although it was the Holy Mother, a martial artist that had been spawned by special means, but after all, it was also an orifice refining realm martial artist. One person is enough to kill 100 men wearing armor. What? And get killed so easily? There's also the Red Lotus reality. That's a cultivator that the Holy Mother has gone to great lengths to pull together. The magic weapon in his hand could even form a sea of fire in a land several miles in circumference. How? Also killed by a single blow? The Taishang Emperor. What a man! His martial arts prowess. No, not martial arts strength. Is it? Monks? That invisible flying sword technique, isn't it a spell that only cultivators can perform? How could Taishang? Cicada beauty, can you explain to me what you call in your mouth the teachings of a loving mother? What the hell? The Holy Church. Autumn Cicada whispered, and when she was about to say something, her eyes suddenly changed and a deep pitch blackness suddenly took over her pupils. In the next moment, she actually reached up and a silver needle shot towards Zhang Yi at an extremely fast speed. The two were less than a foot away from each other, and the blow came too fast and too swiftly. It shot in front of Zhang Yi's chest almost instantly, making it impossible to dodge. Who knew that a crisp crash would suddenly come from this silver needle shot out by Autumn Cicada actually looked like it was shot on top of a golden steel, and was instantly popped off. The Big Dipper's indestructible body. The Big Dipper's indestructible body, which is in the realm of the gods. It could even form a true chi shield on the surface of the body that was entirely composed of purple young true chi, which was invulnerable to swords and spears. The silver needles that shot out from this strand were simply unable to penetrate the real chi shield of the Big Dipper indestructible body. This true chi shield was compared to Red Lotus Realist's body protection shield, and Zhang Yi did not know which was stronger or weaker. However, there was still nothing wrong with trying to resist a silver needle. After shooting out this silver needle, Autumn Cicada slammed the ground with both palms, and his entire figure quickly retreated. Like a rain swallow flipping over in midair, he quickly rushed towards the cave entrance. LOL sovereign, slaves loving mother taught or. The words had not yet fallen. However, she saw Zhang Yi's figure actually shoot up at a speed faster than her speed, without any fancy movements in his figure. With a blink of his eyes, Zhang Yi had already pounced in front of him. Before she could react in any way, her neck was grabbed by Zhang Yi's big hands. It slapped hard on top of the wall. Ah! A sharp pain in the back of his head caused Autumn Cicada's eyes to go black and the entire person was instantly grabbed in midair by Zhang Yi's single palm, unable to move at all. Cough! Cough! Let go! Let go of me! How can that be? Who the hell are you? Looking at Autumn Cicada's black pupils, Zhang Yi frowned slightly. This person is not Autumn Cicada at all. Or maybe the Autumn Cicada at this time was controlled by some mysterious person? Ahem. Want your beauty. Just let go of slave. Threaten me? Zhang Yi let out a cold smile and looked Sho Cicada up and down. Then his left hand index finger and middle finger formed a sword and Zi Yangzhenshi condensed his two fingers and viciously clicked at Autumn Cicada's dantian. Put. As if a balloon had been punctured. Zhang Yi's purple young true chi quickly rushed into Sho Cicada's dantian, destroying her hidden inner strength. It directly churned the dantian into a mess. Even this sea of purple yang true chi was pulsing down the dantian towards the meridians within her body. Forcing all the fey true chi hidden within her body out of her body as much as possible. Along with the meridians, they were destroyed. Poof. Wu Dao Tong. God. Autumn Cicada let out a cry of shock, and then a mouthful of blood directly sprayed out. The man in front of her, who had once been skin to skin with her, actually broke her dantian with his direct hands. It broke her meridians and wasted her whole body's power. Nowadays, she is nothing more than an invalid. As soon as Zhang Yi's palms loosened, Autumn Cicada's body fell softly to the ground. You Kingdom Taishang Emperor. I will come back. Murmuring, the black light in Autumn Cicada's eyes quickly dissipated and, in its place was Autumn Cicada's weak, pained, and tinged with the slightest hint of despair. Taishang Emperor, courtier. Immediately thereafter, with her dantian broken and her power wasted, she was finally unable to withstand the pain caused by the meridians throughout her body and fainted. Dizzy? Zhang Yi surveyed the fainted Autumn Cicada with eyes that did not care. A woman is just a woman. How can she compare to his safety? Besides, this Autumn Cicada had originally approached himself for other purposes. Not killing her at this time was only because she was still somewhat useful. The identity of the Autumn Cicada and this group of people should be from the Mother of Mercy cult. Strange. How is it that when I was conquering the world, I never heard of this Mother of Mercy cult? Could it be that it appeared after the establishment of the Yu Kingdom? Or maybe, it's trickled down from other countries? And the mysterious person who just occupied Autumn Cicada's consciousness, who exactly is he? Our Lady of Mercy in the Cult of Mercy? Cultivator tactics? Around the Yu Kingdom, there were more than 10 other countries, large and small, all backed by cultivation sects. Zhang Yi turned around and continued walking towards the altar. Since he had already formed a grudge against the Mercy Mother sect, Zhang Yi would have to find a way to wipe out the Mercy Mother sect in one fell swoop. Slaughter as much as possible. Otherwise, they will surely be subjected to constant assassination by the Mother of Mercy cult in the future. Glancing at the unconscious Autumn Cicada, a cold color flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. If you want to learn about the background of Mercy's teaching, Autumn Cicada is a great entry point. Then he was walking towards the altar again, passing by the corpses of the 4 great saintly ministers and only glancing at them. Just stop paying attention. Soon, he arrived in front of the corpse of the Red Lotus realist who had been killed by a single stroke of Taishian sword chi. The Red Lotus master was chopped into 2 pieces, and the upper half of his body landed at his feet. The lower half of the body is still more than 10 meters away. This is, with a slight glint in his eye, he quickly realized that next to the body of the Red Lotus master, a small crimson flag fell, and was instantly grasped in his hand. This small flag, it should be the magic weapon. Just now, Red Lian Jinren utilized the small flag to resist the roaring flames that shot out from the altar. I just don't know what grade. He then carefully collected on the Red Lotus reality. Broken turtle shields, torn Dharma robes, basically nothing of value. However, the storage pouch on his waist also made Zhang Yi nod in satisfaction. The storage bag, a magic weapon for cultivators to devise their treasures and miscellaneous items, was very precious. I just don't know what's in this storage bag. With the death of the Red Lotus realist, the prohibition on this storage bag was dissipating. At that time, even if Zhang Yi did not do anything to dispose of it, the prohibition on this storage bag would dissipate on its own, become unclaimed. But for now, let's put it away. It was imperative that the door to the real secret vault be opened first. Looking at the altar in the distance, Zhang Yi thought back to what Red Lotus Master had done along the way, as well as some of the words he had said, had already made up his mind. He first came to that coffin and carried out the body of the former Jin Imperial cultivator in it. Carrying the body in front of him, he walked towards the altar. When it came to the edge of the altar, it slowly explored this body first. He didn't want to be attacked by the flames on the altar. As expected, nothing happened after the body touched the edge of the altar. That odd flame did not happen again. After thinking about it, Zhang Yi threw one hand and directly threw this corpse towards the center of the altar. When the corpse was about to fall to the center of the altar, a shot of Tai Xian sword chi shot out and, again, the corpse was chopped in half. Red Lotus Master said to activate the altar with the blood of this corpse as well as your own blood. Then be more ruthless yourself. Put. The corpse was immediately torn apart in mid-air, and a large amount of blood and broken flesh fell from mid-air and spread all over the altar. In a flash, the entire altar, once again, shook. Chapter 34, The Hall of Burning Incense. In Zhang Yi's gaze, the altar, which was only half a person tall, suddenly vibrated. It sank towards the ground and was soon level with it. At the same time, blood flowed from the bodies of the cultivators he had decapitated. It began to flow up along the mysterious patterns around the altar. It's a formation that can only be activated with one's own blood, or by special means. Unfortunately, this person had died long ago, and now if you wanted to open his secret vault, you could only utilize this method. Under Zhang Yi's gaze, a large portion of the formation pattern on the ground was quickly covered in blood. Only some array patterns remained on the edges. Still blank, he revolved the Big Dipper indestructible body, and his entire skin turned a dark golden color. With that, he headed towards the center of the formation. As expected, perhaps because of the presence of the corpse, the formation was not galvanized. The corpse at his feet, too, had almost turned into a dry corpse, lying across the center of the formation. Out of blood? Thinking of the words of the Red Lotus Master, Zhang Yi did not hesitate to extend his right hand, his true chi surging out. It cuts a gash directly into the wrist. Crimson red blood immediately flowed down the wound and dripped down on top of the altar. Essence blood. As the saying goes, 1 drop of essence, 10 drops of blood. Essence blood, which was the root of the human body's chi and blood, contained a great deal of a martial artist's life breath. The loss of essence and blood is severe enough to affect life expectancy. A drop of essence blood is equivalent to a year of life. For ordinary martial artists, essence blood and lifespan were very precious, but for Zhang Yi, as long as there's enough red dust chi, he would be able to transform enough essence blood. A full 10 drops of essence blood dripped down, and the formation finally functioned once again. Centered on the altar at his feet, the circular formation within a 3-foot radius emitted a faint blood-red glow. Seeing this, Zhang Yi's heart was also slightly moved. It seemed that this formation was indeed a legacy that this cultivator had prepared for his descendants during his lifetime. Even if he fell, the offspring would be able to open the secret vault door by depleting their own essence blood. Pity. The former Jin dynasty's royal family was killed to death, and only one, the 13th prince of Zhong, escaped. It was basically impossible for a descendant of the former Jin dynasty's royal family to open the door to this secret vault. This, in turn, cheapens Zhang Yi. He, the Zhang clan of Yu, and the Jiang clan of the former Jin dynasty were related by marriage 100 years ago. It's kind of half ginger. As long as enough essence blood was consumed, it was also possible to open the door to this secret vault. Click, click, click. After waiting quietly for more than 10 breaths, a sound of the opening of an organ suddenly came from Zhang Yi's feet once again. Soon, the square hole, about 5 feet in diameter, appeared before his eyes. A line of stone steps, also extending down, revealed a sense of eeriness. Is this the real entrance to the secret vault of the former Jin dynasty imperial cultivators? Zhang Yi took a deep breath and walked on without hesitation. Since it was a secret treasury of inheritance, there was naturally no danger. Moreover, one's martial arts cultivation had already stepped into the Tonling realm. The battle power was enough to rival that of a late-stage chi cultivator. So what was there to fear? Even the Taishian sword chi that had been nurtured for 100 years could be compared to the killing power of a foundation establishment stage cultivator. A sword piercing through the Red Lotus realist's protective artifact and beheading the Red Lotus realist was the best proof. Following the stairs but turning a corner, Zhang Yi's eyes opened up. Here is actually another underground palace. This dungeon, however, was significantly smaller. The surrounding walls were inlaid with a large number of fluorescent stones, illuminating the entire underground palace very brightly. At a glance, one could see a palace that clearly carried the style of the former Jin dynasty. Situated not far away, the earth under his feet was made of white jade, warm and clear. Following the steps forward, he soon came to the front of the palace. Looking up, the 3 big words Incense Burning Hall appeared in front of Zhang Yi's eyes. Burning Temple, Burning Mountain, the cultivator power behind the former Jin imperial clan? It's a pity that it has already been destroyed by the Long River sect. Zhang Yi raised his feet and walked into the interior of the palace, fronted by a hall. There was also a scroll hanging at the very front. It was a hideous peak isolated in the midst of the mountains, with an overall fiery red color. As if a burning torch. Burning mountain. Upon closer inspection, there was a small line of writing at the bottom of the scroll's far right side. 13th generation disciple of Burning Incense Mountain. Jiang Chengtu. Jiang Changju. Jiang Changju, the 26th emperor of the former Jin dynasty, who reigned for 36 years, passed on to Jiang Ying, the last emperor of the former Jin dynasty? I see. That corpse is Jiang Changju? Zhang Yi carefully surveyed the painting, but could not see a doorway. Maybe it was a magic weapon, or maybe it was an ordinary thing that he didn't dare to touch at will. With that, he turned to another room. This room was clearly the main room where Jiang Chengju meditated. It contained several futons, beds and couches. On the wide wall, there was also the character Dao engraved with a brush stroke. Opposite it was the word Xian in an identical note. Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. In the corner of the main room there was an 8 imperial table. On top of it are several threadbare books. He rushed forward to take a closer look. This is detailed explanation of elementary talismans, the 5 elements talisman aura operation, the green cloud rune paper, the cloud rune chronicles, 13 books, all of which were clearly books related to talismans. Talisman, Jiang Chengju. It seems that this Jiang Chengju is a talisman master, specializing in the art of talismans. Zhang Yi was pleasantly surprised that the purpose of his trip was for the cultivation method. Although it hadn't been found until now, the talisman method was an unexpected blessing. He had long ago probed some basic cultivation knowledge from the mouths of the Ningxuan Makoto and the Huangju Makoto. Among the 100 arts of cultivation, array, dan, weapon, and talisman were honored, and the method of talismans is among the most common and widely utilized. It is also the fastest way to get started and make progress. It would be a good thing for Zhang Yi if he could cultivate the Rune Master's Law. Not right. He flipped through it and quickly realized something was wrong. These books, which are only brief descriptions of certain talismans of the, as well as the source of talismans, their power, and methods of restraint, but there's no real method of making talismans. Yes, cultivators use jade slips to store knowledge of techniques. Not these books. These are nothing more than vehicles used by mortals to learn about talismans. Jade Jane. With that, he quickly searched throughout the entire burning incense hall. Soon several other compartments were searched. This palace was clearly cultivated for Jiang Chengju. In addition to the main room's cultivation room, there was also a talisman making room that, 2 boxes of special rune paper remained within it. The other compartments remained empty. Nothing of value. On top of that, in the backyard of the incense burning hall, there was actually a flowing dark river that, it leads nowhere and emits a rich vapor, as well as, a weak aura. This dark river was actually a spirit vein. Although the aura was weak, it was still enough for cheap practicing stage cultivators to cultivate. No wonder, Jiang Chengju would build the secret vault in this place. In the end, Zhang Yi came to the main hall of the incense burning hall and looked at the picture scroll of the incense burning mountain directly in front of him, lapsed into contemplation. In the entire secret vault, it seems that this painting is the only one that is a bit odd. Here, is this the heart of the secret vault? His mind moved, and his consciousness sank into the red dust fong spectrum. Look to the lifespan and red dust breath columns. Life expectancy, 61/135. Red dust breath, 28. Originally, he had a lifespan of 150 years. In order to activate the altar, 15 drops of essence blood, or 15 years of lifespan, were lost, and the red dust chi. Because of the many martial arts techniques practiced over the past month, only 28 strands remain. 74 years, plus 28 strands of red dust. I still have 102 years to live. I just can't believe it, Zhang Yi muttered. Then he violently opened his eyes and once again scratched his skin, condensing a drop of his essence blood. Dumped on top of this burning mountain scroll. Thumbs up. As expected, the picture did change as the blood dripped. His essence blood, absorbed by the scroll, condensed into the burning incense mountain on the scroll. Several wisps of fire and shadows seemed to grow brighter and brighter. Sure has changed. Zhang Yi looked happy, then once again condensed his essence blood and flung it on top of the scroll one after another. 10 drops, 20 drops, 30 drops. Zhang Yi directly attached those 28 strands of red dust chi on top of his lifespan. Once again, 28 drops of essence blood were condensed. 50 drops, until 100 drops of essence. The burning mountain above that scroll finally reburned. Chapter 35, The Real Secret Vault. Zhang Yi subconsciously took a few steps back, looking at the scroll that was continuously burning and fell into deep thought. This scroll, it seems, is the real secret vault. Even if outsiders came, they could not open it without enough essence blood of people from the former Jin dynasty imperial clan. Even Zhang Yi had consumed a full 100 drops of essence blood to open it. 100 drops of essence blood. That's 100 years of life. Glancing at the red dust group of faces. Good lord. Originally 100 years of life. Now there are just 2 years left to live. Life expectancy, 61/63. That means that in 2 more years, he'll be dead in the water. But fortunately, he was burdened with the red dust group of fame. And as long as there were women with sufficient qualifications in those lifespans can still be restored. Just then, the scroll that kept burning also finally turned into wisps of flying ash and dissipated, revealing its true secret. Another scroll, appearing on the wall. No, not a scroll. Instead, it's a mural with the same pattern as the previous scrolls. In general, burning mountain. In the center of the mountaintop, a black vortex that kept spinning suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, a delicately shaped, slightly reddish-tinged surface. There was also a storage bag with a burning mountain-like symbol on it, which fell from midair and was grabbed into Zhang Yi's hand. This is a real secret vault treasure. It's also the relics left behind by the former Jin Imperial cultivator Jiang Qingtu. For cultivators, the storage bag they carried with them was undoubtedly the safest storehouse. No wonder there was nothing in the middle of the entire secret vault. Everything, all within this storage bag. Zhang Yi's expression was joyful, and he hurriedly opened the storage bag, his spirit condensing above the whole of the storage bag. Vaguely, several jade slips as well as a pile of miscellaneous items could be seen in it. This storage bag, there was no prohibition present. After thinking about it for a while, he did not open it up here, but left the hall of burning incense. Returned to the second floor of the dungeon. Strangely enough, when he came out of the hall of burning incense, the door to the third floor of the underground palace, that is, the altar, was again slowly closed and merged with the ground. It's hard to spot if you're not a cultivator. The 5 corpses of the Red Lotus realist and the 4 great sacred servants were still left in place. As for Autumn Cicada's silhouette, it was also in the same place and did not change in any way. Several hours have passed since the incident. The matter of Lone's disappearance should also be noticed by the outside Shenwu army. Since this is the case, Zhang Yi's mind turned, and he quickly had a plan. The second floor of the dungeon. There's nothing secret about it, and it's okay to be discovered. Most of all, it was the third floor of the underground palace, which was also known as Burning Incense Mountain, as well as the dark river that contained a subtle aura. As for the corpses of these people, Zhang Yi found a short knife from the heavenly dragon Saint Squire. At the body of the Red Lotus realist was a number of slashes, until his body was hacked beyond recognition. Then they found flint from their clothes and lit their clothes on fire. Again, several bodies were burned to create the illusion of killing each other. In the meantime, inside the Calyx and Calyx building, Wang Zhonghai and a group of eunuchs, palace maids, and generals of the divine martial army knelt on the ground, trembling. On the ground at the very front, 2 figures were lying on the ground, and it was none other than Wang Ning and Wang Dong. And in front of them was the furious-looking Zheng Yuansen. What do you say? My father, inexplicably, disappeared for a night, and it wasn't until the hour of the hour that you and others realized it? Truly damned. Today, at dawn, he went to the Tai Chi Hall as usual to attend the court, discussing state affairs with many courtiers. Who knows that at the hour of the hour, news came from the Xingqing Palace. His father, the founding emperor of the Yu Kingdom, Emperor Zhang Yi of Wu Yu, who had been meditating in the Xingqing Palace, had actually disappeared. When he got this news from the first moment, Zheng Yuansen immediately ordered to block the news. At the same time, the Shenwu army was summoned to blockade the Xingqing Palace. Then carpet searches by his own personal guards, dark guards, and other dead soldiers. But until now, still nothing has been found. Wang Zhonghai said in a trembling voice, Back to your majesty. Last night the Supreme Emperor summoned the Cicada Beauty to honor him. He will also be taken to browse through the Calyx house, and we are strictly ordered to wait outside and not to enter. 2. This has happened before, but I don't know why the Taishang Emperor didn't pass on the order today until the hour of the hour, so we had the audacity to enter. It was only then that I realized that the Emperor had actually disappeared. Cicada Beauty. Zheng Yuansen's eyes flashed. Can you find out the identity of this Cicada Beauty? Back to your majesty. It has long been cleared. On his side appeared another middle-aged man, about 50 years old, with green silk and white hair, dressed in purple official clothes. He was full of scholarly flavor. Chancellor of the dynasty, brother of Empress Lu Su, and His Majesty's chief strategist when he was on the throne of King Xian, Lu Runliang. This woman is one of the first maids of honor after the founding of the country, and comes from Qingzhou, the daughter of a wealthy local family. LV Runliang whispered, the family is clean, the road guide is complete, and it was presented by Sun Guan, the assassin of Qingzhou. After entering the palace, she was assigned to Xingqing Palace, and was favored by the Taishang Emperor 8 months ago and named a beauty. Zhang Yuansen said in a cold voice. Your guards are unfavorable. Come on, escort everyone down. Waiting to be disposed of. Nah. A group of wolf-like Shinwu troops walked in at a fast pace. Escorting this group of eunuchs and palace maidens, they retreated. Injustice. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, spare your life. Oh, Your Majesty, spare your life. For a while, the more than 10 eunuchs and palace maids present all cried out. Only the leader, Wang Zhonghai, let out a long sigh, closed his eyes and let the Shinwu soldiers escort him down. Soon, only Zhang Yuansen and Lu Runliang were left in the Grand Hall of the Calyx Phase Glory Building, as well as the personal guards. Runliang, who do you think is responsible for father's disappearance? Lu Runliang stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, Back to your Majesty, according to what I see, this matter is not the work of either. Oh, which two? First, the former Jin Dynasty royal family. LV Renliang said, Xingqing Palace, the Calyx Phase Glory House, was established by the former Jin imperial family. The purpose is to show the majesty of the royal family and to have fun with the people. If you want to take the Taishang Emperor captive out of the palace, you must use the tunnels. And to dig out a dungeon inside the Calypsox Glowhouse is something only the former Jin imperial family can do. They are also the only ones who know the exact location of the tunnels. Zhang Wensen nodded. What about the second one? Does your Majesty know where that cicada beauty comes from? Cicada beauty, Qingzhou? You mean Sumerian cult? Lu Runliang nodded and said, That's right, we have just found out about this Sumerian sect. In Qingzhou and other places, he bewitched the people, abducted and sold babies, and committed countless crimes. Its organization originates from the bordering state of Lian, where it is a cult that everyone is fighting against. Hanged by the royal family of Liangua, he fled to our country. Rumor has it that there are cultivators present within that Mother of Mercy sect. If you want to rob the emperor within the heavily guarded Xingqing Palace, only a cultivator can do it. I can only think of these two forces. Zhang Wensen's eyes flashed as he looked around before asking in a low voice, Ran Liang, do you think father will escape from Xingqing Palace on his own? Or is there a third-party force? Lu Runliang's face changed slightly and asked in a low voice, What does your Majesty mean? Zhang Yuansen did not speak, but looked to the northwest. That direction was the place where the desolate state was located. Yang Xiaoyong, the assassin of Arakan State, and Zhang Hongyuan, the son of the former crown prince, may still be in rebellion. He is fighting with the imperial army on the border of Arakan State. If they carry them up and take them captive to Wasteland, and then call on the armies in the name of the Supreme Emperor, riding the ship, even if he, Zhang Yuansen, were more wise and valiant, and the Shinwu army were more capable of fighting, the minister of the generals will be loyal and brave again. It is also in danger of being overthrown. After all, the great justice is in the Taisho, not Kim. LV Runliang's face changed, his brows furrowed as he, a few breaths later still said, Your Majesty, General Shintahao sent a military report only a few days ago. The battle went well, and he has already conquered the two regions of Yuzhou County and Huangsha County. The rebel territory is compressed in Black Mountain County, Wild Wind County, and other places. The wasteland is a long way from here. They want to come to the capital to rob the emperor. I am afraid it is unlikely. Zhang Yuansen said indifferently. And what if we add in the crown prince's legacy party that is still hidden in the capital? This, Lu Runliang bowed and said, I will order the divine martial army to block the gates of the capital. No one is allowed to leave the capital. I'm afraid it's already too late. Zhang Yuansen let out a long sigh and said, From last night until now, at least 4 or 5 hours have passed. If the other party had intended to do so, they would have long escaped the capital by now, or even the capital city. Lu Runliang's eyes flashed and he whispered, If I had known this, I should have. That day. Shut up. Zhang Yuansen cursed and said, That is my father. How can I do such an unfilial act? I don't want to hear those words again. In the future. I'm terrified. Lu Runliang hastened to apologize, then said, Then, Your Majesty, what should we do now? It's just that, you accompany me to the White Cloud Mountain. Beg the Cloud Dust real person to take action. Click. Right at this moment, a crisp sound of organs colliding suddenly came from the dragon chair in the main hall. Several angry voices immediately rang out. Protect His Majesty. What man? Come out. Chapter 36, The Emperor's Aftermath. Amidst the cries of surprise, a figure slowly walked out from behind the dragon chair. Emperor Taishang. Father. All the people present were surprised, especially Zhang Yuansen, who quickly walked towards Zhang Yi, respectfully saluting. He said, Father, are you all right? And why did you appear from this place? Zhang Yi said, I was abducted by Cicada Beauty and her party last night. Followed them into the secret vault of the former Jin royal family. originally thinking that my life was over. I didn't realize that a few of them were killing each other for the treasure in the secret vault. Lone also took advantage of the fact that they were killing each other and pretended to be controlled by their ecstasy, then kill them back one by one, so as to survive and worry the emperor. My son would not dare. Zhang Yuansen hurriedly said. I don't know if father is injured. My son has already sent for the imperial physician. Please also ask the supreme emperor to move to the Taiji palace to rest. No need. Zhang Yi waved his hand and said. I'm not injured and I'm not tired. You quickly send someone to the secret vault. Carry the treasure. Treasure? Zhang Yuansen is full of doubts. And Lu Runliang hurriedly asked. I don't know what is the treasure the Taishang emperor was talking about. And who are the cicada beauty and the others who abducted you? The treasures are naturally the various colors of gold, treasures, etc., left behind by the royal family of the former Jin dynasty. A rough estimate would be at least 10 million taels of silver, Zhang Yi said. As for the cicada beauty and others who hijack Lone, I heard them say that it seems to come from a power called the Mother of Mercy cult. Among them, there is even a monk. Mother of Mercy teaches, LV Runliang exclaimed in shock, and Zhang Yuansen's face became extremely ugly. Damn! A mere Jianghu clan dares to do something like robbing the supreme emperor. It is truly treasonous. Zhang Yuansen gritted his teeth and said, Lu Runliang, I am here. Quickly issue an imperial decree, instructing the assassins of Qingzhou, along with the Xinwu army, to exterminate the Sumerian sect. All the members of this sect are to be apprehended and brought to justice. Yes, your majesty. After Zhang Yuansen finished his orders, he then asked again, Father, you said that Mercy Mother sect has sent out a cultivator. How? You guys follow Lone down here and watch. Yes. Zhang Yuansen nodded, then waved his hand, and a group of divine martial army quickly walked over. Father, let them go ahead. Good. Zhang Yi nodded, and then under his guidance, the crowd reopened the secret vault door. The key to the secret vault door was still something that Zhang Yi had found from Autumn Cicada. Soon, more than 10 figures stepped back into the underground palace. The road curved, and more than a dozen divine warriors holding long swords slowly felt their way toward the front. Zhang Yuansen and Lu Runliang were also surprised at how wide this place was, and their eyes carefully surveyed the surroundings. Within a short time, Lu Runliang came over and whispered, Your Majesty, this place was really built by the former Jin imperial family. Looking at the size of the area, it should be used as a hiding place for soldiers or a secret passage. I just wonder, is there an exit from this place? Zhang Yuansen, on the other hand, said back, Not bad, if there is an exit. The former Jin imperial clan could have completely ambushed a group of elite soldiers here to perform that assassination. But it's a good thing father found out ahead of time. Otherwise, once it is utilized by the former Jin dynasty's royal family. As the two spoke, the front of the passage became bright and a wide square appeared in front of the crowd. Hiss. Good. Lots of treasure. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Several cries of alarm rang out, and even Zhang Yuansen and Lu Runliang hurriedly took a few steps forward to look. However, in the center of the wide square, one after another wooden box that was more than one person high was placed. Some of the lids of the wooden crates were opened at random, revealing gold, silver, and pearls within them, and even all kinds of gold and silver jewels, a dazzling array of things to see. The entire underground plaza, which was illuminated, glowed a little. Zhang Yuansen also sucked in a breath of cool air and said in a trembling voice, so many belongings, the royal family of the former Jin dynasty, just how much of the people's fat has been raided? Lu Runliang hurriedly said, Your Majesty, if there are so many treasures to support the rebels of the desolate state and the anti-king of Luo City can be settled overnight. Zhang Yuansen raised his hand, interrupting Lu Runliang's words, and respectfully said towards Zhang Yi, Father, these treasures were found because of you. I wonder what you are going to do with them. Zhang Yi glanced at Zhang Yuansen, worthy of being able to pull together so many talents to force the palace with him. This heart is really not comparable to normal people. This kind of person is the one who possesses the legendary kingly aura that makes people bow their heads in obeisance. Unfortunately, he was burdened with the red dust Xuanfang spectrum, and now he even had a spiritual root added to his body. Then the probability was that the storage bag in the Jiangcheng Talisman's secret vault would also contain cultivation techniques. Himself and him, long ago, were not on the same page. No matter how precious these treasures were, they were not of much use to himself. But well, Zhang Yi said, leave the exotic treasures and antiques behind, and the rest of the gold, silver, and jewelry, all at your disposal. Emperor, after all, my country of you is in its infancy and the turmoil has not yet subsided. So everything is focused on family and national affairs. The so-called exotic treasure was something between ordinary treasures and cultivator's magic weapon. Often, because of the influence of the aura, or the legacy of certain cultivators' magic weapons. The treasures with different special abilities. For example, a night pearl that glows all year round. Would that emits a strange fragrance? A strange snake with 3 heads. A strange flower that blooms all year round. And so on. This item is somewhat of a chicken rib for cultivators, but it does count as a kind of exotic treasure for ordinary people. It is sought after by dignitaries and wealthy merchants and is worth a lot of money. Zheng Yuanzhen looked delighted and said, "Thank you, father." Zhao Wu, the last general, is here. A heavily armed Shenwu army general immediately came forward and half-kneeled on the ground. You go out and summon 3 more groups of divine warriors into the house, and bring these silver and gold that. Move all of them to the inner vault of the Taiji Palace. At the same time, send another group of Shenwu troops to bring the exotic treasures and curiosities. Father, your Damien's palace is not yet completed. So why not? Let's put it in the Calyx house. Zhang Yi hammered out, I'm used to living here, and I'm not willing to move at will. As for the construction of the Daming Palace, it is a labor of love and may be stopped for the time being. Stop building? Zheng Yuanzhen whispered. Father, a large portion of the Daming Palace has already been established, and 30,000 folk have been gathered. If we stop, Zhang Yi considered for a moment and then said, then let's convert it into a royal garden. There's no need to build a palace, just change it to a loft gazebo. Yes, father. Zhao Wu quickly ran towards the outside of the underground palace. The rest of the divine martial army began to categorize these treasures. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, brought Zheng Yuanzhen and Lu Runliang to the innermost part of the hall. Here were the corpses of the Red Lotus Realist, the 4 great sacred servants, and the still unconscious Autumn Cicada and the others. Father, is this the cicada beauty who hijacked you? Nice. Looking at the unconscious Autumn Cicada, Zheng Yuanzhen's eyes were filled with indifference. Hand him over to the dark guards. I'm bound to ask about the hidden secrets of the Mother of Mercy sect. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, there's no need. Lone has his own plans. Father, don't worry. Lone also has a way to make it spit out everything about the Mercy Mother cult. Zhang Yi said succinctly, this woman has been broken by Lone's Dantian, and has wasted all her power. It's no better than an ordinary woman. So what's the Emperor's concern? Yes, father, there are also the corpses of the Red Lotus Realist of the Mother of Mercy sect and the 4 great sacred servants, all of which are in front of us. Zhang Yi pointed to a few corpses not far away and said, the purpose of their trip. It's about this treasure. But for some reason, when the Red Lotus Master was about to collect these treasures, those 4 saint servants suddenly launched a sneak attack towards the Red Lotus Master as if they had gone mad. The Red Lotus Master was seriously injured in a moment of inadvertence and struggled to fend off the 4. In the end, all 5 were seriously injured, which gave Lone the opportunity to. It was only then that I was able to take the opportunity to kill all 5 of them and preserve so many treasures. Zhang Yi spoke easily, but Zheng Yuanzhen's eyes were filled with tension. Father is blessed by the heavens. How can a few petty criminals hurt father? Men, take these corpses out and have them properly examined. Nah. A few more divine warriors came over and carried these corpses towards the outside. Zheng Yuanzhen added, Father, you had a night's adventure, and although you did not hurt yourself, but I'm sure I'm tired too. Why don't you first set up the other palaces of Xingqing Palace to rest, and after my son cleans up this place, how about you return to bed again? Zhang Yi nodded and said, the Emperor has a point. Then this place is yours. I go to Yaoguang Hall to rest. If there's something you need to do, go to Yaoguang Hall to find me. Also, have someone bring the unconscious cicada beauty to the Yaoguang Hall as well. Yaoguang Hall, the place where Qin Yuyo lived, not far from the Calyx Phase Glory House. Yes, father. Led by a few divine martial army soldiers, Zhang Yi walked out with a flourish. Your Majesty, Lu Runliang came over and whispered, the Taishang Emperor's matter seems to have a few things wrong. Chapter 37, do you want to cultivate reality? What's wrong? Zheng Yuanzhen looked at the remaining body of the Red Lotus Realist and asked in a faint voice. LV Runliang's expression was stagnant, but he still whispered, the Taishang Emperor's martial arts strength is only at the refined orifice realm. And how could he escape from the 4 holy ministers of the Mother of Mercy sect, as well as a cultivator, when he was old and his chi and blood were failing? And how can you kill them back? And, why is that Mother of Mercy cult here again? Zheng Yuanzhen said, according to father, aren't they after this treasure? Lu Runliang said stiffly, Your Majesty, the 4 great sacred servants for this treasure, I believe it. But this cultivator, district of mortal treasures, and how can they enter their eyes? Have you forgotten that the day you tried to draw in realist Yunha with the position of State Master? However, it was rejected outright by the Cloud Crane realist. For this group of gods and goddesses, mundane possessions are nothing but dung. How? Zheng Yuanzhen said indifferently. Perhaps this cultivator? who is a senior member of the Sumerian sect. What of the intention to seek other great things with this treasure? Lu Runliang bent his waist even lower. What your majesty has said is very true. It is the humble servant who has been rash. Zhang Yuansen walked back and forth along the body of the Red Lotus realist, his eyes slightly narrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. After more than 10 breaths, he suddenly spoke. Storage bag. What? This cultivator's storage bag. It's gone. Your majesty. Since this cultivator wants to take away the belongings here, he will surely carry a storage bag. It's a pity that I didn't see this person's storage bag after searching for half a day. Zhang Yuansen said in a faint voice. Either that, or it was damaged during the fight. Either is taken. Lu Runliang was silent, not daring to make a sound. His majesty said that the storage bag had been taken, so it was bound to be taken. As for who took it, who else could it be but the emperor? After another quarter of an hour, a team of divine martial army quickly arrived at the underground palace. The moving of these belongings began under the arrangement of Zhao Wu. As for Zhang Yuansen and Lu Runliang, they had already walked out of the underground palace. Looking at the flourishing Xingqing palace, Zhang Yuansen said, I have once asked the Huangju real person, father and I, and even the 3 imperial sons, as well as the little princess do not have spirit roots, so what is he doing with the storage bag? I've been thinking about it, and there's only one explanation. Father, it was taken for someone else. Lu Runliang suddenly said, Your Majesty, half a year ago when the Taishang Emperor chose he once incorporated the Qin family maiden that was left behind that day when the Cloud Crane realist tested her spiritual roots into the Xingqing palace for the Yao beauty. Perhaps, it was taken for this woman. Yao beauty. Yao beauty. So it is. Zhang Yuansen nodded and said, Father, it's really sentimental. For a woman to hide from me. Your Majesty. It's just that, after all, it's my father. Zhang Yuansen added, I will personally go and consult the Ningxuan realist or the Huangju realist. Invite them to come to this dungeon to investigate and see if there is anything else fishy going on. That dead cultivator's storage bag. Forget it. A cultivator who can die at the hands of a martial artist must not have a high cultivation level. Lu Runliang took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his temples, and respectfully said, Yes, Your Majesty. By the way, the people around the Taishang Emperor, Wang Zhonghai let go. He is father's old man. Can't let him get cold feet. Nah, Lu Runliang asked in a low voice. What about the others? The others? Zhang Yuansen's eyes flashed as he said, beaten into the imperial prison. I want all the traces and words of my father for the past half year, even if they are words of love with a beauty. Yes, Your Majesty. Yao Guang Hall. The Supreme Emperor has arrived. The eunuchs under Yao Beauty saw Zhang Yi coming in the distance and immediately cried out in panic. And within the Yao Guang Hall, there was also a burst of exclamations of surprise. It was only when Zhang Yi stepped into the hall that Qin Yuyao trotted out in a panic. There were also 2 small courtesans behind her. I have met the Supreme Emperor. I didn't know that the Supreme Emperor was coming. My servant has missed the welcome. I hope the Supreme Emperor will forgive me. Beauty, please rise. Zhang Yi stepped forward and helped Qin Yuyao up. Looking up and down, perhaps Zhang Yi came in a hurry. Qin Yuyao did not get the news in advance. That is why there was no heavy makeup, but showed her original innocent and tender face. Her eyes were like 2 clear springs, translucent and childlike. Long black eyelashes like butterfly feathers fluttered lightly, and eyebrows like gentle willow leaves were slightly raised. The face is still a little rounded as a child's, but with the softness of a young girl's. The skin is as delicate as gel, as if a light touch can leave the warmth of your fingertips. Thin cherry lips, hanging a touch of innocent smile, but without losing elegance and dignity. A head of inked hair draped over her shoulders like a waterfall. A few strands of knotty broken hair gently brushed across her brow. Adds a touch of playfulness. Dressed in a green court dress, satin like waves, lightly brushing her slender jade arms. The hem of the garment swayed lightly in the wind, and the cloud pattern embroidered with gold threads glowed subtly in the sunlight. Zhang Yi laughed. There has been an accident at the Lone Calyx Phase Glory House, so I will be staying at your place for the next few days. Qin Yuyao said in a low voice. The Supreme Emperor is overstating things. The entire Xingqing Palace is your chambers. You can live wherever you want. Who is she? Who is she? Taisho? Qin Yuyao's tone suddenly changed. The reason for this was that she actually saw 2 majestically built female officers outside the door, carrying an unconscious woman. Zhang Yi said succinctly. Cicada Beauty. She intended to murder Lone, was caught by Lone, and for a moment could not find a suitable place for interrogation. Just have to commiserate with the beauty here. Qin Yuyao was not an ordinary woman after all, and quickly calmed down. She waved her hand, signaling her personal maid to come over. Sword Gall. Take them to compartment 3. Watch her well again. Yes, beautiful. Sword and Gallant agreed. and immediately walked out to lead the way. Zhang Yi's eyes also looked towards this personal maid named Sword Gall. Sword and Guts? Good name. Qin Yuyo said, Zhendian has been close to me since we were young, like brothers and sisters, and there is also a Qinshin that. All of them are my sisters. Zhang Yi laughed. The beauty is served by maids who are like sisters, and I am relieved. All of you, go down. No. The surrounding palace maids and eunuchs promised and slowly retreated. After everyone had left, Zhang Yi held Qin Yuyao's small hand and sat on the main seat. Inquired. You have been in the palace for more than half a year. Alone because of important matters to deal with. Did not come to you from time to time? Bitter beauty. Qin Yuyao's face was a bit odd. A matter to be dealt with? Is the honoring of more than 200 showgirls considered an important matter? Originally, after entering the Xingqing Palace, she thought she would be favored by the Supreme Emperor. I didn't realize that the Taishang Emperor had come to her only a handful of times in the past half year. Do you want to be left alone at a young age? Highly proud by nature, she faced the empty and deserted Xingqing Palace as well as the darkness of the night end, and not without some sadness. Unexpectedly, the Supreme Emperor suddenly arrived today and said something inexplicable. What is this about? The Taishang Emperor is the of a country, the lord of a palace. Naturally the mundane world is busy. My concubine is not tired. Zhang Yi was too lazy to guess what was in the little girl's heart. Touching her little head, he said, by the way, Lone heard that you were previously detected by the Long River Sex Yunhao realist as being burdened with a spiritual root. Yes or no? It's Taisho. Qin Yuyao's eyes twitched. What was the purpose of the Taishang Emperor asking about this matter? It's been over 6 months and she thought no one was paying attention. I wonder what is so important about the Taishang Emperor inquiring about this. It's like this. I'm going to ask the Ningxuan or Huangzhou masters to take you on a journey of cultivation. I wonder what the beauty thinks. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Yi clearly felt the little beauty in his arms tremble. The delicate little face was filled with astonishment as she slowly looked back at Zhang Yi and, hard to open. Two on the Emperor? This matter? Really? It is not swindling my concubine? How could I lie to you? Zhang Yi laughed. But in this matter, of course, I must also inquire about you. I don't know if you want to. Fix it. Think. Qin Yuyao nodded vigorously and said, of course I want to, but as far as I know, my concubine's spiritual root qualification is not high. If I want to convince the Ningxuan or Huangzhou real people, I think, don't worry about this, Zhang Yi said succinctly. I have my own way. Qin Yuyao immediately rejoiced. Many thanks to the Supreme Emperor. How should a beauty thank the orphan? Qin Yuyao's small face turned red all of a sudden. Subconsciously bowing her head, she said, 1. Everything is at your disposal. Your Majesty. I am at your disposal. Your Majesty. Ha ha. Chapter 38, a billion times. It was dark and sandalwood was in the air. In the stillness of the dark night, the originally steady breathing on the bed in the compartment was suddenly sharp. Then a pair of beautiful eyes opened. Horrified, panicked, and with a hint of doubt. Tai Shang Huang. Where is this? Cicada beauty, you're awake. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the darkness. With that the fire folders were lit, the candles illuminated, and the whole room brightened up. It was only then that Autumn Cicada realized that she was actually lying in an unfamiliar compartment. Next to her stood a palace maid who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old, looking at her indifferently. Who are you? Autumn Cicada tried to sit up, but immediately realized that she was incredibly weak. There was also a loop of silk ribbon tied around his body, tying up his hands and feet all together, and he just threw himself on the bed. And there was a vague pain coming from the dantian, and the meridians were also. She quickly recalled the turn of events within the underground palace that day. His own pillow, the Taisho who had favored him for months. He actually struck out at her without any mercy, breaking her dantian and nullifying her martial arts, not even listening to his own explanation. Cicada beauty, don't struggle. This is what the Supreme Emperor ordered. Sword Gall said. Since the beauty has awakened, wait for a moment. The slave girl will go and inform the Taishang Emperor. Taishang, don't go. Autumn Cicada trembled. But how could Sword and Gall listen to her? And sure walked out. No. Taisho. Autumn Cicada looked miserable, although she didn't know what the Taishang Emperor would do to her. But something had long since come to mind. He himself is a member of the Mother of Mercy cult, and he has captured the Taishang Emperor and put him in a crisis. Even if they were to be favored by the Emperor again, they would not. Holy Church, Holy Mother. Autumn Cicada closed her eyes and murmured, now that my entire body's power has been abolished, imprisoned again in the Xingqing Palace, the great appointment of the Sacred Church, and the successor to the Sutra of Salvation of 10,000 compassionate mothers, it's not meant to be with me in this life. Inside the Yaoguang Hall, Sword Gallant's figure swiftly wandered and soon arrived at the main room. She walked over and was about to knock on the door when she was stopped by Chin Xin, another young courtesan guarding the door. Sister Sword and Gall, don't knock on the door yet. Sword Gall was filled with suspicion and glanced at the red-faced Chin Xin. Then it was as if he remembered something, taking 2 quiet steps towards the main room. Almost an hour. So long. I don't know. The Taishang Emperor doesn't look like a 60-year-old at all. Worried about Miss? I think you're envious of Miss. What a thing to say. Little wannabe hoof. Don't tickle me. Sword and Gall sister, I don't dare law. Ginshin, are you alright? Get up. No. I'm fine. Just a little weak in the knees. Sister Kendo. That's just it. Go and change. Don't make a fool of yourself. I'll keep watch for you. Thank you, Sword and Gall sister. After Chin Xin left, Sword Guts stood guard outside the main room. Somehow Kendall's body was getting closer and closer to the main room. It was as if his heart was also being scratched by a kitten, wanting to get closer. At some point, the lady's mesmerizing voice stopped. Just as Sword Guts was suspicious, the voice of the Taishang Emperor rang out abruptly. That's Sword and Guts out there, isn't it? Come on in. Sword Gallant's petite body shook and reacted in a hurry, quickly stepping to the door and pushing it in. Slave servant Sword Gall? Meet the Supreme Emperor. After a few breaths and not hearing a reply, Sword Bile could only look up quietly, but on the main room's bed and couch, the Taishang Emperor's red fruits were on his upper body, sitting on his knees, with his eyes slightly closed, as if in retrospect. Her legs were still covered with a quilt of gold silk dragons and phoenixes on a red background. The whole person, all over, exuded an aura that dazzled her. At the Taishang Emperor's side, the figure of the young lady was vaguely visible, but it was motionless, as if in a coma. When the Taishang Emperor didn't say anything, Sword and Gallant didn't dare to open his mouth freely. All that could be done was to wait patiently on his knees. At this moment, Zhang Yi's entire consciousness had long been immersed in the red dust group of fragrance. Absorb the pure Yin and condense a wisp of red dust. Absorb pure Yin Qi. Metallic spirit root +1. Absorb the pure Yin Qi. +1 wood attribute spiritual root. Absorb pure Yin Qi. Water attribute spiritual root +1. Absorb pure Yin Qi. Fire attribute spiritual root +1. Absorb pure Yin Qi. Earth attribute spiritual root +1. 5 elemental attribute spiritual roots. Increased again. Most of all, once again, a ray of red dust Qi was obtained. This cultivation with Yao Beauty also allowed him to gain a full 3 points of red dust Qi. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Yi directly added all of his newly gained 3 points of red dust Qi to the life expectancy column, causing his life expectancy to increase by 3 years once again. In addition to that, the column of spiritual roots also changed. Spiritual roots, gold asterisk 8th grade, 11 out of 100, wood asterisk 8th grade, 11 out of 100, water asterisk 8th, 11 out of 100, fire asterisk 8th, 11 out of 100, earth asterisk 8th, 11 out of 100. Several times of dual cultivation had caused his spiritual root qualification to rise from the 9th grade to the 8th grade, and the numbers that followed went from 10 to 100 points, a full 10 times. Decimal data growth. Could it be that, wanting to raise one's qualifications to a first rate, it would take a billion duels? No, it's billion times. Looking at this data, Zhang Yi's eyes went black, but it doesn't matter. Lone Everlasting has all the time in the world. A billion times. Just a billion times. The only number news is the previously acquired spiritual root attribute data, which is still cumulative. Otherwise, if you were to start from scratch, it would require a lot more double crossing. After a long time, he opened his slightly closed eyes and looked towards Swordguts, who was still kneeling on the ground. Level off. Many thanks to the Taishang Emperor. Swordgull rose and whispered, back to the Supreme Emperor. Cicada Beauty has awakened. Oh, Zhang Yi said, bathe and dress for Lone. No. Jian Dian got up and brought Zhang Yi to the back bath, and after washing him up slightly, then he was carefully dressed. In the midst of the rustling, Kendall's face grew redder and her hands moved slower and slower. Eventually it stopped. Tai Shang Huang, you that wear, can't wear. Zhang Yi glanced at it, and after cultivating the Big Dipper indestructible body out of the realm of the gods, not only was his own martial arts cultivation and physique greatly altered, his chi and blood filled up and his defense greatly enhanced. At this time, it was indeed a bit difficult to let Sword Gallows, an untouched schoolgirl, change her clothes for him. Taking a deep breath and controlling his own chi and blood, he finally calmed down after more than 10 breaths, getting normal. Only then did the sword gull blush and continue to bend down low to dress, and soon finished dressing. Zhang Yi glanced at her and said, you don't need to go. Stay and take care of Yao Mei. Yes, Your Majesty. Only after Zhang Yi left did Sword Gallant let out a long breath and touched his somewhat hot face. In a hurry, he returned to the inner room. Who knows? By this time, the Yao beauty had already woken up and was looking at herself on the fluffy pillow. Little Miss, the Taisho is gone? Yes, Cicada beauty has awakened. The Taishang Emperor he bathed the palace and changed into a profane garment. Yes, ma'am. Assisting Yao beauty to get up, Sword Gallant's eyes grew brighter. It was only at this point that the young lady, with her slightly reddened body and there is also a slightly hot feeling in your hands that is very inviting. Even as a woman herself, she couldn't help but feel a little envious for a moment. The hot spring water is slippery and washes away the grease. Sword Gal wiped Yao beauty attentively, while Yao beauty closed her eyes to enjoy it. After a few moments of tea, Yao beauty suddenly said, Sword Gal, what do you think of the Taishang Emperor? Taishang is great, Sword Gal said cautiously, favored the young lady as well, and bestowed so many things. Taishang. Yao beauty opened her eyes slightly and murmured, Emperor Taishang, can you take me on the path of cultivation? If so, I, Qin Yu Yao, would also like to grow old with him and serve him in his old age. Chapter 39, The Mind-Bending Soul-Taking Technique. Inside the compartment, the silence made it so that Cicada Beauty could hear her own breathing clearly. After Sword and Guts left, she began to fight her way free of the silk ribbons that bound her. Unfortunately, the ribbon had been specially tied to weave her escape, and no matter how she struggled, it also only loosened the ribbon a bit, but it still wouldn't break free. Right at this moment, the door to the compartment was opened with a squeak and Zhang Yi walked in. Tai Shang Huang. Cicada Beauty let out a cry of alarm and subconsciously retreated backward. But unfortunately, she couldn't retreat far at all. Zhang Yi came and looked down at Autumn Cicada in a condescending manner and said in a faint voice, Beauty Cicada, how was your rest? Tai Shang. Autumn Cicada's beautiful eyes darkened as she said, Since you already know my concubine's identity, I plead guilty to the crime. Kill or be killed, as you wish, Zhang Yi said. Holy Maiden of the Mother of Mercy sect, what exactly do you call it when you sneak into Xingqing Palace? Autumn Cicada took a long breath and said, The original plan of the Mother of Mercy sect was for me to sneak into the Imperial Palace, become your concubine to curtail the next plans of the Cult of Mercy. But who knew that you had abdicated to the second prince, and that a new order had come from within the church? Let me assist the 4 great sacred servants as well as the Red Lotus Master in searching for a cultivator's secret vault. The next step is all that you know. Taisho, Zhang Yi asked again. What sect is the Sumerian sect and where did it originate from? And what is your purpose and plan? Speak these, and long can spare your life for the sake of your and my former love. Autumn Cicada let out a bitter smile and said, The most merciless emperor's family, leaving me alive. Has it been the greatest of graces? Kill me. I will not betray the Holy Church. Holy Church. Holy Church. Zhang Yi's eyes were indifferent. These poor bastards who were brainwashed by the general church. There is no knowledge of what it means to be afraid and committed. A loving mother teaches. The Green State cult. But in all cults, what they are best at is demagoguery and demagoguery. As the Holy Maiden of the Mother of Mercy sect, Autumn Cicada's loyalty to the Mother of Mercy sect was bound to be higher than the Yu Kingdom and higher than him. Even the identity of the Autumn Cicada is very likely to be that of an orphan who was adopted from childhood by the Sumerian church. Train them towards something like dead soldiers. Trying to learn the bottom line of the Mercy Mother cult from the Autumn Cicada was as difficult as climbing into the sky. However, this situation had already occurred to him, so he was not surprised. Cicada Beauty. Look at me. Xiao Cicada subconsciously looked up, and what greeted her were Zhang Yi's pupils, like swirling pupils, almost in an instant. Xiao Cicada's entire consciousness was attracted by Zhang Yi's pair of pupils, couldn't help but fall into it. The great law of mind restraint. This was a special technique that Zhang Yi had searched for from the Taiji Palace's arsenal. It is more oriented towards spiritual attacks and requires the caster to have strong internal power support and martial spirit. After successful cultivation, they can cast spells on people who are seriously injured, unconscious, or of weak mind, causes the target to fall into a state of hypnosis for a very short period of time. In this state, the target will unconsciously say whatever information he or she wants to know, like a puppet. Nowadays, Zhang Yi was a Tongling realm martial artist with a powerful martial will, and how can a woman of the Autumn Cicada in the district be a match for her? Almost in an instant, Autumn Cicada's entire spirit was controlled by Zhang Yi's mesmerizing mind-regaining soul technique. Watching the Autumn Cicada being hypnotized by the mind-mesmerizing soul regeneration technique, Zhang Yi asked in a low voice, Your Highness, the Holy Maiden, your mission has been accomplished and Our Lady is very happy. The Blessed Mother has asked me to ask what kind of reward you need? The Salvation Sutra of 10,000 Compassionate Mothers. I need The Salvation Sutra of 10,000 Compassionate Mothers follow-up technique. Autumn Cicada's eyes were dumbfounded as she unconsciously opened her mouth. The Sutra of Salvation of 10,000 Compassionate Mothers? Zheng Yi was filled with doubts. This was the Sumerian sex town technique? He continued to ask. Okay, no problem. When we get back to the sacred church, the Holy Mother will surely present the 10,000 Merciful Mothers Salvation Sutra with both hands. But my subordinate is wounded and will not be able to move for a short time. It is necessary for your highness to return to the Holy Church's main altar alone. Your highness, do you still remember where the main altar of my holy sect is? Found on. In Autumn Cicada's eyes, a hint of struggle appeared, but she still opened her mouth. I know. On top of the floating cloud cliff on Tianyun Mountain in Qingzhou. In floating cloud cliff, Tianyun Mountain, Qingzhou? Zheng Yi's heart fluttered. Qingzhou is near the sea. Tianyun Mountain, on the other hand, is the largest mountain peak in Qingzhou territory near the sea, towering over the clouds, jagged rocks, easy to defend and difficult to attack. I didn't realize that the cult of mercy was actually hidden here. Zheng Yi continued to ask. Excellent. After you, holy maiden, return to the holy sect. It will surely be reused by the Holy Mother of God. Your highness, have you forgotten the purpose of my holy church? And the greatest mission of my holy church? Nope, haven't forgotten. Autumn Cicada murmured. The purpose of my holy religion. The people are like babies, and the world is foolish. A loving mother saves the world, and the world is one. The corner of Zheng Yi's mouth twitched. This Siaimu cult has a big mouth. Actually wanting the world to be one? This world because of the monks. This caused the entire continent to be divided into hundreds of countries of varying sizes, controlled by a large number of cultivation sects. Although the former Jin dynasty was strong, it could only be considered a second-rate country. Heiyu Kingdom took its place, and even with the support of the Qinghe sect behind him, he was only barely able to establish a state. And the purpose of the cult of mercy actually wants to unify the world? What a joke! If you want to cross this realm, I think only the rumored god of transformation cultivators can do it. Zheng Yi's heart stirred and he suddenly said, by the way, your highness the holy maiden, when you captured the Yu Kingdom's supreme emperor, suddenly there was a mutation. Eyes blackened and breath changed dramatically. That's Mother of Mercy. It's Mother Mercy. Autumn Cicada's expression suddenly became maniacal, and her tone was frenzied as she said, Mother of Mercy saves the world. She possessed me and will save. Suddenly Autumn Cicada struggled up, her eyes red and it was as if they were suffering from some great pain. Then a mouthful of blood spurted out violently and he fainted. Zheng Yi rushed forward to check his breath. His breathing was disorganized and weakened, but he was still alive. Not dead. Cult tactics. It seems that it's not very realistic to get all the information about the Mercy Mother cult from Autumn Cicada. Still, that's enough information. Come on man. Emperor Taishang. Soon the door to the room was opened and Wang Zhonghai walked in. Chenghe, you're back? Wang Zhonghai respectfully said. His Majesty did not make things difficult for the old slave, but only asked the old slave to protect His Majesty well. That's good. I wonder what the Taishang Emperor wants. Summon the eunuchs to heal Cicada Beauty. Yes, keep an eye on her. When she wakes up, she'll be confined to the Hall of Sinking Fragrance, and won't be allowed to leave the hall without the will of the orphan, nor shall any person visit. Zheng Yi said in a cold voice. Since then, the Hall of Sinking Fragrance will be the cold palace of my Xingqing Palace. She plotted against me, but she was compelled to live out her life in the cold palace. It's kind of like I'm looking at her for the months of companionship. Wang Zhonghai said in a deep voice. The old slave obeys the decree, and will go to pass on the others. There is another matter. His Majesty has transferred all the eunuchs and palace maids around you and replaced them with new people. Zheng Yi smiled lightly and said, after such a big event, it's normal for the emperor to be suspicious, especially the corpse of that Red Lotus real person in the underground palace. Wang Zhonghai's head was lowered even deeper, and he did not know about the matter of the Calyx Phase house and the underground palace. At that time, he had long since been imprisoned by order of His Majesty. That's just it. Lone would have just wanted to get well. Let the emperor do whatever he wants to do. Zheng Yi said. When you came back, how was the Calyx Phase Glory House? Returning to the Supreme Emperor, the Calyx Phase Glory House is heavily guarded by the Shenwu army, and no one is allowed to enter. And, Wang Zhonghai said, His Majesty personally went to the Evergreen Palace. Evergreen Palace was the place where two of you kingdom's envoys, the Ningxuan realist and the Huangzhou realist, resided. Evergreen Palace. Zheng Yi laughed. Is it interesting to ask Mr. Ningyun or Mr. Huangzhou to explore the underground palace? It's just a matter of letting him be. Go and summon the eunuchs to heal Cicada Beauty. The old slave retires. Wang Zhonghai bowed and then slowly retreated. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was looking in the direction of the Calyx Phase Glory Building, Burning Incense Hall. That place has a bloodline formation, and there is no essence blood of the former Jin Dynasty royal family. Trying to open that bloodline formation is like a fool's errand, and the most important treasure in the Hall of Burning Incense is already in the hands of the lone. What's the harm in letting them probe a bit? On the contrary, the Emperor, not looking for the Long River sect, but looking for two offerings, some small mind Chapter 40 Bloodline Sealing Formation. 3 days later, 2 carriages, led by Zhang Yuansen himself, stepped into Xingqing Palace, accompanied by no other people, as if just returned from the countryside trekking general. Chief Eunuch Yigo rushed over and respectfully said, "See your majesty, what's the big deal? Tell me as we go." "Nah." Yigo followed closely beside Zhang Yuansen's horse and quickly said, "Back to your majesty. Some information about the Mother of Mercy cult has been sent from the Taishang Emperor, since his majesty went to the Evergreen Palace and did not return." "It is. Mother of Mercy teaches intelligence?" Before Zhang Yuansen's words fell, a hoarse voice came from within the sedan chair behind him. "Bring it here. This real person will see it." Yigo froze and glanced at Zhang Yuansen, realizing that Zhang Yuansen nodded his head. Then he hurriedly trotted to the sedan chair and respectfully handed it over. "Immortal Master, this is the information about the Mercy Mother cult." The curtains of the sedan chair moved without wind, revealing the figure in it. Hers was a Taoist nun who looked to be in her 40s, dressed in a sackcloth Taoist robe and faint white cloud pattern, the two major offerings of the Yu Kingdom. The condensed cloud realist. She took over the Zhengswut in the Leaf Singer and carefully examined it, and soon finished reading it. Slowly, he nodded. "I see. Mercy Mother Cult. 10,000 Mercy Mother Cult? Sure enough, it's the remnants of the Lian Kingdom's demonic path. I didn't expect that they'd actually escape to the territory of the Yu Kingdom." Zhang Yuansen said strangely. "Mistress Ningyun knows about this Sumerian sect?" "This matter is a matter for my cultivation realm and has nothing to do with the mortal realm." Ning Yunjinren glanced at him and said, "That's all? It's just an old story. The old body will tell you. For more than 50 years, that Mother of Mercy sect was the #1 demonic sect in the Lian Kingdom. Even the burning incense temple of the former Jin dynasty has to avoid it. It's a pity that its clan's oldest ancestor sat down and died, and that no new Yuaning realm cultivators have appeared within the Sumerian sect." Immediately afterward, it was destroyed by several other righteous sects joining forces. Only a very few remnants of the Mother of Mercy cult escaped with their lives because they were traveling outside. It's been languishing for decades, fleeing around like a street rat. I didn't realize that Ru was showing up in you, and I don't know what his purpose is. Had. This matter is also known to the old man. At that moment, inside the second sedan chair, the voice of Huang Zhujianjin came. He whispered, "Rumor has it that this Sumerian sect is best at compelling people, and the most skillful at searching for infants with special spiritual roots to be sacrificed, cultivating the method of ghost infants, coming and going without a trace, very difficult to deal with. And now it's come down to this. Qingzhou? Old man happens to have nothing to do in this period of time, so he can make a trip to the floating cloud cliff of Tianyun Mountain, do some scouting for his majesty." Zhang Yuansen's eyes flickered as he hurriedly said, "Thank you for this matter, Huang Zhujianren. I will send someone to work with you." Aha! After the yellow bamboo realist said this, he stopped speaking. Instead, a hint of an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of the Ningyun realist's mouth, and then he also handed out the information. Said, "Your Majesty, has that treasure trove you spoke of arrived? It's just up ahead at the Calyx house." A quarter of an hour later, the three silhouettes once again appeared within the underground palace beneath the Calyx glow building. Jun Zhengyun, Huang Zhu Zhangyun, and Zhang Yuansen. Other than that, there is no one else. Looking at the wide underground palace, Huang Zhujianren backhandedly grasped it, and a compass appeared in his hands. With one hand, he choked and mouthed the words, carefully checking them out. As for the Ningyun realist, he kept walking along the underground palace, carefully examining the walls and the floor for signs. Even the body of the Red Lotus reality was brought over, and the two of them examined it one after another. Most of an hour later, the two were together again. Their eyes, all of them, looked towards the odd patterns on the ground deep in the underground palace. Huang Zhujianjin said in a low voice, "This formation, bloodline seal? It's very similar, maybe with some improvements. It's a pity that the former Jin Imperial clan only has one soul seed left nowadays, wanting to open this secret vault, and bring it on. 13th Prince Kong? Not bad, otherwise we will never be able to open this door for the rest of our lives." Realist Ningyan said, "Bloodline sealing array. It is a formation that can only be set up by cultivators above the Jindan realm, using their own bloodline spirit power as a guide to seal a certain area. It can only be opened by the corresponding inherited bloodline. If we try to open it directly by brute force, the bloodline sealing formation will surely collapse on its own, destroy everything in it. Pity, pity. The two talked and did not hide it from Zhang Yuansen. Zhang Yuansen also wondered. Two real people? This is, Your Majesty. This is a bloodline sealing formation. It should seal some of the hidden secrets of the former Jin dynasty's imperial clan. Unfortunately, it won't open. Under the explanation of realist Ning Yun, Zhang Yuansen quickly learned about the oddities of this formation. Then he still couldn't help but say, two real people? Is it really impossible to open it by brute force? No. The Neritic Cloud Master shook his head. Unless you want to destroy the treasures within. Otherwise I advise you to die. Zhang Yuansen was indifferent and speechless, but his mind recalled his father's previous words. Could it be that father has long known that there is a bloodline sealing formation here? Which is, if we can capture the 13th Prince of Jiang, will we be able to open this formation? Mistress Ning Yun nodded and said, of course. However, the prerequisite is that this 13th Prince Jiang is a cultivator. Otherwise a large amount of the same mortal bloodline must be consumed before it can be opened. Cultivator bloodline can only be opened? Of course, realist Ning Yun said. A cultivator's blood contains spiritual qi in order to activate the formation. If it were a mortal, it would require the consumption of a great deal of essence and blood, or even life. I understand. Zhang Yuansen breathed a long sigh of relief and said, thank you two real people this time. No harm done, just part of the job. Huang Zhujianjin suddenly pointed at the corpse of Red Lotus Xinjin and said, Your Majesty, you said that this cultivator was killed by a sneak attack by the Supreme Emperor? Not bad. What do you have to say to me? Huang Zhujianjin? What about the storage bag of the cultivator? It's at Father's. What is the Supreme Emperor doing with the storage bag? I don't know. Interesting. It seems that before traveling to Qingzhou, old me will have to meet the Taishang Emperor once again. Zhang Yuansen frowned. Huang Zhujianren, what are you going to do? Don't worry, Your Majesty. We know the Taishang Emperor well after all, so how could we harm him? Huang Zhujianren said. If a mortal holds a cultivator's object, it is not only of no benefit. Instead, it will kill you. So why don't you trade with us for something useful? What does Your Majesty think? Zhang Yuansen was silent for several breaths, then said, no matter what, no harm shall be done to father. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Leaving the Flower Calyx Xianghui building, Huang Zhujianjin and Ning Yunjinjin, led by Zhang Yuansen. Once again, he walked towards the Yaoguang Hall, talking and laughing along the way, enjoying the beautiful scenery around them. They soon arrived outside the Yaoguang Palace. Greetings, Your Majesty. Sword Gall and Qin Xian hurriedly went out to greet them with a respectful expression. Zhang Yuansen said, inform the Taishang Emperor. Just say that I've come to pay a visit with Huang Zhujianjin and Ning Yunjinjin. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 41, Storage Bag. At this time, Zhang Yi was not aware that Zhang Yuansen had brought the two offerings. Huang Zhujianjin and Ning Shuzhinjin, come and find yourself. Instead, he stayed in the inner chamber of the Yaoguang Hall, checking out the loot he had gotten from the underground palace a few days ago. The prohibition on the Red Lotus realist storage bag finally dissipated on its own with his death 3 days later. Ordinary mortals and martial artists were naturally unable to open a cultivator's storage bag. But, through his deduction of the red dust breath, early on, the aura had already been integrated into one's own flesh and blood, sinews and bones, and within one's true qi. Therefore, his true qi also had a trace of aura attached to it, enough to open the Red Lotus Master's storage bag. Trying to input true qi, it entered without the slightest obstruction. A few breaths later, he felt a burst of heat from the storage bag in his hand and, subconsciously, he fell toward the clearing in front of him. Soon, a whole bunch of stuff appeared out of nowhere and hit the ground. Sure enough you can. With that, Zhang Yi carefully examined it and quickly separated it into several categories. One of the biggest piles of stuff was all miscellaneous, like clothing, or food, or common weapons, etc. With Zhang Yi's vision it was easy to tell. The other few things, on the other hand, were clearly the stuff of cultivators. The first one was 3 jade bottles of similar appearance, each of which also had inscriptions on them. Evergreen Dan. This is an elixir for internal injuries, and the clearing elixir, that detoxifies the poison. The last, Yellow Dragon Dan? Zhang Yi carefully examined it and then shook his head. The Eternal Spring Pill, the most numerous. There were 8 of them in the jade bottle. For the Clear Spirit Pills, there are 5 of them. As for the Yellow Dragon Dan, there were actually only 2 left. I don't know if this Yellow Dragon Dan is so precious that it's all been taken by the Red Lotus realist, or if it serves some other purpose. The second, on the other hand, was a crimson flying sword. This flying sword was shaped like a long blade, the whole of which appeared to be black and red, and when looked at closely the firelight flowed in it. The surface was also engraved with a large number of fine patterns, which looked very divine. Magecraft. Unexpectedly, in the hands of this Red Lotus realist, there was actually a third magic weapon. The turtle shield used for defense was chopped off by Zhang Yi using Taishin Swordqi. The large red-colored flag that manipulated the flames was now in Zhang Yi's safekeeping. This is the third one, a flying sword that was clearly of the fire attribute. Unfortunately, before he could use this flying sword that day, he was chopped in two by Zhang Yi's sword. The death is beyond suffocating. The third, on the other hand, was a black wooden box. When he opened it, there were several talismans placed in it. On a closer look, there were only 3 left, 2 earthy yellows and 1 fiery red, and I don't know what they're for. Talisman. This earth yellow one is an earth element shield talisman, and the fire red one is a fire snake talisman. In the past few days, in order to wait for the prohibition on the Red Lotus realist storage bag to dissipate on its own, he hadn't even opened the storage bag that he had obtained from within the mural of the incense burning hall. For that matter, open both together so they can be handled uniformly. For the past few days, he had stayed in the Yaoguang Hall, double cultivating with Yao Beauty. At the same time, he was also flipping through books from the incense burning hall that contained a great deal of talismanic knowledge. It was because of this that he was able to recognize these 2 talismans. The Earth Elemental Shield is a first-order mid-grade talisman, while this Fire Snake talisman is something else. It's actually a first-rank upper-grade offensive talisman that can summon a fire snake about 3 feet long to attack. Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with joy. Then he checked again. The fourth, on the other hand, was a dozen or so small, flowery, thumb-sized pieces of stone that, the red stones were the most numerous among them, 7 in number. The rest were small stones of yellow, blue and such, and there were only 5 of them. This is Spirit Stone? Zhang Yi quickly recognized it. The spirit stones used by cultivators for cultivation, or trading. However, looking at the size of the spirit stone as well as the light, it should only be a lower grade spirit stone. The 5th copy, another magic weapon. The difference was that the sword artifact was shaped more like a claw, appearing black in color. Upon closer inspection, it looked like it had been chopped off from some kind of demonic beast. Zhang Yi tried it and it was very hard and also very sharp. Just a casual stroke left a deep scratch on the tabletop. For magic artifacts now, this Red Lotus realist is really generous. TSK. Zhang Yi put it away again, his eyes looking towards the last 3 items. Jade Jane, the last 3 things left in the Red Lotus realist storage bag. They are all the jade slips that Zhang Yi has been waiting for so long. A jade slip is an apparatus used by cultivators to record the contents of words, the techniques, spells, and even various canonical books and so on in the cultivation world were all engraved from jade slips. I don't know. Among these 3 jade slips, there is no Gongfa jade slip that I need. He casually picked up one of the emerald green jade slips and pressed it to his forehead. Be still and meditate carefully. Soon, a handwriting, which appeared in the middle of his mind, was very clear. This is the art of controlling things? The corner of Zhang Yi's mouth twitched. What he wanted was a cultivation technique. Instead, it was an ordinary object control technique in the cultivation world. The so-called object control technique is when a cultivator utilizes his or her own magical power and strong spiritual power to spells to manipulate various spells are very common and ordinary. I didn't expect that the first jade slip of Red Lotus Reality's storage bag would be this item. Putting it aside, he picked up a second jade slip. Soon after, Zhang Yi's expression was one of movement, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. The second jade brief contains cultivation techniques, getting inflammation decree, a first-rank upper-grade fire attribute technique. It can absorb fire attribute aura and transform it into its own mana, and can be cultivated up to the late stage of chi cultivation. Not bad. Fire attribute? I'm a 5 attribute pseudo-spirit root. I can completely cultivate. The feat comes with 3 spells at the end? Fire control art, fire cloud poem, and the strongest fire rain art. After a sufficient amount of tea time, Zhang Yi was finally willing to take this jade slip down. The cultivation technique, which he had painstakingly sought to obtain for the better part of a year, finally appeared before his eyes. Couldn't help but be upset. Then he picked up the 3rd jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. The 3rd jade slip. Another piece of Gongfu? But not a cultivation technique. But the little book of spiritual farming? What the hell? Zhang Yi carefully examined it and quickly understood what was recorded in this jade slip. It was certainly a document that recorded the cultivation method of growing a type of rice called blood congealing rice. According to the contents therein, blood congealing rice was a first-order, top-grade spirit rice. Its efficacy was even useful to foundation establishment stage and even Jindan stage cultivators. The planting method is also very simple. Just plant the spiritual rice into the spiritual soil that. After that, pouring the blood of demonic beasts or spiritual beasts every month will promote the growth of blood-clotting rice. Ripening every 6 months. The blood-clotting rice that grows out can not only supplement the cultivator's mana consumption and refine his cultivation, but can even enhance the cultivator's chi and blood and strengthen his physique, which is the best of the best in spiritual rice. Blood-clotting rice. Blood-clotting rice. Zhang Yi muttered. Then he hurriedly got up and came among the pile of miscellaneous things that he had just thrown away. Rummage around. As expected. In an inconspicuous cloth bag in the pile of clutter. He found more than a dozen grains of rice about the size of a pea. He'd seen it before, and at first thought it was just ordinary food. I didn't realize it was blood-clotting rice, or the seeds of blood-clotting rice. If he hadn't checked this jade slip himself, there was a real possibility that he would have missed this treasure for nothing. Blood-clotting rice. Blood-clotting rice. I wonder if the blood of ordinary beasts works, and the blood of demonic beasts and spirit animals can promote the growth of blood-clotting rice. What about the blood of the monks? Zhang Yi took a deep breath and put all these things away. With that, he solemnly took out the storage bag obtained from the mural in the incense burning hall. I just don't know. What kind of surprise will be given to me in this storage bag? Chapter 42 Relics. In his hand, another storage bag appeared once again. Compared to the Red Lotus Realist storage bag, the storage bag in his hand now was undoubtedly more refined. The whole is of a fiery red color, with a burning mountain tattooed on it. There is also plenty of fine incoming stitching around the perimeter. A look as burning incense mountain inner disciple. Even true disciple and so on special storage bag. Inputting his true chi, he then threw it away. In a flash, a large pile of things reappeared in front of Zhang Yi's eyes. At first glance, there was a large pile of spirit stones of various colors, more than half a person high. A large portion of them were fire red fire attribute spirit stones, accounting for at least 60% of them. For the rest, there were common spirit stones such as earth attribute and water attribute. A rough estimate would be at least $1,000. It was undoubtedly much bolder than the Red Lotus Realist. Next to the spirit stones, there were 3 large boxes that were more than half a person tall. When he opened it, it was actually a special blank talisman paper, obviously used for drawing talismans. On top of that, there are several different things. A prismatic token, a slender red chain, a shield, 5 jade slips. There was also a set of clothes, several jade bottles, jade boxes and so on. He first picked up the token to check it out. And the overall color of the token was a fiery red that. It seems to be cast using some kind of metal. It actually has a warm feeling when you hold it in your hand for so long. On its front side, it was engraved with an ancient order character, while the surrounding area was densely covered with a large number of flame streaks. Behind it, on the other hand, was still the appearance of a burning mountain. I weighed it, and it was heavy in my hand, and I didn't know what it was. This should be the identification of a burning incense mountain disciple, right? And it seems to be a magic weapon? After playing with it for a few moments, he set it aside and picked up the fiery red chain. It says chain, but it's really more like a bracelet. It's about a foot long, just long enough to wrap around your wrist. Upon closer inspection, the bracelet seemed to have been created by utilizing dozens of fine diamonds connected together. Again, it looks like dozens of rubies. Very delicate. The magic weapon should be a kind of magic weapon that traps people. But how come it looks like a female cultivator uses it? Smiling, he set it aside and checked out something else. The palm-sized shield should also be a magic weapon. It was a pity that he had no physical strength and had not practiced object control decision, so there was no way to use it in a short period of time. A set of clothing, which also clearly carried the style of burning incense mountain, should also be a set of magic weapons. 8 jade bottles, all filled with corresponding pills, a full 80 pills. Strangely enough, there were also slips of paper attached to each bottle, which, in addition to the name of the elixir, there is also the roll of simplicity. 2 bottles of yellow dragon pills, pills for refining one's cultivation. 2 bottles of fire spirit pills, elixirs for refining one's cultivation when practicing fire attribute techniques. 2 bottles of red sun pills, which can burn one's own mana for a short period of time after taking them. It increases the power of mana by 30% and lasts for 1 incense stick, after which it will fall into a weakened state. It is an elixir that is used only when fighting for one's life. 2 bottles of cultivation jade, the elixir required when practicing the burning incense mountain body refining technique. Fire spirit blazing body, limit 1 per year. Looking at these 8 bottles of pills, especially the last 2 bottles of Shura jade, Zhang Yi's eyes gradually brightened. 8 bottles of pills, a full 80, and the last 2 bottles of Shura jade, essential elixir for cultivating the fire spirit blazing body. This Jiang Chengzhu, What the hell is he up to? Cultivation resources purposely left behind for future generations? Not much, but not much, Zhang Yi muttered, probably guessing something in his head. More than 10 years ago, Burning Incense Mountain was destroyed by the Long River sect, and its disciples scattered in all directions, and as the state of Jin, which relied on the Burning Mountain to establish its state, also broke up. In the pre-destruction period, as the oldest ancestor of the Zheng family in Jin, he also knew deep down that he would surely die, hereby leaving so many cultivation resources in the secret place of the underground palace for future use. Or maybe, it's for your own children and grandchildren. Unfortunately, it was cheap for Zhang Yi for nothing. He then checked the jade boxes, which again gave him quite a few surprises. Talisman. All of them are talismans. Among the 6 jade boxes, a full 5 of them were filled with talismans of various colors. In each jade box, about 10 sheets. That's 50 sheets. The vast majority of them were fire attribute talismans of various colors. Most of them were first-order talismans. But there was also a jade box in which what was contained was actually a rare second-order talisman. Fire Cloud Amulet. When activated, it casts a huge cloud of fire that envelopes the enemy and subsequently burns. The power was very powerful, enough to be comparable to the full force of a foundation stage cultivator's strike. As for the 6th jade box, when he opened it, there was a strangely shaped brush in it, or rune pens. The barrel of the pen is made of unknown blackwood, and it also has an oddly clear scent. Where the quill and the shaft join, there is a circle of 12 finely crushed blood-colored crystals inlaid, revealing hints of blood-colored light. The brush is thin and long, about an inch long, slender and fine, more than a hairline has ever been. I don't know what it's made of either. Take it away from your hand and you can even feel a warm breath. In this jade box, besides this talismanic brush, there were 3 smaller jade bottles that, all of them are fitted with different inks, or rather, the special ink used to draw charms. Looking at these things, Zheng Yi was slightly stunned. These things, they are his trophies, but at the same time, it was also a relic of the former Jin royal family. The foundation establishment stage cultivator Jiang Qingtu. Zheng Yi breathed a long sigh of relief and put all these things away. With that the eyes then looked to the last relic, Jade Jane, a full 5 jade slips. Picking up one of the pieces and examining it close to his forehead, the dense fly lettering of the immediately appeared in his mind. This is the Book of Burning Runes. After Yu's initiation, he was honored by the elders of the clan and passed down the method of talismans, and he meditated for decades as if it were a day. Finally stepping into the door of the talismanic way, he exhausted his life's learning and finally assembled it into the Book of Burning Fragrance Talismans. May future generations cherish and protect it. This note has just opened its chapter with an extra line of handwriting that clearly belongs to the owner of this note. The Kong Sungju, the method of talismans. Zhang Yi was pleasantly surprised and then took a cursory look. The contents of this Book of Burning Talismans are simple. It is the record of the method of talisman drawing for more than 10 different kinds of talismans. Even its talisman paper making tips. The method of making talisman ink from the blood of demonic beasts. The method of meditating on talismans. And so on. The vast majority of them were first-order talismans. But there were also 2 second-order talisman-making methods. Fire Cloud Amulet, as well as explosive charms. Among them, the explosive flame talisman was very difficult to make. Even Jiang Qingtu himself had never succeeded. Just for the record. Rune Master. As long as you eat up all of this burning rune record, I can become a rune master too. If you can master the method of making the fire cloud talisman, then you can be a second-ranked talisman master. Satisfied, Zhang Yi put away this incense-burning talisman record and picked up the 2nd jade slip. A few breaths later, his eyes were a bit odd. Is this the diary? In the jade brief, a content titled Jiang Jinan record appeared. Jiang is Jiang Qingtu, the national name of Jin. Jin, then, is the state of Jin. As for Nanlu, as far as Zheng Yi knew, Jiang Chengzhu had once been named King of the South before. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly a record used by Kong Sungju to record certain important contents. 13 years of Tianhao, and this king has actually been detected as being burdened with a 3-attribute medium-grade spiritual root. Wahahaha, this is going to make 4th brother and the others look as bad as if they were dead. Tianhao 14 years. Is this the Burning Incense Mountain? There are so many senior sisters in the mountain. Ha ha. In the 21st year of Tianhao, I heard that there are many more rebels in the country? This bunch of damned rebels. Death is not enough. It's been 15 years since Tianhao. I've finally reached the late stage of qi cultivation, and I've entered the inner sect. In the future, I will build a foundation. 32 years of Tianhao, and father's death? The new emperor is actually 4th brother. He's really laughing all the way to the bank. but it's a pity that he still has to kneel down when he sees me. Ha ha. In the first year of Chongqing, fourth brother invited me to his enthronement ceremony. I, as a special envoy of the Burning Incense Palace, went there. I have to say that the fourth brother is still very good at what he does, and the woman who prepared it is also very lovely. The diary is a mixed bag, mostly about some of Kong Sungju's youthful exploits, cultivating, practicing, and even some interaction with fellow disciples. Zhang Yi's mind moved and he directly pulled to the end. The time span is growing and the content is becoming more concise. In the 11th year of Chongqing, I finally spent 50,000 merit value to exchange a foundation building pill from the sect. Too bad the breakthrough failed. In the 15th year of Chongqing, with the help of fourth brother, I obtained another foundation building pill. 16 years of Chongqing, ha ha. I made a successful breakthrough and finally stepped into the foundation establishment realm. Upon returning to the sect, he was immediately promoted to inner sect deacon, responsible for guarding the Jin country. In the 21st year of Chongqing, a great event came from the sect. The lifespan of the Supreme Elder Burning Mountain, was coming to an end. The Long River sect suddenly lashed out with the fact that the sect's deacon was killed by our sect's inner disciple, and the two sects started a great war. In the 22nd year of Chongqing, wolves and smoke are everywhere in the 4 regions of Jin, and anti-kings are everywhere. Among them, Fengxiang Zhang's strength is the most powerful, and the peak of his soldiers is pointing directly at the capital. In the 25th year of Chongqing, the fourth brother died. It's a few untalented children actually still killing each other for the throne. Old me, I just can't stand to watch and step in to suppress this group of an ascend to the throne as the emperor. Chapter 43. In a matter of tea time, Zhang Yi swept through this Jiang Jinnan record. There's basically nothing important about it. For the most part, it is a record of the process of Kong Sungju's life, detecting spiritual roots, initiation, cultivation, experience, breakthrough, until the final arrangement for the sake of posterity, especially at the end, perhaps having learned that he was not going to live long. So straight away he began to record a lot about the arrangements that would be made after his fall. A secret vault located in the underground palace of the Calypsox house. This secret vault was specially prepared by him for the descendants of the Zhang family. As long as the Zhang family produces another person with a spiritual root, they will be able to go to the burning incense hall through the secret door, acquire the treasures therein. The original, that bloodline sealing formation was just for outsiders. The Zhang family's bloodline is thin, and they want to rely on ordinary mortal essence blood to open the bloodline sealing array. It's a complete fool's errand. Instead, he found another way. By connecting to an abandoned dark well in Xingqing Palace, then you can pass through the complicated underground dark river, which leads directly to the Hall of Burning Fragrance. Underground dark rivers crisscross the area, with at least hundreds of different rivers running through them, and in order to leave a chance for his children and grandchildren to rise again, Kong Sungju risked sending this information. Now, it should be in the hands of that 13th Prince Jiang. On the back of this Kong Jinnan record, the markings of that dark passage are also clearly labeled. If you find the abandoned dark well located behind the Xingqing Palace, you can pass through the underground dark river that, enter the Hall of Burning Incense. Zhang Yi's eyes snapped open, which made him smile. The sky is the limit. He thought that the Burning Incense Hall and the underground palace of the Calyx and Glory House had nothing to do with him. I didn't realize that Kong Sungju had a backhand. Cheap Sun Zheng Yuansen and those two offerings. Even if the Changha sect were to make a move, it was also impossible to break through the bloodline sealing formation. He, however, was able to pass through this dark passage that led directly to the Burning Incense Hall. That underground dark river in the incense burning hall is a spiritual vein. Cultivating in it is twice as effective. Unfortunately, Lone has a reddish aura and is undoubtedly a bit of a chicken in comparison. But it's a secret vault after all. Zhang Yi muttered, placing the Jiang Jinnan record aside and picking up another jade slip once again. Bang bang. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Zhang Yi backhandedly grabbed it, and the remaining 3 jade slips were quickly put into his sleeve. At the same time, the true chi surged and was injected into the storage bag, and the 3 jade slips were again included in the storage bag. Who? Back to the Supreme Emperor. Slave Sword Gaul. Oh, Sword in Gaul. Didn't I say that Lone wanted to rest, and no one should disturb Lone? Back to the Taishang Emperor. His Majesty is here. Sword in Gallant's voice was also a bit helpless, and he carefully said, apart from His Majesty, there are 2 others who say they are requesting to see you. The Supreme Emperor. By order of His Majesty, the slave girl had to. Zhang Yi frowned slightly and said, the other 2, what do they look like? A man and a woman, in their 40s, both wearing Taoist robes. A doti? I know. These 2 must be Huang Zhuzhen and Ning Yinzhen. He had originally wanted to take the opportunity to search for these 2, but he didn't expect that they would be the first to find them. Opening the door and looking at the careful sword gall, Zhang Yi said, "Lead the way in front." "Yes, Your Majesty." Led by sword and guts, he walked towards the main hall, pondering as he went. The Emperor brought the yellow bamboo realist and the congealed cloud realist here. What exactly is the reason for this? Just dropping by, or is that storage bags? Within a short period of time, Zhang Yi could only think of 2 cultivators coming to him. The reason for this was the storage bag of the Red Lotus Master. Otherwise, there is no need to make a special trip. Seems like a lot of planning is going to have to be done. The storage bag of the Red Lotus Master. It seems that it can't be saved, but if you can trade it for something else. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered and he quickly had several plans. Soon, the two of them arrived at the main hall of Yaoguang Hall, where several people were already waiting. "My son has met my father." Zhang Yuansen was the first to get up and salute, while Huang Zhuzhenjin and Ning Yunjinjin also got up and gave a dao bao. Poor Taoist Huang Zhu/Ning Yun. "Meet the Supreme Emperor." Even Qin Yuyao, who was sitting with him, rose up with a flourish and gave a 10,000 blessings to Zhang Yi. This place was the Yaoguang Hall, and as the lord of the Yaoguang Hall, Qin Yuyao should have shown up to sit with her. Zhang Yi walked to the main seat and sat down, smilingly saying, "The Emperor is excused, and the 2 immortals are excused." Gesturing for Qin Yuyao to sit on her side, Zhang Yi turned to the 3 and asked, "What wind actually blew the Emperor and the 2 immortals here? Lone, the small Xingqing palace is really fluffy." Zhang Yuansen was the first to say, "Back to father. My son is here to greet you." A few days ago, the Calyx Glow House change of events gave father a fright. For this reason, my son has specially invited Huang Zhuzhenjin and Ning Yunjinjin to come and take a look at your body for you. Father. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, "Emperor's son, don't worry. There's nothing serious about loan. It's still thanks to Mistress Huang Zhu and Mistress Ning Yun." Huang Zhuzhenlin's eyes flickered and he said with a smile, "Emperor Taishang is full of qi and blood. It seems that martial arts cultivation has progressed." Zhang Yi's heart moved slightly. These 2 offerings were both recruited by him in the past. Hereby have some idea of the nature of the hearts of these 2 men. Huang Zhuzhenjin, originally a White Deer Plains casual cultivator, specializes in earth attribute techniques, and is a resourceful and meticulous person. But he is also a bit greedy, even for mundane money and goods. For this reason that year Zhang Yi spent a lot of money, with gold, purple gold, mixed with dongju and other treasures. He cast a white deer statue that was more than 1 person high and presented it to Huang Zhuzhenjin, which employed him as an envoy. The Ning Yun real person, on the other hand, was born in the land of Peach Valley. The early death of his Taoist partner, who left behind several children and grandchildren. It was a pity that none of his children or grandchildren were burdened with spiritual roots. Zhang Yi threw himself into his favor, and deliberately drew in his descendants, each of whom was given a wife and a son. Only then did he pull together the Ningxuan realist as a Yu Kingdom provider. This woman's cultivation is similar to that of Huang Zhuzhenjin, and it seems that she has already looked away from the world and doesn't like to fight. All I can think of is to enjoy my grandchildren and protect my children and grandchildren for the rest of my life. Immortal Yellow Bamboo's eyesight is amazing. Lone's heart is like the sea and the sky since he unloaded his burdens. The purple haze kung fu has actually progressed some more, Zhang Yi said. Martial cultivation, slightly refined, but in front of 2 real people. That's far worse. Lone has practiced several martial arts techniques to hide his breath, and has 100 years of true qi in his body. As long as you are not allowed to test your pulse yourself, who can know your true strength? After a few more compliments were then said by the several people, Huang Zhuzhenren directly said, "Emperor Taishang, this real person will not hide anything and will speak directly. Immortal, please, according to your majesty, you killed a loose cultivator back in that underground palace? Nice." Zhang Yi nodded his head and said, "That loose cultivator was trapped by the terrain and injured by the 4 holy ministers of the Sumerian sect. It was only then that I was able to fight my way through to kill him." "I don't know if the immortal asked about this," Huang Zhuzhenren said. "To be honest, I came with Taoist Ningxuan today too. It was for the storage bag that was left behind after that cultivator's death." "A storage bag?" Zhang Yi's face changed, as if some secret was being probed for a while. Frowning, he said, "2 real people want storage bags? Nice." Seeing that there was a show on the horizon, Huang Zhuzhenren hurriedly said, "You don't know, Taishang Emperor. A storage bag is an implement for cultivators to store their cultivation items, and it has no effect on mortals. And cultivators sometimes place some extremely dangerous things in their storage bags. Once improperly disposed of, it can damage itself or even create an explosion, endangering lives. Old me and fellow Taoist Ning Yun came here to help the Supreme Emperor resolve this matter. Protect your safety, Emperor Taishang." Realist Ning Yun also nodded. What fellow Taoist Yellow Bamboo said also has some truth to it. "Emperor Taishang, Mortals really aren't suited to storing storage bags. If you are willing to hand it over to us, fellow Daoist Yellow Bamboo and I are willing to exchange it for other treasures. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed. Other treasures? What treasures are they? Mistress Ning Yin confidently laughed. Old me specializes in alchemy. You may take out 10 flower pills and 10 evergreen pills in exchange. Zhang Yuansen's eyes flashed as he hurriedly explained. Back to father. The 100 flower pill is a sacred medicine for healing. It can heal all injuries of mortals. As for the evergreen dan, realist Ning Yun explained. The evergreen pill and the 100 flower pill are similar in efficacy. However, it has the effect of prolonging life, and is very suitable for you, Your Majesty. Zhang Yi's face was expressionless, but in his heart, he was shaking his head a little. 2 bottles of pills and you want to exchange it for Red Lotus Master's storage bag. Are you kidding? Not to mention, that flying sword alone is worth a lot of money. It was naturally impossible to hand it over so simply. As for the big red flag? Not in the storage bag, naturally, does not count as a storage bag. Seeing this, Huang Zhuzhenren stroked his beard and added, of course, this real person here can also take out something in exchange. After thinking about it, he slapped the storage pouch on his waist, and a soft armor suddenly appeared in his hand. Look, Your Majesty, this item is called 7-star soft armor. It was made by this real person who killed a deer demon in the mountains. It is impervious to swords and spears, invulnerable to water and fire, warm in winter and cool in summer. It is an unparalleled magic weapon. Mortals can also use it to protect the emperor from assassins. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed as he estimated the value of the two parties. It seemed that the most that realist Yellow Bamboo and realist Congealed Cloud could do was to take out these things. The most crucial thing was that they didn't know what was contained in the Red Lotus realist storage bag. He couldn't have said so explicitly. In this case, they naturally couldn't offer too high a price. All of these things are a bit of a cockamamie for him. But well, he glanced at Manservant Condensing Cloud and suddenly said, Manservant Condensing Cloud, if you can agree to one condition of loan, that storage bag loan will give it with both hands. Oh, realist Njinjian wondered, what are the conditions? Chapter 44. When realist Ningyan said this, the few people present all looked at Zhang Yi. The minds were all speculating what conditions the Taishan Emperor would make. Is it that you still want one more bottle of elixir? Or are you talking about other excessive conditions? You can't still be thinking about cultivating immortality. Emperor Taishang, it's impossible to cultivate without spiritual roots. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been said at this point. It's very simple. All that's needed is for realist Ning Yun to accept loans Yamei as a disciple, Zhang Yi said in a faint voice. Of course, it's not a named disciple, but a personal disciple. I hope that Mistress Ning Yun will treat Yamei as her own and educate her with all her heart. As soon as the words fell, the faces of the few people present all changed. Qin Yuya was filled with emotion. She didn't expect the Taishan Emperor to actually go to this extent for her. That was a cultivator's storage bag, in which treasures were essential. I didn't realize that the Taishan Emperor would give up so easily. Zhang Yuansen, on the other hand, had a look of realization on his face, and subconsciously looked at the Yao beauty. A look of amazement also appeared in his eyes. Unfortunately, soon after, he secretly shook his head, and the color of annoyance flickered in his eyes. Huang Zhuzhenren, on the other hand, smiled and glanced at Yao beauty, then at the Supreme Emperor. Laughing, he said, the Supreme Emperor is indeed a person of the utmost affection and saintliness. For the sake of beauty he can actually even give up his cultivator's storage bag. On the contrary, realist Condensing Cloud was first stunned, then looked at Yao beauty, and quickly thought of something. This woman is the one that was left over from the last time when Taoist Cloud Crane tested her spiritual roots? This woman. 5 elements of pseudo-spiritual roots. Even if they could cultivate, they would only be at the chi practicing stage in their lifetime. Even in today's tidal wave of this aura, whether it is possible to nano chi into the body is still a problem. How nice. Looking at the entangled eyes of real person Ning Yun, Zhang Yi added, I also know that this matter is a bit difficult, but I can assure Immortal that Yomiai will honor her teacher after she worships him. And as the Supreme Emperor, it will also be much appreciated by Mistress Ning Yun. As for that storage bag, Lone will naturally offer it with both hands. A few breaths later, in the midst of the Yao beauty's expectant eyes, real person Ning Yun suddenly smiled and, instead, he said to Zhang Yuansen, Your Majesty, this is really fate. Immortal Nimbus Cloud is right. This matter is indeed fated. Zhang Yuansen also smiled and said respectfully to Zhang Yi, Father, you don't know. Concubine Yu also has a spiritual root, and as early as last month she had already worshipped under realist Ningyan. If your Yao beauty of Father Emperor is initiated, then they can be master and sisters. Princess Luna? Zhang Yi's eyes flickered as his thoughts turned over. The 4 women who had taken the lead in the draft 6 months ago quickly came to mind. The 4 women who had interests with young Wonson and were made concubines as soon as they entered the palace. Daughter of the Tuji of South Vietnam County in Yunzhou, Yun Yu, aged 18. In his mind, the appearance of the woman named Yun Yu soon appeared. Petite, with slightly brown skin and deep-set pupils, the daughter of the Fae. The South Vietnam County of Yunzhou is a place where the South Vietnam tribe gathers, and its tribe is warlike, and in order to stabilize the South, the South Vietnam County toasters have long since sent this woman to the capital. Emperor Wu Yuan took her as a concubine precisely to stabilize the South Vietnam County in Yunzhou. I didn't expect that this woman actually possessed a spiritual root as well. Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask, what kind of spiritual root does concubine Yu have? This time, it was the turn of Mistress Ning Yun to laugh. After my old body tested the Yu Fei was burdened with 3 attribute spiritual roots, fire, gold and earth, of which the fire attribute had the most spiritual roots, and there was a certain restraining relationship with the other gold and earth attributes. It is so that it can only be counted as a lower middle grade spirit root, but having this is already enough to step into the path of cultivation. Hearing this, Qin Yuyao's eyes also darkened. The 3 attribute spiritual root was a medium grade spiritual root. Although there existed a phasing attribute, it was classified as an intermediate or lower grade spiritual root, but compared to her 5 elemental pseudo-spirit roots, it was also countless times better. I didn't expect that in the harem, there were actually women with spiritual roots. Zhang Yi was also slightly surprised in his heart. Still, he quickly responded. Immortal Master Ningyun is willing to accept Yao Mei as a disciple, so to speak. The Nining Cloud realist let out a long sigh and said, that's right, no one of my children or grandchildren's descendants is born with a spiritual root. In that case there will have to be another good disciple. Concubine Yu is the old body's eldest disciple, and as for Beauty Yao, she is the old body's second disciple. Both daughters will be taught as if they were my own, with all my heart, but how much they can learn is up to them. I wonder what the Taishang Emperor and His Majesty think. Zheng Yuansen hurriedly said, my son obeys his father in all matters. Zhang Yi also nodded and said, in that case, it's settled. Saying that, he took out the storage bag belonging to the Red Lotus realist from his sleeve. Realist Yellow Bamboo and Realist Congealed Cloud's eyes were immediately drawn over. But Lone has one more thing that I hope Real Nergy Cloud will agree to. The Condensed Cloud realist frowned slightly, but still said, the Supreme Emperor, please speak. The Evergreen Palace of the 2 Immortals is just too far away from the Xingqing Palace. Why don't we ask Mistress Ningyun to move to the Xingqing Palace and live here to preach? Zhang Yi directly said, Xingqing Palace and Taiji Palace are located in the same place, not far away. The Taiji Palace is busy with affairs, which is not conducive to preaching, but Lone Xingqing Palace was originally a royal garden with beautiful scenery and lush vegetation. It's most suitable for immortal leader to cultivate, and concubine Moon can also come to cultivate at any time. I wonder what immortal leader Ningyun thinks. The Ningyun real person was first stunned, then looked at the Yao beauty and smiled. So, can it be? The Supreme Emperor and the beauty are really in love. Can't they leave for even a moment? However, I may have to caution that the path of cultivation is like rowing against the current. If the Taishang Emperor wishes to do good to the beauty, he must refrain from childish love and concentrate on cultivation. Only in this way can you be courageous enough to truly step into the path of cultivation. Qin Yuyo had a red face, but still saluted. This palace, thanks immortal leader Ningyun for her teaching. Ahem. Realist Njinjian laughed. Still called immortal leader? Yao Beauty's eyes were delighted as she hurriedly made a big salute and said, disciple has met master. Ha ha, well, truly. Nge Yun laughed out loud and said, to have this good disciple is truly a blessing for this truly. Saying that, he took out another jade bracelet from his sleeve and stuffed it into Yao Beauty's hand. This jade bracelet is made of warm jade produced on the rim of a volcano, warm and moist as water. It has the effect of calming the mind, so consider it as a meet and greet gift from my old self. Thank you, master. Afterwards, Zheng Yi handed over the storage bag obtained from the Red Lotus realist to the Ningyun realist to complete the transaction. The 2 immortals can take a short rest. I've already ordered the Imperial catering room. How about a drink and a good time here in the Lone tonight? Instead, the Yellow Bamboo realist said, the Taishang Emperor's graciousness is appreciated here by this realist, but this real man has important matters to attend to. The matter of putting the wine. How about after this real person returns to the capital? I wonder what's so important. Zheng Yuansen explained. Father, my son has already found out where the Sumerian cult is located. The Yellow Bamboo realist is traveling here to overthrow the Mercy Mother sect. Oh, Zheng Yi immediately arched his hand and said, I still have to thank immortal Huangzhu for this matter. Since this is the case, then Lone will not be retained. I don't know the real Ningyun, Old me also has a little matter to discuss after moving to Xingqing Palace. In that case, then the two immortals are light on their feet, and Lone will not see them off. The Supreme Emperor stays back, walking out of the Yaoguang Hall. Zhang Yuansen suddenly said, "Congratulations to Mistress Ningyun, for gaining another good disciple. Your Majesty fallaciously praised. 5 elements pseudo-spiritual root. He, all his life. I also don't know if there's any chance of stepping into the middle stage of practicing qi." Ning Yunjinjin laughed bitterly. If it were not for this storage bag. Zhang Yuansen's eyes flashed as he whispered, "The two immortals, I still want to know one thing. What is it? Without a spiritual root, is it really impossible to cultivate this?" Huang Zhujianwen heatedly smiled and said, "Of course, the world knows that only spiritual roots can be cultivated. Even a hidden spirit root will do. However, it is rumored that there is a technique in the Mother of Mercy sect to plunder spiritual roots. It can also help mortals obtain spiritual roots, but unfortunately it disappeared decades ago, and I don't know if it's still at the general altar of the Mother of Mercy sect." Zhang Yuansen's eyes flashed fiercely with fervor, and he respectfully said, "I still request that Huang Zhujianjin teach me." Chapter 45, Cultivation Techniques. I am grateful to Your Majesty. There is no way to repay such a great favor. I only wish to accompany Your Majesty's needs. Well, beauty, you and I are husband and wife, and how can we talk about two families? Zhang Yi held the agitated and teary-eyed Qin Yuyo in his arms and comforted her in a low voice. It took a long time to comfort him and turn his tears into laughter. Teisho, Qin Yuyao's eyes were like water, looking at Zhang Yi with all affection. Faced with such a beauty, how could Zhang Yi hold on to it? He immediately rolled over and mounted his horse, nor did he care that it was sunny outside, and he galloped his horse up at once. Giddy up. Absorb the pure yin qi and condense a wisp of red dust qi. Absorb pure yin qi. Metallic spirit root +1. Absorb pure yin qi. +1 wood attribute spirit root. Absorb pure yin qi. Water attribute spiritual root +1. Absorb pure yin qi. Fire attribute spiritual root +1. After most of the hour, another strand of red dust qi and spirit root entered the hand. Zhang Yi also wrapped his arms around Qin Yuyo and kept talking about love, causing Qin Yuyo to be filled with gratitude. That's right, Yaoer. In the future, when you are practicing at Ning Yunjinzi's place, remember that you must study hard and practice hard. Don't fail to live up to your own spiritual root qualifications. I'll save you the trouble. Although your spiritual root qualification is ordinary, it is undoubtedly countless times stronger compared to ordinary people. Zhang Yi added, in the future, you must not slack off in your cultivation. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely study hard and won't let Your Majesty worry. Of course, if it's really difficult to cultivate, there's still a way out. Qin Yuyo said suspiciously. What path? Realist Ning Yun is one of the few alchemists amongst the casual cultivators. You can learn alchemy from him. Zhang Yi's eyes burned as he said, if you can master alchemy, even if you are an early-stage qi cultivator, it's also very prestigious in the cultivation world. Qin Yuyo came to a sudden realization and said, I respectfully follow the teachings of the Supreme Emperor. Alchemy. This was Zhang Yi's true goal. Formations, Dan, artifacts, and talismans. Alchemy, among the 100 arts of cultivation, was comparably only weaker than the way of formation. If we can master the art of alchemy, and keep deducing it through the red dust qi, his alchemy was bound to reach an unprecedented realm. All that is needed now is a seed. After summoning sword guts and Qin Xian and washing up for the two of them, Qin Yuyo fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was lying beside Qin Yuyo, hugging her as he did so. On one side, he took out the 3 remaining jade slips from before. If Zhang Yuansen, Huang Zhuzhang, and Ning Yunzhang hadn't come and delayed, he had long ago examined these 3 remaining jade slips cleanly. The first jade slip, pressing it to his brow and carefully probing it. This is the fire spirit blazing body cultivation method. Zhang Yi's heart snapped. In the world of cultivation, apart from having special spiritual roots, there also exists a special type of body called spirit body. These spiritual bodies, which will be categorized according to different proportions and classifications of their spiritual roots, intermingling or mutual exclusion, coupled with differences in special auras and birthdays, resulting in different special physiques. These physiques, when practicing certain specific feats, would receive innate bonuses. For example, the body of Yin Fury, the body of 9 Suns, the body of Heavenly Thunder, and so on, were very special. In addition to these innate spiritual bodies, there also existed a special physique called the acquired spiritual body. Taking special elixirs constantly, depending on one's physique, by practicing within a special geographical environment, one can gradually transform their physique into a special physique adapted to certain spiritual bodies. This acquired physique is not as good as compared to the innate physique. but it is not far off. It was more powerful than cultivators with ordinary spiritual roots in terms of a certain attribute of aura talent, and this fire spirit blazing body. It was a technique handed down from the burning incense valley to cultivate the Hotian spiritual body. Unexpectedly, it actually fell into the hands of Jiang Qingtu. Take a closer look. It was discovered that in order to cultivate the fire spirit incandescent body, one needs to take the burning incense valley's special elixir, Shura Jade, and only needs to take one per year, so that one's own mana can always be in a state of combustion. Gradually change your physique. In addition to this, it is necessary to stay in an environmentally hot place when meditating and practicing. Volcanoes, lava, and earth fires are all allowed. The hotter the environment, the hotter the temperature, and the more fire-attributed auras, the better. At the same time, one has to keep taking all kinds of fire-attribute spiritual substances. Strive to make their own physique, blood, roots and bones, all towards the fire attribute transformation. In this way, after 20 years of meditation, one could cultivate into an initial stage fire spirit blazing body. Since then, cultivating fire attribute techniques could be done by leaps and bounds in a single day. When casting a spell, you can also create a huge flame with your hands, cultivating to a high level. One could even transform into a spirit body in fire and walk through the flames. Looking at the contents and markings of this gongfu, Zheng Yi also sked. This technique, which completely sacrificed the cultivator's physical body as if it were a magic weapon, was very difficult. Burning Mountain has been passed down for thousands of years. Only the founding ancestor of the Burning Incense Mountain, old ancestor Red Yen, who established the Burning Incense Mountain, had cultivated the fire spirit blazing body. There were tens of thousands of remaining cultivators, none of whom had cultivated of the elixirs left behind by Shura Dan, Jiang Qingtu. Isn't there just 20 charlatans? It's a pity that Lone won't be able to cultivate the fire spirit incandescent body in a short period of time. There are no specific areas of fire as well as other spirits. Zheng Yi shook his head. Now that the cultivation world was at the time of the aura tide, there is a great scarcity of aura in heaven and earth. Trying to cultivate a Hotian spiritual body in such an environment was a complete fool's errand. Putting this jade slip away, he once again picked up the second jade slip. A few breaths later, Zheng Yi sat up violently. The movement was so large that even the quilt of Qin Yuyao on her side was lifted, revealing a room of spring light. It was also too late to appreciate the view, and said in delight, "A merit law. It's really a merit law." In this jade slip, it was clearly recorded the Burning Incense Mountain's Shinsek technique, the Golden Book of Burning Incense. Upon closer inspection, this incense burning golden book is a first-class cultivation technique, with fire attribute spirit roots as the main focus. It is most adept at fire attribute spirit root cultivation. According to the records therein, the Golden Book of Burning Incense is divided into 4 volumes. It contains the 4 realms of Qi cultivation, foundation building, Jindan, and Yuanin. Each volume corresponds to a major realm of the cultivator. Unfortunately, nowadays, he only has the first 2 volumes of the Golden Book of Burning Incense in his hands. It is also known as the Qi Practicing and Foundation Building Book. If you cultivate according to this Gong method, you will be able to reach the Foundation Establishment Realm. The Golden Book of Burning Incense, Foundation Establishment Realm Technique. This is already the highest Gong method that Zhang Chengzhu can master. It's a pity that Burning Incense Mountain has been destroyed, and that the Burning Incense Golden Album has no subsequent Jindan and Yuanin albums. Neither does the Long River Sect. Zheng Yi's eyes lit up slightly. If we say where the Burning Incense Golden Book is in the cultivation world today, that's only in the Long River Sect. Upon closer inspection, the contents of this jade sketch, apart from the Golden Book of Burning Incense, there is also a great deal of labeling and explanation, clearly a benefit that Kong Sungju left to his own children and grandchildren. Unfortunately, all of it is now in favor of Zheng Yi for nothing. In addition to the cultivation techniques, there were more than a dozen first-order and second-order spells recorded within it. There were all kinds of defense spells, feats of strength spells, and even auxiliary spells. This jade slip was a complete and entire Foundation Establishment Realm technique inheritance. It was countless times better than the Getting Inflamed decree in the hands of the Red Lotus realist. Nowadays, it seems that there is no need to cultivate the Getting Inflamed decree, and one can directly cultivate the Burning Incense Golden Book. Or rather, fusing the two together? Zheng Yi was overjoyed. When Qin Yuyao, who was on his side, perhaps feeling the cold, subconsciously, he pulled at the covers. Teisho, Yaoer is fine, go to sleep. After pressing the corner of the quilt for Qin Yuyao, she fell back into a deep sleep. As for Zheng Yi, he took out the last piece of jade slip. Chapter 46, Princess Yu. A few breaths later, Zheng Yi's tone was a bit odd. The spirit burning technique? Among this jade slip, there is a special spell called Spirit Burning Technique recorded. After skimming it over, Zhang Yi soon realized why this spirit burning technique was recorded separately in the jade slip. Burning the spirit, burning one's own aura, mana, and even essence blood. The more aura, mana, essence and blood that is burned by utilizing special spells, the more battle power one can exert in a short period of time. It is a self-mutilating spell used by cultivators to fight for their lives when they are at the end of their tether, enough to burst out with several times the battle power of a normal day. Once the spirit burning technique was used, then the cultivator himself would be greatly harmed, especially burning essence blood, although it will explode with great power, but at the same time, it also cripples itself, or even loss of life. Therefore, one would never use this spirit burning technique until it was absolutely necessary. However, looking at the explanation of the spirit burning technique, Zhang Yi was quite interested. Burning blood? He's good at this. If you can rely on burning your essence blood in exchange for several times the power of your current cultivation level, of course he can try. Anyway, with the presence of the red dust chi, the essence blood that had been depleted could be restored at any time. Phew. Taking a long breath, he put the last jade slip away properly. Casually glancing at the red dust groupie, he got ready for bed. Right at this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly froze and suspiciously looked towards the homepage of his red dust Chuanfang spectrum. Exactly one of its own spiritual roots. Spiritual roots, gold asterisk 8th grade, 17 out of 100, wood asterisk 8th grade, 17 out of 100, water asterisk 8, 17 out of 100, fire asterisk 8, 17 out of 100, earth asterisk 8, 16 out of 100. Among the spirit root attributes, how come the earth attribute spirit root is 16? The other attributes of gold, wood, water and fire are 17. What's the situation? Looking at Qin Yuyo next to her, and carefully surveying the red dust group of fragrance spectrum, he already had some guesses in mind. Suppressing this conjecture in his heart, he put his backhanded arm around Qin Yuyo and thought about what he was going to do next. It soon fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Qin Yuyo, who was in a hot romance, took the initiative to beg for sex. Zhang Yi was also happy to ravage it hard in order to test last night's speculation. Absorb the pure yin and condense a wisp of red dust. Absorb pure yin chi. Metallic spirit root +1. Absorb the pure yin chi. +1 would attribute spiritual root. Absorb pure yin chi. Water attribute spiritual root +1. Absorb pure yin chi. Fire attribute spiritual root +1. Sure enough, there was still no earth property. Of the 5 elemental attributes, gold, wood, water and fire grew a little bit again, and oddly enough, the earth attribute actually stopped growing. Zhang Yi guessed that the red dust Chuanfang spectrum seized spiritual roots from women. It is seized according to the woman's own spiritual root ceiling. Qin Yuyo was a 5-attribute pseudo-spiritual root, of which gold, wood, water, and fire should be able to be relatively higher, and the earth property, which should be the lowest, only about 8 pints. The most spiritual root qualification that Zhang Yi could absorb from her should be around the 8th grade. I just don't know. Which attribute is the highest among her 5 elemental spiritual roots? Emperor Taishang. I wonder when Mistress Ningyun will be able to move to Xingqing Palace. Lying in Zhang Yi's arms, Qin Yuyo asked in a small voice. Zhang Yi also put his arm around her. Scratching her nose, she said, "Can't resist leaving alone so soon?" "No, it's not," Qin Yuyo hurriedly said. "It's just that my concubine wants to have a successful cultivation as soon as possible. Good company for the emperor." "Well, your affection is naturally known to Lone." Zhang Yi laughed. "No matter what, you are Lone's beauty. As long as you don't fail Lone, Lone can naturally guarantee you a lifetime of honor and wealth." Taisho, Qin Yuya's beautiful eyes were like water, and she slid down from the warm bedding again in a well-behaved manner. "Hiss, beauty, don't use your teeth." In the following days, Zhang Yi stayed within the Yaoguang Palace, accompanying Qin Yuya. The figures of the two of them were also spread all over the Xingqing Palace. Buildings, lakes and meadows, and even large trees and mountains, have left the two love figures. Perhaps it was because she knew that Qin Yuya would not be able to see Zhang Yi for a long period of time after the arrival of Mistress Ningyun. That was why Qin Yuyo had been obsessing over Zhang Yi for the past few days. In just 5 days, Zhang Yi had seized 23 channels of red dust chi. The 4 attribute spiritual roots of gold, wood, water and fire had also increased by 23 points. This led to other beauties in the Xingqing Palace to be quite critical, but no one dared to say so explicitly. It can only be whispered gossip in private. Finally, 7 days later, the eunuchs of the Internal Affairs Department, who were responsible for relocating for the Njakumo Reverend. Finally, he had stepped into the Xingqing Palace. Zhang Yi had already prepared a place for him to live. Located in the southern part of the Xingqing Palace, bordering the Taiyi Pond and the purple bamboo forest side of the colorful cloud pavilion. This pavilion was built on top of a hillside, nestled amongst a dense forest of purple bamboos. From this loft you can look out over half of Xingqing Palace. Below the loft is the Taiyu Pond. In your spare time, you can also raft the Taiyi Pond, which is very secluded and natural. After looking at the scenery of this place, realist Condensing Cloud was also very satisfied. After 2 more days, the move was complete. Zhang Yi personally carried Qin Yuyo and came to seek an audience. My old self has met the Supreme Emperor. Learning of Zhang Yi's arrival, realist Ning Yun personally approached. In addition to herself, there were actually 2 other people following behind her. The woman on the left side of them, Zhang Yi recognized, dressed in a purple dress, with a bit of crimson flower inlay on her brow, and 3,000 threads of green silk plaited into a fine braid. It was draped loose on either side of her shoulders. All over her body, she exuded a sense of playfulness and cuteness that made people look twice. My concubine Yunyu. Meet the Supreme Emperor. Meet Yao Beauty. This woman is Yunyu, the moon concubine appointed by the current Emperor Zhang Yuansen. That is, Zhang Yi's daughter-in-law. Zhang Yi nodded his head slightly, and the Yao Beauty on the side also bent down to salute. According to the rule of etiquette, Qin Yuyao was only a beauty, and her rank was far inferior to Yunyu's position as a concubine. But who let Qin Yuyo be Zhang Yi's beauty? And Yunyu had to take the lead in saluting when they met. My daughter, Su Mugen, meet the Supreme Emperor and Lady Yao. The woman on the right side also bent down and saluted with a very respectful look. This woman is not absolutely beautiful at a glance. Instead, she is somewhat ordinary, but her temperament is very gentle, wearing an emerald green tunic, which was embellished with emerald bamboo patterns. He also looked fresh and attractive. For some reason, there was also a strange fragrance emanating from this woman's body, which made people's spirits tremble. Moreover, this woman bore a 3-point resemblance to the Nimbus Cloud realist, so perhaps she was a member of her clan? Level off, Zhang Yi said. Immortal Elder Ningyun. I don't know this woman. Ningyun Jinran laughed. Back to the Supreme Emperor. This woman is the granddaughter of my old self. Xingqing Palace is a harem. It's not convenient for men to enter, so I brought my granddaughter, Ning Shui. Help my old body take care of the colorful cloud pavilion. The Supreme Emperor can't underestimate Ning Shui. Although she is young, she is exceptionally talented in the apricot grove. It's also quite beneficial to the old body in the alchemy path. In the future, if the Supreme Emperor has a headache or fever, or any other minor ailments, it's perfectly fine to have Ningsu go and show you. Zhang Yi laughed. Oh, then thank you, Miss Ningsu. Su Mugen hurriedly said. Your Majesty is overstating the case. Being able to heal for your Majesty and beauty, it's an honor for the folk. Zhang Yi smiled. This woman had some confidence to say such words in front of herself. Seems to have a few tricks up its sleeve after all. Your Majesty, please. Misty Cloud Reality revealed her figure. I have prepared Misty Snow Tea, although it is not a true spirit tea. However, it also has a few benefits for martial artists, clearing the mind and soothing the meridians. If that is so, then I am sorry to hear it. Zhang Yi smiled as he moved forward, and when he passed by the 2 women's sides, the red dust group of fragrance spectrum in his sea of consciousness suddenly shook. Chapter 47, Su Mugen. The red dust Xuanfang spectrum in the sea of consciousness suddenly trembled slightly, emitting a large amount of pink mist. Following that, it coalesced towards the scroll. Zhang Yi hurriedly focused his mind, but he saw that the red dust Xuanfang spectrum was once again unfolding. 2 blank scrolls appeared before his eyes, accompanied by the shroud of pink mist. 2 very different women as silhouettes appeared. First course, as if the elves coming from the mountains and forests, delicate and adorable. She had long, shiny black hair, beautifully braided and embellished with shiny silver jewelry. The skin is not milky white, but has a natural glow and is very delicate. Under the high nose, the lips are as delicate as cherries. The eyes are like clear pools of water in the mountains. Deep and bright. The corners of his eyes were slightly upturned, seemingly containing endless love. That delicate face set off by the traditional purple South Vietnamese dress and silver crown. It looks even more charming, swaying with each step with a unique flavor. Cloudy Moon. Moon Princess. Unexpectedly, the image of the moon concubine would actually appear on top of the red dust Xuanfang spectrum. The other one, on the other hand, was clearly the granddaughter of the Ningxuan realist, Su Mugian, dressed in a long emerald green dress. The hem of the dress seemed as light as a lotus leaf, gently swaying in the breeze. She was like the freshest buds in spring, fresh and unassuming. 3,000 strands of green silk hang down like a waterfall, simply tied back with just a ribbon. A few strands of broken hair playfully clinging to her cheeks. The face is as white as snow. The eyebrows are like faraway daisies, and the eyes are like twinkling stars, which are gentle and well-behaved. Vermilion lips without pointing but red, slightly upturned corners of the mouth with a light smile. Seems to have a trace of sweetness in it. She was as elegant as a fairy from an ancient painting, standing there quietly, a beauty all its own. What's the situation? How did the images of concubine Yu and Su Mugian appear above the red dust group of fragrance? He didn't honor these two women. In the past, when the red dust fangs appeared on their own, they were all burdened with the red dust, as well as the women who appear only after they have been visited by themselves. For example, Xiao Ruxue, or Autumn Cicada, as well as Qin Yuyo on her side, or Zhao Zhimei and the others. How is it that today, in the face of concubine Yu and Su Mugen, they actually didn't even touch each other? The red dust form spectrum just appeared on its own with the silhouettes of these two women? Were these two women's identities special, their physiques special, or were they burdened with spiritual roots? Or maybe the red dust groupie evolved on its own? It will outline the woman's body on its own as long as it is close to a woman who is burdened with red dust? Thinking of this, the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth subconsciously twitched. Just kidding. These two women's status. How could they possibly get their hands on it? Yoon Yu, who herself is the daughter of the chief of the South Vietnamese clan. It was highly prestigious throughout the South Vietnamese community. Once again, she was the concubine of her own son, Zhang Yuansen, her own daughter-in-law. How does he do it? And how to get down? As for Su Mugen, purely the fact that her grandmother was a cultivator, it would have cut off over 99% of the men in the entire Yu kingdom. After being a cultivator, even if one has no spiritual roots, if one combines with other cultivators after their descendants also have a great probability of giving birth to a son with a spiritual root. I think this Su Mugen secretly do not know how many people coveted it. Now staying at the side of the Neritic cloud truthfulness, it was only to wait for the price to be paid. Or maybe there is a man you like? With such harsh conditions, what exactly is the red dust groupie doing? Between thoughts, Zheng Yi still planned to ask directly. Immortal Master Ningyun, does this granddaughter of yours not have a spiritual root? Ningyun Jinran was first stunned when she heard this. Then she smiled bitterly and shook her head. The old me originally had 2 sons, 3 grandchildren as well as this one granddaughter. Although the incense is strong, none of them are endowed with spiritual roots. And if it weren't for the fact that they have taken in 2 good disciples, perhaps this whole inheritance will be broken in the old body's hands. This girl, Mugen, has a great talent in the healing arts. That's why it's been following the old body. It's true that she has no spiritual roots, but she has a special physique. Zheng Yi subconsciously asked, innate spiritual body? Realist Ningsuan laughed. How can it be an innate spirit body? It is an innate mortal body. Hibiscus's physique, after several years of probing by the old body, was determined to be the body of 100 flowers. The so-called body of 100 flowers, also known as the body of 100 poisons. There is an innate physical affinity for medicinal herbs, spiritual medicines, or spiritual grasses and woods. But unfortunately, medicine is 3 times poisonous. Mugen has had a very weakened constitution since she was a child. Fortunately, my old self has been hanging on to her with tonics and elixirs. That's what's kept me alive. But as she grows older, the more Mugen comes into contact with herbs and elixirs, the greater the hint of toxicity contained within its body. Unless one finds the third-order sacred medicine 100 spirit pill or a corresponding technique to switch to poison cultivation. Otherwise it's hard to live past 30. The body of 100 flowers? The body of 100 poisons? Zheng Yi muttered. Then if that's the case, why not keep Miss Mugen away from the herbs? Just stay away from the herbs and the toxins in your body will decrease accordingly. Mistress Ningyin shook her head. It's not calculated like that. Even if Mugen doesn't come into contact with any medicinal herbs, but it can't be without access to vegetables, fruits and such. Once exposed to a different plant, the toxin in her body grew by 1 point. In that case, it would be better to specialize in the art of healing, and then attach my alchemy to it. It is only then that we can suppress the toxins in its body and find a solution. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed and he whispered. In this case, it seems that the Mugen girl has a spiritual root, but it was suppressed by the 100-flower body and could not be cultivated? The Nimbus Cloud realist did not say much, but nodded with a smile. So that's how it is. It's a pain in the ass for Miss Mugen. Zhang Yi said. I wonder if Immortal Master has any solutions for this physique. Please feel free to say what you need to use Loan, and Loan will be sure to help. Thank you, Taisho. The Nimbus Cloud reality said. Your Majesty has taken care of all the things that my old self needs. There is no need to trouble the Emperor. So be it. A few people came to the colorful cloud pavilion, and after a few more chats, thereupon followed the ceremony of the real initiation of the Yame. After 3 kowtows and 9 bows, Qin Yuyao formally became a disciple of realist Ningyun. As for concubine Yu, She was only a month or so ahead of her in terms of initiation. Yao Mei, even though I don't have a clan, I do have some inheritance, so I hope that you can cultivate in peace and quiet. Step onto the path of cultivation early. Qin Yuyao knelt on both knees and respectfully said, "Disciple obeys the orders of my master. From today onwards, you will stay in the colorful cloud pavilion to cultivate." Realist Ningyan said to Zhang Yi, "Supreme Emperor, when a cultivator cultivates for the first time, he needs to sense the aura. This process is important and slow, and it is hoped that the nearly 3 months of, how about you can let Yuyao meditate on his cultivation and not come to disturb him?" 3 months? Zhang Yi was surprised. He didn't think that it would take so long to sense aura for the first time. Subconsciously, he looked at Princess Yu. How long did it take for concubine Yu to sense aura for the first time? Yun Yu hid her mouth and smiled. Back to father. This is the first time my concubine has sensed aura, but it took 33 days, and since I joined the palace, I've only met with His Majesty a few times, so I'm very rusty. Chapter 48, Cultivation. After half a day of hesitation at the colorful cloud pavilion, Zhang Yi thought about it before choosing to head to Xiao Rushua's South Smoke Hall. After all, this place has now become the place where Ningyan's cave residence is located. It's also a little awkward to stay here all the time by yourself. Before saying goodbye, Yao Beauty was also a bit reluctant to part. However, under Zhang Yi's persuasion, he still behaved himself and returned inside the colorful cloud pavilion. The Taisho is gone? Inside the great hall of the colorful cloud pavilion, Realist Condensing Cloud closed his eyes and adjusted his breath as he asked in a faint voice, "Yes, Master. You were initiated late, and your spirit root qualification is ordinary, but the heavens reward you for your hard work. I hope you won't be presumptuous and will meditate on your hard work." The Nighting Cloud Master opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "At that time, one can also become a true cultivator. It's not a waste of spiritual roots." Qin Yuyao respectfully said, "Disciple obeys the teachings of my master. You guys, come with master." "Nah," Yun Yu and Qin Yuyao respectfully said, getting up and following behind Realist Ningyun. While Su Mugen was looking at the backs of the two, her gaze was a little envious. It was then replaced by helplessness. Returning to his room on his own, he read a medical book. The body of 100 flowers. The body of 100 flowers. Want to break the restriction of the body of 100 flowers? Who can I expect? Your Majesty? He had said that if I could only be the consort of a certain king and bear him a royal grandson, then the whole country can be mobilized to search for the 100 spirit pill, and even ask the Long River sect for help. Su Mujian's eyes were somewhat helpless, her silver teeth crunching, but the prince is only immortal after all. There are only a few decades to live in my lifetime, so how can I commit myself to this man? As long as I can step into the chi refining realm, I'll have a lifespan of at least 150 years, coupled with a way to maintain life, and in the future to continue to break through. There are hundreds of years of life, and how can mortals and I grow old together? The body of 100 flowers. Alas. Realist Ningyan brought Yun Yu and Qin Yuyao to the back mountain of the colorful cloud pavilion. This place was personally commanded by Zhang Yi and partitioned out into several quiet rooms, making it very secluded. Yun Yu, you sensed aura. The most important thing today is to attract that trace of aura into your body according to the mantra and method that your master taught you, and run it for a circumference, and then condense the mana. If you can condense 10 drops of mana, then it means you have officially stepped into the first level of chi cultivation. The Nighting Cloud Master said in a faint voice, "This place is secluded and quiet, very suitable for you and others to cultivate. You pick a quiet room to meditate in, while Master goes to teach Yuyo." "Yes, Master." Concubine Yu glanced at Qin Yuyo and laughed. "Beauty Yao must work hard. You and I, Master and Sister. In the future, we might even be able to go out on adventures together and cut down demons." Qin Yuyo said, "Thank you, Concubine Yu. Senior Sister, I will definitely work hard. Go on." "Yes, Master." Afterwards, Realist Ningyan brought Qin Yuyao to another quiet room, where the two of them sat cross-legged opposite each other. The Dharma sect cultivated by my master is called the water cloud technique, which is a pure water attribute technique. You are endowed with 5 elemental spiritual roots, so you can also cultivate this technique. Mistress Ningyan said, "Master will first teach you the method of sensing aura, so listen carefully." "Yes, Master." Plates sitting and tranquilizing the mind. Loose and quiet naturally. The lips and teeth are gently closed. The breath is slow, and the hands must be held firm. Eyes must be level. South Keat Hall. His Majesty has arrived. Xiao Rushue, who was dressed in full costume, hurriedly greeted her from the South Smoke Hall and respectfully said, "Concubine Xiao Rushue, greetings to the Supreme Emperor. Beauty, have you missed me?" Zhang Yi stepped forward and without hesitation took Xiao Beauty's small hand and asked with a smile. Xiao Rushue's eyebrows were as picturesque as ever, and she still respectfully said, "I've been thinking about your majesty, but the Taishang emperor hasn't come to my concubine's place for some time. Alas, the lone mundane business is over, but it has come to an end. In the future, Lone will have to come here to Beauty often." With a smooth pull, Zhang Yi pulled Xiao Beauty into his arms and said with a smile, "Now that Yao Beauty has been admitted into the sect by the Njikan realist, she should have been meditating." There was no way to obtain a spiritual root on his own in 3 months. Since Yao Beauty had started to cultivate hard, he himself couldn't relax. He was now in desperate need of red dust, so he should have worked harder since. It's a pity that the calyx in the Glory House is still guarded by the Divine Warrior Army. It seems the Emperor is still trying to find something out of it. In response to these, Zhang Yi didn't care. Save a wave of red dust she first. Really? Xiao Beauty looked pleasantly surprised and hurriedly pulled Zhang Yi's hand and headed towards the South Smoke Hall. "It's a good time for the Supreme Emperor to come. My concubine just learned a dance some time ago. It's called Drunken Red Dust, so your majesty should enjoy it." "Fine. Ha ha." In the following period of time, Zhang Yi had been circulating in the South Smoke Hall, Autumn Fragrance Hall, and other beauties' residences. The 13 beauties were almost all visited by him. The amount of red dust chi was also growing by leaps and bounds. 1 month later, the Divine Warrior Army guarding the calyx in Shanghui House has finally withdrawn. And it seems that the Emperor can't find anything. It can only be withdrawn reluctantly. After all, Xingqing Palace is the Supreme Emperor's bedchamber, and there have always been several teams of divine warriors guarding the place. It's not like that either. Zhang Yi, too, had moved back to the Calypsox Phase Glory House. Since then, 13 beauties have been lined up every night waiting to be turned over and favored. For a while, the entire Xingqing Palace was in harmony. After all, it rained on the Taishang Emperor's parade, and each beauty had to rest for several days afterward, and no time to think about anything else, even under Zhang Yi's deliberate arrangement and compulsion. Several of the beauties have tried to sleep together in a big bed, making the relationship between these beauties skyrocket as well. And to help these beauties kill their boredom, Zhang Yi also deliberately some of the chess toys and other gadgets in his previous life. With the Ministry of Industry to build out, it caused a wave of wind within the entire Xingqing Palace, and even the entire capital. Hachikoma. Ugh, wait. I barfed. Mijo. Giggle. I'm wooing. Pay up. Pay up. Inside the Calyx Phase Glory Building, 7 or 8 beauties came together to play mahjong. This mahjong is specially made by the Ministry of Public Works, and the whole is carved from ivory and jadeite. It looks crystal clear and very precious. Of all the board games, it is still mahjong that is the most appealing. Every day, several beauties took the initiative to come to the Calyx house to have a good fight in a group of 4. It's Beauty Xiao winning again. Beauty Xiao is so lucky. Oops, I've lost all of 3 taels of silver. Whoops, go away if you don't have silver. I'll. All of a sudden there was a lot of noise at the mahjong table again, and as the first to touch mahjong, Xiao Beauty naturally killed it. Coupled with his keen mind and Zhang Yi's private tutoring, naturally, he was able to kill this group of beauties who were new to mahjong. On the other side, Zhang Yi was playing backgammon with Beauty Xiao. What was different was that at this time, Beauty Xiao was red in the face, and the palace dress and light veil on her body had long since disappeared. Even the hairpin was thrown aside. All that was left was the emerald green mandarin ducks playing in the water bib, and the light-colored blasphemous pants. If not for the screen separating them, Beauty Xiao would have fled in shame. Zhang Yi glanced at the chessboard and smoothly placed a white stone. Beauty, how many suns is this for Lone? The first, 5th one. Then has it been practiced to 5 No. Beauty Xiao cried out. Slanted doesn't count. Really? Why do I remember that's not how I was taught? Zhang Yi hemmed and hawed and said, willing to gamble, take it off. My servant. Oh, Emperor Taishang. Can it wait for the night? No, the beauty's gambling is not good. Do you want to Lone personally hand it? Bang bang. Right at this moment, the door to the main hall was knocked on and Wang Zhonghai's voice came in. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, the Third Prince, and the eldest princess seek an audience. Oh, next to her, Beauty Zhao's eyes lit up with joy, and she hurriedly put her clothes back on. Respectfully, she said, since the Supreme Emperor has important matters to attend to, I will take my leave. The other beauties also stopped their hands and looked over. Zhang Yi said helplessly, that's just it, all of you go back. Go through the back door. Nah. Several beauties Ying fell to the ground in obeisance, and they all walked out through the back door of the Calyx Phase Glory Building. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, quietly pulled a hand on Beauty Zhao and whispered, remember to wash up properly this night. The sedan chair will pick you up. Zhao Beauty blushed and said, yes, Taishang Emperor. Chapter 49, the Emperor's grandson seeks an audience. Calic's house. The plaza. Four silhouettes stood opposite each other. 3 men and 1 woman. The surrounding area was empty and no one dared to approach. Crown Prince Zheng Hongbin looked grave, and his stance was as upright as a pine. Standing outside the hall, he took the lead to speak. This audience with the Supreme Emperor is a matter of great importance, so we need to be careful with our words and not be negligent. Second Prince Zheng Hongqian frowned slightly, a hint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Hummed softly. Big brother said, although reasonable, but also do not be too nervous, is always our grandfather. Can still eat us not? Third Prince Zheng Hongqian shook his fan, looking idle. The corners of his mouth were tinged with a careless smile. Second brother is right. It's just an ordinary meeting. The Crown Prince shook his head and said, no matter what, the Taishang Emperor is our royal grandfather. This time, father has naturally had his reasons for recalling us. What's the point? Zheng Hongqian cold voice, royal grandfather has always loved but the former crown prince and the former great-grandson Zheng Hongyuan that lineage. If it is not father first, we may also be. Penis. Shut up. The crown prince frowned and said, father acting is also something you can make up in private? Father said that Mayu kingdom rules by loyalty and filial piety, and that no matter what imperial grandfather had done, he has always been the royal grandfather of us all. Do you want to set your father in an unfilial position? When these words came out, not only the second prince, but even the third prince, the Rapunzel on the side also had a slight change in her face. Zheng Hongqian quickly said, what did big brother say? Wait, how do you say? It's just how we do it. We're all brothers. Why hurt our feelings? Zheng Hongqian quickly nodded his head and said, third brother is right. Big brother, I'll just listen to you. What's the matter with royal grandfather? He hasn't come out after such a long briefing? Perhaps there was some kind of delay. The crown prince casually said. Then turned to the little princess. Ying, it's up to you later. Eldest princess Zheng Hongying laughed. Don't worry big brother. Imperial grandpa has always favored me the most. What can't I do if I put my hand to it? That's good. The second prince hemmed and hawed and said. This imperial grandfather of ours is something special. I heard that after moving to Xingqing Palace, he directly took in more than 200 showgirls and sealed 15 beauties. Nowadays, it's a nightly affair. So maybe they've long forgotten about the affairs of the court. Penis. Shut up. Zheng Hongbin frowned. This matter is a private matter for imperial grandfather. We who are latecomers are not at liberty to discuss it. Since imperial grandfather can still take a beauty, it proves that his old man is in good health. We as juniors should be happy. Understand? Zheng Hongqian frowned, pushed down the anger in his heart and casually said, got it. The 4 of them waited for another tea time until Zheng Hongqian became a little impatient. Wang Zhenghai was finally walking out. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Second Prince, Your Highness the Third Prince, and Your Highness the Princess, the Supreme Emperor has an invitation. I'm obliged to the eunuch. Zheng Hongbin took the lead and then stepped into the Great Hall. Zheng Hongqian pulled a hand on Zheng Hongqian and also stepped into the main hall, followed closely by Zheng Hongying. On the dragon chair in front of the main hall, Zheng Yi looked at these 4 people with interest. The leader, dressed in a bright yellow python robe, with a face like a crown of jade and a look of respect. It is the current crown prince Zheng Hongbin, is also the current emperor Zheng Yuan's eldest son. The second person, wearing a basalt-colored brocade robe, which also had a python pattern on it. The body type is majestic, while the eyes are a bit unruly. It is the second prince Zheng Hongqian. This son is not weak in martial arts, and he is good at military. At a young age, he had followed Zheng Yuanzhen in his conquest of the world and had some prestige in the army. The third person, wearing a white brocade robe, which also had a python pattern on it. The figure is somewhat thin, a scholarly atmosphere. The third prince Zheng Hongqian. The fourth, on the other hand, was a cute little girl with a round face, 14 or 15 years old, and, dressed in a goose-yellow court dress. Her eyes darted from time to time. Emperor Zhang Yuanzhen's only daughter and most favored daughter, Zheng Hongying. As far as I can remember, even Zhang Yi himself was very spoiled. When she was full moon, she had already been named Princess of the Reflecting Moon and was very favored. Before the Zuan woman incident, these 4 men, Zheng Yuanzhen, in the interest of security, he has been protecting them in the middle of his former territory, Fengxiang County, now that he's the emperor, and with his power gradually stabilized. Naturally, the sons and daughters were all recalled to the capital. Today, it was also the first time that the 4 of them paid a visit to Zhang Yi after returning to the capital. Imperial Grandpa Ying misses you. Before the crown prince could speak, Zheng Hongying trotted towards Zhang Yi. Like a swallow returning to its nest, she flung herself into Zhang Yi's arms. The two small hands wrapped around Zheng Yi's big hand and shook uncontrollably. Does Imperial Grandpa want a missing ing? The two little meat bags had been rubbing against Zheng Yi, causing him to be a little embarrassed as well. Wanted to pull his arm out, but was afraid of being misunderstood. What's wrong with Royal Grandpa? You seem to have changed? Where has it changed? It's gotten so young. Like 20 years younger. It looks younger than father. The corner of Zheng Yi's mouth twitched. This little nymph was definitely a little demon. He also acted very boldly on weekdays, and even the two fathers, Zhang Yi and Zheng Yuansen, couldn't control him. Only Empress LV Su can manage a little bit. Royal Grandpa has nothing to worry about, so naturally he looks younger. Not like your father who has to worry about so many matters of state. Zhang Yi touched her head and said, "Alright Inger, quickly go down." "I don't." Zheng Hongying let out a delicate laugh and suddenly got up and came behind Zheng Yi. The two small hands pressed on his shoulders and said, "Imperial Grandpa is tired, isn't he?" Sunner will pinch Imperial Grandpa's shoulders. Ugh. Well, it was only at this time that Zheng Yi had the time to look down at the stage. Grandsons Zheng Hongbin, Zhang Hongqian, and Zheng Hongkuan, meet your Imperial Grandfather. May the Emperor's grandfather enjoy good health and pine and crane. The four of them, led by Crown Prince Zheng Hongbin, saluted in turn. Zheng Yi said with a false hand, "Get up." "Thank you, Royal Grandfather." Crown Prince Zheng Hongbin was the first to say, "Imperial Grandfather, Father ordered us to come here. In addition to asking for peace, there is one more thing to ask." "Oh, what is it?" Zheng Yi said strangely. "The major events in the dynasty are paid to the Emperor. What else can you do?" "It's about..." Zheng Hongbin hesitated for a moment, but still said, "It's about my little sister's marriage." "Inger is getting married?" Zheng Yi strangely turned his head to look at Zheng Hongying and what he got was a curt smile. "Royal Grandpa," Zheng Hongbin continued, "my little sister and Shintu Liang, the son of Duke Shintu, were childhood sweethearts, and as a great general of our dynasty, Duke Shintu has also made great achievements for our Yu dynasty. As a matter of fact, the marriage between my little sister and Shintu Liang should be free of any accidents since. But, Father, however, was intent on marrying my little sister to Su Qiushi, and my little sister couldn't argue with Father. That's why I came to see you, Royal Grandfather." "Su Qiushi?" Zheng Yi was full of doubts and wondered, "Who is this person? It's hard not to be the top scholar in the imperial examinations." "No," Zheng Hongbin said, "this person is just a Taishan temple canon, a small 7th grade official." "Oh," Zheng Yi was even more strange. "A small official of the 7th rank, and how did he get into the eyes of the Emperor? Could it be that this person has something special? What Royal Grandfather said is true." Zheng Hongbin smiled bitterly and said, "This person is the eldest grandson of the Ningyun real person." Chapter 50, The Princess's Marriage. "So it is." Zheng Yi's face was a bit odd. No wonder Zheng Hongbin's few people came to pay their respects with great fanfare. Aside from asking for his peace, the main reason was to get the Emperor to retract his order. After all, that Shintu Liang and Zhang Honying grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and there were a few moments of camaraderie between the two. Most importantly, Shintu Liang's father, Shintu Hao, was made a duke only a few months ago, and was at this time leading his army in an outward battle with the rebels. How he would have reacted if he had known about this was something that the crowd could not guess. What on earth was Emperor Yang Wansen thinking? Not going to pull the strings of his great generals. Instead, you want to marry your only daughter to a stranger? Su Qiushi, grandson of the real Ningyun. No wonder. It seemed like Zheng Yuansen wanted to have a cultivator bloodline in his family, too, although Su Qiushi didn't have a spiritual root. His grandfather and grandmother were both cultivators. A child born to him will have a higher chance of being born with a spiritual root than a child born to a mortal. Step into the world of cultivation. Although the generals under his command were important, compared to the emergence of a cultivator bloodline within his own family, it is even more important. If we are talking about the interests of the court and the interests of the country, Zheng Hongying should have married Shintu Liang. However, if you care about your family interests and Zhang's interests, it is still Su Qiushi who is superior. Once a cultivator appears in his own family, Zheng Yi leaned his body forward and asked, "The three of you, could you have a marriage contract?" Zheng Hongbin's face darkened and he quickly thought of something and helplessly said, "Back to the Supreme Emperor. Grandson has been married for a long time, and the crown princess is still set by you. The second and third brothers are still too young to be married." Zheng Hongqian proudly said, "Imperial Grandfather." Father's intention was for his grandson to marry that granddaughter of the Nimbus Cloud realist, Su Mugen, but unfortunately it was rejected by Miss Mugen. Grandson has heard that one of your beauties from Imperial Grandfather is a disciple of the Nimbus Cloud Master. I wonder if I can help my grandson out. If my grandson can marry Miss Mugen as his royal consort, That would be a great benefit to my royal family. Zheng Hongbin suddenly said. Second brother. What father said was for you to join third brother in courting the Mugen girl. Following the wishes of Miss Hibiscus, one of the two of you will be chosen as a husband. Zheng Hongkuan hurriedly said. Big brother. Third brother, I just want to swim in the mountains and play in the water. Marrying a wife and all that will be fine with father's watch. So how could he compete with second brother? Ha ha. Third brother. You're right to think so. After second brother marries the girl Mugen. Must meet. As the three of them talked, Zheng Yi quickly understood the ins and outs. It turns out that Zheng Yuansen, in order to bring about the emergence of a cultivator bloodline in the royal family, he did not hesitate to let his daughter marry Su Qiushi, the grandson of the Ningxuan Zenith. He also asked the second and third princes to go after Su Mugen together. These two, no matter who could catch up, would do no harm to the royal family. But well, looking at the relationship between these three brothers, I think they will also clash because of Su Mugen. The crown prince seems to be generous, but in reality, he is still secretly provoking the relationship between the second and third emperors. The second prince is proud of his heart and has great talent on the martial arts and military side. He had also led an army alone to eliminate a party of anti-king, and had a very high reputation in the military. As for the third prince, Lu Su had some difficult labor when she gave birth to him, resulting in Zhang Hongkuan's congenital deficiencies. Weaknesses require year-round medication for maintenance. It made the emperor a little displeased. But Lu Su was extremely fond of this young son of his. Not only do they send imperial physicians to follow them all year round, but they are always there to strengthen and cultivate their vitality. He even invited his own brother, Lu Runliang, to enlighten him and teach him personally. There is also a lot of civilian support. The relationship between the three may seem to be harmonious, but secretly they are always struggling. After all, their father, however, killed all his brothers and sisters, and even his nieces and nephews. Only then did he step onto the throne. As the sons of Zheng Yuansen, the three of them also had a lot of ambition in their hearts. Royal Grandpa. Behind his back, Zheng Hongying shook Zheng Yi's shoulder. Softly said, Son doesn't want to marry that Su Qiushi. You talk to father. The corner of Zheng Yi's mouth twitched, letting himself give Zheng Yuansen a piece of his mind. What kind of joke was this? Though he himself is the supreme emperor, where does he have any power? The orders given can only affect the people in Xingqing Palace at most. Trying to influence the court officials in Zheng Yuansen is a fool's errand. Zheng Yi laughed. Has His Majesty decreed this? Not yet. It was whispered to me by mother. Since it hasn't been decreed, it's still up in the air. Zheng Yi whispered. You can totally go beg the empress and have her blow pillow talk to your father. Persuade him to take it back. Besides, you are still young. If you want to marry someone, it is better to pass 16, 18. Otherwise it's not good for your health. Zheng Hongying's face flushed, and she quickly understood what Zheng Yi meant. In a low voice, he said, Thank you, Imperial Grandfather. When I go back later, I will go to mother, and say that it is your intention. Imperial Grandfather. Zheng Yi shook his head. What about his own meaning? Zheng Yuansen wanted to marry Zheng Hongying to Su Qiushi, thus making the royal heirs bear spiritual roots in the future. Can't listen to anyone else at all, not even by himself. You must keep in mind not to go against your father. Zheng Yi added. If she tells you to marry, you marry, but you have to wait. During the years you waited, you were perfectly capable of uniting with the mother. Together they influence your father's ideas, while at the same time getting that childhood friend of yours to run more facts, so your father can see his potential, qualifies as a ride-along, so that a two-pronged approach might change your father's mind. Zheng Hongying said with a red-faced grandson does not have any childhood sweethearts. Ha ha, no, it's for the best. Zheng Yi added seriously, but Lone also advises you not to think about moving Su Qiushi, and don't even think about setting him up. The reason why realist Ningyun became an enshrined member of my Yu kingdom is for the sake of his children and grandchildren's descendants. She must be very happy that the emperor has granted her marriage, but would also never allow anyone, secretly, to conspire or frame her children or grandchildren. Do you understand? The four of them looked aghast and hurriedly said, Son, and the others obeyed. After staying for a while longer, the four of them excused themselves. Before leaving, Zheng Hongying also from this himself the smooth away a pair of jade mahjong. Said it was for the queen. Zheng Yi smiled helplessly and could only do as he was told. Looking at the backs of the four leaving, Zheng Yi fell into deep thought. Young Wanson, what the hell was he thinking? However, none of this has anything to do with myself anymore. It's fortunate that Huang Zhujianjin doesn't have an heir. Otherwise there's no telling how many more people will be watching his children and grandchildren. Strange. It's reasonable to say that the Changhe sect also has ties with the emperor. Why not pull in cultivators from the Long River sect? Zheng Yi banged the dragon chair with one hand, but he quickly put the matter behind him. It is still imperative to accumulate the red dust chi first. After Qin Yuyo had accomplished her cultivation, she accelerated the pace of growing her spiritual roots. Only the better one's spiritual root qualification was, the better one's results would be when cultivating the incense-burning golden book. Chapter 51, The Emperor's Hidden Secrets. Late night, Taiji Hall, the hour of the clown. Your Majesty, Yi Gu whispered. The Empress Mother seeks an audience. Zheng Yuansen read several more pages of the Zhenzhua before setting it aside. Let the Empress come in. Nah, soon. Empress Lu Su walked in, accompanied by her maids. Your Majesty, it's already the clown hour. Why aren't you resting? My concubine personally boiled a bowl of red date and millet porridge for you. Quickly drink it. Thanks a lot, Su-chan. Lu Su beckoned, and the maid behind him came over with a tray and personally took it and handed it to Zhang Yuansen. LV Su was obviously prepared for this, and the temperature of the red date and millet porridge was just right. Zhang Yuansen finished a big bowl in one gulp. Su'er is looking for me this late. Is there something important? Lu Su hesitated for a moment, but still said, Your Majesty, I shouldn't have interfered in this matter, but as it concerns the future of the Emperor's son, I am compelled to speak. Oh, is it Inger's marriage? Yes. Lu Su whispered. We only have one daughter like Inger. You are willing to marry her off so early? She's only 14. 14? Not so young. Zhang Yuansen said. Folk women are already married at the age of 13, or even 12. Su'er, aren't you also? At the age of 14, you're already pregnant with the crown prince. How now? Alas, when parents love their children, they plan far and wide for them. Lu Su sighed and said, It was only after I became a mother that I felt it deeply. It is a blessing that I have cultivated in my life to be able to marry your Majesty. But what about Inger? She's still so young. She's been kept in a deep palace, innocent and, what if she really marries and her husband treats her badly? Zheng Yuansen let out a long sigh and said, That's all. I will discuss this matter with the courtiers. Inger is our daughter, but she is also a princess of the court. Her marriage, which is also a matter of national importance, needs to be treated with care. LV Su Yinging bowed and said, I respectfully follow your Majesty's orders. Your Majesty, it's getting late. Why don't you let my concubine serve you to rest? You have not touched my concubine for a long time. Zheng Yuansen looked at the Empress, who had picturesque eyebrows and double haze on her cheeks. Empress Lu Su was a little younger than him, but also nearly 40 years old. Even if the corners of the eyes have already appeared a little crow's feet, but it cannot stop the former flavor. Instead, it has more of a mature girl flavor. But in the end, she still gritted her teeth and said, The Empress will go back first. I still have some Zhangfu that I haven't finished reading. Your Majesty. Lu Su frowned. What's wrong with you? With you? I've checked the Internal Affairs Office before. You haven't summoned a concubine for half a year. Even if it's a new concubine. Is your dragon's body ill? Can we get a physician to take a look? You and I are husband and wife and have conceived 3 sons and a daughter. Is there anything we can't work out? Soul. Young Wanson looks at his married couple and the concern in her eyes and becomes even more torn. Your Majesty. Lu Su was worried again. If you keep hiding it from my concubine, there is really nothing I can do about it. I don't know how many pairs of eyes have been staring at your throne for the past half year since you ascended the throne. Even the harem is full of them. If you keep refraining from honoring the concubines, sooner or later it will be known that there are already quite a few rumors going around the harem today. In the early days of your ascension to the throne, you could still use the excuse that you were busy with political affairs. But now, alas, Zheng Yuansen let out a long sigh, sat down on the dragon chair, and smiled bitterly. Still can't hide it from Su'er. Your Majesty? Do you remember last year when I led the army to besiege Luo City? Remember. Lu Su nodded. At that time, Your Majesty, you were slandered by the former crown prince and the third prince and others. Father wants to imperialize your return to the capital, in order to capture the city of L.A. Before the arrival of the angels, you led your troops to the walls at the head of your troops. When we saw that Luo City was about to break through, you were seriously injured by Chong Heihu's sneak attack. Orshin Tahao put his life on the line to save you. By that time, Father's imperial decree will have arrived, and you and the generals under your command will no longer be able to extinguish Chong Heihu. It can only be a reluctant banishment to return to the court. Does it mean that? Zhang Yuansen said with an expressionless face. Yes, it was that day. I hurt. Thereafter I was seriously injured, and no one else. Although his tone was calm, the depths of his eyes contained endless anger. Even though a year has passed since the incident, the former crown prince and the third prince, the culprits who caused this incident, had both been killed by his own hands. Even Chong Heihu, who had seriously injured him, was now like a turtle in a jar, trapped in the city of Luo. Sooner or later, you're going to get tackled. But the resentment and stifling of the heart, and the anger of being a man unable to humanize and yet it has been repressing him as well. It was a secret he had kept for a year, and it had never gotten out. In the past, as a Xian king, there was still a way to hide it, but now that you're the emperor, if you don't go to the concubines for a long time, sooner or later, it's all going to come out. Today, if it is not his married wife, Lu Su inquired, he would never be able to say it. How? How did this happen? Lu Su exclaimed in shock and subconsciously covered her small mouth. Zhang Yuansen said indifferently, the imperial physicians in close attendance who knew about this have all been killed by me. Knowing my secret, there are only two people in the world, me and the empress. I hope Su'er will keep the secret for me. That, Lu Su said nervously. Then what can you do, Your Majesty? As an emperor, you have always been unable to refrain from favoring the concubines. And now you can still suppress but with the passage of time will inevitably cause the harem and the dynasty turbulence. I have a solution to this matter. Zhang Yuansen said, I have already ordered Huang Zhuzhen to go to the general altar of the Sumerian sect, search for the method of converting spiritual roots. As long as I obtain a spiritual root, I will be able to embark on the path of cultivation. According to the real yellow bamboo, that Mother of Mercy cult masters the method of stripping mortal spiritual roots from infants, and can transfer the spiritual roots of a child who is burdened with spiritual roots into their own body, making it possible for mortals to possess spiritual roots as well. At that time, it will not be necessary to regenerate decayed flesh, or raw flesh and white bones, and I shall regenerate my broken fingers. Revitalize. This. Lu Su was puzzled. Then what about the period of time before the yellow bamboo master returns? I have already put out the word that my heart is in harmony with the Tao and that I am practicing the method of nourishment under the yellow bamboo master, to prolong life and recuperate. For this purpose, I have also built a Taoist temple in the Taiji Palace, to shut up the world's long mouth. Zhang Yuansen indifferently said, within 3 years, you cannot get close to women. 3 years is enough. Majesty, why don't you look for the Long River sect? The Long River sect is the main sect, and it's also a cultivation sect. It must have the art of regenerating broken limbs. Zhang Yuansen said indifferently, I have inquired. The method of the Chinha sect can indeed help regenerate severed limbs, but it is the limbs that are regenerated, not the lifeblood. My lifeblood can only be restored by the method of the Mother of Mercy's teachings. Lu Su quickly calmed down and mused. I understand. I will help you, Your Majesty, to manage the harem and stabilize it. Thanks a lot, Su. You and I are husband and wife, as we should be, Lu Su whispered. Then, Your Majesty, Inger's marriage, Zhang Yuansen said softly. Father is right. Inger is still young. Let's wait a little longer. Lu Su's heart flinched as she bowed her head and said, I honor Your Majesty's order. It's so late. Su'er will stay at the Taiji Hall tonight. Zhang Yuansen added, to plug the world's long mouth. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 52, Forcing the Palace. A few days later, a message came out of nowhere. Arakan State Jet. Shindaha led his army to defeat Yang Xiaoyong and Zhang Hongyuan's rebel army in Mad San County, decimating 80,000 enemies. Captives are uncounted. Even an arrow-blinded rebel Yang Xiaoyong's left eye, and Zhang Hongyuan fled in distress. Now Yang Xiaoyong and Zhang Hongyuan rebels can only retreat to the last county, Heishan County, but Black Mountain County was located in the western part of the desolate state, with high mountains and dense forests, and the terrain was very complicated. The army moved and was unable to expand the battle. With nothing else to do, Shintohao could only lead his army to several cities in the main Black Mountain County. A tug-of-war unfolded, but even so, news of the army's triumphs flew to the capital like snowflakes. For a while, it drew comments from the entire court and the people in the capital. The divine martial army has defeated the rebels. General Shintohao is truly amazing. Ha, a small rebel army. How could it be a match for His Majesty? Not bad. Or Your Majesty is wise and invincible. I just don't know how things are going in L.A. I've heard it's been under siege for most of the year, and the people in Luo City are starting to eat people. That bad? I wonder what reward His Majesty will give after Great General Shintohao returns to the capital. General Shintohao is already a Duke of State. What other reward can there be? It can't be a king. It's impossible to crown a king. But I heard that Shinto Liang, the son of Shintohao, is a childhood friend of the princess. It's likely to become His Majesty's dragon son-in-law. For a time, the entire court was filled with voices discussing the matter as if it were a nail in the coffin. Snap! Inside the Taiji Hall, Zhang Yuansen slammed the zhang folds in his hands on the ground, his face cloudy. His Majesty's Lu Runliang hurriedly picked it up and brought it to His Majesty's case. Why is Your Majesty so angry? What the hell is he Shintohao up to? Zheng Yuansen said angrily. What mountains are high and far away? And what food and provisions are not enough? Being stuck outside of Black Mountain County and not allowed to advance an inch is a complete excuse in my opinion. Your Majesty, 800 miles of expedited military information. Such an important Zhang. Actually mentioned Shinta Liang and the princess in it. What is this not forcing the palace? Asshole. Your Majesty, calm down. Lu Runliang bowed and said, General Shintahao has merited in eliminating the rebels. However, his title is already a third-rank Duke of State, and his military rank has already reached the rank of Great General of the Conquest of the North. There is no way to seal or reward. According to the custom, it is possible to seal a wife and children. How? Zheng Yuansen frowned. You also belong to marry the princess to Shinta Liang. Lu Runliang said, I am at the mercy of your majesty in all matters. Zheng Yuansen shook his head and said, I would have had the same intention, but the Supreme Emperor and Empress said that Inger is still young and needs to wait a little longer. Wait? Lu Runliang was full of doubts, but he still said, all in accordance with your majesty's orders. Draw up the decree. Your majesty, please, enthrone the wife of Shintahao as a lady of the second rank. A reward of 100 taels of gold, 100 silks, and a pair of jade ruins. His son Shintu Liang for loyalty and courage is commendable, and is hereby appointed as extra horse harnessed by the side of a team of horse lieutenants. Admirable. LV Runliang subconsciously raised his head, and although the rank of the officer's side harnessed by the side of a team was small, the officer's side harnessed by the side of a team was small. However, it was mainly responsible for taking charge of the deputy car when the emperor traveled, and was also considered one of the close ministers of the Son of Heaven. The most important thing is that it is the official position of the emperor's son-in-law who is promoted to be the emperor's son-in-law. The successive emperor's son-in-law, almost all of them have done this official position. It seems that His Majesty has also decided to marry Princess Zheng Honying to Shinta Liang. LV Runliang quickly finished writing the imperial decree. Zheng Yuansen glanced at it and then nodded, then picked up the Great Seal. Covered in the lower right. Your Majesty, I'll go and deliver the decree. Wait a minute. Zheng Yuansen thought for a moment and then asked, how about the side of Luo City? Where is Su Sheng? Back to your Majesty. General Su just sent a battle report 3 days ago. It's been half a year since we laid siege to Luo City. All 12 gates of Luo City were sealed, and Chong Heihu and the rebels under his command vowed not to surrender. But General Su said that given up to 1 more year, he would be able to trap Chong Heihu and the other rebels. Lu Runliang said, infiltrating the city scouts return. Payback for what? Chong Heihu and his rebels have begun to feed on people. Every man, woman and child in the city has been captured. What? Zheng Yuansen gritted his teeth and said, asshole, Chong Heihu was so cruel and not a son of man, going so far as to feed on the people. Lu Runliang laughed bitterly. Chong Heihu has been fighting with us for so many years. More than 100,000 generals have died at the hands of the other side. The court and Chong Heihu are already in a blood feud that will not end in death, and it is impossible for Chong Heihu to surrender. It is not possible for us to let it live. He should also know about this, which is why he is so desperate to die without surrendering. Under a rush attack, Chong Heihu and the other rebels are bound to fight to the death. There will be many more casualties in our army then. Zheng Yuansen frowned and gritted his teeth. Pass on my order to Su Sheng. Order him in 2 months. No, 1 month. Within a month, capture L.A. City. 1 month later, I will personally see Chong Heihu escorted to the capital. Understand? LV Runliang looked aghast and respectfully said, yes, your majesty. In his heart, he let out a bitter laugh. It seems that his majesty already has a few dislikes for Shintahao in his heart. There was such a rush for Su Sheng to end the Battle of Luo City, but it wasn't for the sake of defense against Shintahao. 3 days later, outside L.A. City, as far as I can see, the majestic city of Luo is now in ruins, but vaguely visible behind the gates are hillsides flush with the city walls. In order to blockade the gates of Luo City, Chong Heihu directly demolished the surrounding dwellings and piled them inside the gates. Seal the gates of the city as much as you can. It was in this way that the 1-year siege by the Imperial Army was resisted. And at this time, outside the city, the Imperial Army, in the army tent, Su Sheng looked at the 800 miles of expedited delivery of the Imperial Decree in his hand and was silent. Yang Zheng quickly stepped into the tent and asked loudly, Marshal Su, what is the content of the Imperial Decree sent by His Majesty? But a commendation for us? Su Sheng shook his head and asked, where's Chao Kuo? He's gone on his rounds and should be back soon. Then wait a little longer. After most of an hour, the heavily armed Chao Kuo was finally back. His grandma, there's black smoke coming out of the city again. And those holes are burning people for fun again. Cao Cao cursed as he lifted the tent flap. sooner or later, go down and everyone in Luo City will be killed by Chong Heihu's group of Marshal Su. There's an imperial decree? Aha. Su Shang nodded and said, His Majesty ordered us to break through Luo City within a month, capture Chong Heihu and make sure to bring him back to the capital alive. The two men's eyes lit up fiercely, and Chaoku even laughed loudly. Ha ha, it's still your Majesty who is so wise. I've been looking at this bunch of for a long time. Marshal Su, you won't be able to stop me now, will you? I'm going to personally lead a charge up the city wall, chop up that Chong Heihu fellow. Su Shang sighed darkly and said, In that case, there will be more casualties in our army. Under the trapped beast, Chong Heihu will fight to the death. How can you kill someone without them dying? Yang Zhang also said, As long as we produce the Chong Heihu rebels as soon as possible, it can also save the people of Luo City from the fire. I'm sure that His Majesty will not blame us. Su Shang nodded, sitting on the main seat with his big sword and golden horse, and said in a deep voice, Pass on this marshal's military order. Contact the city's Minutemen. Gather in the South City at midnight 3 days from now. Find a way to ascertain Chong Heihu's exact location, and light a fire as a signal. All troops press on, break through Luo City and capture Chong Heihu. Nah. Looking at the departing duo, Su Shang frowned. Why does His Majesty hate Chong Heihu so much? Chapter 53 Yu Yao's release. In the second year of Wogan, on the third day of the 10th month, colorful cloud pavilion, real person Ning Yun sat cross-legged, and the two of them, Yun Yu and Qin Yuyo, sat opposite each other with respectful expressions. Yaoer, both of you have performed well in these 3 months, especially Yaoer. You have already condensed 10 drops of mana, officially stepping into the first level of Qi cultivation, and in the future, you should also study hard and practice hard, cultivate for at least an hour every day for gathering mana. Yun Yu respectfully said, Yes, Master. After you have gathered 100 drops of mana, the Master will prepare a gift for you. Remember to remember. No slacking off. Yes, Master. She then looked at Qin Yuyo again. Yaoer, your qualifications are inferior to Yaoer's, although, however, her heart is far beyond Yaoer's, and she meditates for 4 hours every day, sensing aura on the 45th day of cultivation. As she said that, a hint of loss flashed in her eyes as well, now that the cultivation world is in the midst of a tidal wave of auras, and the world's auras are becoming rarer and rarer. 100 years ago even a 5-attribute pseudo-spirit root cultivator would have sensed aura within a month, and you, as realist condensing cloud was in a low mood. Qin Yuyo instead spoke up and advised, Master, I believe that heaven rewards hard work, and as long as I work twice, 3 times, or even 10 times harder than other cultivators, I will definitely catch up with senior sister. Explain that all 3 of my masters and disciples can get away with it. Wouldn't that be great? The Neritic Cloud Reality smiled, non-committal, and said in a low voice, that you can think that way. The master is also very pleased. Although you are diligent, you must remember that it is too much. You must know that combining work and rest is conducive to cultivation. Otherwise, the spirit will be overly depleted and will definitely affect one's realm. Qin Yuyo respectfully said, My disciple respects the teachings of my master. Alright, the 2 of you have a special status. Too many words for the master to say anymore. Realist Ningyun continued. Today, the 2 of you will each return to your respective palaces. In the future, every 10 days you may come to cultivate in Master's colorful cloud pavilion. And if you have any problems with your cultivation, you may also come and ask. Yes, Master. The 2 got up, excused themselves and left. It's finally the end of the cultivation. I'll go back and have some fun. Just after walking out of the quiet room, Yunyu stretched her back and smiled. Qin Yuyo said strangely, Concubine, you don't you think about going back to serve His Majesty? I've told you several times, don't call Princess Yu, call me senior sister. Yunyu said seriously, but Master said that since we have become cultivators, then it's time to cut the red dust. What emperor's concubines? What husband and wife and children and grandchildren? Are all the moon in the well and flowers in the water, cutting through the red dust? Qin Yuyo shook her head and said, How easy is it to talk about? Master has been cultivating for more than 30 years. In the end, is it not because the children and grandchildren have become the Yu Kingdom's offerings? Even her old man didn't cut off the red dust. How can we cut it off so easily? Yunyu pouted her lips and said, What you're saying really does have some truth to it. For example, I can't forget about my Apa and Ama. They're still waiting for me to go back. The 2 were talking and had already walked out of the colorful cloud pavilion when Su Mugen, who had been waiting for a long time, greeted them. Mugen has met senior uncle Yunyu and senior uncle Yuyo. Sister Mugen. Su Mugian was the granddaughter of real Nge Yun, while Yunyu and Qin Yuyo were real Nge Yun's disciples. According to the relationship between them, Su Mugen should indeed address the two women as senior uncle. However, the two women were addressing Su Mugen as sister at this time. Let's just say the relationship between the three is very odd. The duo greeted them as well. Exchanging pleasantries, Su Mugen pulled out 2 jade bottles from her bosom and shoved them into the hands of the two. Senior Uncle Yunyu. Senior Uncle Yuyo. This is the Snow Lotus Chi nourishing pill that senior sister I refined by myself. It has the effect of nourishing Qi, and filling up Qi and blood, which is just right for the two master uncles who are in the Qi practicing realm now. So don't mind if the two master uncles don't mind. How could it be too much? Yunyu took it with a smile and distributed a bottle to Qin Yuyo. Truthfulness said, "Thank you, Sister Mugen. I want to think about it By the way, I took several black ginsengs from South Vietnam. When the time comes, I'll share one of the plants with my hibiscus sister." Black ginseng? Su Mugen wondered. Why haven't I heard of it? Is a special kind of ginseng that grows black veins. Dad said that black ginseng can be very precious. People who are dying can eat a black ginseng beard. They can live in support for 3 days and 3 nights. Such powerful medicine? Su Mugen thought about it and said, maybe it could be some kind of spirit ginseng. The next time Master Uncle comes you can bring it to grandmother to look at. Okay. Qin Yuyao's heart suddenly fluttered at this moment, and she said, "Thank you, Sister Mugen. And by the way sister, senior uncle I also have some interest in the apricot grove. I wonder if my sister could teach me. Apricot grove together?" Su Mugen was ice clever and quickly thought of something. Senior uncle is thinking of taking the lineage of alchemy? Qin Yuyao didn't hide anything anymore and directly said, "Not bad. Senior uncle I have ordinary spiritual root qualifications. Just thought I'd see if I could make a dent in the alchemy item. In that case, then Master Uncle wait for me." After saying that Su Mugen then ran towards the colorful cloud pavilion again, and not long after that, she returned. The difference was that at this point she was still holding a couple of books in her hands. "Sister, this is the medical classic, Ancient Medical Plan, Ching Nong Medical Classic, Compendium of 100 Herbs. All are some of the must-read medical books for beginners in the medical field. You can take them back and read more about them, to lay the foundation for future alchemy." Qin Yuyo was touched. "Thank you Sister Mugen. I'm really grateful. You and I are sisters. No need for thanks." Su Mugen laughed. "Does Senior Uncle Yunyu want to see it?" Yunyu's head shook like a rattledrum. "I haven't even finished recognizing Yu's characters. What kind of medical books are you reading? You guys can learn it yourselves. I don't care to learn it. LOL. Senior Uncle Yunyu doesn't even know the words. What's so strange about that? The only people in our fortress who can read are the high priest and the matriarch. Dad said that a girl should know so many words for what? Sooner or later, she has to marry someone. Also, is senior sister Yunyu starting to miss His Majesty? What does His Majesty have in mind? If it weren't for father coming to beg me, I wouldn't bother marrying His Majesty. Besides, I've been in the palace for so long, and His Majesty has only been here a few times. It's no fun." The three women whispered some more before saying goodbye and leaving, holding a few medical books in her arms. Qin Yuyao followed the path she came from and soon came across the Calyx Phase Glory House. Thinking of the Taishang Emperor that she hadn't seen for a long time, Qin Yuyao was also a little excited in her heart. Although the bed and couch affair was humiliating, for a woman like Qin Yuyao who had first experienced it's still a little tasteless. She had been separated from the Taishang Emperor for nearly 3 long months, and she didn't know how the Taishang Emperor's health was? Wang Zhenghai, who was guarding the outside, saw Qin Yuyao at a glance, hurriedly trotting over. "Old slave has met Yao Beauty. Eunuch Wang, is the Taishang Emperor in the building?" Back to Yao Beauty. "The Taishang Emperor is indeed in the building. You wait a moment. I'll go and give you a briefing." Ugh. Qin Yuyao still wanted to say something, but then she saw Wang Zhenghai running into the building in a puff of smoke, and closed the gate. Strange. What is the Taisho doing? Chapter 54, The Beauty is Affectionate. Back to the Taishang Emperor. Beauty Yao has returned. "Well, who's back?" Zhang Yi held Xiao Ruxue in his arms, took the wine it handed over, and dried it in one gulp, causing Beauty Xiao to constantly laugh. In the great hall, there were more than a dozen other dancers dressed in crisp, cool, dancing under the leadership of 3 beauties, Beauty Zhao, Beauty Qing and Beauty Huan. At this time, although it was already the dead of winter, the great hall was brightly lit and densely populated with warming pots. Many beauties are warm and lovely in their gowns. During this time, he had been drinking for pleasure in the Calyx house of. More than a dozen beauties were served in rotation and enjoyed the pleasure. If he didn't have enough power, he would have really wanted to engage in a bit of drinking and dashing. Zhang Yi shook his head and quickly sobered up. "What? Yu Yao is back? Quickly, quickly. Taisho," Xiao Beauty delicately said, her two small hands climbing onto Zhang Yi's neck. What happened to you? Help Lone up. Beauty, you go back first today. Lone still has important matters to deal with. With that, she pushed Xiao Rushui away from her arms and he also said to the many dancers and beauties in the great hall, all of you stand down and leave through the back door. Come on, come on, come on. For a time the entire hall was in a panic. Xiao Rushui even got up in a hurry and, thinking that the Taishang Emperor had something important to do, he hurriedly walked down the steps. Halfway through, she suddenly reacted. Nope, the important thing seems to be that the eunuch of the Wang Gong passes on the Yao Mei Ren has returned. Yomuri, Qin Yuyao? Yao Mei was born with a spiritual root, and was accepted as a disciple by the Yu Kingdom's provider, Ningxuan Jinran. Not much is known about this, but Xiao Rushui, as a secret guard A-word no. 3, was ordered by the emperor to spy on the Supreme Emperor. It is natural to know. I didn't expect that the Supreme Emperor would hold Qin Yuyao, a woman, in such high regard. One moment he was having fun with them, but he didn't realize that the next moment he was going to kick them out. This is too heartless. Xiao Rushui's eyes were a little complicated as she looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi also saw Xiao Beauty's eyes and smiled helplessly. Beauty, you go back first and I will visit you later. Xiao Rushui bowed and said, the Supreme Emperor is overstating the case. Your great matter is the most important thing. My servant will be in the palace, waiting for your arrival. Taishang Emperor. Good, ha ha. The ladies left, and Zhang Yi ordered many eunuchs and palace maids to serve away the leftovers in the hall. Straightening his clothes again, he asked, Zhang Hai, how is the image of Lone's clothes? Wang Zhanghai forced a snicker and spoke. Don't worry, your majesty. Yomi can't see anything. Hey, you old kid. It's just a matter of quickly declaring Yao Beauty. Nah. Wang Zhanghai retreated down the steps and walked towards the outside. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was in deep thought. Real Ning Yun, didn't he say he was going to be in seclusion for 3 months? How come it's only been 2.5 months now? And Yomi is back? Was there an accident or? In the middle of thinking, Wang Zhanghai pushed open the door, and a pretty woman's figure walked in. Yao Beauty has an audience with this woman. Wasn't she the Qin Yuyao who had been in seclusion for more than 2 months? She was dressed in a pale, moonlight white court dress, the hem of which swung gently and, like the first blooming lotus flower swaying in the breeze, the palace dress was embroidered with delicate cloud and crane patterns, revealing a hint of purity and transcendence. The young girl's long hair was draped over her shoulders like a waterfall, and the beaded hairpin gently tied up a strand of hair that, reflecting the bright jade-like face, her eyes were as clear and deep as jasper in autumn water, and it was as if she could reflect the endless thoughts of her lover within her brow, slightly sad, yet full of anticipation, as if two slender willows, softly crossing the direction in which the beloved had departed, with several books still in her arms. After coming to the center of the great hall, her thin lips lightly opened as she spoke softly. I, Qin Yuyao, have met the Supreme Emperor. Rise and shine. Beauty. Zhang Yi got up and walked down the steps, personally helping Qin Yuyao up. I haven't seen you for 2 months. The beauty has worked hard. Her elegance is even better than before. Qin Yuyao gazed at the Taishang Emperor in front of her, her face slightly red. In a low voice, she said, Your Majesty is overstating the case. My servant gets everything from Your Majesty, and is only willing to give everything to repay Your Majesty's great kindness. Beauty, come on. Zhang Yi pulled Qin Yuyao to the dragon chair and held her in his arms, saying strangely, Beauty, what is that in your arms? Qin Yuyao placed it on the table and said, Back to the Supreme Emperor. These are the medical books that I borrowed from Sister Mugen, and I intend to take advantage of the breaks in cultivation to study more, in order to prepare for the subsequent practice of alchemy. So, medical books? Zhang Yi also became interested and carried Qin Yuyao to the side, casually checking it out. The book in his hand is called the Compendium of 100 Herbs. It is a book of different medicinal herbs, which not only has the name of the herb, medicinal properties, growing place and so on, and even outlined the portrait. Very realistic. While looking at this book, Zhang Yi casually asked, How is Beauty's cultivation going? I've reached the step of drawing qi into the body. The next step is to absorb aura to condense mana. I see. Could it be annoying? It's not tiresome to have a master teaching and a fellow sister practicing. Oh, how is Princess Yu's cultivation going? Senior sister Yin Yu has already condensed 10 drops of mana and stepped into the first level of qi cultivation. So condensing 10 drops of mana is practicing the first level of qi? Yes, Your Majesty. The two of them asked and answered questions, and Qin Yuyao also wondered why Zhang Yi was so serious about seeing Netha, but also answered patiently. She propped her hand on the dragon chair, trying to shift her seat, but her face soon looked a little odd. This dragon chair looks like a high position of power, but very hard. Sitting on it is not good. Reaching toward the underside of the cushions on the dragon's chair, he flipped I actually yanked out a pink belly band. The bib had obviously just been taken off a short time ago, and there was still a trifle of warmth left on it. It's actually stitched with a mandarin ducks playing in the water pattern. The person who sewed it was very attentive, and there was a small snow character in the corner. Snow? Xiao Ru Wei? Beauty Xiao? Qin Yuyao quickly reacted and subconsciously threw the belly bib in her hand towards her side. Her face went swish red. Beauty? Zhang Yi also sensed the eccentricity of the beauty at his side. Looking back, he also spotted the belly band she had thrown on the floor and blushed in embarrassment. The bibs he had thrown away in play at some point. I didn't expect it to be turned out by Qin Yuyao. Beauty. Listen to Lone's explanation. Teisho, with a red face and a lowered head. Yao Beauty did not dare to look at Zhang Yi and said in a low voice, "Before my concubine entered the palace, the mother used to teach my subjects, being the majesty, the queen mother Beauty, you must not be jealous, and you must open up for the royal family. If the Taishang emperor wants to favor a beauty, he can do so openly and in accordance with the laws of propriety." Zhang Yi took Yao Beauty into his arms and said in a low voice, "How could I not know about the friendship of a beauty? Lone, I just don't want to mess with the beauty's mind. I understand. As long as the Taishang emperor has my concubine in his heart, I will be satisfied." Beauty. Zhang Yi smoothly and tenderly pressed Yao Beauty on the dragon chair. Absorb the pure yin and condense a wisp of red dust. Absorb pure yin chi. Metallic spirit root +1. Absorb the pure yin chi. +1 wood attribute spiritual root. Absorb pure yin chi. Water attribute spiritual root +1. Absorb pure yin chi. Fire attribute spiritual root +1. 1 hour later. Absorb the pure yin and condense a wisp of red dust. Absorb pure yin chi. Metallic spirit root +1. Absorb the pure yin chi. +1 wood attribute spiritual root. Absorb pure yin chi. Fire attribute spiritual root +1. Chapter 55, the third level of Qi practicing. Looking at the spiritual root attribute decreasing again, Zhang Yi also shook his head, unable to do anything about it. The only channel for him to acquire spiritual roots was dual cultivation with a woman. Unfortunately, until now, the only woman with a spiritual root that he had gotten his hands on was Qin Yuyao. Her spirit root attribute, on the other hand, was very ordinary, just a 5 attribute pseudo-spirit root. Of the gold, wood, water, fire and earth, only 3 attributes remain today: gold, wood and fire. The water and earth attributes had already been seized by him. Zhang Yi already had a premonition that in half a year at the most, the only 3 attribute spirit roots left in Qin Yuyao's body would also be seized by him sooner or later. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi also let out a long sigh and touched Qin Yuyao on his side. It seemed that one would have to find a way to find other women who were endowed with spiritual roots. It couldn't be, let him go to Su Mugen or concubine Yu. Although Su Mugen was burdened with a spiritual root, she was the body of 100 flowers. He was also not sure if he would inherit the other party's 100 flowers body after he had dual cultivated with it. Once inherited, it would be more than he could afford. Besides, Su Mugen has now been closely watched by the second Prince Zheng Hongqian and the third Prince Zheng Hongquan on the surface, and there is no telling how many people are preparing to take action in the dark. I don't know how much of a storm I would have caused if I had intervened. This matter, it's not good. As for Princess Yu, even less so, unless oneself, would rather take a lifetime of blame. That's all. Anyway, as long as he has the woman with the red dust breath in his body, he will be able to gain endless lifespan, everlasting life. There's no need to cause an unnecessary storm over a woman. He didn't believe that if he waited 100 or 1,000 years, he wouldn't be able to find another girl with a spiritual root. Taking Qin Yuyao on his side into his arms, Zhang Yi also fell into a deep sleep. Within the next few days, the two of them were obsessed with each other, almost nightly. Taishang Emperor, my servant, my concubine can't do it anymore. Do you want to summon other beauties? This is your request, beauty. Summon beauty Zhao. Teisho. Zhang Yi's 3 attribute spiritual roots of gold, wood, and fire were also growing by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, on the 7th day, the wood attribute spirit root disappeared again. Nowadays, he only had 2 attributes left to grow, gold and fire. Until the 10th day, Qin Yuyao reluctantly left the Calypsox glow house, returned to cultivate within the colorful cloud pavilion. And at this time, Zhang Yi did not waste any time, but came straight to the static room of the underground palace. This place is the first floor of the underground palace, and before Zhang Yuansen, in order to explore the hidden secrets of this place, the people were asked to make a good inquiry inside, but unfortunately nothing was found. Before leaving, the place was again restored to its original state. Hundreds of secret martial arts books were neatly arranged on the corner bookshelf. Unfortunately, nowadays, these secret martial arts books were no longer of any use to Zhang Yi. He sat on his knees, meditating and concentrating, and his consciousness contacted the red dust Xuanfang spectrum at the first opportunity. Destiny device, red dust flower spectrum. Natalist, Zhang Yi. Life expectancy, 61/200, plus. Spiritual roots, gold asterisk 8th grade, 56 out of 100, wood asterisk 8th grade, 39 out of 10, water asterisk 8th, 22 tenths, fire asterisk 8th, 56 tenths, earth asterisk 8th, 28 tenths. Red dust breath, 1089. Martial arts strength, psychic. Martial arts, Taishan sword chi, out of the ordinary. Red young purple haze kung fu, out of the ordinary. Mystic heart and soul regeneration technique, out of the ordinary. Martial arts sword technique, out of the ordinary. Martial arts lightweight kung fu, out of the ordinary. Cultivation realm, first level of chi cultivation. Cultivation techniques, incense burning golden book, beginner. Fire spirit blazing body cultivation method, beginner. Cultivation of the 100 paths, talismans, beginner. Unlike before, the personal attribute panel recorded in today's red dust group of, there has been a sea change. Not just their own lifespan, which is a full 200 years. Even the red dust chi had broken through 1,000 strands. This is what he's been working on, day and night, for most of the past year. In addition to this, at the bottom of the personal attributes panel, there are also new items for the cultivation realm, cultivation techniques, and cultivation 100 paths. This, too, is what he's been doing for months. The results of the 3 jade slips that had been delving into the burning incense golden book, the fire spirit blazing body cultivation method, and the burning incense rune record. Burning incense golden book, fire spirit blazing body cultivation method, burning incense rune record. Looking at these 3 feats, Zhang Yi also smiled slightly. Today, he was going to consume the red dust chi to cultivate the way of cultivation. The usual. First, 100 wisps of red dust to test the waters. Meanwhile, he also recited in his heart words like go to Tianqiu Mountain and diligently cultivate the golden book of burning incense. Go to Tianqiu Mountain and diligently cultivate the golden book of burning incense. You invested 100 wisps of red dust chi on top of the golden book of burning incense. In the first year, you traveled to Tianqiu Mountain to diligently practice the golden book of burning incense. And you practiced diligently and continuously. You spend at least 4 hours a day on the golden book of burning incense. The golden book of burning incense is a cultivation technique that comes from the cultivation sect Burning Incense Mountain. It can reach straight to the Yuaning realm. However, this burning incense gold book only has the chi practicing book and the foundation establishment book. In the first year, after 38 days, you sensed the aura. Zhang Yi frowned. It seemed that his current spiritual root qualification was still not as good as Qin Yu Yao's. According to Yao Beauty, she had sensed the aura on the 33rd day, while Zhang Yi had spent 38 days in the red dust Xuanfang spectrum derivation. Even when traveling to Tianqiu Mountain, he was patient and continued to check. In the first year, after 55 days, you condensed the first wisp of mana vortex. In the first year, 172 days later, you condensed the second wisp of mana vortex. In the second year, the heavens rewarded you. You have finally condensed 10 strands of mana vortex, successfully stepped into the first level of chi cultivation. Looking at the deduced handwriting on the red dust Xuanfang spectrum, the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth subconsciously twitched. What are you excited about? 2 years, only the first level of chi cultivation. What is this poor qualification? But he knew that it only took less than half a year for concubine you to step into the first level of chi cultivation. But, it had only been 2 years, only 2 wisps of red dust chi, and he could continue to rush. Deep blue. Oh no, red dust. Give me a hard shove. In the third year, you continue to practice diligently, morning and night, and your body's mana grows steadily. Cultivation is also growing steadily. In the fourth year, you continue to practice diligently, morning and night, and your body's mana grows steadily. Cultivation is also growing steadily. In the fifth year, the heavens reward you. You finally stepped into the second level of chi cultivation. 5 years. You know how I've spent the last 5 years, cultivating for 4 hours a day. For that matter, only just managed to step into the second level of chi cultivation. This had to do with the fact that he was burdened with a 5-attribute pseudo-spiritual root. But more importantly, it's this world, with its tidal wave of auras and lack of auras. Ordinary cultivators simply couldn't absorb that much aura. What a Thai place. I'm going to change to a place where there's plenty of aura to practice. In the 6th year, you continue to practice diligently, morning and night, and your body's mana grows steadily. Cultivation is also growing steadily. In the 11th year, The heavens reward you. You finally stepped into the third level of chi cultivation. 11 years and you're only at the third level of chi practicing? What a joke. That's too long. 5 attributes pseudo-spiritual roots, coupled with a tidal wave of auras. For those who cultivate, it's really a heavenly prison. No wonder that Huang Zhuzhinjin and Ning Yunjinjin, whose spiritual root qualifications were still good, had been practicing for 40 to 50 years. It's still only the middle stage of practicing chi. The path of cultivation is as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Phew, Zhang Yi took a long breath of relief. Fortunately, he was carrying the most precious treasure, the red dust group of fragrance spectrum, being able to deduce the practice in the void. Otherwise, sooner or later, he himself will die of old age in this world. Keep pushing. Zhang Yi's spirit condensed as he continued to look at the red dust group scroll. But the next second, the line of writing that appeared directly knocked him into the abyss. Chapter 56. In the 12th year, you continued to practice diligently, morning and night, and your body's mana grew steadily. Cultivation is also growing steadily. While continuing to practice on a certain day, he suddenly felt an eerie, icy black shadow coming at him. You open your eyes to check, but it's too late. You're dead. This red dust deduction is over, returning 88 strands of red dust chi. Zhang Yi's face was a bit odd. What do you mean? Dying so soon? He scrutinized the last red dust deduction, his brows furrowed together. An eerie, icy black shadow attacked? That heavenly longevity mountain, too, has an owner? Tensho Mountain. This mountain is located in the northwestern part of the capital. It is a majestic mountain with a dangerous terrain, defending the northwestern gateway to the capital. The imperial court also established a barrier in it called Tianzhou Pass. Most importantly, this mountain was also the burial place of the former Jin emperors after their deaths. It is also the tomb of the former Jin dynasty. Within its mountain, 23 former Jin emperors are buried. The princes, kings and concubines are even more numerous. 3 years ago, in order to capture the former Jin imperial capital, Zhang Yi had once joined forces with the rest of the several anti-kings. A duel was initiated with the last elite of the former Jin dynasty at Tianzhou Mountain. It was a campaign in which at least 600,000 men fought around this mountain. Fallen soldiers, over 200,000 men, and all 200,000 of them were burned on the spot or buried. The hundreds of mausoleums and tombs of the former Jin imperial tombs were all destroyed and looted by the anti-king. It's turned into a field of ruins. The tomb of the former Jin emperor, the place where the dragon flourished, and with more than 200,000 soldiers killed in battle. It makes this place almost a ghostly place. This place actually has an owner too? Tianzhou Mountain has an aura, and so many people died. It can't be some kind of demonic creature that has become a spirit, right? Zhang Yi muttered. Now it seems that Tianzhou Mountain can't be visited either. No matter what that black shadow was, it proved that Tianzhou Mountain was very dangerous. Not right. If Tianzhou Mountain had an owner, why didn't he kill himself in advance? He could remember very clearly that he had previously traveled to White Cloud Mountain to cultivate when he hadn't obtained a spiritual root, trying to sense the aura. Who knew that he would soon be discovered by the current owner of White Cloud Mountain, realist Cloud Dust, who killed himself with a single sword strike, and now at Tianzhou Mountain, after having cultivated himself sufficiently to the third level of chi cultivation. It took that black shadow to show up and kill himself. In other words, that black shadow was not as strong as real Cloud Dust. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed himself to cultivate in Tianzhou Mountain for 12 long years. Cultivation was even more so after stepping into the third level of chi cultivation before he found himself. This black shadow isn't very strong. Can I kill him and then take over Tianzhou Mountain all by myself? Zhang Yi began to think about it and quickly made a decision. Try it. His cultivation had now stepped into the third level of chi practicing, so naturally he would not be a match for that black shadow. But if one's strength has increased, or if one is practicing some offensive spells, it might be possible to outsmart this dark shadow. First, I'll cultivate my feats and spells, and then I'll go and meet this black shadow for a while. He thought back carefully to what was written about spells in the Golden Book of Burning Incense. Several feats and spells suitable for the current situation soon came to mind. The Golden Book of Burning Incense was the town school technique that Zhang Chengshu had passed down from Burning Incense Mountain, containing everything from the Qi refining realm to the Foundation Establishment realm. It also contained dozens of different spells, and what Zhang Yi picked out at this point. On the other hand, it was the Flame Burning Evil, which was known as the #1 attacker in the Burning Incense Mountain. According to the records of this spell, the Burning Incense Mountain cultivators were most adept at fire attribute feats. Offensive spells were also dominated by fire attribute spells. Fire overcomes evil spirits. Any evil spirits, ghosts, spirits, demons, etc., burned in the flames of the all of them will have nothing to hide, and then turn into flying dust. This fiery flame burning evil technique is also the same, condensing one's own mana to transformed into a monstrous flame that can burn all evil. And as the cultivator manipulated it, it proceeded to attack the target continuously. Moreover, flame burning evil was also one of the basic spells of the Burning Incense Mountain cultivators. In the entire Burning Incense Mountain, only cultivators at the 3rd level of Chi practicing were allowed to cultivate. As long as the flame burning evil is practiced successfully, it can be based on the characteristics of the flame burning evil spell, to practice its subsequent more powerful spells, including Yanlong Shao, Flame Soul Fury, even the 8 Desolate Arcane Flames, Prison Fire Burning Heart, and the 8 Desolate Arcane Flame Dragon that could only be mastered by Yuaning Realm cultivators, and so on. Saying that he would do it, Zhang Yi directly scratched out 10 strands of red dust chi and added it on top of the flame burning evil. With ordinary martial arts techniques, 1 year would be enough to reach the realm of Exodus. While flame burning evil is a cultivation spell, Zhang Yi is prepared to test the waters for 10 years first. The bitter practice of flame burning evil and the bitter practice of flame burning evil. Under self-hypnosis, the red dust group of fans quickly gave a response. You have invested 10 strands of red dust chi in the spell blaze burning evil. In the first year, you practiced the spell fiery flame burning evil in the palace. Blazing flame burning evil is a fire attribute technique that Burning Fragrance Mountain claims to be the #1 in attacking and destroying, and it's tremendously powerful. It is extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to cultivate it. In the first year, on the 21st day, you sensed a hint of fire. Begins attempting to transform his mana into flame burning evil. In the first year, on the 142nd day, you succeeded in transforming a sliver of mana into flame burning evil. But it only lasted for 15 breaths before your entire body's mana was transformed into flame burning evil. Heavenly rewards. Flames burn the evil initiated. According to your current cultivation and mana, you may manipulate the flames to incinerate evil for 15 breaths per day. The corner of Zhang Yi's mouth twitched. 15 breaths per day? This flame burning evil is so powerful? In the second year, you continue to practice diligently, morning and night, and your flame burning evil proficiency slowly increases. In the third year, you continue to practice diligently, morning and night, and your flame burning evil proficiency slowly increases. Heavenly reward. Flame burns evil to a small degree. In the third year, you continue to practice diligently, morning and night, and your flame burning evil proficiency slowly increases. In the 10th year, you continue to practice diligently, morning and night, and your flame burning evil proficiency slowly increases. Heavenly reward. Flame burns evil to great completion. That's it? Zhang Yi's eyes widened. What's going on? 10 strands of red dust chia. A full 10 years. Cultivate a blazing flame burning evil only to the great achievement realm? This time was enough to rival his cultivation stepping into the 3rd level of chi practicing. However, he quickly reacted, and joy flashed in his eyes. The slower the cultivation, the more powerful it represented the flame burning evil. As long as he's willing to consume his mana and the red dust air, naturally, he can cultivate this flame burning evil to the point of perfection. He couldn't believe it. So much red dust. Can't even cultivate a tiny flame burning evil to the highest level? The red dust Xuanfang spectrum. Add 10 more strands to me. No. 50. Add another 50 strands of red dust chi to the flame burning evil, and I won't believe it. The cultivation does not reach the realm of Exodus. You have invested 50 strands of red dust chi in the spell blazing flames burning evil. In the first year, you practiced the spell fiery flame burning evil in the palace. In the second year, you continue to practice diligently, morning and night, and your flame burning evil proficiency slowly increases. In the 10th year, you continue to practice diligently, morning and night, and your flame burning evil proficiency slowly increases. Heavenly reward. The flame of burning evil is complete. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered as a total of 20 years passed before the flame burning evil was finally perfected. Next, it's out of this world. 11th year, 21st year, 31st year, 45th year, 50th year. Not yet? Looking at the handwriting on the red dust Xuanfang spectrum, Zhang Yi suddenly had a conflict. He could feel that the opportunity for that breakthrough was about to arrive. Add 50 more strands. You have invested 50 strands of red dust chi in the spell blaze burning evil. First year, 11th year, 21st year, 31st year, 45th year. Heavenly reward. The flames of evil are out of this world. You've cultivated a magic talisman. Fiery flame burning evil has been cultivated to the highest level and cannot continue to improve. Returning 5 strands of red dust chi. Chapter 57, Burning Evil with Flames. Spells? Exiting from the red dust deduction, Zhang Yi was filled with doubts. The spells? Is it a talisman? He frowned. Sure, he'd never heard the term before. Again, I don't know where it came from. 105 years of red dust extrapolation. The flame-burning evil had actually deduced something called a magic talisman? Something to do with the flames burning evil? Or does it have something to do with the red dust deduction? Or maybe it's the time? 105 years of uninterrupted cultivation of the fiery flame-burning evil spell. That's what makes one acquire something as special as a magic talisman? After thinking about it, Zhang Yi decisively exited the red dust Xuanfang spectrum. He wanted to try out the real effect of the spell. The consciousness has just left the red dust spectrum. Zhang Yi immediately felt a completely different feeling. The oxygen, or extremely thin aura, in the air around them began to come alive. They cheered and leapt in the air of the quiet room, like a tidal wave towards Zhang Yi. At this time, his heart was like a mirror, serene and far-reaching. The flowers, plants and trees outside of the Calyx Glow building seemed to be filled with aura in his senses. They swayed and rustled in the light wind. The music of nature, harmonious and pleasing to the ear. He inhaled gently, and at once the cool breath ran through his body. It was as if a warm current was traveling through his body, making him feel incredibly comfortable. This cool breath flowed into the meridians. Under the guidance of the Golden Book of Burning Incense, it starts to run according to the special running route. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 punches, 1 weekday, 2 weekday, 3 weekday. After these auras had been running for a week and a day, they would quickly flow towards the dantian. Originally, a clear aura could still be felt on the surface of the body, but as the weeks went by, the aura flowing into the dantian was getting thinner and thinner, and could barely be felt. But even so, the accumulation of small amounts became many, and 100 rivers returned to the stream, and eventually it was transformed into a strand of mana that it coalesced at the dantian. Inside the dantian, a strand of mana was transformed from the void according to the flow of aura. Slowly winding together, it transformed into a constantly rotating vortex of aura. These aura vortexes continued to increase and become lush as time went on. Finally, mana vortex after mana vortex continued to form, and there were at least dozens of them. In his mind, a stream of unfamiliar memories appeared. That's more than 10 years of his practice, 4 hours a day, hard work without fail. Finally, he had stepped into the 3rd level of chi practicing. I don't know how long it took, but the soothing feeling finally dissipated. Zhang Yi, too, slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the mana in his body, he slowly nodded. It was only at this moment that he had finally become a cultivator. Even a cultivator at the early stage of chi practicing. Just then, another inexplicable aura appeared in his mind. Memory, as well as a metaphysical aura. As far as he could remember, he had utilized 105 years of practicing flame-burning evil every day. As the core spell of Burning Incense Mountain, flame-burning evil was not something that just anyone could practice. His cultivation threshold, though, was only the 3rd level of chi cultivation. But if you're a disciple of the Burning Incense Mountain, and only cultivators who have left a soul fire inside the mountain can cultivate it. The so-called soul flame is when a cultivator splits a sliver of his soul power on his own, and then by the cultivation of senior cultivators with special means of refining, preserved in special containers, the formation of flames. Once a monk dies outside, then the Burning Incense Mountain executives who kept the soul flame would inevitably find out at the first opportunity. Thus, based on the traces left behind in the soul fire, the person whose own cultivator was killed was identified, followed by revenge. This, at the same time, was both a means to protect the Burning Incense Mountain cultivators and a way to control them. Only inner disciples were allowed to cultivate the flame-burning evil. This makes it so that cultivators who have acquired the flame-burning evil spell, most of their cultivation had already stepped into the late chi practicing stage, or even the foundation building stage. Cultivating flame-burning evil from scratch was a bit of a loss for them. Pure chicken ribs. Only the 2nd generation of immortals in Burning Incense Mountain, or disciples with excellent spiritual root qualifications, were also. It was only then that the spell could be accessed. For 105 years, there were only 15 breaths per day to manipulate the flame-burning evil, exhausting his entire body's mana just to make the flame-burning evil burn for 15 breaths. And for the rest of the time, he had been meditating in the quiet room, thinking hard about the mysteries of the flame-burning evil, its spells, its incantations, its modus operandi, its mana fluctuations, its formation principles, its burning speed. Everything that has been done entirely in these 105 years. 105 years. In these 105 years, he had cast flame-burning evil 38,325 times. Finally, after those last 38,325 times of the flame-burning evil had been cast, an extremely odd aura, or feeling, enveloped him. An aura that clearly doesn't belong to this realm appeared from nowhere and, from there, it surged into his sea of consciousness and instantly disappeared. In the middle of the sea of consciousness, that aura had just appeared and illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. Fiery, blazing, an incomparably hot light shone throughout Zhang Yi's entire sea of consciousness. Just as the aura, the light, was about to envelop the entire sea of consciousness, instead, it ran into a pink mist, the red dust groupie. In the moment of contact with the red dust group of fans, this fiery breath was like a mouse seeing a cat, negligently shooting off towards the distance. But in the next second, another strand of red dust chi appeared in the void, easily entangling it. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't get away. Eventually, this one fiery breath, under the influence of the red dust grouping gradually it came to a halt. It congealed in the void, transforming into a fiery red thread that, actually started, drawing charms in the air. It was as if there was a large invisible hand that had outlined this talisman in the void. In Zhang Yi's line of sight, the talisman was outlined extremely slowly, but at the same time, it was extremely rapid, almost instantly into a rune, soon an overall prismatic shape, again like a flame blazing with a special captive. Appeared before his eyes, or rather, among the sea of consciousness. A warm aura filled his sea of consciousness, making it extremely warm. This is the spell? Zhang Yi was full of doubts, and at this time, the red dust Chuanfang spectrum was slightly trembling again. An aura of red dust pulsed up. One end connects to the talisman, and the other to the red dust group scroll. A line of writing appeared once again on that red dust group score. Talisman, burning evil in flames. Characteristics, burns, destroys evil. Explanation, 10 million times meditating and practicing with perseverance. With great perseverance through the night the limit of spells. Then the corresponding magic talisman can be condensed. Effect 1, restrains evil. Possesses a restraining effect on all things with an attribute aura. Effect 2, instantaneous. Can consume the relative mana in a split second to coalesce flame burning evil. The more mana consumed, the more powerful and longer the flame burning evil will last. Oh, Zhang Yi's eyes brightened slightly. This is the flame burning evil? Chapter 58, Mid-Stage Qi Practicing. Zhang Yi's mind moved, and the mana in his body immediately flowed. The operation was completed in a matter of moments according to the way the flame burning evil operated. A crimson flame steeply appeared in the center of Zhang Yi's hand and blazed up. The flame was only the size of an apple, with an overall reddish color that pulsed slightly. It contained an extremely hot flame. Even if this flame was cast by Zhang Yi himself, it can also be clearly felt. Zhang Yi could still feel that the mana in his body began to be consumed in an extremely rapid cathartic manner, all for the purpose of supporting this blazing flame burning evil spell in his hand. 15 breaths. With his current cultivation, flame burning evil could only last for 15 breaths. However, he was satisfied. Just consumed 105 strands of red dust chi. He had cultivated the flame burning evil to the realm of exaltation, and had also refined it into a Dharma talisman. Aside from the emergent traits, the main thing is instantaneous. As far as he knew, it was almost impossible for cultivators to instantly fire spells if they wanted to. Even a Yuaning realm ancestor could only manage to instantly launch some low-ranked spells. And now, he, a mere cultivator of the third level of Qi cultivation, had mastered instantaneous spells. I don't know how many people would be shocked if this matter were to spread. Think about it, when an ordinary Qi refining realm cultivator is fighting in A, not only do you have to recite the mantra, but you also have to have the corresponding decisive seal. As for Zhang Yi, he could unleash the flame burning evil with just a thought. I don't know how much advantage I took. The flame burning evil is too powerful, and only has 15 breaths of fighting time. Cultivating other spells is also a bit ribald. Why don't we try the effect of flame burning evil in Tianqiu Mountain? Zhang Yi's eyes flashed, and on the spur of the moment, he contacted the red dust Chuanfang spectrum again, and once again began to deduce. You invested 100 wisps of red dust chi on top of the golden book of burning incense. In the first year, you traveled to Tianqiu Mountain to diligently practice the golden book of burning incense, and you practiced diligently and continuously. You spend at least 4 hours a day on the golden book of burning incense. While continuing to practice on a certain day, he suddenly felt an eerie, icy black shadow coming at him. You open your eyes to see that it's actually an evil ghost. It came at you, and you were prepared for it. You unleashed the flames to burn the evil with just a thought. In just 3 breaths the evil spirit was burned to ashes. You start searching the entire Tianqiu Mountain. 3 months later, you discovered that the southern foot of Tianqiu Mountain was filled with a large number of lonely ghosts. The number is extremely large, at least hundreds of thousands of people. At the same time, you realize that this group of evil spirits only operates in the dark of night. Rarely do evil spirits act in the daytime. and you already have a plan in mind. Since then, you've changed your daily practice time to 3 hours, and all under the light of the sun in the daytime. In the second year, you continued to practice diligently, morning sickness and night sleep, and your body's mana steadily increased. Cultivation is also growing steadily. In the fifth year, you continued to practice diligently, morning and night, but then you realize that the mana and cultivation in your body can no longer grow, and you understand that you have fallen into a bottleneck. Bottleneck? Zhang Yi said in a strange tone. So soon you encountered a bottleneck? Or is it that one's spiritual root qualification is too poor? It made it possible to reach the bottleneck of one's cultivation very quickly as well. He was already mentally prepared. As long as he didn't have a way to solve the problem of his own spiritual root qualification, the bottlenecks will increase later on. This is just the beginning. There's still more red dust in Qi. Keep on deducing. In the fifth year, you continue to practice hard, morning and night, but you're stuck in a bottleneck. Cultivation has not progressed an inch. In the 10th year, you continue to practice hard, morning and night, but you're stuck in a bottleneck. Cultivation has not progressed an inch. In the 15th year, you continue to practice diligently, morning and night. The bottleneck in the middle stage of Qi practice has finally loosened. The bottleneck loosened? Zhang Yi's eyes snapped open. As far as he knew, bottlenecks would occur every time a cultivator reached the middle, late, or peak stages. It was extremely difficult to break through the bottleneck if you wanted to. Take for example, Huangzhu Zhenghua and Ningyun Zhenghua. The two of them had stayed in the middle stage of Qi cultivation for more than 20 years. He was never able to break through to the late stage of Qi practicing. They were like that, not to mention Zhang Yi. In order to break through the bottleneck, the easiest thing to do was to look for the corresponding spirit medicine. For example, the base building pills. Or, it is that they have gone through certain life and death crises when they have come to a great realization and suddenly break through the bottleneck. This method, extremely rare, is not unheard of. The third possibility is that the mind is enlightened and suddenly has an epiphany, which can also break through the current bottleneck. But this is possible, much less. The most cultivators use it, or they practice hard and diligently. As long as one practiced diligently for decades, with water polishing, one could always break through the current bottleneck. If you can't break through, then you'll have to turn into ashes and pass on to life and bliss. And now he had, after 15 years, finally caused the bottleneck to loosen? That means he could possibly break through to the middle stage of Qi cultivation? In the 20th year, you continue to practice diligently, sleep in the morning and sleep at night, and try to break through the bottleneck of the middle stage of Qi cultivation. You failed again. In the 15th year, you continue to cultivate diligently and practice hard, sleeping in the morning and sleeping at night, trying to break through the bottleneck of the middle stage of Qi cultivation. In the 30th year, you continued to cultivate diligently and practiced hard, sleeping in the morning and sleeping at night, and finally broke through the bottleneck. Heaven's way rewards you. Your cultivation level has stepped into the middle stage of Qi cultivation, 4th level of Qi cultivation. In the 45th year, the heavens reward you. Your cultivation level has stepped into the 5th level of Qi practicing. In the 78th year, the heavens reward you. Your cultivation level has stepped into the 6th level of Qi practicing. In the first 100 years, you continued to practice diligently, morning sickness and night sleep, and your body's mana grew steadily. Cultivation is also growing steadily. 100 strands of red dust Qi, and that's the end of it? Zhang Yi frowned. After more than 100 years, his cultivation level was still at the 6th level of Qi practicing. Could it be that cultivators with 5 attribute pseudo-spirit roots could only be in the middle stage of Qi cultivation in their entire lives? No. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. He has the red dust Xuanfang spectrum, which can deduce the future in nothingness. How is it possible to stop at the 6th level of Qi practicing? He glanced at the red dust Xuanfang spectrum, and there were still more than 800 red dust Qi, the golden book of burning incense, the fire spirit blazing body cultivation method, and the book of burning incense runes. In that case, Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with a light as he once again made up his mind. Keep pushing. Clatter. This day, the door to the secret room was opened underneath the Calypsox glow house. Zhang Yi's figure slowly stepped out of it, his body looking tired though, but the eyes were incredibly bright. Obviously, another red dust deduction had given him no small gain. More than 800 strands of red dust Qi were consumed. Looks like it's time to save up another red dust breath. Having just arrived at the Great Hall, as if he had heard a commotion, Wang Zhanghai's figure suddenly trotted out from outside. Supreme Emperor, you've come out of the gate. Zhang Yi frowned. How long has Lone been in seclusion? Back to the Supreme Emperor. You have been in seclusion for 3 long months. Oh, it's been so long? Zhang Yi's eyes flickered. The reason why he had been in seclusion for too long this time was because of the consumption of the red dust Qi. Each time he closed his mind to utilize the red dust chi to deduce a strand of red dust chi that, representing a year's time in the red dust derivative. And in reality, every strand of red dust consumed is a day. No wonder. He sensed that the meal placed outside the chamber had not been touched for a long time. In the past, consuming the red dust chi would only take a decade or two at most, and the retreat would only take about half a month. This time, on the other hand, it was a full 3 months later. There's no telling what's going to happen in the outside world. What happened and why are you so nervous? Emperor Taishang. Something big has happened outside. Oh, what is it? Chapter 59. Back to the Supreme Emperor. Luo City was broken and Chong Heihu was escorted to the capital. Oh, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up and said, this is a great joy. Whether it is for the court, still, it's a heavenly good thing for the Yu Kingdom. After this, my great Yu army will be able to sweep across the south and truly unify the Yu Kingdom. Wang Zhonghai bent down and said, but when that Chong Heihu was escorted to the capital and was inspected by 100 officials, suddenly a big whoop. Yell what? Big whoop. His Majesty was so badly injured in his lower body that he could not be humanized. What? Zhang Yi was surprised. How is that possible? Then His Majesty, Wang Zhonghai added, now that this matter has spread throughout the court, and even throughout the whole of Dayu, it is also circulated in several surrounding countries. Even in the harem, there are rumors that none of the 4 new concubines have been honored by His Majesty. It's been bitterly guarding the harem. His Majesty, in a fit of rage, simply cut out his tongue and lynched him in January. Chong Heihu and the 9 clans under his command have been killed. Even some of the eunuchs and palace maidens in the harem were implicated by it. Nearly 10,000 people. Hiss. Zhang Yi inhaled a mouthful of cool air and whispered, after killing so many people, how is the emperor doing? Wang Zhonghai said in a low voice, back to your Majesty. Your Majesty has killed many people, and now the winds in the court are at a fever pitch. No one dares to discuss the matter. Zhang Yi frowned. Zhang Yuansen's move did stabilize the court on the surface, but in the long run, it was very bad for the court. Doesn't all this fuss mean that the rumor is true? The emperor cannot be humane. But, so what? Zhang Yuansen has 3 sons and 1 daughter. The legacy is expected. As long as he could ensure that the throne would be passed on to one of his 3 sons, the Yu Kingdom would naturally be stabilized. But now, Zhang Yi could already think of how much of a storm was contained underneath this water-like calm tide. What about the wasteland? Wasteland is still in a standoff, and Yang Xiaoyong and the other counter-armies have been avoiding battle. General Shen Tuhao has been unable to completely eliminate it. Zhang Yi asked again, has the emperor come to loan? Back to the Taishang Emperor. His Majesty did come to see you, as well as the 3 imperial princes and princesses. Wang Zhonghai said, but at that time you were in seclusion. His Majesty and the royal sons and princesses could only leave unhappy. Zhang Yi stroked his chin and asked again, other than that, what else is there? The crown princess is pregnant. Oh, that's a great thing, too, so no wonder. Still has it? The 2nd and 3rd emperors have all been granted marriage by His Majesty. Giving a marriage? Who married Su Mugen? Back to the Supreme Emperor. The 2nd prince married Su Jinxiu, daughter of Su Shang. The 3rd prince marries son Mei Qing, the granddaughter of Lu Runliang. Wang Zhonghai said, but you were in seclusion, Emperor Taishang, and they were all waiting for you to come out of seclusion, and then the wedding. So it is. Zhang Yi nodded. It seems that the emperor was injured in his lower body and unable to be humanized. This is true. In order to minimize the impact of this matter, the emperor had to let the 2nd and 3rd emperors tie the knot with the courtiers. Only then can we stabilize the royal power. The pregnancy of the crown princess was a shot in the arm for the emperor. As long as the crown princess gave birth to an imperial son, then his throne and Zhang's rule would naturally be as solid as ever. All that is lost is the emperor's prestige. Zhang Yi frowned and suddenly asked, where is Inger? Marry Shen Tuhao or Su Qiushi? Back to the Taishang Emperor. The princess has not been given in marriage. Still waiting? Zhang Yi nodded and said, you inform the emperor that loan has already left the gate. The marriage of the 2nd prince to the 3rd prince can take place at any time. Yes, Taishang Emperor. The old slave also heard of a matter. I do not know how to deal with it. And, what is it? After Chong Heihu was lynched, a group of Shinhua troops lumbered back to the capital with news. Wang Zhonghai gritted his teeth and said, the Huangzhou real man is dead. Zhang Yi stared wide-eyed. How is it possible? That Huangzhou Mansheng is a mid-chi practicing cultivator. He is right. He's gone to the Floating Clouds Cliff in Tianyun Mountain, Qingzhou, to investigate the Mother of Mercy cult. Did it die at the hands of the Cult of Mercy? It's Taisho, Wang Zhonghai Dao, the Qingzhou County soldiers, together with the Divine Martial Army and the Yellow Bamboo Realist, annihilated the Qingzhou Sumerian sect, tens of thousands of beheadings. But when attacking the Sumerian sect's main altar, a silhouette suddenly flew out and fought with Huang Zhuzhen. Half a day later, Huang Zhuzhen was undefeated and was killed and died, and his body was recovered by the Divine Martial Army. And that mysterious figure of the Mother of Mercy sect has also disappeared without a trace, not knowing where it went. A few days ago, His Majesty suddenly issued an imperial decree to recruit Yu Kingdom cultivators. But anyone who joins the Yu Kingdom's cultivators and oddballs will be given a special place of worship. Where's Real Cloud Dust? What's the reaction? Real Cloud Dust didn't react in any way. And the Long River sect didn't make a sound either. Interesting, Zhang Yi said in an odd tone. The Yu Kingdom's royal family recruits casual cultivators to make offerings, and the Qinghe sect actually doesn't care. Is it that you don't see this group of loose cultivators? Or do you have other ideas? By the way, have any loose cultivators unveiled the list? I heard that there were indeed 2 people who unveiled the list, but who exactly? The old slave does not know. The Huangzhou real person was killed. What about the Ningyun real person? Wang Zhanghai Dao, back to Taihertz. Due to the death of her mother's illness, His Majesty has granted a special amnesty to Princess Yu. Have consort Yu rush back to South Vietnam County for mourning half a month ago. Mistress Ningyun is traveling with us. And in addition to that, there's 1,000 Shinwu troops. The states and counties along the way are also sending troops to protect them. Consort Yu's mother died of illness? Consort Yu returned to South Vietnam to mourn? Mistress Ningyun also accompanied her? Yes, Taisho, Wang Zhanghai said. Nowadays, within the pavilion of colored clouds, only Beauty Yao and Miss Hibiscus remain. So it is. Zhang Yi nodded and said, children in mourning. This is a human discipline, and should be observed since. By the way, sire, 2 other little things? What is it? His Majesty seems to have reopened the matter of the spirit measurement. Arrangements were made for children from the Gyeonggi region and the surrounding counties to come to the capital, saying that they were looking for children who were endowed with spiritual roots. Zhang Yi frowned and said, so early? Doesn't the Long River sect only come to test the spirits every 5 years? How come the Emperor started so soon? The old slave doesn't know. A psychic test? Looking for children with spiritual roots. This matter is just not known. Has it been hidden from the Long River sect? And, since the Emperor wanted to measure the spirit, but the Huangzhou Zhengyan had died, and the Ningyun Zhengyan had gone to South Vietnam County. So, who is spiritually testing these kids? In other words, under Sang Yuansen, there was at least one other cultivator offering. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to give this group of children the matter of spirit detection. And the second thing? Back to the Taishang Emperor. The harem of the Taiji Palace is haunted. Haunted? Zhang Yi's face was full of oddities and shook his head big. How can a royal land be haunted? It seems to me that it's just a trick of some concubines competing for favor, so I don't need to pay attention to it. Yes, Your Majesty. He had only been in seclusion for 3 months. How had so many things happened? Pass Yao. Just, pass Xiao Beauty, Zhao Beauty, Qing Beauty, bathe and change clothes for me. Yes, Your Majesty. In the 2nd year of Wu Yuan, on the 7th day of the 2nd month, Su Shang personally led his troops to charge, and with the assistance of the spies inside Luo City, he broke through the walls of Luo City. 3 days later, the city of Luo was broken, and Chonghehu and a host of others were captured. In this battle, the Shinwu army suffered over 22,000 casualties, and the Chonghehu rebels suffered over 57,000 casualties. But the death toll of the people in the city of Luo exceeded 200,000 people. After the war, the population of the people of L.A. was less than 20,000. And there was a great deal of mourning. In the 2nd year of Wu Yuan, on the 21st day of the 2nd month, Chonghehu was escorted back to the capital. Along the way, the people constantly curse, hate to eat its meat, drink its blood. In order to demonstrate his martial virtues, His Majesty has decreed that a ceremony for the presentation of prisoners will be held in the capital in 3 days' time. The 2nd year of Wu Yuan, February 24th. The prisoner sacrifice ceremony was held normally, and many civil and military officials and people came to watch. Chonghehu and the top brass under his command, more than 300 people were escorted into the palace outside the Shinwu gate. On that day, Chonghehu laughed loudly and shouted, the emperor has been seriously injured by me in his lower body, and he cannot be humanized. The people were alarmed and the civil and military officials panicked. His Majesty was furious and immediately sent someone to cut out Chonghehu's tongue. On that day, His Majesty decreed that Chonghehu would be lynched and have his 9 clans executed. A group of loyalists under his command were all executed. In the following January, the execution of Chonghehu was widely implicated. The entire capital, many civil and military officials were arrested. A moment of wind in grass. Chapter 60, 3 years of harvest. Inside the spacious bath, Zheng Yi was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, and 3 little beauties who were either charming, innocent, or shy were waiting on the side. The 3 women were all wearing extremely skimpy clothing, drawing a spring light. Xiao Beauty's red-colored mandarin duck bibs, with pink light veil, more enchanting and charming. Zhao Beauty, on the other hand, is a peach-pink embroidered belly band, and her originally tender face is now red. As for the Qing Beauty on the side, she was wearing a green butterfly flower belly band. The whiter it was, the more tender it was in proportion to her white skin. 3 women alone betting 3 years long, and wash with Zheng Yi, has long been emotional. Even with no one else present at the moment, it was a bit gutsy, but regardless, at this time, Zheng Yi was still contemplating with his eyes closed. The rewards he had gained from these 3 years or so of seclusion as well as the red dust simulation were enormous. First, one's own cultivation. Nowadays, he had already stepped into the late stage of qi practicing. It's not bad. 1,000 strands of red dust and qi deduction. It finally made his cultivation step into the 9th level of qi practicing. It was only 1 step away from the 10th level of qi practicing, which was the peak of qi practicing. It was a pity that this step was so far away that he had spent 100 years and was unable to step into it. Most of all, among the red dust deduction, when his cultivation stepped into the 9th level of qi cultivation, a ghostly shadow suddenly appeared on Tianshou Mountain and struck him down again. He was under the hot sun in the daytime then. That evil spirit, which must be an evil spirit with cultivation, was actually not afraid of the scorching sun. Even if you yourself are equipped with flame-burning evil, a spell that is extremely restraining to ghostly qi, nor is he a match for him. In the midst of the red dust deduction, he had consumed dozens of chances and was unable to kill him. In his speculative opinion, the evil spirit that could kill him so easily had a cultivation level of at least the foundation establishment stage. Even, it's still an evil ghost in the late stage of foundation establishment. There was nothing to be done but to choose to go elsewhere to cultivate. Unfortunately, the spiritual qi was even thinner in other places, far less than Tianshou Mountain. Even though he had expended dozens of strands of red dust qi, he was still unable to break through to the 9th level of qi cultivation. Cultivation could not advance an inch, and with the remaining red dust qi, Zheng Yi chose to deduce other spells, and the art of talismans. Spells, with the exception of the flame of burning evil. He also chose to cultivate the Blazing Sun Treasure Shield and Flame Blade spells. Fiery Sun Shield is a self-defense spell that consumes one's own mana to coalesce a fire attribute shield. Guard yourself. The Flame Blade, on the other hand, condenses one's own mana into flames, forming a blade shape to be used to kill the enemy. Both of these spells are just ordinary spells, the former consuming 57 strands of red dust qi. Then he condensed the spell. As for the latter, it only took 32 years to condense the spell. This, still, was the result of the increase in the number of times he practiced daily after his cultivation level had risen. The higher one's cultivation level, the faster one could cultivate spells on their own. The higher the talisman obtained, the higher it is. Now with a single thought, one can then cast the 3 spells of Flame Burning Evil, Blazing Sun Treasure Shield, and Flame Blade at any time. After his cultivation had stagnated, he had also experimented with cultivating the Fire Spirit Blazing Body. Unfortunately, after tens of strands of red dust qi went down, the Fire Spirit Blazing Body didn't have the slightest reaction. Without the necessary fire attribute Spirit Land, it was basically impossible to cultivate the Fire Spirit Blazing Body. The last remaining 200 wisps of red dust, Zheng Yi directly invested it on the Burning Incense rune record. Heavenly reward. The current Zheng Yi was already a first-rank upper-grade talisman master. Utilizing the talisman pen, one could always draw a talisman of the top grade of the first rank. It just doesn't have a very high success rate. Taisho. At this moment, the Xiao Beauty on the left side suddenly leaned on Zheng Yi. Her face came to Zheng Yi's ear and, exhaling like an orchid, she said, "Where have you been all this time? My concubine misses you." Zheng Yi opened his eyes and smiled as he took him into his arms. "Oh, the beauty wants loans so much? Of course not only my concubine, but other sisters as well?" "Yes?" Zheng Yi looked at Beauty Zhao and Beauty Qing and smiled. "You guys also want to orphan?" "Yes. Yes, Taisho." Beauty Xiao was unforgiving. "Anything is more important than accompanying our sisters. I'm not going to comply." "Ha ha, well." Zheng Yi laughed out loud. His big hand probed in and said mysteriously, "Loan tell you guys that don't you guys tell anyone." Beauty Zhao's eyes flashed as she said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. We are your beauties. How could I tell anyone?" "Ha ha, that's good," Zheng Yi said in a deep voice. "Loan went to cultivate immortality." "Cultivation?" The 3 of them exclaimed in shock, especially Beauty Xiao, who almost stood up and, However, he quickly stabilized his mind and said in surprise, Taishang Emperor, you can cultivate immortality? Of course. Zhang Yi hemmed and hawed and said, if not, could Lone be in seclusion for so long? After I succeed in cultivating immortality, I will bring all the beauties to the immortal world. Ha ha. Laughing loudly, Zhang Yi directly picked up Xiao Beauty and walked towards the dormitory. Taisho. Xiao Beauty closed her eyes and tried to cater to the Taishang Emperor. In his heart, however, he was filled with doubt and disbelief. Taishang Emperor, cultivating immortality? How is that possible? Didn't they say that you can't cultivate immortality if you don't have a spiritual root? How? At this time, Zhang Yi, however, is enjoying the happiness of all people. As for him directly telling Xiao Beauty that he went to cultivate immortality, it was still a toss-up whether he believed it or not. After all, sometimes you tell the truth and the other person doesn't believe it instead. Those without spiritual roots cannot cultivate immortality. This is an iron law of the cultivation world. Xiao Meijin, as the emperor's secret agent, is always watching him. It was still a little difficult to fool Zheng Yuansen. Then simply tell the truth, believe it or not. Taiji Hall. Zheng Yuansen waved his hand to signal the surrounding eunuchs to retreat, and he himself pressed the mechanism on the bookshelf. In the next second, the wall behind the bookshelf suddenly unfolded, revealing the secret room behind it. He held up the lantern and went down the stairs. The chamber was small, overall deep and dark, with very few items, but the odd thing was that in the front of the secret room, there was a black spirit tablet placed. What was odd was that on top of this spirit tablet, there was actually no writing, but it emitted an odd odor. Yellow bamboo reality. In the quiet chamber, Zhang Yuansen suddenly opened his mouth, his tone incomparably hoarse. What do you think I should do next? Should I trust you again? He sounded as if he was full of angry supplication, ready to explode at any moment, obviously suppressing an extremely monstrous rage, with a hint of resentment. Ha! In the middle of the quiet chamber, a low, cold laugh suddenly came out. Your Majesty, what this real person said is completely true. A pitch-black figure suddenly surged out from that spirit card, staring condescendingly at Zheng Yuansen. This figure floated and shook, and the whole seemed to be composed of black and blue mist. The image was exactly the same as the yellow bamboo realist who had traveled to the main altar of the Mother of Mercy sect a few months ago. The difference was that at this time, he was a soul body. I have taken great pains to find the secret methods of the Sumerian sect from its main altar. However, he was injured by the Holy Mother of Mercy cult, and only fled with a badly injured body in order to repay your Majesty's great kindness. It's a pity that we were caught up by it halfway, and we fought for our lives before seriously injuring it, and there's nothing I can do about it. Yellow bamboo real soul body said quietly. Fortunately, the old man's storage bag carries with it a cut of soul nurturing wood, to which the soul body can temporarily attach, and then hand it over to the Divine Warrior Army Lieutenant to bring back. Your Majesty, you've also read that secret method and have also inquired about the background of the previous cultivators of the Mother of Mercy sect. That Sumerian sect's secret art can indeed help your Majesty obtain a spiritual root and embark on the path of cultivation ever since. Chapter 61 Mother Mercy gives spiritual scriptures. Zheng Yuansen's heart moved, and in his mind he immediately recalled accompanying the yellow bamboo real soul nurturing wood a month ago. Bring back that particular piece of animal skin. The Sumerian sect's secret techniques were actually not recorded among the jade slips commonly used by cultivators. Instead, it was recorded on top of a special volume of animal skin. This animal skin is invulnerable to water and fire, invulnerable to swords and spears, and I don't know what it's made of, so it can't be destroyed at all. And on top of this beast skin, what was recorded was an odd technique called the Mother of Mercy spirit-giving scripture. According to this Gong method, everything in the world has a spiritual nature. The Mother of Mercy, on the other hand, is the one and only deity who gave birth to the creatures of heaven and earth. By believing in the Mother of Mercy, one can be gifted according to that glimmer of spirituality in one's heart. The so-called feeder was to use secret techniques to deprive other cultivators of their spiritual roots and add them to one's own. Following this, he himself also acquired spiritual roots and embarked on the path of cultivation. Of course, according to this Mother of Mercy spirit-giving sutra, each person's spiritual root is like an unopened treasure box. Once this person embarks on the path of cultivation, then the treasure box will be opened. The treasures within it, that is, the spiritual roots would naturally be consumed, or used, and at that point, the spirit root of a cultivator who steps onto the path of cultivation can no longer be used. Only unopened treasure boxes can be given as gifts to devotees by the Mother of Mercy. That is to say, only children who are endowed with spiritual roots but have not yet embarked on the path of cultivation. It's what is best suited to exist as a treasure box. This method, however, also has great flaws and after effects. First, the gift, or spiritual root, acquired through this method is not permanent. It has a period of use. Depending on the qualification of the gifted spirit root, there was a certain limit to how long it could be maintained. The 5-attribute pseudo-spiritual root maintains the shortest period of time, only 3 to 5 years. A 4-attribute miscellaneous spirit root that could be used for about 10 years or so. A 3-attribute medium-grade spiritual root, used for about 20 years or so. 4 dual-attribute top-grade spiritual roots, they could be used for about 30 years. And the celestial spirit root attribute, or targets with special physiques or alien spirit roots, it was maintained for the longest period of time, at least 50 years. That is to say, the stronger the spiritual root qualification, then the duration of the gift he receives, the longer. Second, the gift obtained through this method, when the spiritual roots in the body are about to fail, one must look for a spirit root with the same attributes to energize it. What is the attribute of the spirit root acquired the first time? Then the spirit root on the second charge. It must also be the same spiritual root. Otherwise, it would inevitably cause a conflict of spiritual root qualifications within the body, followed by a body explosion and death. Even if you are lucky enough not to die, you will surely become an invalid, and you will never be able to cultivate again for the rest of your life. This method is a devilish technique. Third, the recipient must die. When Zhang Yuanzhen first saw this gong method, his heart was naturally repulsed. But, thinking of today's rumors at court, and of his own future, especially with the strength and prowess of these cultivator offerings around him, his heart was naturally envious. The main thing is that becoming a cultivator, but there is a chance of long life. His eyes and tone grew hotter at the thought, as if he had sensed the change in Zhang Yuanzhen's aura. Huang Zhujianrun heatedly smiled. Suddenly, he asked, "Your Majesty, is it possible to find children with suitable spiritual roots?" Zhang Yuanzhen's mind was in a state of awe, and he frowned. It has been a month since Lone secretly carried out the matter of spirit measurement. Last time, the spirit measurement by real Yunhao was only conducted on the civil and military officials, wealthy merchants, and powerful families in the capital. And the Lone spirit measurement this time is for the people of the economic region and the neighboring counties. Now, 2 children with spiritual roots have been found. Oh, that much? Huang Zhujian said. Doesn't that mean that your Majesty is about to possess a spiritual root? Congratulations, congratulations. Zhang Yuanzhen shook his head and said, "It's a pity. Unfortunately what? These 2 children. One is the same as father's Yaomei, but with 5 attribute pseudo-spirit roots. The second person is slightly stronger, but it's only a 4-attribute miscellaneous spirit root. The gap is far from what I had in mind." Huang Zhujianrun also said, "Not bad, your Majesty. The more excellent the qualification of your spiritual root, the longer it will remain in your body, the higher the speed of cultivation and the upper limit of cultivation in the future. At the very least, it must also require a 3-attribute mid-grade spirit root that can last for as long as 20 years. 20 years is enough time for you to cultivate to the foundation establishment realm. Your Majesty." The yellow bamboo realist's tone carried endless temptation, as if he was also suppressing excitement. "You are the Emperor, the Lord of you. It is perfectly possible, if you wish, to spend these 20 years practicing while searching for suitable spirit root children again as a reserve. When 20 years have passed, even if the spiritual roots in the body have dissipated, it is also possible to utilize children with the same attributes to continue to obtain spirit giving. Oh, your Majesty, this method is entirely for you, and is the most suitable technique for you." Zhang Yuanzhen's face was also very happy after hearing this. However, he still shook his head and said, "Is it a 3-attribute middle-grade spiritual root? It's only 20 years. If I can get a dual-attribute top-grade spiritual root, or an alien spiritual root, even the legendary heavenly spiritual roots, doesn't it mean that I have also obtained permanent spiritual roots and have since become a true cultivator? Upper-grade spiritual root, heterogeneous spiritual roots, even the heavenly spiritual roots." Only these spiritual root qualifications were the spiritual root qualifications that Zhang Yuanzhen had dreamed of. 5-attribute pseudo-spiritual roots, 4-attribute miscellaneous spiritual roots, lower-grade spiritual roots, and middle-grade spiritual roots, not worthy of being fused by him at all. Heavenly spiritual roots. Huang Zhujian's tone was also a beat, thinking that you are the Emperor, and although your power is great, but how can the heart want what the heart wants? Your Majesty, if you say that there is not 1 in 10,000 people who are endowed with spiritual roots, that heavenly spirit root spiritual root qualification is 1 in a million, 10 million, or even a billion. I've been in the cultivation world for more than 40 years, and I've never heard of any cultivator status heavenly spiritual root. On the contrary, the upper grade spirit root and the foreign spirit root have met a few people. You still have a few chances of obtaining a top grade spiritual root. A heavenly spiritual route is almost impossible. In a Huang Zhuzhen said in a hesitant tone, aren't you afraid of the Chanha sect? For the once every 5 years spirit measuring ceremony, that cloud dust realist will definitely show up to preside over it. When? Zheng Yuansen's eyes flashed as he said, in other words, I only have less than 4 years. Come to search for spiritual roots? Yes. Huang Zhuzhenren said, before Cloud Dust Jinren leaves the gate. No matter what, you must all cast the Merciful Mother's spirit-giving scripture to obtain spiritual roots and become cultivators. Otherwise, that Cloud Dust realist will inevitably step in to stop it. This group of clans that control the country. They want administrators who help them manage mortals, not monks who are just like them. Zhang Yuansen said, I am also aware of this matter, which is why I intend to spend these 4 years in. Do your best to find a top-grade spirit root. As for the 3 attribute medium-grade spiritual roots, I will also keep them as a backup. Your Majesty is wise. Zhang Yuansen looked up at Huang Zhuzhenren and said in a faint voice, Huang Zhuzhenren is helping me so much. I am grateful. I just don't know. What does the yellow bamboo realist require? Chapter 62, Ghost Cultivator. In the eerie darkness of the secret room, the tone of Huang Zhuzhenren's voice abruptly changed and became agitated. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. I only want you, Your Majesty, to help me find a few ghost Dao treasures after you become a cultivator, thus enabling the old man to embark on the path of ghost cultivation. Zhang Yuansen said strangely, oh, a ghost cultivator? Nice. Huang Zhuzhenren said, in the cultivation world, apart from the ordinary human cultivator, there are also a large number of other monks who have become Taoists from other things. For example, demon cultivators, devil cultivators, and so on, and ghost cultivators are one of them. The so-called ghost cultivator is a cultivator whose spiritual consciousness is not extinguished after his fall. If it so happens that there is a Yin attribute treasure in the place of the body's death, it can be attached to it. For example, this soul nourishing what that old me carries can accommodate old me's residual soul to recuperate. It's a pity that this soul nurturing wood is only about 30 years old, and there is a lack of soul power within it. At most, it can only support the survival of the old man's remnant soul for 10 years. Once the 10 years are up, if I still haven't switched to the Ghost Dao, my spiritual consciousness will surely collapse and, turned into a lonely soul and dissipated there, unable to even reincarnate. So it is, Zhang Yuansen said, it's just that I don't know. What kind of treasures does the yellow bamboo realist need? Huang Zhuzhenren hurriedly said, cultivators want to turn into ghost cultivators. The main thing is to keep one's spiritual sense intact, so one needs some treasures that enhance it. For example, Yin spirit water, other side flower, soul condensation incense, and so on. These treasures aren't very common and are only found in some cultivation workshops. I only hope, old man, that you, Your Majesty, will be able to bring back one of these treasures at will, within 3 years, maintaining the old man's spiritual consciousness is not extinguished. Subsequently, it is the construction of soul-transferring formations with different Yin attribute spirits, completely transform my spiritual body into a ghost body, and then step onto the path of ghost cultivation. Ghost cultivation? Zheng Yuansen asked, does the real person have a method of ghost cultivation? Huang Zhuzhenren froze and said, naturally. This method was obtained by the old me in a workshop in the North Mangshan mountain in the early years, and only the first 6 layers of the technique were. It can be cultivated to the 6th level of Qi cultivation. At that time, this technique was bet on by a close friend of mine. It's a shame that that close friend turned to dust 10 years ago. Is the method of ghost cultivation? Zhang Yuansen's eyes suddenly twitched and he whispered, how do I know that there is also a secret method in this world called taking away the body, after a high-ranking cultivator has fallen. If he is lucky enough to escape with a soul then they can perform the secret method of seizing the body on low-ranked cultivators, seizing their bodies and then living a second life. Huang Zhuzhenren, you don't think you want to take over me after I obtain my spiritual root, do you? As soon as the words fell, there was a moment of silence throughout the chamber. Neither spoke, gazing indifferently at the other. After more than 10 breaths, it was still Huang Zhuzhenren who smiled blandly and said, Your Majesty has been overly concerned. How is it possible for the old man to take over you? Oh, what does this man Huang Zhu mean by this? Has Your Majesty heard of the 3 iron laws of the cultivation realm for taking away the body? I'm all ears. First, immortal cultivators may not take over mortals. This is because a mortal's body cannot withstand the cultivator's yuan shun, or it will be destroyed by the act of taking over, and the form and spirit will be destroyed. Second, only those with a high cultivation level can take over from those with a low cultivation level. This reduces the risk of a backlash from the person being taken over. And the greater the difference in cultivation level, the higher the success rate and safety of the takeover. Huang Zhujianren looked at Zhang Yi once again and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty is immortal nowadays. How can I take my body from His Majesty?" Zheng Yuansen shook his head and said, 3 years later, after I obtain my spiritual root, these 2 iron laws in your mouth, Huang Zhujianren, are null and void. At that time, if you try to take over your body again, what should I do? Huang Zhujianren smiled and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, there is a 3rd iron law. What is it about? 3rd, an immortal cultivator can only make 1 takeover in his lifetime. If he makes a 2nd takeover, his Yuan Shen will perish for no reason." Huang Zhujianren said succinctly. 12 years ago, the old man had already performed a seizing of the body. It is so that it is impossible to make a 2nd takeover for life. If not for that, how could old me give up my human body and subsequently turn to the ghost Tao? Zheng Yuansen's eyes flashed as he whispered, "So that's how it is. Taking over the body, can it only be done once?" Huang Zhujianren looked at Zheng Yuansen and said, "Your Majesty, now that you are my only hope of converting to ghost cultivation, how could I deceive your Majesty? I will first assist your Majesty in obtaining the spiritual root, and your Majesty will then help me convert to the ghost Tao. From now on, I and your Majesty may call each other friends of the way. Wouldn't it be nice to support each other in this crisis-ridden cultivation world and advance and retreat together? Dogs?" Zheng Yuansen laughed in a low voice, then nodded his head and said, "What Mr. Huang Zhu said is very true. In that case, let's wait a little longer for the real person. Within 3 years, I'll be looking for a person with dual attribute top-grade spiritual roots." Following this, the spiritual roots were obtained by the secret method of the Mother of Mercy sect. But if you can't find it, I have no choice but to settle for the second best to hold the ceremony with a 3-attribute medium-grade spirit root. At that time, I will definitely help the Yellow Bamboo Master to switch to the Ghost Tao. Huang Zhujianren was pleasantly surprised. "Many thanks, Your Majesty. Then the real person will recuperate well. I will first go and arrange to search for things to stabilize spiritual awareness. Greetings, Your Majesty." Looking at Zheng Yuansen's back as he left, the corner of Huang Zhujianren's mouth smiled disdainfully. The figure then quickly turned into a green smoke and drilled into the soul-nurturing wood. "A mere mortal, how dare you presume to obtain a spiritual root? That Mother of Mercy sect mystic law, but it has a big flaw. Ha ha, but it doesn't matter. After Emperor Wu Yuan obtains his spiritual roots with the secret method of the Sumerian sect, the old man will then use the art of taking away his soul to obliterate his spiritual consciousness. At that time, old man will become the lord of you, to exhaust the things of you as an emperor to provide for his own body. Foundation building is expected." Click. In the Taiji Hall, Zheng Yuansen opened the door to the secret room and walked out of the bedchamber. Yi Ji's silhouette quickly walked over and opened his mouth. "Greetings, Your Majesty. The Taishan Emperor is out of the gate." Zheng Yuansen was surprised. "Oh, why is father closed for so long this time? Another breakthrough in martial arts strength? This slave girl doesn't know." Zheng Yuansen estimated the time is almost up. "Inform the Empress that tomorrow, go with me to the Calypsox Glory House to discuss the marriage of the 2nd and 3rd Emperors with the Supreme Emperor." "Nah, wait a moment." Zheng Yuansen thought for a moment before saying, "Has any intelligence come from the secret guards around Father Emperor? The slave girl will go and pass the word." More than an hour later, Yi Ji's figure quietly walked into the Taiji Hall with a very odd expression on his face. "Your Majesty, information has come in from the Dark Guards. The A-word no. 3. Oh." Zheng Yuansen put down the folders in his hands and asked, "What is the intelligence?" "Father's martial arts cultivation. To what realm?" "Back to Your Majesty. The intelligence said that the Taishan Emperor, his old man, is cultivating immortality." A few breaths later, Zheng Yuansen said dumbfounded, "Father cultivates immortality. How is that possible?" "That's just it. Tomorrow I'll go to the Supreme Emperor to greet him and ask about it. You go down." Nah. Chapter 63, The Emperor's Offerings. "My son sees my father. I see you. Father." Grandchildren see Imperial Grandfather. The Calyx Phase Building. Emperor Zheng Yuansen of Wu Yuan, along with Empress Lu Su, Crown Prince Zhang Hongbin, 2nd Prince Zhang Hongqian, 3rd Prince Zhang Hongquan, and Princess Zhang Hongying, all bowed to Zhang Yi. "Level off." "Thank you, Father." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Hongbin I heard that the Crown Princess is pregnant. It is a great joy for my royal family." Zhang Hongbin respectfully said, "Back to the royal grandfather. Already 3 months pregnant. The end of the year will be able to give birth." Well, ha ha. Zheng Yuansen looked at Zheng Yi in a good mood and continued, "Father, my son has also fixed a marriage for Hongqian and Hongquan, and has also picked a few auspicious days of the zodiac. I have come to greet my father today. I also want to discuss with father about the wedding day of Hongqian and Hongquan. I don't know what you think, Father?" Zhang Yi said. Oh, I wonder which family's girl is worthy of Loan's grandson. Hong Qian married Su Jinxiu, the daughter of Su Shang, who, though a daughter, is a brilliant writer. There's nothing that I don't know about zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, and Hong Qian is truly a match made in heaven. Zhang Yuansen said. Hong Kuan, on the other hand, married Sun Meiqing, the granddaughter of Chancellor Lu Runliang. This woman studied under our dynasty's innate powerhouse, dragon swordsman Sun Wuji, at a young age. You're already a blood-refining realm martial artist. Innate can be expected. The wandering dragon swordsman, Sun Wuji, was an innate realm powerhouse that Zhang Yuansen had pulled together. Had the strength to take the head of the general in the midst of 10,000 troops. It also had a very high reputation amongst the martial arts in the entire Yu kingdom. Zhang Yi's heart fluttered with the women Zhang Yuansen had married to his 2 sons, but they all have their own hearts in it. The second prince, Zhang Hongqian, is well versed in military books and martial arts cultivation. He had personally led the army to eliminate the anti-king all the way and had a high reputation in the army. The wife that was given to him was a talented woman. And the third prince Zhang Hongkuan, preferring to read, with the support of Chancellor Lu Runliang, his married wife, who is also the niece of Lu Runliang's niece, is a female martial artist. Blood-refining realm martial artists, whether it was their rude bones or their natural talent and enlightenment, were all very good. If the 2 of them were to marry, then the innate realm martial artist swimming dragon swordsman Sun Wuji, it will also side with the third prince. Balance. Zhang Yuansen's move was solely to balance the strength and power of his 3 sons. What the hell is he trying to do? This thought flashed through Zhang Yi's mind. However, he still smiled and asked, Golden Jade good fortune Hong Qian, Hongkuan can marry such a good woman. You must treat them well. Don't let down your father and mother's expectations of you. Zhang Hongqian and Zhang Hongkuan respectfully said. Son obeys the royal grandfather's order. Zhang Yi asked again. Emperor's son, what date have you set with the Ministry of Rites? Back to father. The Ministry of Ceremonies has discussed this for a total of 3 times. The 6th of next month, the 16th of May, and the 18th of August. Zhang Yuansen said. These 3 times, all of which are the great auspicious days of the year, are very suitable for tying the knot. Suchan. Zhang Yi looked at the empress and asked. You are the one who presides over all the children's marriages. What's your idea for these 3 hours? Lu Su respectfully said. Back to father. What I was thinking was that Chong Heihu and other rebels had just been pacified. But because of Chong Heihu reason the people of the south were killed and injured. And there were no chickens crowing for thousands of miles, which was very miserable. That is why I am thinking that it is better to do this sooner rather than later. Use the royal joy to wash away the aura of war and killing over the years, so that the folk can live in peace and recuperate. Zhang Yuansen glanced at Lu Su and nodded. Father, what the empress said is good. It is better to do this sooner rather than later. Zhang Yi nodded his head and said. In that case, let's set it for the 6th day of next month. Less than half a month left and the wedding is all set? Back to father. Everything is ready. That's good. I'm just waiting for the wedding wine. Ha ha. Zhang Yi laughed out loud. By the way, where is Inger? Zheng Hongying smiled and said. Imperial Grandpa, my grandson is here. I'm asking if you have a sweetheart. And take this opportunity to have your father and father-in-law get the marriage finalized as well. Zheng Hongying immediately reddened her face and mumbled. Imperial Grandfather, I am still small. Just want to accompany father and mother, and royal grandfather, and serve you all the time. How does that work? Empress Lu Su pretended to be serious and said. Girls, they always have to marry. Don't worry, mother and your father will find you a man of your choice. Mother. With the lively and cheerful Zheng Hongying, this invocation was also very active. Zheng Yi was also smiling. After chatting about some more minor things, Zheng Yuansen led the crowd to leave. After walking out of the Calyx Phase Glory building, Zheng Yuansen waved his hand, and the 3 imperial sons respectfully saluted. With that, he retreated. Suer, take Inger to browse the Xingqing Palace. I still have some small matters to deal with. Yes, your majesty. Lu Su gave a respectful cry and then left the place with Zheng Hongying. After everyone had left, Zhang Yuansen suddenly said, Immortal leader Tsueyu and immortal leader Lingfeng, how's the sensing? As soon as the words fell, the breath of a palace maid and a eunuch serving behind Zhang Yuansen suddenly changed. The two's originally slightly bent waist became straight, and their eyes changed from respectful to stern and indifferent. Taking a step forward, he even faced Zhang Yuansen directly. One of the women, the cultivator Cui Yu, said, Back to your majesty. I didn't sense any aura fluctuations from the Taishan Emperor. Where is immortal master Lingyun? Lingyun shook his head and said, I have also not sensed aura fluctuations from the Supreme Emperor. Either the Supreme Emperor is equipped with a highly skillful secret method of hiding his breath, or he's not a cultivator at all. I have heard His Majesty say that the Taishang Emperor is originally immortal with no spiritual roots in his body. So why? Zheng Yuansen shook his head and said, the Supreme Emperor had been in seclusion for 3 months. After leaving the gate, he stated that he had gone to cultivate immortality. And for this reason I have asked the 2 immortal leaders to probe. Real Jade and Real Lingfeng. These 2 are a couple. It was the 2 offerings that he had secretly pulled together. Its existence was not even known to the Yellow Bamboo realist or the Congealed Cloud realist. Ha! Real Jade snorted. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Since the Supreme Emperor is immortal, then it's absolutely impossible to set foot on the path of cultivation. I'm guessing that his so-called seclusion is nothing more than trying to break through his martial cultivation. Nice. Real Lingfeng also nodded his head and said, the way of the martial artist. When it's time to break through the innate realm, it's also necessary to shut down for a long period of time to sense the will of the martial Tao. Perhaps, the Supreme Emperor is preparing to break through the innate realm. Only then did Zheng Yuansen let out a long breath and said, in that case, then I am relieved. By the way, how was the spiritual root test? Don't worry, Your Majesty. The 2 of us can test about 100 people a day. Now 2 people with spiritual roots have been detected. Let's hope that the 2 immortals will be able to find someone with a top-grade spiritual root for me soon. Rest assured, sire. Real Lingfeng's words had just fallen, but he was immediately interrupted by Real Chui Yu. My husband and wife have bowed and scrapped for Your Majesty. I wonder what Your Majesty has promised my little girl. Looking at Real Jade's gaze filled with ambition, Zheng Yuansen frowned. I am not already promised real people. My cold palace of women can be handed over to real people to dispose of. How? Not enough. Cui Yuzhenjin shook her head and said, most of the women in the cold palace are subjected to yin qi, and their bodies are weakened. The lack of yuan yin is simply not enough for this real person to use for cultivation. And the method practiced by this real person requires a woman with a special physique. There aren't many such women in His Majesty's Taiji Palace. And what is the Cui Yu Makoto going to do? It's simple. This real person also wants to collect physique special women in Xingqing Palace. Zheng Yuansen frowned. This place is the bedchamber of the Supreme Emperor. How? So what if the Emperor? Cui Yuzhenren heatedly smiled and said, Your Majesty, nowadays you're the Emperor. How could you care about the opinion of an old man in his prime? Besides, it's not like this real person is going to make a move on the Taishang Emperor. All that is needed is a few women in his palace, and there is no harm to His Majesty or to the Supreme Emperor. On the contrary, if this real person can break through to the late stage of practicing qi. Speaking of this, Real Chui Yu's tone was also even more fervent. As long as this real person can break through to the late stage of qi cultivation, then it would be a good thing for Your Majesty. Zheng Yuansen's eyes flickered, but he finally nodded. Okay, I promise you. However, this matter must not affect the Taishang Emperor. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Real Jade nodded confidently, her eyes suddenly changing and turning his head to look the other way. There are other Taoists here? Chapter 64, Peaceful Pulse. The 3 of them looked over, and Zheng Yuansen, filled with doubt, asked, Sui Yu realist? Your Majesty, I sense a cultivator here. Approaching. A cultivator? Could it be the cultivator that father secretly found? I don't know, but this person's aura is not strong. Here, the 2 of them, Realist Cui Yu and Realist Lingfeng, protected Zheng Yuansen's body and cautiously watched ahead. As expected, in just over 10 breaths of time, 2 silhouettes suddenly turned out from behind the wigwam. Fixing his eyes, he actually saw 2 stunning young girls, who were traveling towards the Calyx Glow House. When they saw that there were other people in this place, the 2 women were obviously stunned, but they quickly reacted. I have met Your Majesty. My lady meets Your Majesty. Real Jade turned around, and Zheng Yuansen instantly recognized the 2 of them. So it's Beauty Yao and Miss Hibiscus. Level off. Thank you, Your Majesty. A hint of amazement flashed in Zheng Yuansen's eyes, especially as he glanced twice more at the Yao beauty. Miss Mugen, I wonder when Immortal Master Njiken will be back. Back to Your Majesty. My daughter does not know. If there is any news of the NGE Yun realist, please also ask Miss Mugen to notify me at the fastest speed possible. Yes, Your Majesty. Zheng Yuansen looked at Qin Yuyo again. Beauty Yao, is this a breakthrough? Qin Yuyo respectfully said, Back to Your Majesty. I have finally lived up to the trust of the Supreme Emperor. By a fluke, I stepped into the first level of qi practicing. Not bad, not bad. It seems that since then there are cultivators in my royal family. Zheng Yuansen laughed. If Beauty Yao can open up more branches for Father Emperor, just have a few more siblings for me. Qin Yuyao's cheeks blushed as she whispered, My servant obeys the decree. Well, I have also greeted the Taishang Emperor, and this is my return to the Taiji Palace. Zheng Yuansen nodded his head and said, The 2 of you, please go ahead. Greetings, Your Majesty. Looking at Zhang Yuansen leaving, Qin Yuyo and Su Mugen breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Yao, why does His Majesty look a little appalled? After several months of spending time together, the relationship between the two of them, Qin Yuyo and Su Mugian, went even further. They even all refer to each other as sisters. How is that possible? Qin Yuyo shook her head and said, His Majesty is easygoing, and I've come to pay my respects to the Taishang Emperor today. How is it appalling? Feel it. Su Mugen thought for a moment before saying, and those two palace maids and eunuchs next to him. There's something wrong with it. Those two are cultivators, Qin Yuyo directly said, and with a cultivation level far beyond mine. It seems that His Majesty has found another cultivator to offer. A friar? No wonder. Su Mugen's eyes flashed as she said, hurry up and go. Don't make the Supreme Emperor wait too impatiently. A trace of joy also appeared on Qin Yuyo's face as she pulled Su Mugen and headed towards the Calyx Phase Glory House. Don't worry, Sister Mugen. We'll go and beg the Taishang Emperor to. Let's see if we can get him to find you the holy medicine to improve your physique. Aha! By the way, Sister Mugen, why do you think Teiyukai and I haven't gotten pregnant after all this time? Sister Yao is in such a hurry. Su Mugian laughed delicately. Don't worry, Sister Yao. I've personally taken your pulse, and it's steady. There is an abundance of yuan, and the body does not have any dark injuries. As for the pregnancy, it was meant to be God's will, so we must know that if we want to be quick, we can't be quick. But well, you are now a Qi cultivator of the first layer, the so-called Qi. There's a saying called refining essence and transforming Qi, where all the energy in one's body is transformed into aura. It makes it extremely difficult for a cultivator's blood descendants. Su Mugen said seriously, now that Sister Yao is a cultivator and the Taishang Emperor is old, trying to deliver a baby is extremely difficult. There's no way out? Su Mugen laughed. Sister, don't be anxious. Later I'll personally take the Supreme Emperor's pulse. Let's see how his body is doing and try prescribing some toning tonics for him. Sister me. I'll make sure that Sister Yao gives the Taishang Emperor a big fat boy. Qin Yuyo's face turned even redder, and she even punched Su Mugen with a pink fist. You ninny, let's see how I'm going to fix you. Hey, Sister Yao, come and chase me. The two women ran one after the other towards the Calyx and Calyx house, and after the surrounding eunuchs and palace maids saw it, saluting in a hurry. And as Zhang Yuansen left with real Suiyu and real Lingfang, traveling to a remote place, real Jade suddenly said, who was that emerald-clothed woman just now? Zhang Yuansen frowned. What happened to the grandson of immortal leader Ningyun? Immortal leader Tsueyu? This woman's breath is odd, as if she is burdened with the body of 100 flowers? How do you know? The method cultivated by this real person is special. Apart from being able to sense a cultivator's breath, it can also sense special spirits. Sueyu Jinwen smiled. This woman's physique is good. If you can. No. Zhang Yuansen frowned. This woman is the grandson of the Ningxuan realist. I don't want to see the two of you clash. Yes? Real Jade laughed and looked at Zhang Yuansen's back as he left. An inexplicable smile played at the corner of his mouth. The Calyx Phase building. Zhang Yi was sitting on top of the dragon chair and was reflecting on today's events. To be exact, it was the two silhouettes that had been following closely behind Zhang Yuansen. Looks like a eunuch. Palace made great companion. But how could Zhang Yi not see that those two were both cultivators? That woman, middle stage of Qi practice. As for the man, he was clearly in the late stage of Qi practicing. Of course, it's just the beginning of the late stage of Qi cultivation. After his cultivation had stepped into the late stage of Qi cultivation, although he had not yet produced divine sense, but a body of spiritual power is extremely sensitive. Two cultivators who did not hide their mana fluctuations in the slightest stood before their eyes. How could one not sense it? But fortunately, he was equipped with a highly skillful breath masking technique. As long as it wasn't a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator probing with his divine sense, he wouldn't be able to find out the true strength of the sub. Interesting, the Emperor has recruited two more cultivator offerings. Then it should be these two who presided over the matter of spirit measurement during this time. I just don't know. Where do these two come from? Just then, Wang Zhonghai walked in quickly, reporting to the Supreme Emperor. Miss Yao Beauty and Miss Su Mugen seek an audience. Oh, they're back? Announce it. Yes, Your Majesty. Not long after, the two stunning young girls arrived at the Calyx Glow House. I have met the Supreme Emperor. My daughter has met the Supreme Emperor. Beauty, please rise. Zheng Yi walked down the steps and shook Yao Beauty's small hand. Beauty hasn't seen you in many days. It's even more delicate. Teisho. Qin Yuyao's face flushed red and she stood up obediently. In a low voice, she said, Sister Mugen is still next to her. It's not like Sister Magunghwa is an outsider. Right. Zheng Yi winked at Su Mugen, who was first stunned and then he hurriedly and respectfully said, The Supreme Emperor is overstating the case. The people's daughter. Ha ha, there's no rush. Lone was just joking. Someone, give a seat. Yes. After Sumugen sat down and settled her flustered mind for a moment, only then did she say, reporting to the Supreme Emperor, Grandmother had told my daughter when she left that she wanted my daughter to come more often to take the Supreme Emperor's peace pulse. I wonder if the Emperor has time today? Peaceful pulse? The so-called peaceful pulse is when the Emperor and his harem consorts, even when they are not sick, are, every month. A physician would also come to take the pulse of the Emperor and concubines to ensure that they were in good health. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered and said, isn't this peaceful pulse always invited by the imperial doctor? How hibiscus girl you? Su Mugen respectfully said. Back to the Supreme Emperor. My daughter studied under her grandmother. In the path of healing it's a little different from the ordinary eunuchs. In order to ensure the health and wellness of the Taishan Emperor, as well as Yao, Master's uncle's cultivation of a good way, I have come here to ask for a peaceful pulse for the Supreme Emperor. Oh, Zhang Yi looked at Yao Beauty suspiciously, but saw that her face was slightly red. The eyes also looked towards Zhang Yi. Your Majesty, please just one. Zhang Yi's heart stirred. It seemed that these two little nieces had something to hide from themselves. But, Su Mugen, a little girl and not a cultivator, even if she took her own pulse, couldn't find out anything either. Then he smiled and said, in that case, I'll trouble Miss Mugen. Zhang Hai, bring a stool over here. No. Chapter 65, Su Mugen. Zhang Yi condescendingly looked at Su Mugen in front of him, his eyes looking up and down. Today, she was wearing a long, emerald-colored willow leaf dress, with a silver-colored jade belt wrapped around her waist. It set off the originally slim waist even more. Among the black hair, there were just 3 or 5 emerald-colored jade hairpins dotted around, which was pleasing to the eyes. Unpowdered on her delicate googly-eyed face, she was nonetheless supple and lovely, her skin white and red. Like eggs with their shells peeled, the dark and bright pupils shone as if they were stars in the dark night, with a scent that smelled as if it were incense. It made Zhang Yi can't help but be a bit mesmerized. Su Mugen sat on the soft stool. Her heart was also a little nervous. It was the first time she had ever been this close to a strange man. She looked up and was greeted by Zhang Yi's fiery eyes, which scared her and she hurriedly lowered her head. Tai Shang Huang, please also extend your right hand. Aha! Zhang Yi looked at this woman who dared not look at herself with interest. Reaching his right hand out to her, Su Mugen nervously took out a silk scarf and covered Zhang Yi's wrist. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, since we are asking for a peaceful pulse, covering the pulse will inevitably not affect our judgment. Miss Magungwa might as well take the silk scarf away. Su Mugen froze, but still took the silk scarf away. Yes, Your Majesty. The moment the small, clear hand in Zhang Yi's wrist made contact, she could then clearly feel a blazing sensation coming from Zhang Yi's arm and arm, making her small hand unable to help but heat up a little. This, Taishan Emperor's physique is so good, there's an abundance of yuan yang, and the qi is amazing. After all, she was a doctor. Su Mugian quickly stabilized her mind and carefully probed the pulse. After more than 10 breaths, her face became more and more odd. Smooth pulse, abundant yuan yang, abundant qi and blood, strong qi, and smoothness of the 5 viscera. This doesn't even look like the pulse of a 60-year-old It's even more solid than the peak state of an average martial artist. Looking at the serious Su Mugen, Zhang Yi smiled. How about Miss Mugen? How is Lone's body? Su Mugen hurriedly got up and said, back to the Supreme Emperor. You are in perfect health, and strong and disease-free. It doesn't need conditioning. Oh, really? Yes. Su Mugen's eyes flashed and she whispered, dare I ask the Supreme Emperor, has your martial arts strength been broken through? Zhang Yi glanced at the girl, but in his heart, he slowly nodded. This woman, good, highly skilled in medicine, and with a great eye. It was worthy of being a doctor who had been tempered by a cultivator. He nodded his head and said, not bad. Through several months of meditation, Lone's martial strength has indeed made some breakthroughs. First, days. Su Mugen snapped her head up and muttered those 2 words. Zhang Yi smiled and did not speak. Su Mugen took a long breath and became more respectful. Congratulations and congratulations to the Taishan Emperor. She had heard her grandmother say that among mortal martial artists, there were also those who were comparable to qi practicing stage cultivators. That is, a martial artist of the innate realm. A martial artist of the innate realm. With his Dantian true qi turning from postnatal to innate, his attacks were sharp and incomparable. Once a cultivator didn't have time to offer up a protective artifact, or a body shield, being killed by an innate realm martial artist in close quarters, one would be crippled if not killed. However, the number of innate realm martial artists in the martial arts world was even smaller, and she didn't expect that there was one sitting right in front of her now, or the father of the current emperor. The Taishan, Zhang Yi did not stop Su Mugen. The fact that he was in seclusion could not have been hidden from those who were interested. Since this was the case, it would be better to greatly expose one's martial arts strength. After all, compared to cultivation, the argument of martial strength in the innate realm was more convincing. Once word got out that his martial arts strength had crossed into the innate realm, then both the rights and the situation will naturally be elevated quite a bit. Although, one doesn't care. Taisho, Sister Mugen? Qin Yuyo also came over at this time and asked, how is the Taishan Emperor's body? How? Su Mugen quickly regained her composure and frowned. The Taishan Emperor's martial arts cultivator stepped into the innate. Sister Yao, you have practiced Qi again and have become that thing? It is even more difficult. That thing? Zhang Yi wondered. Which thing? No, nothing. Qin Yuyo frantically glared at Su Mugen, and Su Mugen quickly reacted to it. Respectfully, she said, Your Majesty, there are still soups brewing in the Kaiyun Pavilion, so it's not convenient for my daughter to stay for a long time. If there is nothing of importance, my daughter will take her leave. Good, Emperor Taishang. I'm going to see off Sister Mugen. Go on. As the two women walked out of the Flower Calyx Xianghui building, Qin Yuyo nervously asked, Sister Mugen, what did you mean by what you just said? Su Mugian laughed bitterly. The Supreme Emperor is already a martial artist of the innate realm, and his entire body sends and receives essence with ease, and it's also transformed into pure innate true Qi, which is similar to your Qi practicing stage cultivation. Sister. Looking at Qin Yuyo, who was still a bit puzzled, Su Mugian thought for a moment before saying, Sister. You can also think of the Taishan Emperor as a cultivator at the early stage of Qi cultivation, and both of you have received a slight boost in your life essence. It's even harder to give birth to a descendant. Qin Yuyao's eyes flashed as she whispered, Is that so? But you don't have to be discouraged. Sister Yao, as long as you and the Taishan Emperor work hard together, there's still a chance of having a baby. After Su Mugen thought about it for a moment, she said, In this case, I'll prescribe some medicine for the Taishan Emperor to strengthen his body and cultivate his vitality, as well as the medicine of husband and wife. Sister can pay attention to it. Qin Yuyo blushed and said, Thank you, Sister Mugen. After sending Su Mugen out of the Calyx Phase Glory House, they bid each other farewell and left. On his own, he returned to the Calyx Phase Glory House. She hadn't seen him for more than 3 months, and she had missed Zhang Yi. Taisho, beauty, absorb the pure Yin and condense a wisp of red dust. Absorb pure Yin Qi, metallic spirit root +1. Absorb the pure Yin Qi, +1 wood attribute spiritual root. Absorb pure Yin Qi, fire attribute spiritual root +1. After a series of 2 passions, Qin Yuyo strongly supported her sore and weak body, lying down in Zhang Yi's arms. In a low voice, she said, Emperor Taishang, my concubine has something she would like to ask you. Zhang Yi wrapped his arms around Qin Yuyo and said, Oh, you are Lone's favorite beauty. Let's get straight to the point with what's going on. It's about hibiscus, sister. Qin Yuyo whispered. Sister Mugen works very hard. Whether it's in the art of medicine or the art of alchemy, all are extremely talented. But, it's a pity that it's just because of the spiritual root qualification, and also the physique, that I can't cultivate. I don't know if you, the Supreme Emperor, have any methods that will allow Sister Mugen to remove the hazards of her physique so that she can embark on the path of cultivation? Zhang Yi toyed with Qin Yuyo's hair and frowned. The body of 100 flowers. What can I do? Immortal Master Ningyan once said that unless the 3rd rank sacred medicine, 100 spirit pill, or the corresponding technique to switch to poison cultivation, otherwise it's very difficult for Su Mugen to cultivate. The 3rd order sacred pill 100 spirit pill can only be refined by Jindan stage cultivators, and the poison cultivation technique is even more difficult. Emperor Taishang, is there really no other way? Zhang Yi thought hard, and looking at Qin Yuyo's expectant eyes, he still opened his mouth and said, Lone, it will be figured out. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhang Yi laughed. I do not know how the beauty should thank the orphan. Qin Yuyo said with a red face. Everything is listening to you, Taishan Emperor. Hey, that's what you said. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Odd. Lie down on the soft couch and buck upright. Absorb the pure Yin and condense a wisp of red dust. Absorb pure Yin Qi, metallic spirit root +1. Absorb pure Yin Qi, fire attribute spiritual root +1. 5 attribute pseudo-spiritual root. Once again losing the wood attribute. Chapter 66, Overindulgence. 10 days later, Qin Yuyo once again returned to the colorful cloud pavilion. Nowadays, even though Master Njakumo is not there, but the rule she had set down Qin Yuyo had always abided by. The main problem is that coming to practice every 10 days has become a routine. There are many beauties in Xingqing Palace, and she can't exclusively favor the emperor. Otherwise, not to mention the Taishan Emperor, Even her own body was a bit unbearable. Sister Yao. After being informed by the palace maid, Su Mugen trotted out. One hand held Qin Yuyao's small hand. I thought Sister Yao forgot about my younger sister when she had the Taishang Emperor. How is that possible? Qin Yuyao laughed and said, although the Taishang Emperor is good, but how can I, sister, possibly stray into the red world? Or do you want to meditate on it? Sister's heart toward the Tao is appraised. Foundation building is expected. Sister, I only hope that I can live up to my master's expectations. It's just a waste of a qualification for nothing. Aha. Su Mugen nodded her head and said, 2 days ago, grandmother wrote a letter. Sister Yufei has already departed South Vietnam County and will return to the capital in half a month at most. That's really great. I wonder what's interesting in South Vietnam County. That's not clear. Sister, I only know that Nan Yu County is located in the southwest of the Yu Kingdom. That place is very dangerous with deep mountains and dense forests, miasma and insects. I also wonder how Sister Moon Concubine's people survived. Then it's not that simple? There must be a cultivator amongst the Moon Princesses. It's hard to survive in a place like that otherwise. Also, that's right, Sister Yao. It seems that my last new research on pills has succeeded. I'll show you around. You mean the kind that can gather the essence of ordinary spirit herbs, refining a pseudo first-grade elixir pill? Yeah, come on with me. Ha! Su Mugian suddenly stopped and grabbed Qin Yuyao's right hand to carefully perceive it. A few breaths later his eyes looked oddly at Qin Yuyao. Qin Yuyao was stunned. She could know very well how superb the medical books of this young master-nephew in front of her were. Those eunuchs in the Imperial Hospital are not gods and demons in front of her. Then she carefully asked, Sister Mugen, what's wrong? Weakness of breath, deficiency of liverine, redness of the face and ears, and some whitening of the tongue. Su Mugen's tone became even more odd. Sister Yao, what have you been doing these past few days? What for? I'm not doing anything. Su Mugen shook her head and said, Sister Yao, you're in a typical state of overindulgence. You haven't been with the Taisho for the last 10 days, have you? Qin Yuyao shrunk her head and cautiously nodded. Well, it seems like it. The corner of Su Mugen's mouth twitched, and she asked in a small voice, Then you and the Taishang Emperor, daily pleasure. That a couple times? What that? That's the one, yeah. Su Mugen snapped. Just husband and wife things. Why are you asking that? Qin Yuyao's pretty face turned even redder, and she hurriedly got rid of Su Mugen's small hand and ran towards the room. Sister alas Yao. After catching up with Qin Yuyao with great difficulty, Su Mugian hurriedly said, Sickness is not something to be avoided. Sister Yao, if you don't make it clear, my sister won't be able to prescribe you medicine. If you stay in this state, but it will affect your cultivation. Only then did Qin Yuyao blush and whisper, What did you ask? I'll try to answer you. That is, you and the Taisho. How many times a day do you share a room? And for how long each time? The first thing she did was look around at the telephones, and after realizing that no one was around, she only then whispered, I and the Emperor. Daily coitus. 7 or 8 times it, each small half an hour. Hiss. Su Mugen directly sucked in a breath of cool air and said in horror, So many times. Is the Taishang Emperor physically fit? Still, okay. I see that the Taishang Emperor is in pretty good health. That's too much, isn't it? When the Emperor is in such good health, well, every time I can't get enough of it and have to call my other sisters to help. And other beauties. Just one. That's pretty awesome too. After Su Mugen thought for a moment, she said, Sister Yao, in the future, after you return to the Flower Calyx Phase Glory House, the number of times you share a room with the Taishang Emperor must never exceed 3 times a day. The affairs of men and women are not only very injurious to men, but even more so to women. It is true that proper coitus enables the harmonization of yin and yang and the cultivation of the body and mind, but you and the Taisho have obviously had too many, and you will need to pay more attention in the future. Qin Yuyao shrunk her head and said, Okay, I'll try to do my best in the future. Not as much as possible, but definitely. Su Mugian smiled bitterly. In this case, I'll prescribe some medicine for you, sister, to strengthen your body and cultivate your energy. Just recuperate more in the next few days, before your qi and blood return to recover. Sister, it's better for you to stop cultivating and rest for a few days. Okay. That night, the two women shared the same bed and slept against each other, and they also whispered a lot, almost to the hour of dawn. Su Mugian was drowsy and finally couldn't support herself and fell asleep. Hibiscus? In the darkness, Qin Yuyao called out twice in a low voice, but received no response. I can't help but smile. And talk about me? Aren't you tired too? Sleep well, tomorrow, said Qin Yuyao. Her face suddenly changed. She steeply felt a gloomy and icy coldness in the room. A figure slowly appeared under the frosty white moonlight shining through the window. The figure, shaped like an ancient pine, stood so still outside the window, the cold wind blowing through it made the shadows in the window sway slightly and look very eerie. What man? Qin Yuyao let out a dark cry, sat up violently, and with her backhand, she drew out the sword that was hanging beside the bed. Quickly, he came to the door and kicked it out. With a bang, the wooden door was violently kicked open, and a cold wind swept through the dark night. Qin Yuyao didn't care in the slightest that a dark shadow was rapidly drifting past out of the corner of her eye. Where to run? With a dark gulp, she grabbed her longsword and chased after him. At this time, she was not simply a cultivator at the second level of Qi cultivation, but also had a not-so-weak martial sword art. Unfortunately, this black shadow was extremely fast, like sweeping with the wind. Qin Yuyao was actually unable to catch up for a while. So fast, how dare you come to Xingqing Palace? Her beautiful eyes tightened, and then, without hesitation, she threw out her sleeve and a light blue talisman appeared in his hand. Mana flowed, and in an instant, it had been injected into this talisman. Water Prison Charm. Wow. Water Jail Talisman. First rank lower grade water attribute talisman. It can coalesce into a cage made entirely of water, trapping the target. It was a very precious enemy trapping talisman. In a flash, the talisman shot out from her hand and it turned into a violent current rushing out in midair. Just as the dark shadow was about to leap out of the courtyard wall, the water mist immediately transformed into a cage that the dark shadow was firmly enveloped in it. I'd like to see what kind of person you are. Qin Yuyao's pretty face contained a fury as she walked swiftly, but her eyes changed violently. In the water dungeon, the dark figure turned back violently. Under the moonlight spilled down and shone on this dark shadow. It was a black body, as if it was made of black mist, hideous and full of evil spirits. Shady ghosts? How can there be a Yin ghost here? Roar! Steeply, a roar of fury came out from the shadowy ghost, and then his body fiercely became scarlet, transforming into a blood-colored ghostly claw in front of his body, and fiercely slapping on top of the water prison. With a bang, the water prison immediately exploded, turning into a sky full of water mist, and this pitch-black ghostly shadow quickly transformed into a black shadow and swept away towards the distance. Oh no! Taisho, Chapter 67, Yin Qi. Are you saying that a Yin ghost just appeared in the colorful cloud pavilion and was later scared away by you? Inside the colorful cloud pavilion, Zhang Yi paced back and forth, while Qin Yuyao on the side served respectfully. Yes, Taisho, Qin Yuyao said, at about the hour of midnight, when Sister Mugen and I were preparing to rest, suddenly a figure is spotted outside the window. My lord and master gave an angry rebuke, and pursued him with his sword, and then he trapped him with the water prison charm given by his master, and just as he was about to capture him, he realized that it was actually a Yin ghost, the Undertaker. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. The so-called Yin ghosts. In fact, it is a kind of harmful ghosts formed after the death of a person's soul for various reasons unwilling to collapse, and then formed on top of Tianzhou Mountain. A large number of Yin ghosts also existed. If a Yin ghost is stimulated by fresh blood, its ferociousness is so great that it can be transformed into an even more ferocious evil ghost. I didn't realize that the Xingqing Palace actually had a shadowy ghost here. Where's Su Mugen? Qin Yuyao hesitantly said. Perhaps she is tired from the day. Sister Mugen is still resting. Still resting? Zhang Yi frowned. How can she sleep after such a big incident in the colorful cloud pavilion? Take loan. No. Under Qin Yuyao's leadership, Zhang Yi quickly arrived at Su Mugen's chambers. Su Mugen's chambers were small and delicate, and the room was also filled with a fresh fragrance that smelled very good. On top of the bed, Su Mugen was covered with a thin silk quilt. The 3,000 green silks were scattered next to the turquoise-colored lotus pillows, seemingly scattered, but containing an inexplicable flavor. The delicate little face cocked its head and lay on its side in a deep sleep. The lashes, which had been curved, were now tightly closed together, as if they were still dreaming. The breathing was steady and long. Sister Mugen? Sister Mugen! Qin Yuyao hurriedly walked up. Quickly get up. The Taishang Emperor has come to see you. Sister Mugen? He shouted twice, but did not see Su Mugen get up. As for Zhang Yi, he also quickly stepped forward and looked at the sleeping Su Mugen with a frown on his face. Stop yelling. She's hit with a nightmare. Zhang Yi pinched his finger with one hand. His single finger was like electricity, and steadily pressed it on Su Mugen's brow. Taisho? Silence. Lone check it out with his innate true qi. Oh. Qin Yuyao subconsciously retreated 2 steps. The Taishang Emperor was now an ascendant realm powerhouse. She didn't dare to interrupt with her voice when she was probing her sister Mugen's physical condition. Zhang Yi lied to Qin Yuyao. What he was using was not any innate true qi at all, but a strand of pure mana, a wisp of warm mana. Following Zhang Yi's manipulation, dived into Su Mugen's body. It began to swim up inside her. Soon, he sensed something. At the center of his brow, there was a hint of eerie coldness hanging from the disc of his. It was wrapping tightly around her head. Zhang Yi quieted down and continued to check. The heart, the Dan Tian, have this aura. What the hell is it? Mana. Zhang Yi's eyes snapped open. It seemed that Su Mugen was being targeted, completely different from his own mana breath, which was very eerie and cold, as if from a deep well in the middle of a cold winter month. Not only that, the breath was even tightly entangled in her meridian veins. It was as if it had become entwined with her meridians. With the center of the brow, the heart, and the Dan Tian, an odd formation and hub was formed that. It was as if it was firmly trapping her in place. Taisho? How is Sister Mugen? Qin Yuyao asked in a small voice. Zhang Yi pondered for a few breaths before replying. It seems that Su Mugen has been targeted by a certain cultivator, and a different kind of mana has appeared in her body. Fey mana? Qin Yuyao exclaimed. Master is far away in South Vietnam County, and Huang Zhuzhenren has already fallen. There are still cultivators in the palace today? She was in the Xingqing Palace and her cultivation was only at the second level of qi practicing. Naturally, he couldn't sense that two more cultivators had appeared beside the emperor. Then it will be Taishan. Then how is Sister Mugen? There's no rush. This thread of Fey mana isn't very strong. Lone can force it out with his innate true qi. After saying that, Zhang Yi then once again condensed his mana and crossed it into Su Mugen's body. He was right. There wasn't a lot of Fey mana in Su Mugen's body. It's as if you've only been in contact for 3 or 5 days. He was very careful, though, surrounding this trace of Fey mana at her brow with her own mana. She prepared to draw it out as much as she could. Just at the moment when the encirclement was about to be completed, this Fey mana seemed to sense something and, quickly fleeing up. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Surrounded by Zhang Yi's mana, this strand of Fey mana was quickly and firmly locked in place. No matter how much you rush, you can't escape. Oddly enough, this trace of Fey mana, surrounded by Zhang Yi's mana, it actually dissipated slowly. Fey mana is at most at the level of mid-stage qi practicing. After a few breaths, this trace of Fey mana was finally drawn out by Zhang Yi. Su Mugen, who was underneath her, let out a moan at this moment. In Zhang Yi's hand, a yin attribute aura that was imperceptible to the naked eye was still twisting. He just casually pinched this trace of Fey mana into powder with a single squeeze of his hand and dissipate into the air. This mana, female cultivator who followed the emperor a few days ago? Nowadays, in the entire palace, it seems as if she is the only one who is in the middle stage of practicing qi. Zhang Yi's eyes violently flashed with a hint of killing intent. Asshole, how dare you touch the orphan's woman? As early as the first time he saw Su Mugen, he had already taken a liking to this woman. The body looks were needless to say. Mainly she was also rich in spiritual roots. Naturally it was an existence he coveted. Even if she had a special 100 flowers body, she had already had the 5 elements spiritual roots in her own body for a long time. After absorbing the special spiritual roots and physique from Su Mugen, it will surely be due to the existence of the 5 elemental spiritual roots that, following that, it caused the spiritual roots and physique to clash and disorganize, thus breaking the drawbacks of the 100 flowers body. This, he had considered for a long time before deducing the answer. The reason he didn't do it before, it is entirely because 2 of his own grandchildren are still pursuing this woman. But now that both granddaughters were ready for the big wedding, then Su Mugen herself laughed it off. But now, there are actually monks who dare to target their women, looking for death. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered, and in his heart, he already had an answer on how to dispose of these 2 cultivators. At that exact moment, Su Mugen underneath her slowly opened her eyes and a quick glance revealed a tall figure standing beside him. Well yikes, she exclaimed, and subconsciously got up and stepped backward. The 2 tender, onion-white arms also tugged hastily at the thin silk quilt. Hibiscus sister, you're awake. Qin Yuyao also rushed forward to check on him and comforted him with a kind voice. It was only then that Su Mugen realized that the one standing in front of her bed was clearly the Taishan emperor. Her face immediately shifted from panic to shyness as she squirmed and knelt on the bed. The people's daughter has met the supreme emperor. No need to be polite, Qin Yuyao said. Sister Mugen, there seems to be a yin ghost present in the colorful cloud pavilion. You were also under the control of the yin ghost, and thanks to the Taishan emperor saving you woke up. Otherwise it would have been bad. Shady ghosts? Su Mugen's eyes were also strange as she said. No wonder. I've been feeling cold and faint for the past few days. So it turns out that there's a Yin ghost haunting me. The people's daughter. Thanks the Emperor. No harm done. Zhang Yi said nonchalantly. There is still quite a bit of Yin Qi in Miss Mugen's body. It will definitely cause Qi and blood to fail in the long run, and the spirit to wither. In these few days, I will be the one to dispel the Yin Qi in Miss Mugen's body. Chapter 68, The Conspiracy. Taiji Palace. Somewhere inside a hidden palace, the face of the Chueyu realist who was meditating and condensing his Qi cultivation changed violently and opened his eyes. A mouthful of blood nearly spurted out of her throat as her throat sweetened, but she managed to hold it back. With that, her face became very ugly. Damn, who broke this real person's Yin poison turning fury seal? She breathed a long sigh of relief, her eyes twinkling, and with one hand she pinched the door of the palace, which automatically opened without wind. Slam it open. Woo! With a whimpering sound, a dark figure quickly rushed in and it floated down in front of the Chueyu true person. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly the Yin ghost that was being chased by Qin Yuyao. How did the ghostly aura on your body deplete so much? Real Jade frowned and beckoned him to his side for a closer look. There are cultivators within the water attribute aura. Xingqing Palace? That little cultivator at the second level of Qi practicing? Real Jade secretly calculated the time, and his eyes couldn't help but move. According to the information I've found out, that Su Mugen resides within the colorful cloud pavilion. Qin Yuyao is his teacher's uncle. After Qin Yuyao left the colorful cloud pavilion, she would return every 10 days to cultivate, and today is when Qin Yuyao returns. She already had some guesses in her mind, but she was still a bit unconvinced. In other words, it was Qin Yuyao who defeated this real person's Yin ghost. By the way, you broke this real person's Yin poison turning fury seal? But how is that possible? Qin Yuyao is just an ordinary cultivator at the second level of Qi practicing. Even Su Mugen is just a mortal carrying the body of 100 flowers. How is it possible? She frowned and thought hard, but couldn't get the hang of it. Sister. Right at this moment, Lingfeng Jinran walked in. I sensed that your Yin ghost aura is scattered. What happened? Senior. Real Jade greeted him. The matter of the Yin ghost being attacked and the Yin poison turning fury seal being broken was informed to the Lingfeng realist. Real Lingfeng laughed and said, that's not simple. It must have been that Nining Cloud realist who gave the two girls a defensive treasure before leaving. Maybe it's a talisman. Maybe it's a type of magic weapon. Or a special elixir. I've heard that this Nining Cloud realist is an alchemist. So there must be quite a few pills in his hands. Elder sister. Before your Yin poison turning fury seal has reached its great completion, it's also just a slightly higher quality of Yin Qi. So as long as there's a warming breath elixir of first grade middle rank or higher to take, it can gradually disperse it. I think, perhaps, for this reason, it was only then that Su Mugen was able to break your Yin poison turning fury seal of senior sister. Real Jade's eyes flickered slightly, and after estimating a few points in his heart, he also nodded. Is the elixir? Seems to be the case. With my Yin poison turning fury seal broken, the other party is bound to be on guard. So my cultivation. This matter is simple. True Lord Lingfeng snorted coldly and said, the reason that Su Mugian was able to break your senior sister's Yin poison turning fury seal was entirely because of True Lord Ningyun's presence, and His Majesty has not allowed us to make a move because of the face of the Ningyun realist, a mere mid-stage Qi cultivator. So what if he's an alchemist? I've already inquired. That Ningyun Jinjin has already left Nanyu County. It will return to the capital in half a month at most. Whether it's for the sake of my senior sister's quest for the 100 Flowers body, or to gain the trust and support of the Emperor of you, that Ningyun manservant must die. Cui Yuzhenren's eyes flickered as he said, what does senior brother mean? Kill this man. Real Lingfeng was nonchalant. As long as this person is killed, only one person will be left in Su Mugen. At that time, you will still be at your mercy. Senior sister? Even His Majesty has to rely heavily on us. Ha! Real Jade might have laughed. Not bad. Not bad. Since my siblings want to cultivate with the help of the imperial court, we must obtain the full support of the current emperor. This Yu Kingdom's royal family is in its infancy, and the offerings of the cultivators under its command are scarce. Unlike other great nations, its royal family is even a cultivator family. In addition to this Ningyun realist, there's also a Huangzhou realist in the middle stage of Qi cultivation. Luckily, he died in Qingzhou. I heard that they were going to investigate the Sumerian sect, which used to be a great sect in the Lian Kingdom. Although the Dao lineage was destroyed, the foot of 100 insects dies but never falls down. So how can it be coveted by a mere mid-Qi cultivator? If we kill the Nimbus Cloud reality again, then you and I will be the only two people left in the Yu Kingdom's royal family to make offerings. And then the entire Yu Kingdom will still be up to you and me? Not bad. That's what elder brother I'm planning. Real Lingfeng nodded. Nowadays, that emperor is still recruiting loose cultivators. and it has also been secretly scouting for children with spiritual roots, so it seems that they want to establish their own cultivator power. We must hurry. If we let him recruit other loose cultivators as offerings again, splitting the power between the two of us would be a bad time. Real Jade suddenly thought of something and said in a low voice, "But senior brother, I heard that Huang Zhuzhenjin and Ning Yunzhenjin are both already the outer door deacons of the Long River sect. If something happens to them." Real Ling Feng shook his head and said, "There is no need to worry. The Long River sect has long since closed its doors for cultivation. Disciples are also not allowed to go out, and there aren't many deacons or disciples out there at all. Nowadays, with the tidal wave of auras, most of the sects have closed their mountains to visitors. It's only today that we casual cultivators have a chance. If not, you see that Huang Zhuzhenjin died in Qingzhou. That cloud dust realist stationed in the capital of the Yu Kingdom hasn't even seen a shadow. In my brother's opinion, as long as we don't mess with that cloud dust realist's head, real cloud dust will never step forward." True Lord Lingfeng continued, "Senior brother, I'll set off and intercept True Lord Ningyun halfway. As long as it's done a little cleaner and doesn't leave a trail, who's going to know it was us? At that time, even if that cloud dust realist wanted to find the murderer, he definitely wouldn't be able to." "Good idea." Sueyu Real also whispered, "Why don't we join together? Cleanly." "No." Real Lingfeng shook his head and said, "That emperor of you is not easy to fool. Tomorrow I will secretly sneak out of the capital on the pretext of closed-door meditation and go to intercept and kill the Nining Cloudmaster. It's justifiable for me to be alone in seclusion. But if you, senior sister, are in seclusion together, anyone can guess there's something fishy going on. Senior sister, you must stay in the palace and stabilize the emperor of you. By the way, continue to conduct spiritual root tests for the children sent up. You and I, we can't disappear at the same time. Understand?" Real Jade nodded and said, "Good. There is one more thing that you should keep in mind. Senior sister." "What is it?" "Don't touch that Su Mugen again until senior brother I return." Realist Lingfeng said, "After I kill realist Ningyun and return to the capital, just go straight to the emperor and ask for someone. By that time, the wood will have been turned into a boat, and the Ningxuan realist will be dead, with no one to shelter him. If that emperor doesn't want to turn his back on us, he'll have to offer up that Su Mugen." "Ha ha. It's still elder brother who thinks well," Real Jade said. "In that case, then I'll stay in the Taiji Palace as I should for these few days, waiting for your good news. Senior brother." Chapter 69 Love for Father. Colorful Cloud Pavilion. The sky is bright and clear, and the flowers are in full bloom. Su Mugen sat cross-legged in the middle of the garden, closing her eyes and gazing at the air, her delicate body trembling continuously. Today, she was wearing a palace dress made of floating brocade. The whole person is like a springtime elf. In front of her, there was also a figure standing. It was Zheng Yi. However, he saw him stretch out his right hand, his finger pointing at the center of Su Mugen's eyebrow, and the mana in his body slowly injected. Under Zheng Yi's manipulation, the mana became silk and continuously traveled within Su Mugen's body, clearing the yin from her body. In these few days, he had stayed in the middle of the colorful cloud pavilion. In addition to removing the yin chi from Su Mugen's body, there was also the purpose of protecting the duo of Su Mugen and Qin Yuyao. Maybe the man in the dark knows about Zheng Yi's existence, or perhaps it was other reasons such as the other side throwing in the towel, knowing ghosts came to disturb them in the past few days. Qin Yuyao closed her door to cultivate, and Zheng Yi expelled the yin chi from Su Mugen's body. It's been a few rare days of recuperation. It was also because of the contact over the past few days that the two had eased up. After a long time, Zheng Yi took a long breath and loosened his fingers. A wisp of yin chi, lingering on his fingertips, was turned into ash and dissipated by his gentle twist. After several days of expelling yin chi, he had long since gained experience. Even though this last strand of yin chi penetrated deep into the meridians and flesh, it could not stop Zheng Yi from extracting it. The yin chi in Su Mugen's body was swept away. A few breaths later, Su Mugen also opened her eyes. Looking at Zheng Yi, who was staring condescendingly at him, Su Mugen's face reddened. In a low voice, he said, "Your Majesty, thanks a lot." "You're welcome, hibiscus girl." Zheng Yi laughed. "The yin chi in your body has been almost removed. The rest is to meditate and recuperate, and take more medicines that strengthen the body and cultivate the vitality, so as to recuperate. These are things you are good at, so I won't say much." Su Mugen got up and said with a red face, "My daughter knows that the great kindness of the Supreme Emperor is unforgettable to my daughter," she said. "It will be repaid later. You little ninny. It's just." Su Mugen's heart fluttered as she said, "Is there anything else you want, Taishang Emperor?" "Nothing. What's wrong?" "My daughter has prepared a table of medicinal food for your Majesty. I wonder if your Majesty is free." "Medicine?" "Yes," Su Mugen whispered. This is a meal that my daughter has privately researched. Made by mixing food with different herbs. It has certain benefits for both mortals and martial artists, even cultivators. Grandmother has also complimented the people's daughter. If not. Speaking of this, her beautiful eyes also darkened, and she hastily turned her head and, forcing back her sour tears, she said, "My daughter will go and prepare it for the Taishang Emperor." After saying that, he ran all the way towards the colorful cloud pavilion. Su Mugen. Medicinal food? The body of 100 flowers? Looking at the young girl's back, Zheng Yi also slowly shook his head. There was nothing he could do about the 100-flower body, unless one searches for the third-grade pill 100 spirit pill, or a corresponding poison cultivation technique. Otherwise it would be hard to save Su Mugen. Nope, there should be another way. Zheng Yi's eyes flashed. If there was a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator besides Su Mugen, regularly nourishing their bodies with mana can also sustain their lives. After this, one could then look for the 100 spirit pill, or the poison cultivation technique for it. The Foundation Establishment realm? Zheng Yi muttered and paced into the colorful cloud pavilion. After tea time, a few maids walked up with food trays. Not long after, Su Mugen was also carrying a food tray in her hands and walked in. "Your Majesty, this is the purple ginseng, wolfberry, and black chicken soup that my daughter personally made, and Poria Coco's cream with yam, snow lotus and silver fungus soup." Under Su Mujian's explanation, Zheng Yi was also able to understand these medicinal dishes. The taste was very delicious, and there was a big difference between it and the usual food delivered by the Imperial Kitchen. It was also a great time to eat and keep on praising it. Soon, Qin Yuyo also ended her cultivation and came to the hall. "Wow, Sister Mugen made medicinal food again? You're in for a treat. Your Majesty, beauty is out? Come and taste it. It does taste good." Well, Qin Yuyo drank a bowl of snow lotus silver ear soup and nodded vigorously. "What a delicious lotus seed soup. How the hell did you do that, Sister Mugen?" Su Mugen smiled lightly and said, "This is made by me using snow lotus as a guide and then boiled down with snowflake silver ears. It has the effect of clearing the mind and condensing chi. It's so good." Watching the two of them feast, Su Mugen was also smiling very happily. "Your Majesty, you see that Sister Mugen is so capable, but unfortunately, she's constrained by the 100 flowers body. If she could cultivate, she would definitely be a very powerful great cultivator." Qin Yuyo winked at Zheng Yi as she ate. Zheng Yi also stopped his hand, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Don't worry, Miss Mugen. The Emperor is now recruiting scattered cultivators to make offerings, and I will also find a way to resolve the 100-flower body for you. At the very least, Lone will be able to go to the Long River sect and find a way out for Miss Mugen." Su Mugen's eyes reddened as she excitedly said, "Many thanks to the Supreme Emperor. Many thanks to the Supreme Emperor." As the saying goes, a gentleman is not a gentleman. Although Zheng Yi was a Taishang Emperor, he used to be an emperor after all. The words he uttered were, to an untouched little girl like Su Mugen, there's still a few moments of trust. For a while, Su Mugen's eyes that looked at Zheng Yi changed a little. "Taisho." Qin Yuyo came over again and whispered, "That day the colorful cloud pavilion of the shadowy ghost, we in the end," Zheng Yi said in a faint voice, "I have already made some guesses on this matter. The threat is no more than the cultivators lurking in the palace. Don't worry you too. Lone has already sent someone to investigate." As he was talking, a figure quietly walked in. Old slave bowing to the Supreme Emperor. The person who came was none other than Wang Zhenghai. "How's the investigation going?" Back to the Taishang Emperor. The old slave has pretty much checked it out. Wang Zhenghai wiped his forehead and said, "His Majesty has indeed newly recruited 2 cultivators to make offerings. One person is called Ling Fengjinjin, 7th level of Qi practicing. One person is said to be Cui Yuzhenran, practicing Qi at the 6th level. These 2 are a Taoist couple, originating from the Black Wind Valley in the Desolate Prefecture, who entered the palace 2 months ago. He was made an offering by His Majesty, practicing Qi 7th layer, practicing Qi 6th layer. Is really those 2, Zheng Yi said in a faint voice. So where are they now? Wang Zhenghai Dao, strange as it may seem, real Lingfeng suddenly announced his seclusion 3 days ago. Until now no one has been seen. And that Cui Yuzhenjin, who lives in deep seclusion. Every day, they just show up to test the spiritual roots of the children brought by the Divine Martial Army. And the people who know about this are very rare. Oh, and how did you know that? Back to the Supreme Emperor. The Divine Martial Army was unable to enter the harem, and the group of children were brought in by the eunuchs. So it is. Taisho, Su Mugen suddenly whispered. Or else, forget it. Forget it? Why? The other party has a late Qi practicing cultivator, and it's still 2 people. Zheng Yi suddenly laughed and patted Su Mugen's small hand and said, "Don't worry, Miss Mugen. Whoever dares to injure someone in the orphan's palace will have to pay the price." Taisho, Looking at Zhang Yi's domineering gaze and demeanor, Su Mugen's beautiful eyes changed even more. She grew up living with her grandmother and rarely saw her father. This situation led to an extreme lack of fatherly love, especially when she reached puberty. And now, Zhang Yi's figure intruded into her world like a powerful light, pretty much the only man she'd seen in years. In her heart, she couldn't help but have Zhang Yi's shadow. To be exact, it's the Oedipus complex. By the way, Taishang Emperor, the old slave has one more thing to report. What is it? There are less than 7 days until the wedding of the two emperors. I wonder how the congratulatory gifts will be prepared. The big wedding? Zhang Yi's eyes flickered slightly, and his heart quickly had an idea. Loan. Prepare it yourself. No. Chapter 70, The Emperor's Wedding. The wedding of a prince is extremely tedious. The preparations began months earlier. In addition to the busyness of the underlings, as the wedding prince and soon-to-be princess, there is also an extremely elaborate etiquette. Includes choosing a date and making an announcement to the temple, taking the bride's name, making the levy, announcement of the date, and the title, performing the Jiao frequency ceremony, welcoming the FM radio, meeting the Empress Dowager, the Emperor and the Empress at the temple FM radio, the audience with the Empress Dowager, the Emperor and the Empress, the washing and feeding, the temple audience. There are a dozen or so complicated ceremonies. Even the leather bents worn at the big wedding were cumbersome and intricate. Leather bent, dark red gown, center sheet, dress, jade pendant, small ribbon, shielded knee, large belt, large ribbon, slippers and socks, jade guay. You can't have one without the other. This period of time, but Zheng Hongqian and Zhang Hongkuan, two people busy. But fortunately, after months of preparation, the day of the wedding was finally upon us. In the early hours of that day, the personal greeting ceremonial team of the two princes had already departed for the imperial temple to perform the ritual. Afterwards, they go to the woman's residence to make the bride price, ask her name, ask for auspiciousness, ask for a sign, ask for a date, and so on. Several hours later, as the sky darkened, the two princes finally greeted their respective consorts. He stepped onto Vermilion Bird Street and walked towards the palace. The roads on both sides were crowded with civilians who came to watch the fun. The prince welcoming his bride. This is a great event for my kingdom. Strange. Why are the two emperors marrying together? That's unknown. The second prince is 15 years old, and the third prince is only 14. It's reasonable to say that the third prince will have to wait another year. Haven't you heard, Your Majesty, that Shu, looking for death, don't die in front of me? Is this something to talk about? The second prince and the third prince tied the knot together. His Majesty is trying to hold grandchildren earlier. Isn't the crown princess pregnant? What if a princess is born? Also, at the front of the line, as one of today's protagonists, Zheng Hongqian. Sitting on his high horse, he smugly surveyed the people around him. The years are also full of praise for their own color. For a time some complacency. Months earlier, he had secretly spied on his wife. Even had a portrait copied. I have to say, father did find himself a good wife. Knowledgeable and gentle. She is a first-class beauty. It's just that her body is a bit delicate, and I've heard that she's been sickly since she was a child and has a coughing problem. But it doesn't matter. When we get back to the royal residence, this king will find a royal doctor to cure her. How can a doctor outside the palace be as good as a royal doctor? By then, the princess' illness will definitely be cured. These are the people under father's rule, and they will be my king's people in the future. For some reason, the thought popped into his mind that subconsciously, he looked back towards the back, trying to find his third brother's figure. Unfortunately, there were many pedestrians on Vermilion Bird Street, and the palanquins and flagstones towered over there. He couldn't see the third prince at all. There was nothing to do but turn back. My sister-in-law is pregnant, and I don't know if it's a son or a daughter, so it looks like I'll have to step up my game. 2. Get the crown princess pregnant as early as possible. Zheng Hongqian suddenly remembered the words that his staff under his command had said to him privately a few days ago. I didn't think so myself at the time, but today, for some reason, being in this environment surrounded by countless people, there was actually a hint of expectant desire in his own heart. If you are yourself. He shook his head vigorously, shaking the inexplicable thought out of his mind. Father is alive and well and strong. He had the crown prince in front of him, and the crown princess was also pregnant. There was even an imperial grandfather in the Xingqing palace. How could it be his turn to be emperor? But for some reason, that thought kept lingering in the back of my mind, and I couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Not far behind him, within the sedan chair, also sat a beautiful woman with a slightly white face. Through the gap when the sedan chair swayed, a pair of soft eyes constantly surveyed Zheng Hongqian. The eyes also contained anticipation, delight, and a hint of helplessness. Does the second prince, Hope that he is not as reckless as rumors have it. And I don't know why father would marry me to the second prince? Su Jinxiu was filled with speechlessness, but she could only wait in silence, resigned to being carried to the palace. In the middle of the group, third Prince Zhang Hongquan was also riding on top of an imperial horse. Shaking his head, he looked around. He behaved no differently than before, clutching his stirrups tightly and unable to stop himself from gesturing and nodding toward those around him. Under the care of the divine martial army on both sides, the group curiously traveled towards the front. In the sedan chair behind him also sat a young girl with an upright figure. The difference was that the young girl had actually removed her red headscarf at that very moment, and her waist was slightly shrugged and obviously hiding something sharp. The third prince? Do you really think that just because you're a prince you can marry this girl? Her eyes were insistent, clearly not wanting to be arranged by her elders for the wedding. Unfortunately, it's hard to disobey the emperor's order, and one's parents and elders, as close ministers around the royal family. How can you go against the emperor's wishes? Married? Yes, married. But how she will be in her husband's family in the future? That's up to her. If the third prince wants to move this girl, he has to try to see if this girl's flying swallow will answer. As she said that, she also touched the short sword in her bosom, and a sharp color flashed in her eyes. After half an hour, the procession welcoming the bride finally stepped into the palace. After another series of complicated rituals, the two couples were welcomed into the Taiji Hall like puppets on strings. Inside the Taiji Hall, many civil and military officials were all present. Above the main seat, there were actually two dragon chairs. On the left side is the top. Naturally sitting is the Supreme Emperor, Zheng Yi, and on the right side of the dragon chair, sat the current emperor, Zheng Yuanzhen. On the side of the emperor, there was also an imperial seat, and Empress Lu Su was also looking down at the stage with a happy face. Then, after that, there were several concubine seats, with different faces, all waiting for something as well. The first seat on the stage, the left side of the crown prince Zheng Hongbin, the right side of the prime minister Lu Runliang. The other civil and military officials, who have been sitting and standing on both sides, are whispering about something. The second prince and the third prince have arrived, along with Yi Ji's exalted cries of. The second prince Zheng Hongqian and the third prince Zheng Hongquan each grabbed a large red silk ribbon and stepped into the Taiji Hall with their wives. Father, above the dragon chair, Zheng Yuanzhen said with a face full of joy. Xian'er and Ko'ener have both grown up. Next you see. Zheng Yi nodded his head and said, everything is at your disposal. Emperor, I came here just to join in the fun. Father, sit down for a moment. The big wedding ceremony will be over soon. Zheng Yuanzhen waved his hand, and Yi Gu beckoned back. Two small eunuchs each held up a copy of the imperial decree in small steps. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Yi's eyes swept over the harem concubine positions. Among that group of women, there was a woman who was about 30 years old and had a frosty face. This woman had a flash of turquoise-colored Taoist robes and her hair was in a high bun with a jade hairpin. Clothing on the body is very simple, not like the other concubines as wearing gold and silver. Expensive. This woman, however, exuded a clear sense of detachment. The surrounding concubines, too, subconsciously stayed away from this woman, not daring to approach. Of course Zhang Yi recognized this woman. She was the Chuiyu realist who was suspected of secretly plotting against Su Mugen. The emperor, by the grace of heaven, decrees, I have been entrusted with the order of the four seas, thinking about the revitalization of the Qianlang, and the royal laws in the 8 theaters. Today's Prince Zhang Hongqian, heavenly splendor noble family, virtue Mao sex pure, qi weight of posture, long-standing into your hope. When he is a young man, he should choose a good match. Su Jinxiu, from a famous family, is gentle and virtuous, chaste and quiet, with both virtue and appearance. The show is a real beauty of a famous family, and can be a good companion for the emperor. I hereby grant a marriage to Emperor Zhang Hongqian in Su Jinxiu, and after the ceremony, make sure that husband and wife are in harmony. The Qin and the sepulchre sing in harmony. The upper to serve the clan and the temple, the lower to succeed the next generation. For the clan model, the example of the people. Announce it to the world, and make it known to all. Chin up. Thank you, Father. Chapter 71 Strange Congratulatory Gift. The same holy decree was read twice by Yi Gu. For the first time, the main characters are Zhang Hongqian and Su Jinxiu. For the second time, the protagonists are Young Hongguan and Sun Niqing. After the holy decree, the civil and military officials and the royal relatives were even more lively. Under the auspices of Emperor Zheng Yuanzhen, the two couples worshipped each other and received congratulatory gifts from the ministers. The wedding of the two emperors. Simple congratulatory gifts from the group of ministers. Do not know how much to receive. It really caused a lot of shocks. The sound of silk and bamboo music rang out, and a group of dancers in neon dresses stepped onto the stage. Their costumes are as bright and colorful as the flowers. The dancers had faint smiles on their faces, anticipation and nervousness shining in their eyes. The music started. The silk and bamboo were melodious. The dancers lightly stretched their cloudy sleeves, accompanied by the rhythm of the music. The flutterby. Their movements were neatly organized, both strong and soft, as if they were petals in the spring water. The going with the flow, and like a butterfly in winter, light and elegant. The dancers are all carefully selected by the royal family. Each has an upper middle class appearance and body. Now dancing, with the sound of the music as well as the dance, it is even more beautiful. Like a fairy, Zhang Yi, who was on the main seat, was also viewing the group of women with interest, constantly nodding his head gently. Soon, his face grew a little odd, and his eyes fixed on the leader of the group of dancers. This woman was tall and her face was also very delicate, dressed in a palace dress with a long red skirt, her slender waist bare, and whirling constantly to the sound of silk and bamboo. The dress on her body almost transformed into a constantly swirling flower petal, and the dancers, situated around her, accompanied her like stars. Among the red and dust group of fragrance spectrum, the blank pages also slowly appeared the figure of this woman. Zhang Yi secretly nodded his head. The red dust Xuanfang spectrum was in effect. That meant that this woman was burdened with the red dust chi. It's a shame. His current target had long since changed to a woman who was endowed with a spiritual root and the aura of red dust. Ordinary women were even more beautiful, even if they were burdened with the aura of red dust. He was too lazy to mess with them. Spiritual roots. Spiritual roots. Only a woman with a spiritual root was worthy of his acceptance. Just then, Zhang Yuanzhen brought Zhang Hongqian and Zhang Hongquan, and the two newly crowned princesses walked over. Father, Hongqian and Hongquan have brought the two princesses to toast you. Zhang Hongqian with Su Jinxiu and Zhang Hongquan with Sun Meiqing. All of them fell forward and knelt on the ground. Grandson Hongqian/Hongquan, grandson-in-law Su Jinxiu/Sun Meiqing. Greetings to the Supreme Emperor. May the Supreme Emperor enjoy good health and eternal happiness. Zhang Yi's eyes were a bit odd again, and as expected, on the red dust group of fragrance. Once again, the image of these two granddaughters-in-law appeared. It seems that these two women, too, are the best of the best. Unfortunately, neither has a spiritual root. Zhang Yi quickly reacted and smiled, supporting a hand in vain, saying, "Good boy, get up. Many thanks to the Taishan Emperor. Royal grandfather is very happy to see you get married." Zhang Yi laughed. Hongqian and Hongquan have also grown up. It's time to help your father share some of his affairs. And royal grandfather is happy. Cheng-hai, the old slave is in. Wang Zhenghai hurriedly bent down and walked up, holding a tray in his hand. Zhang Yi uncovered the red cloth, and there were two very similar pieces of jewelry sitting on the tray. The surrounding silhouettes, at the sight of these two ornaments, all had somewhat odd eyes. There was no other reason than because these two pieces of jewelry looked like very ordinary jade pendants. It is the size of a baby's hand and has an overall white and green color with some cracks around the edges. There were some patterns carved on it, but it also looked very ordinary. Even Zhang Yuanzhen was a bit skeptical at this point. Father sends this kind of thing to his grandson-in-law? Zhang Yi's eyes, a touch of reminiscence appeared and said in a faint voice, "These two ornaments. It is a relic left behind by your royal grandmother." As soon as the words fell, several people's faces all changed. Young Wanson, in particular, couldn't help but stand up straight. He and the former crown prince Zhang Yuanfeng and third prince Zhang Yuanhui were all brothers from the same mother. Unfortunately, their mother, who had died of an illness several years earlier, the three are very attached to their mother. Unfortunately for himself, he was ignoring his mother's teachings and fighting hand to hand. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuanzhen couldn't help but darken his heart, but he quickly recovered. Those who achieve great things, do not take care of the small things. If you kill, you kill. You can kill your next of kin for the sake of that position. But, he had seen a few of his mother's relics, but how come these two jade pendants were not in his memory? Could it be that he forgot? The others, especially the two granddaughters-in-law, Su Jinxiu and Sun Meiqing, had even more serious eyes. A relic of the Queen Dowager? That's a very precious treasure. You know, the current crown princess, when she was married. It was also just an ordinary jade that I received. Zheng Yi didn't care what Zhang Yuanzhen was messing with his mind, but picked up one of the pieces and said, "Su Jinxiu, the granddaughter-in-law is in." Su Jinxiu hurriedly raised her head and looked at Zheng Yi. "Not bad. This piece of relic is considered a wedding gift from imperial grandfather to the two of you. Don't mind it." Su Jinxiu said with fear and trepidation, "Grandson-in-law wouldn't dare. And in the future, we will certainly honor each other as guests with the second prince. Honor your parents and honor your royal grandfather." Good granddaughter-in-law. Take it. Thank you." royal grandfather. After handing this jade pendant over to Su Jinxiu, Zhang Yi picked up another jade pendant. Sun Meiqing, the granddaughter-in-law is in. Zhang Yi stood tall and looked at this woman. Unlike Su Jinxiu's bookish aura, Sun Meiqing's temperament was a bit high and cold, and her eyes were bright. Obviously there was superior martial arts internal force in his body. You're not bad either. Kuaner's body is a bit weak. You'll have to take care of it more in the future. My daughter-in-law obeys. Take it. Thank you, royal grandpa. Ha ha, good. Zhang Yi smiled broadly and said, the ceremony is complete. In the future, you and your husband and wife should respect and support each other. Live a successful life and add incense to my Yu kingdom early. The two daughters said shyly. Daughter-in-law obeys royal grandfather's order. Go on, go about your business and leave me, an old man, alone. Nah. After the ceremony, the two couples were again led by officials of the Ministry of Ceremonies. Go forth and receive the pilgrimage of the civil and military officials. Young Wanson also retired and then had fun with the people. As for Zhang Yi, he was also sipping a fine wine while enjoying the marvelous dance. A hint of spirit, but always keeping an eye on that Chuiyu realist. At this time, the eyes of the Chuiyu realist had long since become astonished. It had been hovering over Zhang Yi and the two granddaughters-in-law, amazed in his heart. Those two jade pendants, spirit stones, and looking at that size and the aura fluctuations I perceive, it's far beyond a lower-grade spirit stone. Could it be a medium-grade spirit stone? Or even, top-quality spirit stones? Hiss. She sucked in a breath of cold air. As a casual cultivator, she had seen the most spirit stones in her life. It's just lower-grade spirit stones, medium-grade spirit stones, and had only glanced at them a few times. As for the top-grade spirit stones, none of them had been seen at all. And the jade pendant that Supreme Emperor Zhang Yi just took out and gave to the hands of his two granddaughters-in-law. It was clearly a spirit stone that far exceeded the lower-grade spirit stones and could possibly be a middle-grade spirit stone. How is that possible? How could the Taishang Emperor have spirit stones? And it's still a medium-grade spirit stone. You have to know that the value of a middle-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Even more. In today's aura-tide realm, lower-grade spirit stones were all very rare. Not to mention the medium-grade spirit stones. When she thought of this, her eyes couldn't help but change as she stared at Zhang Yuansen dead in the face. If the Taishang Emperor's hands, there were other medium-grade spirit stones, her eyes couldn't help but blaze at the thought.